39677. Everville, the Second Book of the Art, by Clive Barker. Copyright 1994 by Clive Barker. All rights reserved. Read by Roy Avers.
This book was originally created for audio cassette playback. Any announcements concerning cassettes do not apply to this recording. This version contains markers allowing direct access to major portions of the book.
Library of Congress annotation. In this sequel to The Great and Secret Show, RC 31406, Maeve is traveling by wagon train to Oregon, where her father plans to build the town of Everville. When he is killed, Maeve escapes through a crack in the sky to Quiddity. In the present, evil Iad descends upon now-built Everville, where others are frantically searching for the art. Strong language, violence, and explicit descriptions of sex. Bestseller, 1994. From the Book Jacket. 5 years ago, in his bestseller, The Great and Secret Show, Clive Barker mesmerized millions of readers worldwide with an extraordinary vision of human passions and possibilities. Welcome to a new volume in that epic adventure. Welcome to Everville. With Clive Barker's trademark mingling of wild fantasy, eroticism, and visionary horror, Everville promises to take its readers on a journey that will awe, arouse, and terrify in equal measure, opening the doors of a new reality for readers of fantasy and horror alike. On a mountain peak high above the city of Everville, a door stands open, a door that lets on to the shores of the dream sea Quiddity, and there's not a soul below who will not be changed by that fact. Phoebe Cobb, once a doctor's receptionist, is about to forget her old life and go looking for her lost lover, Joe Flicker, in the world on the other side of that door, a strange, sensual wonderland the likes of which only Barker could make real. Tesla Bombeck, who knows what horrors lurk on the far side of Quiddity, must solve the mysteries of the city's past if she is to keep those horrors from crossing the threshold. Harry D'Amour, who has tracked the ultimate evil across America, will find it conjuring atrocities in the sunlit streets of Everville. These are but a few of the hugely entertaining characters whose destinies Barker has charted in this book. Enthralling, chilling, and charged with an unbridled eroticism, Everville is above all a novel about the deepest yearnings of the human heart, for love, for hope, for understanding. And, of course, it's about the forces that threaten those dreams, the monsters that are never more terrible than when they wear human faces. Step onto Everville's streets and enter a world like no other in fiction, created by a man whom the Washington Post called a map-maker of the mind, charting the furthest reaches of the imagination. About the author. Clive Barker was born in Liverpool in 1952 and now lives in Los Angeles, where he divides his time between writing, painting, and film-making. He is the author of The Books of Blood, The Damnation Game, The Hell-Bound Heart, In the Flesh, The Inhuman Condition, Weave World, Cabal, The Great and Secret Show, Imahika, and the children's fantasy The Thief of Always, which he also illustrated. The films Candyman, Nightbreed, and the Hellraiser series are among those he has written, directed, or produced. Memory, prophecy, and fantasy, the past, the future, and the dreaming moment between, are all in one country, living one immortal day. To know that is wisdom. To use it is the art. Contents. Part 1. Was, is, and will be. Side 1. Part 2. Congregation. Side 2. Part 3. Vessels. Side 4. Part 4. The Devil and Damour. Side 7. Part 5. Parade. Side 8. Part 6. The Grand Design. Side 10. Part 7. Leaves on the Story Tree. Side 13. Part 1. Was, is, and will be. 1. 1. It was hope undid them. Hope and the certainty that Providence had made them suffer enough for their dreams. They'd lost so much already along the trail. Children, healers, leaders, all taken. Surely, they reasoned, God would preserve them from further loss, and reward their griefs and hardships with deliverance into a place of plenty. When the first signs of the blizzard had appeared, clouds that had dwarfed the thunderheads of Wyoming rising behind the peaks ahead, slivers of ice in the wind, they had said to each other, "This is the final test. If we turn back now, intimidated by cloud and ice, then all those we buried along the way will have died for nothing. Their suffering and ours will have been for nothing. We must go on. Now, more than ever, we must have faith in the dream of the West. After all," they told each other, "it's only the first week of October. Maybe we'll see a flurry or two as we climb, but by the time the winter sets in, we'll be over the mountains and down the other side, in the midst of sweet meadows." On, then, on, for the sake of the dream. Now it was too late to turn back. Even if the snows that had descended in the last week had not sealed the pass behind the pioneers, the horses were too malnourished and too weakened by the climb to haul the wagons back through the mountains. The travelers had no choice but to go forward, though they had long since lost any sense of their whereabouts and were journeying blind in a whiteness as utter as any black midnight. Sometimes the wind would shred the clouds for a moment, but there was no sign of sky or sun. Only another pitiless peak rising between them and the promised land, snow driven from its summit in a slow plume, then drooping and descending upon the slopes where they would have to venture if they were to survive. Hope was small now, and smaller by the day. Of the 83 optimistic souls who had departed Independence, Missouri, in the spring of 1848, this sum swelled by 6 births along the way, 31 remained alive. During the first 3 months of the journey through Kansas into Nebraska, then across 487 miles of Wyoming, there had been only 6 fatalities. 3 lost in a drowning accident, 2 wandered off and believed killed by Indians, 1 hanged by her own hand from a tree. But with the heat of summer, sicknesses abounded, and the trials of the journey began to take their toll. The very young and the very old had perished first, sickened by bad water or bad meat. Men and women who had been in the prime of their lives 5 or 6 months before, hardy, brave, and ripe, became withered and wretched as the food stocks dwindled, and the land which they had been told would supply them with all manner of game and fruit failed to provide the promised bounty. Men would leave the wagon train for days at a time in search of food, only to return hollow-eyed and empty-handed. It was, therefore, in an already much weakened state that the travelers faced the cold, and its effect had proved calamitous. 47 individuals had perished in the space of 3 weeks, dispatched by frost, snow, exhaustion, starvation, and hopelessness. It had fallen to Herman Deal, who was the closest the survivors had to a physician since the death of Doc Hodder, to keep an account of these deaths. When they reached Oregon, the glad land in the West, he had told the survivors they would together pray for the departed and pay due respects to each and every soul whose passing he had set down in his journal. Until that happy time, the living were not to concern themselves overmuch with the dead. They had gone into the warmth and comfort of God's bosom, and would not blame those who buried them for the shallowness of their graves, or the brevity of the prayers said over them. "We will speak of them lovingly," Deal had declared, "when we have a little breath to spare." The day after making this promise to the deceased, he had joined their number, his body giving out as they ploughed through a snowfield. His corpse remained unburied, at least by human hand. The snow was coming down so thickly that by the time his few provisions had been divided up among the remaining travellers, his body had disappeared from sight. That night, Evan Babcock and his wife Alice both perished in their sleep, and Mary Wilcox, who had outlived all 5 of her children and seen her husband wither and die from grief, succumbed with a sob that was still ringing off the mountain face after the tired heart that had issued it was stilled. Daylight came, but it brought no solace. The snowfall was as heavy as ever, nor was there now a single crack in the clouds to show the pioneers what lay ahead. They went with heads bowed, too weary to speak, much less sing, as they had sung in the blithe months of May and June, raising hosannas to the heavens for the glory of this adventure. A few of them prayed in silence, asking God for the strength to survive, and some perhaps made promises in their prayers that if they were granted that strength, and came through this white wilderness to a green place, their gratitude would be unbounded, and they would testify to the end of their lives that for all the sorrows of this life no man should turn from God, for God was hope, and everlasting. 2. At the beginning of the journey west, there had been a total of 32 children in the caravan. Now there was only one. Her name was Maeve O'Connell, a plain 12-year-old whose thin body belied a fortitude which would have astonished those who'd shaken their heads in the spring and told her widowed father she would never survive the journey. She was stick and bones, they said, weak in the legs, weak in the belly. Weak in the head, too, most likely, they whispered behind their hands, just like her father Harmon, who, while the parties had been assembling in Missouri, had talked most elaborately of his ambitions for the West. Oregon might well be Eden, he'd said, but it was not the forests and the mountains that would distinguish it as a place of human triumph. It was the glorious, shining city that he intended to build there. Idiotic talk, it was privately opined, especially from an Irishman who'd seen only Dublin and the back streets of Liverpool and Boston. What could he know of towers and palaces? Once the journey was under way, those who scorned Harmon among themselves became a good deal less discreet, and he soon learned to keep talk of his ambitions as a founder of cities between himself and his daughter. His fellow travellers had more modest hopes for the land that lay ahead. A stand of timber from which to build a cabin, good earth, sweet water. They were suspicious of anyone with a grander vision. Not that the modesty of their requirements had subsequently spared them from death. Many of the men and women who'd been most voluble in their contempt for Harmon were dead now, buried far from good earth or sweet water, while the crazy man and his stick-and-bones daughter lived on. Sometimes, even in these last desperate days, Maeve and Harmon would whisper as they walked together beside their skeletal nag. And if the wind shifted for a moment, it would carry their words away to the ears of those nearby. Exhausted though they were, father and daughter were still talking of the city they would build when this travail was over and done, a wonder that would live long after every cabin in Oregon had rotted, and the memories of those who built them gone to dust. They even had a name for this time-defying metropolis. It would be called Everville. Ah, Everville. How many nights had Maeve listened to her father talk of the place, his eyes on the crackling fire, but his gaze on another sight entirely, the streets, the squares, and the noble houses of that miracle to be.
"Sometimes it's like you've already been there,"
Maeve had remarked to him one evening in late May. "Oh, but I have, my sweet girl," he had said, staring across the open land towards the last of the sun. He was a shabby, pinched man, even in those months of plenty, but the breadth of his vision made up for the narrowness of his brow and lips. She loved him without qualification, as her mother had before her, and never more than when he spoke of Everville.
"When have you seen it, then?"
she challenged him.
"Oh, in dreams,"
he replied. He lowered his voice to a whisper.
"Do you remember Owen Buddenbaum?"
"Oh, yes." How could anybody forget the extraordinary Mr. Buddenbaum, who had befriended them for a little time in Independence? A ginger beard going to grey, waxed moustaches that pointed to his zenith, the most luxurious fur coat Maeve had ever seen, and such music in his voice that the most opaque things he said, which was the bulk of his conversation as far as Maeve was concerned, sounded like celestial wisdom.
"He was wonderful,"
she said.
"You know why he sought us out? Because he heard me calling your name, and he knew what it meant." "You said it meant joy."
"So it does," Harman replied, leaning a little closer to his daughter.
"But it's also the name of an Irish spirit who came to men in their dreams."
She'd never heard this before. Her eyes grew huge.
"Is that true?"
"I could never tell you a lie," he replied, "not even in fun. Yes, child, it's true. And hearing me call for you, he took me by the arm and said, 'Dreams are doorways, Mr. O'Connell.' Those were the very first words he said to me."
"What then?"
Then he said, 'If we but have the courage to step over the threshold.'"
"Go on."
"Well, the rest's for another day."
"Papa!"
Maeve protested.
"You be proud, child.
If not for you, we'd never have met Mr. Buddenbaum, and I believe our fortune changed the moment we did." He had refused to be further drawn on the subject, but had instead turned the conversation to the matter of what trees might be planted on Everville's main street. Maeve knew better than to press him, but she thought much about dreams thereafter. She would wake sometimes in the middle of the night with the ragged scraps of a dream floating around her head, and lie watching the stars, thinking,
"Was I at the door then? And was there something wonderful on the other side that I've already forgotten?"
She became determined to keep these fragments from escaping her, and with a little practice she learned to snatch hold of them upon waking and describe them aloud to herself. Words held them, she found, however rudimentary. A few syllables were all that was needed to keep a dream from slipping away. She kept the skill to herself. She didn't even mention it to her father, and it was a pleasant distraction for the long, dusty days of summer to sit in the wagon and sew pieces of remembered dreams together, so that they made stories stranger than any to be found in her books. As for the mellifluous Mr. Buddenbaum, his name was not mentioned again for some considerable time. When it was finally mentioned, however, it was in circumstances so strange Maeve would not forget them until the day she died. They had been entering Idaho, and by the calculations of Dr. Hodder, who assembled the company every third evening and told them of their progress, there was a good prospect that they would be over the Blue Mountains and in sight of the fertile valleys of Oregon before the autumn had properly nipped the air. Though supplies were low, spirits were high, and in the exuberance of the moment Maeve's father had said something about Everville. A chance remark that might have passed unnoticed, but that one of the travellers, a shrewish man by the name of Goodhue, was the worse for whiskey, and in need of some bone of contention. He had it here, and seized upon it with appetite. "This damned town of yours will never be built," he said to Harman. "None of us want it." He spoke loudly, and a number of the men, sensing a fight and eager to be diverted, sauntered over to watch the dispute. "Never mind him, Papa," Maeve had murmured to her father, reaching to take his hand. But she knew by his knitted brows and clenched jaw this was not a challenge he was about to turn his back on. "Why do you say that?" he asked Goodhue. "Because it's stupid," the drunkard replied, "and you're a fool." His words were slurred, but there was no doubting the depth of his contempt. "We didn't come out here to live in your little cage." "It won't be a cage," Harmon replied. "It will be a new Alexandria, a new Byzantium." "Never heard of either of them," came a third voice. The speaker was a bull of a man called Potruck. Even in the shelter of her father's shoulder, Maeve trembled at the sight of him. Goodhue was a loudmouth, little more, but Potruck was a thug who had once beaten his wife so badly she had sickened and almost died. "They were great cities," Harmon said, still preserving his equilibrium, "where men lived in peace and prosperity." "Where'd you learn all this shit?" Potruck spat. "I see you reading a lot of books. Where'd you keep 'em?" He strode towards the O'Connell's wagon. "Going to bring 'em out, or shall I bring 'em out for you?" "Just keep out of our belongings," Harmon said, stepping into the bull's path. Without breaking his stride, Potruck swiped at Harmon, knocking him to the ground. Then, with Goodhue on his heels, he hoisted himself up onto the tail of the wagon and pulled back the canvas. "Keep out of there!" Harmon said, getting to his feet and stumbling towards the wagon. As he came within a couple of strides, Goodhue wheeled around, knife in hand. He gave Harmon a whiskey-rotted smile. "Ah," he said. "Papa," Maeve said, tears in her voice. "Please don't." Harmon glanced back at his daughter. "I'm all right," he said. He advanced no further, but simply stood and watched, while Goodhue clambered up into the wagon and joined Potruck in turning over the interior. The din of their search had further swelled the crowd, but none of the spectators stepped forward in support of Harmon and his daughter. Few liked Potruck any more than they liked the O'Connells, but they knew which could do them the greater harm. There was a grunt of satisfaction from inside the wagon now, and Potruck emerged with a dark teak chest, finely polished, which he unceremoniously threw down onto the ground. Leaping down ahead of his cohort, Goodhue set to opening the chest with his knife. It defied him, and in his frustration he started to stab at the lid. "Don't destroy it," Harmon said. "I'll open it for you." He took a key from around his neck and knelt to unlock the box. Potruck was down from the wagon now, and, pushing Harmon aside, kicked open the lid. Maeve had seen what lay in that box many times. It wasn't much to the uneducated, just a few rolls of paper tied with leather thongs, but to her and to her father these were treasures. The city of Everville lay waiting to be born upon those sheets of parchment, its crossroads and its squares, its parks and boulevards and municipal buildings. "What did I say?" Potruck spat. "You said books," Goodhue replied. "I said shit is what I said," Potruck said, rummaging through the rolls of paper and tossing them hither and thither as he searched for something he recognized as valuable. Maeve caught her father's eye. He was trembling from head to foot, his face ashen. His anger, it seemed, had been overtaken by fatalism, for which she was glad. Papers could be replaced. He could not. Potruck had given up on his digging now, and by the bored expression on his face he was ready to go back to his wife-beating. He might have done so, too, had Goodhue not caught sight of something lying at the bottom of the box. "What's this?" he said, stooping and reaching into its depths. A grin spread over his unshaven face. "This doesn't look like shit to me." He brought his discovery out to meet the light, sliding it out of the parcel of paper in which it had been slid, and holding it up for the assembly to see. Here was something even Maeve had not set eyes on before, and she squinted at it in puzzlement. It looked like a cross of some kind, but not, she could see, one that any Christian would wear. She approached her father's side and whispered, "What is it, Papa?" "It was a gift," he replied, "from Mr. Buddenbaum." One of the women, Marcia Winthrop, who was one of the few who had ever shown anything approaching kindness to Maeve, now stepped from the knot of spectators to take a closer look at Goodhue's find. She was a large woman with a sharp tongue, and when she spoke, the throng ceased muttering a moment. "Looks like a piece of jewelry to me," she said, turning to Harmon. "Was it your wife's?" Maeve would often wonder in times to come what had possessed her father at that moment, whether it was stubbornness or perversity that kept him from telling a painless lie. Whichever it was, he refused the ease of deception. "No," he said, "it did not belong to my wife." "What is it, then?" Goodhue wanted to know. The answer came not from Harmon's lips, but from the crowd. "One of the devil's signs," said a strident voice. Heads turned, and smiles disappeared as Enoch Whitney emerged from the back of the crowd. He was not a man of the cloth, but he was, by his own description, the most God-fearing among them, a soul commanded by the Lord to watch over his fellows and remind them constantly of how the enemy moved and worked his works in their midst. It was a painful task, and he seldom let an opportunity slip by to remind his charges how much he suffered for their impurities. But the responsibility lay with him to castigate in public forum any who strayed from the commandments in deed, word, or intention. The lecher, of course, the adulterer, the cheat, and tonight the worshipper of godless things. He strode in front of the erring father and daughter now, bristling with denunciations. He was a tall, narrow man, with eyes too busy about their duty ever to settle on anything for more than a moment. "You have always carried yourself like a guilty man, O'Connell," he said, his gaze going from the accused to Maeve to the object in Goodhue's fingers. "But I could never get to the root of your guilt. Now I see it." He extended his hand. Goodhue dropped the cross into it and retreated. "I'm guilty of nothing," Harmon said. "This is nothing," Whitney said, his volume rising. He had a powerful voice which he never tired of exercising. "This is nothing? I said I was guilty of— Tell me, O'Connell, what service did you do the devil, that he rewarded you with this unholy thing?" There were gasps among the assembly. To speak of the evil one so openly was rare. They kept such talk to whispers, for fear that it drew the attention of its subject. Whitney had no such anxieties. He spoke of the devil with something close to appetite. "I did no service," Harmon replied. "Then it was a gift?" "Yes." More gasps. "But not from the devil." "This is Satan's work!" Whitney bellowed. "It is not," Harmon yelled back at him. "I have no dealings with the devil. It is you who talk about hell all the time, Whitney. It's you who sees the devil in every corner. I don't believe the devil cares much about us. I think he's off somewhere fancy." "The devil's everywhere," Whitney replied, "waiting for us to make a mistake and fall." This was not directed at Harmon, but at the assembly, which had thinned somewhat since Whitney's appearance. "There's no place, even to the wildernesses of the world, where his eyes are not upon us." "You speak of the devil the way true Christians speak of God Almighty," Harmon observed. "I wonder sometimes where your allegiances lie." The response threw Whitney into a frenzy. "How dare you question my righteousness," he foamed, "when I have proof here in my hand, of your unholy dealings?" He turned to address the crowd. "We must not suffer this man in our midst," he said. "He'll bring disaster upon us, as a service to his infernal masters." He proffered the medallion, passing before his congregation. "What more proof do you need than this? It carries a parody of our Lord upon the cross." He turned back upon Harmon, stabbing his finger at the accused. "I ask you again, what service did you do for this?" "And I'll tell you one last time, that until you stop finding the devil's hand in our lives, you will be his greatest ally." He spoke softly now, as to a frightened child. "Your ignorance is the devil's bliss, Whitney.
Every time you scorn what confounds you, he smiles. Every time you sow the fear of him where there was none, he laughs. It's you he loves, Whitney, not me. It's you he thanks in his evening prayers."
The tables had been turned so simply and so eloquently that for a moment Whitney did not fully comprehend his defeat. He stared at his opponent with a frown upon his face, while Harman turned and addressed the crowd.
"If you don't wish me and my daughter to travel with you any further," he said, "if you believe the slanders you've heard, then say so now, and we'll go another way. But be certain, all of you be certain, there is nothing in my heart or head but that the Lord God put it there."
There were tears in his voice as he came to the end of his speech, and Maeve slipped her hand into his to comfort him. Side by side they stood in front of the company, awaiting judgment. There was a short silence. It was broken not by Whitney, but by Marcia Winthrop.
"I don't see no good reason to make you go your own way," she said. "We all started this journey together. Seems to me we should end it that way."
The plain good sense of this came as a relief to the crowd after all that talk of God and the devil. There were murmurs of approval here and there, and several people began to depart. The drama was over. They had work to do, wheels to fix, stew to stir. But the righteous Whitney was not about to lose his congregation without one last warning.
"This is a dangerous man," he growled.
He threw the medallion to the dirt and ground his heel upon it.
"He'll drag us down into hell with him." "He ain't going to drag us any place, Enoch," Marcia said. "Now you just go cool off, huh?"
Whitney cast a sour glance in Harman's direction.
"I'll be watching you," he said.
"I'm comforted," Harman replied, which won a little laugh from Marcia. As if the sound of laughter appalled him, Whitney hurried away, pushing through the crowd, muttering as he went. "You'd better be careful," Marcia said to Harman as she too departed. "You've got a tongue could do you harm one of these days." "You did us a great kindness tonight," he replied. "Thank you." "Did it for the child," Marcia replied. "Don't want her thinking the whole world's crazy." Then she went away, leaving Harman to gather up the scattered papers and return them to the chest. With her father's back turned, Maeve went in search of the medallion, picking it up and examining it closely. All of the descriptions she'd heard in the last few minutes seemed to her plausible. It was a pretty thing, no doubt of that. Shining like silver, but with flecks of colour, scarlet and sky-blue, in its lustre. Any lady, wife or no, would be happy to wear it. But it was clearly more than a piece of decoration. There was a figure in the middle of it, outspread like Jesus on the cross, except that this Saviour was quite naked, and had something of both man and woman in its attributes. It was surely not a representation of the devil. There was nothing fearsome in its aspect, no cloven hooves, no horns. Shapes flowed from its hands and head, and down between its legs, some of which she recognized. A monkey, lightning, 2 eyes, one above, one below, some of which were beyond her. But none were vile or unholy. "Best not to look at it too long," she heard her father say. "Why not?" she asked, staring still. "Will it bewitch me?" "I don't know what it'll do, to tell the truth," her father said. "Did Mr. Buddenbaum not tell you?" Her father reached over her shoulder and gently pried the medallion from her fingers. "Oh, he told me, sure enough," Harman said, returning to the box and placing the medallion inside. "Only I didn't altogether understand him." With the contents now gathered up, he closed the lid and started to lug the box back to the wagon. "And I think maybe we should not speak that man's name aloud again." "Why not?" Maeve said, determined to vex some answers out of her father. "Is he a bad man?" Harman set the box down on the tail of the wagon. "I don't know what kind of man he is," he replied, his voice low. "Truth is, I don't rightly know that he's a man at all. Maybe—" he sighed. "What, Papa?" "Maybe I dreamt him."
But I saw him too. Then maybe we both dreamt him. Maybe that's all Everville is or will be. Just a dream we had, the two of us. Her father had told Maeve he wouldn't lie to her, and she believed him even now. But what kind of dream produced objects, and real as the medallion she just held in her fingers? "I don't understand," she said. "We'll talk about this another time," Harmon said, passing his hand over his furrowed brow. "Let's have no more of it for now." "Just tell me when," Maeve said. "We'll know when the time's right," Harmon said, pushing the box back through the canvas and out of sight. "That's the way of these things." 2. 1. These things. What exactly were these things? For the next several weeks, as the wagon train wound its way through Idaho, following a trail forged by half a decade's westering, Maeve had puzzled over the mystery of all she'd seen and heard that day. In truth, the puzzlement was a distraction, like the sewing together of dream scraps, a distraction from the monotony of the trail. The weather through late June and July was mostly sweltering, and nobody had much energy for games. Adults had it easy, Maeve thought. They had maps to consult and feuds to fume over, and they had that business between men and women that her 12-year-old mind did not entirely grasp, but that she yearned to comprehend. It was plain from her observations that young men would do much for a girl who knew how to charm them. They would follow her around like dogs, eager to supply any comfort, make fools of themselves if necessary. She understood these rituals imperfectly, but she was a good student, and this, unlike the enigmatic Mr. Budenbaum, was a mystery she knew she would eventually solve. As for her father, he was much subdued after the clash with Whitney, mixing with the rest of the travelers less than he had, and, when he did so, exchanging only the blandest of pleasantries. In the safety and secrecy of the wagon, however, he continued to pore over the plans for the building of Everville, scrutinizing them with greater intensity than ever. Only once did she attempt to coax him from his study. He told her sternly to let him be. It was his intention, he said, to have Everville by heart, so that if Pottruck or Goodhue or their like attempted and succeeded in destroying the plans, he could raise the shining city from memory. "Be patient, sweet," he told her then, his sternness mellowing. "Just a few more weeks, and we'll be over the mountains. Then we'll find a valley and begin." In this, as in all else, she trusted him, and left him to pore over the plans. What was a few weeks? She would content herself in the meanwhile with the triple mystery of dreams, things unsaid, and the business between men and women. In a tiny time they would be in Oregon. Nothing was more certain. 2. But the heat went out of the world even before August was over, and by the end of the third week, with the Blue Mountains not yet visible even to the keenest eye, and food so severely rationed that some were too weak to walk, the word had spread around the campfires that, according to friendly natives, storms of unseasonal severity were already descending from the heights. Sheldon Sturgis, who had led the train thus far with a loose hand, some said that was his style, others that he was simply weak and prone to drink, now began to hasten along those who were slowing progress. But with a growing number of frail and sickened pioneers, mistakes and accidents proliferated, adding to the delays that were an inevitable part of such journeys, wheels lost, animals injured, trails blocked. Death became a fellow traveler sometime in early September. That was Maeve's belief. She did not see him at first, but she was certain of his presence. He was in the land around them, killing living things with his touch or his breath. Trees that should have been fruitful in this season had already given up their leaves and were going naked. Animals large and small could be seen dead or dying beside the trail. Only carcass flies were getting fat this September. But then Death was a friend to flies, wasn't he?
At night, waiting for sleep to come, she could hear people praying in the wagons nearby, begging God to keep death at bay. It did no good. He came anyway. To Marcia Winthrop's baby son, William, who had been born in Missouri just 2 weeks before the trek began. To Jack Pottruck's father, a beast of a man like his son, who suddenly weakened and perished in the middle of the night, not quietly like the Winthrop child, but with terrible cries and imprecations. To the sisters Brenda and Mariel Schonberg, spinsters both, whose passing was only discovered when the train stopped at dusk and their wagon went unhalted, the women being dead at the reins. Maeve could not help wonder why Death had chosen these particular souls. She could understand why he had taken her mother. She had been very beautiful and gracious and loving. He had wanted to make the world the poorer by removing her, and himself the richer. But what did he want with a baby and an old man and 2 withered sisters? She didn't bother her father with such questions. He was fretful and beset enough. Though their wagon showed no sign of failing, and their horse was as healthy as any in the train, it was clear from the look in his sunken eyes that he, too, knew death was an unwelcome outrider these days. She began to watch for the horseman more clearly, hoping to reassure her father by identifying the enemy, to say, "I know the color of his horse and of his hat, and if he comes near us I'll know him and frighten him off with a prayer or a song." More than once she thought she caught sight of him, weaving between the wagons up ahead, dark in the dust, but she was never certain of any sighting, so she kept her silence, rather than give her father an unverified report. And the days passed, and the cold deepened, and when finally the Blue Mountains came into view, their slopes were white down below the tree-line, and the clouds behind them black and bruised by their burden of ice. And Abilene Welsh and Billy Baxter, whose antics in the summer had been the subject of much gossip and clucking from Martha Winthrop, were found frozen in each other's arms one morning, touched by death, as they enjoyed each other's company away from the warmth of the fires. Even as they were being buried, and Doc Hodder was speaking of how they would be eternally united in the kingdom of the Lord, and those sins they might have committed in the name of love forgiven, Maeve looked up at the gray heavens and saw the first flakes of snow spiraling down. And that was the beginning of the end. 3. She gave up looking for Death, the outrider, after that. If he had ever accompanied the wagons on horseback, as she'd suspected, he had now put off that shape. He had become simpler. He was ice. It killed many of the travelers quickly, and those it did not kill it tormented with intimations of the state ahead. It slowed the brain and the blood. It made the fingers fumble and the feet numb. It stiffened the sinews. It lined the lungs with a dusting of frost. Sometimes, even now, with so many people dead and the rest dying, Maeve would hear her father say, "It wasn't supposed to be this way," as though some promise had been made to him that was presently being broken. She did not doubt the identity of the promise-maker, Mr. Buddenbaum. It was he who had filled her father's heart with ambition, who had given him gifts and told him to go west and build. It was he who had first whispered the word Everville. Perhaps, she began to think, Whitney had been right. Perhaps the devil had come to tempt her father in the form of Mr. Buddenbaum, and filled his trusting heart with dreams for the pleasure of watching that heart broken. The problem vexed her night and day, never more so than when her father, in the midst of the storm, leaned over to her and said, "We must be strong, sweet. We mustn't die, or Everville dies with us." Hunger and exhaustion had her teetering on delirium now. Sometimes she would imagine herself on the ship coming from Liverpool, clinging to the icy deck with her fingertips. Sometimes she was back in Ireland, eating grass and roots to keep her belly from aching. But in times of lucidity she wondered if perhaps this was some kind of test, Buddenbaum's way of seeing whether the man to whom he'd given the dream of Everville was strong enough to survive. The notion seemed so plausible she could not keep it to herself. "Papa," she said, grabbing hold of his coat. Her father looked round at her, his face barely visible beneath his hood. She could only see one of his eyes, but it looked at her as lovingly as ever. "What, child?" he said. "I think maybe it was meant to be this way."
"What are you saying?"
"Maybe Mr. Buddenbaum's watching us, to see if we deserve to build his city. Maybe just when we think we can't go any longer, he'll appear and tell us it was a test, and show us the way to the valley."
"This isn't a test, child. It's just what happens in the world. Dreams die. The cold comes out of nowhere and kills them."
He put his arm around his daughter and hugged her to him, though there was precious little strength left in him. "I'm not afraid, Papa," she said. "Are you not?" "No, I'm not. We've come a long way together."
"That we have."
"Remember how it was back at home? How we thought we'd die of starvation, but we didn't? Then on the ship, waves washing people overboard to right and left of us, and we thought we'd drown for certain. But the waves passed us by, didn't they?" His cracked white lips managed a tiny smile.
"Yes, child, they did."
"Mr. Buddenbaum knew what we'd come through," Maeve said. "He knew there were angels watching over us, and Mamma too." She felt her father shudder at her side.
"I dreamed of her last night," he said.
"Was she beautiful?"
"Always. We were floating side by side in this calm, calm sea. And I swear if I'd not known you were here, child, waiting for me—"
He didn't finish the thought. A sound like a single blast of a trumpet came out of the blind whiteness ahead, a note of triumph that instantly raised a chorus of shouts from the wagons in front and behind. "Did you hear that? There's somebody up here with us!" Another blast now, and another, each rising from the echo of the last till the whole white world was filled with brazen harmonies. The Sturgis wagon, which was ahead of the O'Connells, had come to a halt, and Sheldon was calling back down the line, summoning a party of men to his side.
"Stratton, Whitney, O'Connell, get your guns."
"Guns?" said Maeve. "Papa, why does he want guns?"
"Just climb up into the wagon, child," Harmon said, "and stay there till I come back."
The din of trumpets had died away for a moment, but now it came again, more magnificent than ever. As she climbed up onto the wagon, Maeve's skinny frame ran with little tremors at the sound, as though the music was shaking her muscles and marrow. She started to weep, seeing her father disappear, rifle in hand, not because she feared for him, but because she wanted to go out into the snow herself, and see what manner of trumpet made the sound that moved in her so strangely, and what manner of man played upon it. Perhaps they were not men at all, her spinning head decided. Perhaps the angels she'd been gabbing about minutes before had come to earth, and these blasts were their proclamations. She started out into the snow, suddenly and uncontrollably certain that this was true. Their heavenly guardians had come to save them, and Mamma too, more than likely. If she looked hard, she would see them soon, gold and blue and purple. She stood up on the seat, clinging to the canvas to get a better view, scanning the blank snow in every direction. Her study was rewarded. Just as the trumpets began their third hallelujah, the snow parted for a few moments. She saw the mountains rising to left and right like the teeth of a trap, and ahead of her a single titanic peak, its lower slopes forested. The perimeter of the trees lay no more than 100 yards from the wagon, and the music she heard was coming from that direction. She was certain of it. Of her father, and of the men accompanying him, there was no sign, but they had surely disappeared among the trees. It would be quite safe to follow them, and wonderful to be there at her father's side when he was reunited with Mamma. Wouldn't that be a blissful time, kissing her mother and a circle of angels, while Whitney and all the men who had scorned her father looked on agog? The opening in the veil of snow was closing again, but before it did so, she jumped down from the wagon and started off in the direction of the trees. Within moments, snow had obliterated the wagons behind her, just as it had covered the forest ahead, and she was following her nose through a blank world, stumbling with every other step. The drifts lay perilously deep in places, and she several times dropped into drifts so deep she was almost buried alive. But just as her frozen limbs threatened to give up on her, the trumpets came again, and the music put life back into her sinews and filled her head with bliss. There was a piece of paradise up ahead. Angels and Mamma and a loving Father with whom she would build a city that would be the wonder of the world. She would not die, of that she was certain. Not today, not for many years to come. She had great work to do, and the angels would not see her perish in the snow, knowing how far she had travelled to perform that labour. And now she saw the trees, pines higher than any house, like a wall of sentinels in front of her. Calling for her father, she ran towards them, careless of the cold and the bruises in her spinning head. The trumpets were close, and there were bursts of colour in the corner of her eye, as though some of the angelic throng, who had not yet picked their instruments, were clustered about her, the tips of their beating wings all that she was allowed to glimpse. Borne by invisible hands, she was ushered beneath the canopy of trees, and there, where the snow could not come, and the ground was soft with pine needles, she sank down onto her knees and drew a dozen heaving breaths, while the sound of trumpets touched her in every part. 3. It was not music that finally picked her up, nor the hands of the invisible throng. It was a shout which rose above the trumpet echoes and filled her with alarm. "Damn you, O'Connell!" She knew the voice. It was Whitney. "God in heaven, what have you done?" he yelled. She got to her feet and started towards his din. Her eyes were not yet accustomed to the gloom after the brightness of the blizzard, and the further from the edge of the forest she ventured, the darker it became, but the rage in Whitney's voice spurred her on, careless of what lay in her path. The trumpets had fallen silent. Perhaps the angels had heard his rants, she thought, and would not float their harmonies on tainted air, or perhaps they were simply watching to see what human rage was like. "You knew!" Whitney was yelling. "You brought us into hell!" Maeve could see him now, moving between the trees, calling after his quarry into the shadows. "O'Connell! O'Connell! You'll burn in a lake of fire for this! Burn and burn and—" He stopped, swung round, his eyes finding Maeve with terrible speed. Before she could retreat, he yelled, "I see you! Come out, you little bitch!" Maeve had no choice. He had her in the sights of his rifle. And now, as she approached him between the trees, she saw that he was not alone. Sheldon Sturgis and Pottruck were just a few yards from him. Sturgis was crouched against a tree, terrified of something in the branches above him, where his rifle was pointed. Pottruck was watching Whitney's antics with a bemused expression on his oafish face. "O'Connell!" Whitney yelled. "I got your little girl here!" He adjusted his aim, squinting for accuracy. "I got her right between the eyes if I pull the trigger. And I'm going to do it. Hear me, O'Connell?" "Don't shoot," Sturgis said. "You'll bring it back." "It'll come anyway," Whitney said. "O'Connell sent it to fetch our souls." "Oh, Jesus Christ in heaven!" Sturgis sobbed. "Stand right there," Whitney said to Maeve. "And you call to your daddy, and you tell him to keep his demon away from us, or I'll kill you." "He hasn't got any demons," Maeve said. She didn't want Whitney to know that she was afraid, but she couldn't help herself. Tears came anyway. "You just tell him," Whitney said. "You just call." He pushed the rifle in Maeve's direction so that it was a foot from her face. "If you don't, I'll kill you. You're the devil's child's what you are. Ain't no crime-killing muck like you. Go on, call him." "Papa." "Louder." "Papa." There was no reply from the shadows. "He doesn't hear me." "I hear you, child," said her father. She looked towards his voice, and there he was, coming towards her out of the murk. "Drop your rifle!" Pottruck yelled to him. Even as he did, the trumpets began again, louder than ever. The music clutched at Maeve's heart with such force she started to gasp for breath. "What's wrong?" she heard her father say, and glanced back in his direction to see him start towards her. "Stay where you are!" Whitney yelled, but her father kept running. There was no second warning. Whitney simply fired, not once but twice. One bullet struck him in the shoulder, the other in the stomach. He stumbled on towards her, but before he could take 2 strides his legs gave out beneath him and he fell down. "Papa!" she yelled, and would have gone to him, but then the trumpets began another volley, and as their music rose up in her, bursts of white light blotted out the world, and she dropped to the ground in a swoon. "I hear it coming." "Shut up, Sturgis."
It is! It's coming again! Whitney, what do we do?"
Sturgis's shrill shouts pricked Maeve awake. She opened her eyes to see her father lying where he had fallen. He was still moving, she saw, his hands clutching rhythmically at his belly, his legs twitching.
"Whitney!"
Sturgis was screaming.
"It's coming back!"
She could not see him from where she lay, but she could hear the thrashing of the branches, as though the wind had suddenly risen. Whitney was praying. "Our Lord who art in heaven." Maeve moved her head a little in the hope of glimpsing the trio without drawing attention to herself. Whitney was on his knees. Sturgis was cowering against the tree, and Pottruck was staring up into the canopy, waving wildly.
"Come on, you fucking shit! Come on!"
Certain she was forgotten, Maeve got to her feet cautiously, reaching out to grab hold of the nearest tree trunk for support. She looked back to her father, who had raised his head a couple of inches off the ground, and was staring at Pottruck as he fired up into the thrashing branches. Sturgis yelled, "Christ, no!" Whitney started to rise from his kneel, and in that same moment a form that Maeve's bewildered eyes could not quite distinguish from the branches, that had their sweep and their darkness, swooped upon Pottruck. Whatever it was no angel. There were no feathers here. There was no gold or scarlet or blue. The beast was naked, of that she was reasonably certain, and its flesh gleamed. That was all she had time to grasp before it picked Pottruck up and carried him off, up into the canopy. He screamed, and Maeve, though she hated the man with a passion, wished he might be saved from his torment, if only to stop his din. She covered her ears, but his cries found their way between her fingers, mounting in volume as a terrible rain fell from the branches. First came the rifle, then blood pattering down. Then one of Pottruck's arms, followed by a piece of flesh he could not distinguish, and another. And still he screamed, though the patter of the blood had become a downpour, and the snaking part of his innards dropped from the tree in a glistening loop. Suddenly Sturgis was rising from his hiding-place and began to fire into the tree. Perhaps he put Pottruck from his misery, perhaps the beast simply took out the man's throat. Whichever, the terrible sound ceased, and a moment later Pottruck's body, so mangled it looked barely human, fell from the branches and lay steaming on the ground. The canopy stilled. Sturgis backed away into the shadows, stifling his sobs. Maeve froze, praying that Whitney would go with him, but he did not. Instead he started towards her father. "See what you did, calling the evil one," he said.
"I didn't call anybody,"
Harmon gasped.
"You tell it to go back to the pit, O'Connell. You tell it!"
Maeve looked back in Sturgis's direction. The man had fled, but her gaze fell on Pottruck's rifle, which lay beneath the dripping branches a yard from his corpse.
"You repent," Whitney was saying to Harmon. "You send that devil back where it came from, or I'm going to blow off your hands. Then your pecker, till you're begging to repent."
With Sturgis gone and Whitney's back turned, Maeve didn't need much caution. Eyes cast up towards the branches, where she was certain the beasts still squatted, she started towards the rifle. She could see no sign of the creature. The mesh of branches was too thick, but she could feel its gaze on her. "Please," she whispered to it, the syllables too soft to attract Whitney's attention. "Don't hurt me." The squatter made no move. Not a twig shook, not a needle fell. She glanced down at the ground. Pottruck's body lay sprawled in front of her, a nonsense now. She'd seen corpses before, dead in Irish ditches, dead in Liverpool gutters, dead along the trail to the Promised Land. This one was bloodier than most, but it didn't move her. She stepped over it and stooped to pick up the rifle. As she did so, she heard the thing above her expel a sighing breath. She froze, heart thumping, waiting for the claws to come and pluck her up. But no. Just another sigh, almost sorrowful. She knew it wasn't wise to linger here a moment longer than she needed, but she couldn't keep her curiosity in check. She rose with the rifle and looked back up into the knot of branches. As she did so, a drop of blood hit her cheek, and a second fell between her parted lips. It was not Pottruck's blood. She knew that the moment it hit her tongue. The drop was not salty, but sweet, like honey, and though she knew it was coming from the beast, Pottruck's aim had not been so wild after all, it seemed. Her hunger overcame any niceties. She opened her mouth a little wider, hoping another drop would come her way, and she was not disappointed. A little shower of drops struck her upturned face, some of them finding her mouth. Her throat ran with spittle, and she could not help but sigh with pleasure at the taste. The creature in the tree moved now, and she briefly glimpsed its form. Its wings were open wide, as though it was ready to swoop upon her. Its head, if she read the shadows right, cocked a little. And still the blood came, the drops no longer missing her mouth, but falling directly upon her tongue. This was no accident, she knew. The beast was feeding her, squeezing its wounded flesh above her face like a honey-soaked sponge. It was a moan from her father that stirred her from the strange reverie that had overtaken her. She looked away from her nourisher and back through the trees. Whitney was crouching beside Harmon's body, his rifle at her father's head. She started towards them, lighter and fleeter than she'd been in weeks. Her belly no longer ached. Her head no longer spun. Whitney did not see her until she was 6 or 7 yards away, Pottruck's bloodied rifle pointing directly at him. She had never used a weapon like this before, but at such a distance it would be difficult to discharge it without doing some harm. Plainly the tormentor made the same calculation, because his face grew fretful at the sight of her. "You should be careful with that child," he said. "You leave Papa alone." "I wasn't touching him." "Liar!" "I wasn't, I swear." "Maeve, my sweet," Harmon murmured, raising his head with no little difficulty. "Go back to the wagon, please. There's something terrible here." "No, there isn't," Maeve replied, the blood of the beast still sweet on her tongue. "It's not going to hurt us." She looked back at Whitney. "We've got to get my papa fixed up before he dies. You put down your rifle." Whitney did so, and Maeve approached, keeping her own weapon pointed in his direction, while she looked upon her father. He was a pitiful sight, his jacket and shirt dark with blood from collar to belt. "Help him up," she told Whitney. "Which way is it back to the wagons?" "You go, child," Harmon said softly. "I got no life left in me." "That's not true. We'll get you to the wagons, and Mrs. Winthrop can bandage you up." "No," Harmon said. "It's too late." Maeve came to her father's side and looked directly down into his eyes. "You've got to get well," she said, "or what'll happen to Everville?" "It was a fine dream I dreamed," he murmured, raising his trembling hand towards her. She took it. "But you're finer, child," he said. "You're the finest dream I ever had. And it's not so hard to die, knowing you're in the world." Then his eyes flickered closed. "Papa?" she said. "Papa?" "He's gone to hell," Whitney murmured. She looked up at him. He was smiling. The tears she'd held back now came in a bitter flood, of sorrow and of rage, and she went down on her knees beside her father, pressing her face against his cold cheek. "Listen to me," she said to him. Did she feel a tremor in his body, as though he were still holding on to a tiny piece of life, listening to his child's voice in the darkness? "I'm going to build it, Papa," she whispered. "I am. I promise. It won't be just a dream." As she finished speaking, she felt a feather breath against her cheek, and she knew he had heard her, and having heard, had let go. The joy of that knowledge was short-lived. "You're not going to build anything," Whitney said. She looked up at him. He had reclaimed his weapon and was pointing it at her heart. "Stand up," he said. As she did so, he knocked Pottruck's rifle from her hand. "Your tears don't impress me none," he went on. "You're going the way of your daddy." She raised her arms in front of her, as though her palms might deflect his bullets. "Please," she murmured, stumbling backwards. "Stand still!" he yelled, and as he yelled he fired, the bullet striking the ground inches from her feet. "You're coming with me in case that devil your daddy raised comes calling again." He had no sooner spoken than there was a disturbance in the branches a few yards behind him. "Oh, Lord in heaven!" Whitney breathed, and rushed at Maeve, spinning her around and pulling her back against his body. She sobbed for him not to hurt her, but he grabbed a fistful of her hair and hauled her on to her tiptoes. Then he started to back away from the spot where the canopy was shaking, with Maeve obliged to match him step for step. They had taken maybe 6 paces when the shaking stopped. The wounded beast was not prepared to risk another bullet, it seemed. Whitney's panicked breaths became a little more regular. "It's going to be all right," he said. "I got the Lord watching over me." He had no sooner spoken than the beast erupted, moving through the trees overhead with such speed and violence that entire boughs came crashing down. Maeve took her chance. She reached up and stabbed her nails into Whitney's hand, twisting her body as she did so. Her greasy hair slipped from his fist, and before he could catch hold of her again she was away, seeking the shelter of the nearest tree. She'd taken 3 strides, no more, when what she took to be 2 branches dropped in front of her. As she raised her arms to cover her face, she realized her error. The limbs grabbed hold of her, their fingers long enough to meet around her waist. Her breath went out of her in a rush, and she was hauled off the ground and up into the shelter of the trees. Whitney fired and fired again, but her wounded saviour was as quick in his retreat as he'd been to snatch her away. "Hold on," he told her, his hands hot against her, and even before she'd even found proper purchase, went off through the canopy, his wings slicing the branches like twin scythes as they laboured to carry the beast and his burden skyward. 4. She had forgotten the trumpets. But now, as her saviour bore her up through the trees, the music came again, more splendid than ever. "The lady comes," the creature said, alarm in his voice, and without warning began to descend again, with such speed she almost lost her hold on him, and was spilled from his arms. "What lady?" she asked him, studying the shadows that hid his face from her. "Better you not know," he said. The ground was in sight now. "Don't look at me," he warned her, as they cleared the lower branches, "or I'll have to put out your eyes." "You wouldn't do that." "Oh, wouldn't I?" he replied, his hand coming up over her face so swiftly she didn't have time to catch her breath before mouth, nose, and eyes were sealed. She drew what little air was trapped between her face and his palm. It smelled like his blood had tasted, sweet and appetizing. Opening her mouth, she pressed her tongue against his skin. "I think you'd eat me alive if you could," he said. By his tone it was plain the thought amused him. She felt solid earth beneath her feet, and again he spoke. His mouth so close to her ear, his beard or his moustache tickled her lobe. "You're right, child, I can't blind you, but I beg you when I take my hand from your face, close your eyes, and keep them closed, and I will go from you whistling. When you can no longer hear me, open your eyes, but for your heart's sake, then, and only then. Do you understand?" She nodded, and he took his hand from her face. Her eyes were closed, and stayed that way while he spoke again. "Go back to your family," he told her. "My papa's dead." "Your mamma, then?" "She's dead, too. And Whitney'll kill me as soon as he sees me. He thinks I'm the devil's child. He thinks you're a demon that my father conjured up." The creature laughed at this out loud. "You're not from hell, are you?" she said. "No, I'm not." "Are you an angel, then?"
"No, not that either."
"What, then?"
"I told you. Better you not know."
The trumpets were sounding again.
"There, the ceremony's about to begin. I have to go. I wish I could do more for you, child, but I cannot." He laid his fingers lightly upon her eyelids. "Eyes closed until I'm gone."
"Yes."
"You promise me?"
"I promise."
His fingers were removed, and he began to whistle some pretty little tune, breaking it only to say nothing of this to anyone, then picking up the melody again to mask his departure. A promise made with fingers crossed was no promise at all. Maeve had known this from the age of 5. On crossing her fingers now, she waited until the sound of whistling retreated just a little, then opened her eyes. Their flight had apparently taken them some considerable way up the mountain, because the ground around the rock on which he'd set her was steeply sloped. Far fewer trees grew here, and there was consequently far more light. She could see the sky overhead. The snow had stopped, the parting clouds tinged a delicate pink by the setting sun, and when she cast her eyes up the mountain-side in pursuit of the whistler, she found him readily enough. At this distance she could make out almost no detail of his appearance, but she was determined not to be denied it long. Climbing down off the boulder, she started after him. It was hard going. The dirt and rotted needles slid away beneath her feet and hands as she climbed, and several times she had to scrabble for a root or a stone to keep herself from sliding back down the slope. The distance between herself and the beast grew steadily wider, and just as she began to fear losing sight of him altogether, the same roseate light that had tinged the clouds overhead came between the trees, and with it a balmy air, the like of which she'd not felt in her face in a month or more.
The trees were more widely spread than ever, and between them she could see something of the slope beyond. It rose in a snowy sweep up to the top of the mountain, where the clouds had cleared completely, so that the peak stood against a sky pricked with the first of the stars. Their glimmer, however, could not compete with the lights shed on the snow-field below, the source of which Maeve did not discover until she was a few yards from the edge of the trees. Several forms of misty light hovered over the slope, shedding their gentle luminescence on a scene of such beauty. She stood among the trees, rooted with wonder. Though her rescuer had denied he was an angel, surely heaven was here.
From what other place could the creatures that inhabited this place have come? Though few of them had wings, all were in some way miraculous. A dozen or more that better resembled birds than men, beaked and shiny-eyed, stood communing beneath one of the spheres of light. Another clan, this at first glance dressed in scarlet silks, descended the slope with much ostentation, only to suddenly draw their brilliance into their bodies and hang in the air like skinned snakes.
Yet another group had torsos like fans that opened lavishly, exposing vast pulsing hearts. Not every member of this assembly was so strange. Some were near enough men and women, but for a colour that passed through their skin, or a tail they trailed behind. Others were so tenuous that they were nearly phantoms, their passage leaving no mark upon the snow, while others still, these surely the cousins of our Saviour, seemed almost too solid in this place of spirit, brooding in the shadows of their wings, reluctant, it seemed, to even keep company with their fellows. As to the creature that had unwittingly led her here, he was limping his way through the congregation towards a place at the top of the slope where a tent the colour of the darkening sky had been pitched. She was, of course, instantly curious as to what wonder it contained. Did she dare leave the cover of the trees and follow him to find out? Why not? She reasoned. She had nothing to lose. Even if she were able to find her way back down the mountain to the wagons, Whitney would be there, with his rifle and his righteousness. Better to go where the creature and her curiosity led. And now another astonishment. Though she took her way out from the trees and up through the 100 or so gathered here, none made a move to question her or block her way. A few heads were turned in her direction, it was true, a few whispers exchanged, of which she was surely the subject. But that was all. Among such strangenesses, her size and sickliness were apparently taken to be a glamour of their own. As she climbed, the thought occurred to her that perhaps this was a dream, that she had swooned on her father's chest, and would wake soon with his body cold beneath her. There were simple proofs against such doubts, however. First she pinched her arm, then she poked her tongue in the bad tooth at the back of her mouth. Both hurt, more than a little. She wasn't dreaming. Had she maybe lost her mind, then, and was inventing these wonders the way travellers in the desert invented wells and fruit trees? No, that made no sense either. If these were comforts she'd created, where were her mother and her father? Where were the tables laden with cake and milk? Extraordinary as all these visions were, they were real. The lights, the families, the shimmering tent, all as real as Whitney and the wagons and the dead in their graves. Thinking of what she'd left behind, she paused for a moment and looked back down the mountain. Night was drawing on swiftly, and the forest had receded into a misty darkness. She could see no sign of the wagons, nor were there any fires burning below. Either the snow had buried them all, or, more likely, they had moved on towards the mountain while the blizzard's fury subsided, assuming she was lost. So she was. Orphaned and wandering among strangers, countless miles from the place where she was born, she was as lost as any soul could be. But she felt no sadness at that thought. A prick, perhaps, knowing her father lay in the dark below, but no more. Instead, she felt a kind of joy. She was of a tribe of one here, and if she was ever asked what manner of magic she carried to the sacred place, she would sit these miraculous folk down and tell them about Everville, street by street, square by square. and they would be astonished. Nor would she be lost when she'd told her tale, because Everville was her true home, and she was as safe in its heart as it was in hers. 5. 1. It wasn't difficult for Whitney to convince those waiting back of the wagons that they should give up the O'Connell girl as lost and move on. Darkness was falling, and Sturgis had already returned from the forest with babbled tales of a terror that had brutally dispatched Potrock. It was still here, Whitney warned, and though its conjurer was dead, the creature's appetite for blood and souls would only become stronger as the night deepened. Besides, the storm had abated a little. This was God's way of thanking them for their part in O'Connell's dispatch. They should not scorn it. Nobody, not even Marcia Winthrop, put up any argument against their departure. Whitney had graphically described the girl's abduction. It was unlikely she had survived. Even though the snowfall had given way to mist, and the moon, when it rose, was round and bright, progress was exhausting, and after an hour of travel, with the fringes of forest a safe distance behind them, they made camp for the remainder of the night. Whitney sang hymns as he lit the fire, raising his unmelodious voice to the glory of God, praising him for leading them from hell's dominion. "The Lord has us in his hands," Whitney told the company between verses. "Our journey is almost done." At his suggestion, Everett Immendorf's widow, Ninny, was charged to make a stew, its ingredients culled from the last of everyone's supply of victuals. "It will be the last supper we will take along this dark road," Whitney said, "for tomorrow God will bring us into our promised land." The stew was little more than gruel, but it warmed them as they sat huddled about the fire. Drinking it, they dared talk quietly of deliverance, and it was in the midst of this talk they had proof that Whitney had been right. As the flames began to die down, there came a sound from beyond the throw of the light, that of someone politely clearing their throat. Sturgis, who had not stopped trembling since his return, was first to his feet, his gun drawn. "No need of that," came a floating voice. "I'm here as a friend." Whitney rose to his feet. "Then show yourself, friend," he said. The stranger did as he was invited, and sauntered into view. He was shorter than any man around the fire, but he carried himself with the easy gait of one who was seldom, if ever, crossed. The high collar of his fur coat was turned up, and he smiled out from its luxury as though the faces before him were those of well-fed friends. And he was coming to join them at a feast. Apart from the snow on his boots, there was no sign that he had exerted himself to reach this spot. Every detail was in place, and bespoke a man of cultivation. Waxed moustache, clipped beard, calfskin gloves, silver-tipped cane. There was not one among the group around the fire unmoved by his presence. Sheldon Sturgis felt a deep shame for his cowardice, certain that this man had never shat his pants in his life. Alvin Goodhue's stomach rebelled at the powerful perfume the man wore, and he summarily threw up his portion of gruel. Its cook, Ninny Immendorf, didn't even notice. She was too busy feeling thankful for her widowhood. "Where'd you come from?" Marcia wanted to know. "Up the pass," the stranger replied. "Where's your wagon?" The man was amused by this. "I came on foot," he said. "It's no more than a mile or two down into the valley." There were murmurs of joy and disbelief around the fire. "We're saved!" Cynthia Fisher sobbed. "Oh, Lord in heaven, we're saved!" "You were right," Goodhue said to Whitney. "We were in God's hands tonight." Whitney caught the twitch of a smile on the stranger's face. "This is indeed welcome news," he said. "May we know who you are?" "No secret there," the man replied. "My name's Owen Buddenbaum. I came to meet with some friends of mine, but I don't see them among your company. I hope no harm has befallen them." "We've lost a lot of good people," Sturgis said. "Who are you looking for?" "Harmon O'Connell and his daughter," Buddenbaum replied. "Were they not with you?" The smiles around the fire died. There were several seconds of uneasy silence, then Goodhue simply said, "They're dead, Buddenbaum teased the glove off his left hand as he spoke, his voice betraying nothing. "Is that so?" he said.
"Yes, it's so," Sturgis replied. "O'Connell got lost on the mountain."
"And the child?"
"She went after him. It's like he says they're both dead."
Buddenbaum's bare hand went up to his mouth, and he nibbled on the nail of his thumb. There was at least one ring on every finger. On the middle digit, 3. "I'm surprised," he said.
"At what?"
Whitney replied. "At God-fearing men and women leaving an innocent child to freeze to death?" Buddenbaum replied. He shrugged. "Well, we do what we must do." He pulled his glove back on. "I'll take my leave of you."
"Wait," said Ninny. "Won't you have something to eat? We ain't got much, but—"
"Thank you, no."
"I got a little coffee tucked away," Sheldon said. "We could brew a cup."
"You're very kind," Buddenbaum said.
"So stay," said Sheldon.
"Another time, perhaps," Buddenbaum replied. He scanned the group as he spoke. "I'm sure our paths will cross in the future," he said. "We go our many ways, but the roads lead back and back, don't they? And of course we follow them. We have no choice."
"You could ride back down with us," Sheldon said.
"I'm not going back," came the reply. "I'm going up the mountain."
"You're out of your mind," Marcia said with her customary plainness. "You'll freeze up there."
"I have my coat and gloves," Buddenbaum replied, "and if a little child can survive the cold, I surely can."
"How many times—"
Goodhue began, but Whitney, who had taken a seat on the far side of the fire from Buddenbaum and was studying the man through the smoke, hushed him.
"If he wants to go, let him," he said.
"Quite so," Buddenbaum replied. "Well, good night." As he turned from the fire, however, Ninny blurted out,
"Trumpets!"
Buddenbaum looked back. "I beg your pardon?"
"We heard trumpets up on the mountain."
She looked to her fellow travelers for support, but none offered a word.
"At least I did," she went on hesitantly. "I heard—"
"Trumpets?
"Yes."
Strange."
"Yes."
She had lost all confidence in her story now. "Of course it could have been— I don't know."
"Thunder," said Whitney.
"Thunder. That sounds like trumpets. Well, there's a thing. I'll listen out for it." He directed a little smile at Ninny. "I'm much obliged," he said, with such courtesy she thought she'd swoon. Then, without a further word, he turned his back upon the assembly and strode out of the firelight, and the darkness swallowed him whole. 2. All those gathered around the fire that night would survive the rest of the journey, and, all in their fashion, prosper. It was a brave time in the West, and in the years to come they would build and profit and procreate heroically, putting behind them the harm they'd suffered getting there. They would not speak of the dead, despite the promises they'd made. They would not seek out the bones of those ill-buried and see them laid to rest with better care. They would not mourn. They would not regret. But they would remember. And of the incidents they'd conjure in the privacy of their parlors this night, and the man who'd come visiting would prove the most enduring. Every time Sheldon Sturgis brewed a pot of coffee, he would think of Buddenbaum and recall his shame. Every time Ninny Immendorf had a suitor come knocking, and several did, for wives were hard to come by in those years, and Ninny could cook a mean stew, she would go to the door praying it would not be Franklin or Charlie or Burke, but Buddenbaum. Buddenbaum. And every time the Reverend Whitney mounted his pulpit and spoke to his parishioners about the workings of the devil in the world, he would bring the man with a cane to mind, and his voice would fill with feeling, and the congregation would shudder in their pews. It was as though the preacher had seen the evil one face to face, people would say as they filed out. For he spoke not of a monster with the horns of a goat, but of a man fallen on hard times, stripped of his horses and his retinue, and wandering the world in search of children that had strayed from the fold.
6. 1. By the time Maeve reached the top of the slope she had lost sight of her saviour, and as there were no lights around the tent it was hard to make out much about those who lingered in its vicinity. Part of her hoped not to encounter him, given that she'd cheated on her promise and followed him into the midst of this ceremony, but another part, the part nourished by his honey blood, was willing to risk his ire if she could know him better. Surely he wouldn't hurt her, she told herself, however angry he was. What was done was done. She'd seen the secrets. All except for what lay inside the tent, of course, and she would soon put that to rights. There was a door a few yards from where she stood, but it was sealed, so she headed around to the side of the tent where there was nobody to see, and pulled the fabric up out of the snow so that she could shimmy underneath. Inside there was a silence so deep she almost feared to draw breath, and a darkness so profound it seemed to press against her face like the hands of a blind man reading her flesh. She let it do so, fearing that she'd be removed if she rejected it, and after a few moments of scrutiny its touch became lighter, almost playful, and she felt the darkness coaxing her up from the ground and away from the wall. She was obliged to trust to it, but that was no great hardship. There was no peril here, of that she was certain, and as if in reward for her faith the darkness began to flower before her, bloom upon bloom opening as she approached. The darkness grew no lighter, but as she walked her eyes understood its subtleties better, saw forms and figures that she'd been blind to before. She was one of hundreds here, she realized, members of the families she'd seen in the snow outside, lucky or worthy enough to come into this sacred place. There were tears of bliss on some of their faces, smiles and reverence on others. A few even looked her way as she was led through the throng, but most were watching some sight the black blossoms had not yet shown her. Eager to know what wonder this was, she focused her attentions upon the mysterious air. And now she began to see. There was a form appearing ahead of her, like the fruit of this blossoming darkness. It resembled nothing she could name, but it had the sinuousness of a serpent, or rather of many serpents, turned upon themselves over and over, a knot of sliding shapes in constant motion. It entered itself, this knot, and emerged remade. It divided and sealed, opened like an eye, and broke like water on a rock. Sometimes, in the midst of its cavortings, a spray of darkness would spurt between its surfaces. Oftentimes it would slough off a skin of shadows, which would instantly fly apart, like fragments rising like seeds from a field of dandelions, sowing themselves in the fertile gloom. She was watching one such seeding when her gaze fell upon the figures sitting beneath this display, a man and a woman, face to face, hand to hand, their heads bowed as if in prayer. Seeing the two of them so close, she thought of Abilene Welsh and Billy Baxter, though she did not entirely comprehend the reason. Surely those two had not frozen to death looking for a place to hold hands and bow heads, but to perform that labor she'd witnessed countless times among beasts. And yet was the getting of children not the purpose of that labor? And did the form hovering above this couple not seem to come from their mingled essences, which rose from their lips like coiling smoke, and intertwined between their brows? "It's a baby," she said aloud. Either the darkness was negligent, and failed to catch her words before they flew, or else the sound her tongue made was too slippery to be seized. Whichever, she saw the words go from her lips, like a turquoise and orange flame, the colours strident in such muted circumstances. They instantly flew towards the dark child, and were drawn into its workings, their brilliance streaking its every part. The woman opened her eyes and raised her head with a look of pain upon her face, and her husband rose from his chair, expelling a throatful of ether, then looked up at the creature he had fathered. It was in turmoil now, its configurations changing even more rapidly, as if Maeve's colours had given it new fuel for its inventions. Too much, perhaps. In an ecstasy of change, its forms became even more erratic, feeding upon their own invention as they multiplied. Maeve was in sudden terror. She retreated a couple of stumbling steps, then turned and pelted away through the crowd. There was turmoil all around her, the darkness too traumatized to silence the voices of the throng, so that shouts of panic and alarm erupted on every side.
She darted this way and that to keep anyone from catching hold of her, though it seemed few understood what had happened, much less recognized the culprit, and she reached the wall of the tent without a hand being laid upon her. As she stooped to duck under the fabric, she glanced back. The child was in decay, she saw, its forms ripened to bursting and rotting in the air. Its parents had separated, and lay in the arms of their respective families, stricken and sickened. Even as Maeve watched, the woman went into a fit so violent it was all her comforters could do to restrain her. Clamping her hand over her mouth to subdue her sobs, Maeve dug under the tent wall and out into the snow. News of the calamity had already spread among those waiting outside, and chaos had ensued. A fight had broken out towards the bottom of the slope, and someone was already sprawled on the ground with a spike in his heart. Elsewhere people were running towards the tent, even as those within emerged, yelling at the tops of their voices. Maeve sat down on the snow and pressed the heels of her hands against her eyes, which burned with all she'd seen, and with the tears that were about to come. "Child." She raised her head and started to look around. "What did you promise?" She looked no further. "It wasn't my fault," she said, wiping her nose with the back of her hand. "I just said—" "It was you," the beast replied, cutting her short. O Lord, what have I done?" She felt the beast's hands on her body, and without warning she was spun around. She finally saw his features plainly, his long, patient face, his golden eyes, his fur thickening to a mane in the middle of his skull, sleek as a beaver's pelt on his brow and cheek and chin. His teeth were chattering slightly. "Are you cold?" "No, damn you!" She started to weep softly. "All right, I'm cold," he said. "I'm cold." "No, you're not. You're afraid." The gold in his eyes flickered. "What's your name?" he said. "Maeve O'Connell." "I should have killed you, Maeve O'Connell." "I'm glad you didn't," she said. "Who are you?" "Coker Amiano, soon to be infamous. If I'd killed you, you wouldn't have done this terrible thing." "What was so terrible?" "You spoke at the marriage. That was forbidden. Now there'll be war. The families'll blame each other. There'll be bloodshed. Then, when they realize it wasn't them, they'll come looking for the culprit, and they'll kill us. You for what you did in there, me for bringing you here." Maeve pondered this chain of disaster for a moment. "They can't kill us if they can't find us," she said finally. She glanced back down the slope. Just as Coker had predicted, the fighting had indeed escalated. If it was not yet war, it would be very soon. "Is there another way?" she said. "One," he replied. She scrabbled to her feet. "Take us there," she said. 2. Over the decades, Buddenbaum had assembled a comprehensive list of fictional works in which he appeared. To date he had knowledge of 23 characters he had directly inspired, that is to say, a reader of the book in question or a viewer of the play, if they knew him, instantly recognized the source, along with another 10 or 11 characters that drew upon aspects of his nature for comic or tragic effect. It was testament to the many facets of his personality that he could step on to the stage as a judge in one piece and as a procurer in another, and have both portraits judged accurate. He took no offence at being exploited in this fashion, however scandalous the work or scurrilous the part. It was flattering to be a seed for so many creations, especially for one as certain to remain childless as he. And it amused him mightily that when these artists, in their cups, confessed to their homage, they invariably spoke of how much raw human truth they had discovered in him. He suspected otherwise. Know it or not, and in his experience artists knew very little, they were inspired by the very opposite of what they claimed. He was not raw, he was not true, and one day, if he was cautious and wise, he would not even be human. He was a fake through and through, a man who had traveled the trails of America in a dozen different guises, and would wear another dozen before his business was done. He did not blame them for their credulity. Every art but one was a game of delusions. But oh, the road to that art was hard, and he was glad to have his list of alter egos to divert him as he made his way along it.
He even had some of the fruitier dialogue ascribed to him in these works by heart, and it pleased him to recite it aloud when there was nobody within earshot. As now, for instance, trudging up the forested flank of this damnable mountain, a speech from a pseudo-historical tragedy called Serenissima. I have nothing but you, my sweet Serenissima. You are my sense, my sanity, and my soul. Go from me now, and I am lost in the great dark between the stars, and cannot even perish there, for I must live until you still my heart. Still it now, I beg thee, still it now, and let my suffering cease. He stopped in mid-declaration. There was another sound competing for his audience of trees, this far less musical. He held his breath to hear it better. It was coming from the summit of the mountain, or thereabouts. Sufficient voices to suggest a cast of some substantial size was assembled there. No need to wonder what kind of drama was under way. The keening told all. It was a tragedy. With his own voice now hushed, he started to climb again. The sounds more horrid, the louder they became. It was only in fiction that pain made the dying poetic. In life they sobbed and begged and ran with tears and snot. He had seen such spectacles countless times, and did not relish seeing another, but he had no choice. The child might very well be up there somewhere, a child named for a goddess who brought dreams, and back in the balmy spring in Missouri his instincts had told him there was some significance in that naming. He lodged a little piece of his own dreams with the O'Connells as a consequence, which, with hindsight, had probably been an error. How much of an error the next hour or so would tell. Meanwhile there was the mystery of the voices to vex him. Was this the dying cries of pioneers lost in the heights? He didn't think so. There were sounds amid the cacophony he had never heard from a human throat, nor indeed from any animal that lived in this corner of reality, which fact had made him sweat despite the cold. A sweat of anticipation that perhaps the impulsive gift he'd made to Harmon O'Connell had not after all been so unwise, and that the Irishman's daughter had led him, all unknowing, to the borders of his own promised land. 7. There was a crack in the sky. That was Maeve's first thought. A crack in the sky, and on the other side of it another sky, brighter than the night in which she stood. She had seen the heavens produce many marvels, lightning, whirlwinds, hail, and rainbows, but nothing like the waves of colour vaster than the vastest thunderhead that rolled across that sky beyond the crack. A breeze came out to find her. It was warm, and carried on its back a deep, rhythmical boom. "That's the sea," she said, starting towards the crack. It was not wide, nor was it stable. It wavered in the air, as jittery as the flame of a lamp in a high wind. She didn't care about the how and why of it. She'd seen too much tonight to begin asking questions now. All she wanted to do was cross this threshold, not because she feared the consequences of what she'd done earlier, but because there was a sky and a sea she'd never seen before, waiting on the other side. "There'll be no way back," Coker warned her. "Why not?" "It took a great blessed man to make this door, and when it closes again it won't be easily opened." He glanced back down towards the battlefield and moaned at what he saw. "Lord, look at that. You go if you want to. I can't live with this." He raised his hand in front of his face, and a single razor claw appeared from his middle finger, gleaming. "What are you doing?" He put the claw to his throat. "No!" she yelled, and grabbed his hand. "All this dying just because I said something I shouldn't. It's stupid." "You don't understand the reasons," he said bitterly, though he made no further attempt to harm himself. "And you do?" Maeve replied. "Not exactly. I know there's some great argument between the families that's so bad they've been slaughtering one another for generations. This wedding was supposed to be a seal of peace between them, and the child was the proof of that." "What's the argument?" she said. He shrugged. "Nobody knows outside the families. And after this," he looked at the corpse-strewn slope, "there'll be fewer who know than ever." "Well, it's still stupid," she said again, "killing each other over an argument when there's so many things worth living for." She still had hold of his hand. As she spoke, he retracted the claw. "I lost my papa tonight," she said solemnly. "I don't want to lose you too." "I've known blessedmans less persuasive than you,"
Coker remarked softly. His voice was tinged with awe. "What kind of child are you?"
"Irish,"
Maeve replied.
"Are we going, then?"
She looked back towards the crack. The ground at its base was shifting, the stones and trampled snow softened in the heat of whatever power had opened this door, drawn through the threshold, then pouring back again. She started towards it fearlessly, but as she did so, Coker laid his hand on her shoulder. "Do you understand what you're doing?" he said.
"Yes,"
she said, a little impatiently. She wanted to walk on that ebbing dirt. She wanted to know how it felt. But Coker hadn't done with his warnings. "Quiddity's a dream sea," he said, "and the countries there are strange."
"So's America,"
she said. "Stranger than America. They're born from what's in here." He tapped her temple with his finger.
"People dream countries?"
"More than countries. They dream animals and birds and cities and books and moons and stars."
"They all dream the same books and birds?"
she said. "The shapes are different," Coker replied, somewhat hesitantly, "but the souls of things are the same." She looked at him in befuddlement.
"Whatever you say,"
she replied. "No, it's important you understand," he insisted. He paused for a moment, frowning as he dug for enlightenment. Then it came. "My father used to say, every bird is one bird, and every book is one book, and every bird and every book is one thing too, under the words and the feathers." He finished with a flourish, as though the meaning of this was self-evident. But Maeve simply shook her head, more confounded than ever.
"Does this mean you're somebody's dream?" she said.
"No," Coker told her. "I'm the child of a trespasser." Here, at least, was something she grasped.
"Quiddity wasn't meant to be a place of flesh and blood," he went on. "But people get through. A few. Tricksters, poets, magicians. Some of them die. Some of them go crazy.
And some of them fall in love with the things they find, and children come, who are part human and part not." He spread his arms and his wings. "Like me."
"I do," she said with a sly little smile. "I like you a lot."
But he was deadly serious. "I want you to know what you're doing when you step through that crack."
"I don't mind being a trespasser."
"You'll be living in a place where your people can only come in dreams, and then only 3 times. The night they're born, the night they fall in love, and the night they die." She thought of her papa, then, who'd spoken of floating in a calm sea with her mamma beside him. Had that sea been Quiddity?
"I want to go,"
she said, more eager than ever. "As long as you understand," he said.
"I do," she told him. "Now can we go?"
He nodded, and she was away in a heartbeat, stepping lightly over the shifting ground. If Buddenbaum had learned anything in his years of wandering, it was that things mundane and things miraculous were not, as reason had it, irrevocably divided. Quite the reverse. Though the continent was everywhere being measured and possessed by unmagical minds, its sacred places overrun, and their guardians driven to drink and despair, the land was too deeply seeded with the strange to ever be made safe for the pioneer. The proof was spread before him on the mountain slope. Creatures from the far side of sleep, breathing the same air as the brave souls who'd come to conquer this land, dying with the same stars overhead. Walking among the corpses, he felt the itch to hike back down the trail and fetch a few of the pioneers back, to show to them that they were not the only travelers here, and that no law nor God nor well-laid pavement would keep beasts like these from coming again. He might have done so, too, but for the girl. She was here somewhere, his instinct told him, and alive. Whatever mischief had brought this massacre about, she had survived it. But where? Up the slope he climbed, pausing now and again when a particular bizarrity caught his eye. He had been a student of the occult for too long to doubt the origin of these species. They came from the metacosm, the world of Quiddity. He had never been able to find his way into that place himself, but he had collected over the last many decades several unique works on its geography and zoology, most of which he knew by heart. He had even sought out and interrogated men and women, most of them in Europe, and most magicians, who claimed to have found their way over the divide between this world, the helter insendo, and into that other. Some of them had proved to be living in a state of self-delusion, but there had been 3 who had convinced him beyond reasonable doubt that they had indeed ventured onto the shores of the dream sea. One had even voyaged across it, and had lived among the islands of the ephemeris a life of sybaritic excess, before his mistress had conspired to strip him of his powers and return him to the cosm. None of these travellers had profited from their journeys, however. They had returned wounded and melancholy. The sweet simplicities of God and goodness no longer made sense to them, and human intercourse gave them no comfort. Life was meaningless, they had all then concluded, whether in this world or that. Buddenbaum had listened carefully, learned what he could, then left them to their wretchedness. If ever he swam with spirits, he told himself, or walked upon a shore where dreams took living form, he would not whine about the absence of God. He would lead those spirits and shape those dreams, and gain in power and comprehension until time and place folded up before him. He was perhaps closer to realizing that ambition than he'd thought. A door had opened to let these creatures through, and if it was still ajar, then he would take his chances and step through it, unprepared though he was. He went down on his hands beside some pitifully wounded creature, and whispered softly to her. "Can you hear me?" Her speckled eyes flickered in his direction. "Yes," she said. "How did you get here?" "The ships," she replied. "After the ships, how did you get into the cosm?" "The blessed man opened a way for us." "And where is this way?" "Who are you?" "Just tell me." "Are you with the child?" she said. Something about the way she asked this question cautioned Buddenbaum. "No," he said, "I'm not with the child. In fact—" He studied the woman's face as he spoke, looking for clues. "In fact, I'm here to kill the child." The woman grimaced through the pain. "Yes," she said. "Yes, do that. Slaughter the little bitch and give her heart to the blessed man." "I have to find the bitch first," Buddenbaum said calmly. "The way, that's where she'll be." The dying woman turned her head and stared up the slope. "Do you see the tent?" "Yes." "Beyond it, to the right, there are rocks, yes? Black rocks?" "I see them." "On the other side." "Thank you." Buddenbaum started to rise. "The blessed man," the woman said, as he did so. "Tell him to say a prayer for me." "I will," Buddenbaum replied. "What's your name?" The woman opened her mouth to reply, but death was too quick for her. Unnamed, she died. Buddenbaum paused to close her eyes. The stare of the dead had always distressed him. Then he headed on up the slope towards the rocks and the way that lay concealed between. As she stepped over the threshold, Maeve took one last look back at the world she had been born into. If Coker was right, she would not see it again. Another hour, and it would be day. The weaker stars had already flickered out, and the bright ones were dimming.
There was a faint light in the east, and by it she could see a man between the rocks, climbing with the gait of one who could barely keep from breaking into a dash. Though he was still some distance away, she recognized him by his coat and cane. "Mr. Buddenbaum," she murmured. "You know him?" "Yes, of course."
She took a step back the way she'd come, but Coker caught hold of her arm. "He's attracted some attention," he said. It was true. 2 of the survivors of the bloodshed were following, one a dozen paces behind Buddenbaum, the second twice that, and by the state of their robes and blades it was plain they'd claimed more than their share of lives. In his haste, Buddenbaum was unaware of them, though they were closing on him fast. Alarmed, Maeve pulled away from Coker and stepped back over the threshold. The unstable ground, excited by her agitation, splashed up against her shins. Coker called out to her again, but she ignored him and started down between the rocks, shouting to Buddenbaum as she went. He saw her now, and a smile crossed his face. "Child!" Coker was behind her, yelling, "Quickly! Quickly!" She glanced over her shoulder at the flame of the crack.
It was wavering wildly, as though it might extinguish itself at any moment. Coker was standing as close to the crack as he could get without crossing over, beckoning to her. But she couldn't go, not without hearing from Buddenbaum some words of explanation. Her father had suffered and perished because of a dream this man Buddenbaum had sown in his heart. She wanted to know why, wanted to know what the shining city of Everville had meant to Buddenbaum, that he had gone to such trouble to inspire its creation. There was only half a dozen yards between them now. "Maeve," he began. "Behind you!" she yelled, and he glanced back to see the assassins racing up between the rocks. With but a moment before the first of them was upon him, he took the offensive and struck out with his cane, bringing it down on the man's blade and dashing it from his hand. The blow splintered his cane, but he didn't cast it away. As his attacker bent to snatch up the fallen sword, Buddenbaum drove the broken cane into his face. He reeled backwards, shrieking, and before the other assailant could push past his companion and catch his now weaponless quarry, Buddenbaum was off again towards the crack. "Stand aside, child!" he yelled to Maeve, who was frozen now, unable to advance or retreat. "Aside!" he said as he came upon her. Coker let out an angered yell, and she looked up to see him stepping back through the crack, whether to aid her or to block Buddenbaum she didn't know. For a moment, picturing the look of hunger on Buddenbaum's face as he'd shoved her aside, she feared for Coker's safety. Buddenbaum knew what the door opened onto. That was plain, and equally plainly he'd not be denied whatever wonders lay there. He struck Coker 4 or 5 times, the blows powerful enough to crack Coker's nose and open his brow. Coker roared in fury and seized hold of Buddenbaum by the throat, pitching him back the way he'd come. Maeve had started to get to her feet, but as she did so, a tremor ran through the ground, and she raised her head in time to see the crack convulse from one end to the other. Shaken by the violence in its midst, the flame was flickering out. "Coker!" she yelled, fearful he'd be trapped in the closing door. He looked her way, his face all sorrow, and then retreated a step or two until he was safe from the threshold. The sliver of Quiddity visible through the crack was narrower by the moment. But her thoughts weren't of the voyages she'd never take there. They were of Coker, whom she'd known only half a night, but who'd been in that little time her saviour and her tutor and her friend. He stared through the closing door like a beaten dog, so forlorn she couldn't bear to look at him. Eyes stinging, she averted her gaze, and Buddenbaum rose into her sight, his face spattered with Coker's blood. "Never!" he was yelling. "Never! Never!" And raising his fists, he stumbled back towards the narrowing crack, as if to beat it open again. In his passion he had forgotten the second assassin. He had clambered over his sprawled companion, and now, as Buddenbaum stepped on to the contested ground between slope and shore, the assassin lunged and drove his weapon into the enemy's back. The wounding stopped Buddenbaum in his tracks. He let out a sob, more of frustration than of pain, it seemed, and reached behind him, grabbing at the weapon and hauling it out of his flesh. As he did so, he swung round, moving with such speed that his wounder had no time to avoid his own blade. It opened his belly from flank to flank in a single slice, and without a sound the man fell forward, his guts preceding him to the ground. Maeve didn't watch his final moments. Her gaze went back to the crack, unable to keep from looking Coker's way one final time, and, to her astonishment, she saw him stepping forward and reaching through the gap, jamming his arms in the door before it could seal itself. Then he pressed forward and began to elbow the crack open a little way, pushing first his head, then his thickly muscled neck, then a shoulder through the fissure. It caused him no little pain, but the sensation seemed only to fuel his frenzy. Thrashing as he went, he dragged his body through the opening, inch by agonizing inch, until his wings met the crack. Though they were folded behind him as tight to his body as they'd go, they were too bulky to be pulled through. He let out a pitiful cry and turned his eyes in Maeve's direction. She started towards him, but he waved her away. "Just be ready," he gasped. Then, drawing a single, tremendous breath, he pressed every sinew into service and began to push again. There was a terrible tearing sound, and blood began to flow from his back, running down over his shoulders. Maeve shuddered in horror, but she could not look away. His eyes were locked with hers, as though she was his only anchor in his suffering. He rocked back and forth, the muscle that joined wings to torso torn wide open, his body shuddering as he visited this terrible violence upon it.
The horror seemed to go on an age, the thrashing, rocking, and tearing, but his tenacity was repaid. With one final twisting motion he separated his body from its means of flight, pressed his mutilated form through the crack, and fell, his honey blood flowing copiously on the other side. Maeve knew now what he'd meant by "just be ready." He needed her help to stem the flow from his wounds before he bled to death. She went to the body of Buddenbaum's attacker and tore at his robes. They were thick and copious, precisely to her purpose. Returning to Coker, who was lying face down where he'd fallen, she pressed the fabric gently but firmly against his wounds, which ran from his shoulder-blades to waist, telling him softly as she did so that this was the bravest thing she'd ever seen. She would make him well, she said, and watch over him for as long as he wished her to do so. He sobbed against the snow. The crack closed above him, and in the midst of his tears he answered her. "Always," he said. Buddenbaum had been wounded before, though only once as badly as this. The stabbing would not kill him. His patrons had rendered his constitution inhumanly strong in return for his services. But it would take a little time to heal, and this mountain was no place to do it. He lingered in the vicinity of the two rocks long enough to see the door close, then he stumbled away from the slope, leaving the O'Connell child and her miserable consort to bleed and weep together at the top. Discovering how innocent little Maeve had come to cause such mayhem, he would leave for another day. Not all the witnesses to the night's events were dead. He'd seen a handful fleeing the field when he'd arrived. In due course he'd trace them and quiz them, till he better understood how his fate and that of Maeve O'Connell were connected. One thing he knew for certain. Connected they were. The instinct that had made him prick his ears that April day, hearing the name of a goddess called in a place of dust and dirt and unwashed flesh, had been good. The miraculous and the mundane lived side by side in this new-found land, and, in the person of Maeve O'Connell, were indivisible. 8. 1. Coker and Maeve lay in the shelter of the two rocks for several hours, resting bones, flesh, and spirits traumatized by all that the previous night had brought. Sometimes she would make little compresses of fabric soaked in melted snow, and systematically clean his wounds, while he lay with his head upon her lap, moaning softly. Sometimes they would simply doze together, sobbing sometimes in their sleep. There was no snow that morning. The wind was strong and brought convoys of puffy white clouds up from the southwest, shredding them against the peaks. Between them, sun, too frail to warm them much, but reassuring nevertheless. The supplies of carrion lying on the slope had not gone unnoticed. An hour or two after sunrise, the first birds began to circle and descend, looking for morsels on the battlefield. Their numbers steadily increased, and Maeve, fearful that she or Coker would have an eye pecked out while they slept, insisted they move a few yards into the cleft between the rocks, where the birds would be less likely to come. Then, sometime towards noon, she woke with her heart hammering to the sound of growls. She got up and peered over the rock. A pack of wolves had nosed the dead on the wind, and were now either tearing at the bodies or fighting over the tenderest scraps. Their presence was not the only grim news. The clouds were getting heavier, threatening further snow. "We have to go," she told Coker. He looked up at her through a haze of pain. "Go where?" he said. "Back down the mountain," she told him, "before we freeze or starve. We don't have that much daylight left." "What's the noise?" "Wolves." "Many of them?" "Maybe 15. They won't come after us while they've got so much food just lying there." She went down on her haunches beside him. "I know you're hurting, and I wish I could make it better. But if we can get back to the wagon, I know there's clean bandages and—" "Yes," he muttered. "And what then?" "I told you. We go on down the mountain." "And what happens after that?" he said, his voice pitifully weak. "Even if we could find the rest of your people, they'd kill us soon as look at us. They think you're a child of the devil, and I don't know what I am any more." "We don't need them," she said. "We'll find our own place to live, somewhere we can build." "Build?" "Not right now, but when you're well. Maybe we'll have to live in a hole for a while, steal food, do whatever we have to do, but we're not going to die."
"You're very certain?"
"Yes," she said quietly. "We're going to build a shining city. You and me."
He looked at her almost pityingly. "What are you talking about?" he said.
"I'll tell you as we go," she said to him, pulling on his arm to raise him up. She was right about the wolves. They had more than enough food to keep them occupied. Only one of the pack, a scarred, runty animal missing an ear, came sniffing after them. Maeve had armed herself with a short sword plucked from one of the corpses, and rushed at the animal with a blood-curdling shout. It fled, its tail between its legs, and did not venture near them again. The first flakes of snow began to fall just as they reached the forest, but once beneath the canopy of branches it was no concern to them. Getting lost, however, was. Though the gradient of the ground plainly pointed the way down, the forest covered most of the lower slope, and without Coker's preternatural sense of direction, Maeve would have most assuredly lost her way between the trees, and never have emerged again. They spoke very little as they went, but Coker, who, despite his wounds, showed amazing fortitude, did broach one subject, that of Buddenbaum. "Was he a blessed man?" Coker asked. "I don't know what a blessed man is."
"One who works with a spirit."
"Like a priest?"
"And does miracles."
"Priests don't do miracles."
"What do they do, then?"
"They say prayers. They break bread. They tell people what to do and what not to do."
"But no miracles?"
"No miracles."
Coker thought about that for a time. "Then I mean something different," he said.
"Are blessed men good or bad?"
"Neither. They're explorers is what they are."
"That sounded like Buddenbaum," she said.
"Well, whatever he is," Coker went on, "he has more power in him than most. That wound should have killed him on the spot."
She pictured Buddenbaum as he spoke, pulling the blade out of his own back.
"It was extraordinary,"
Coker replied. Though she had not said a word, she knew without question he was speaking of the same sight. "How did you do that?" she said.
He looked at her guiltily. "I am sorry," he said. "That was impolite. It's just that it was so clear."
"You saw what I saw?" He nodded. "What else have you seen?"
"Not much," he said.
"What?"
she insisted. "When you talked about building," he said, "I saw a city."
She named it for him. "That's Everville. My papa was going to build it." She paused a moment, then said, "What did it look like?"
"It was shining,"
he replied simply. "Good," she said. It was dark by the time they reached the wagon, but the snow that had blanketed the heights was falling only fitfully below. While Coker made a bed for himself, Maeve rooted around for what crumbs and scraps of food remained, and they ate together. Then they slept again while the wind buffeted the wagon, fitful sleep, filled with dreams, the strangest of which Maeve woke from with such a start Coker stirred beside her.
"What is it?"
he asked her. She sat up. "I was back in Liverpool," she said, "and there were wolves in the streets, walking upright in fancy clothes."
"You heard them howling in your sleep,"
Coker said. The wind was still carrying the howls down the mountainside.
"That's all."
He raised his hand to her face and stroked it gently. "I wasn't afraid," she said. "I was happy." She rose and lit the lamp. "I was walking in the streets," she went on, turning the blankets aside as she spoke, "and the wolves were bowing to me when I went by." She had uncovered the teak chest, and now threw open the lid.
"What are you looking for?"
She didn't answer, but delved through the papers in the chest until she found a piece of folded paper. She closed the chest and unfolded the paper on top of it. Though the light from the lamp was paltry, the object wrapped in the paper gleamed as it was uncovered.
"What is it?"
Coker wanted to know. "Papa never told me properly," she said, "but it was—" She faltered and lifted the paper up towards the light so she could study it better. There were 8 words upon it, in perfect copperplate. "Bury this at the crossroads. where Everville begins.
"Now we know," she said.
2. The snow continued to fall the following day, but lightly. They made 2 small bundles of supplies, wrapped up as warmly as they could, and began the last portion of their journey. The tracks left by the rest of the wagons were still visible, and they followed them for half a mile or so, their route steadily taking them further from the mountain.
"We followed them far enough,"
Maeve announced after a time.
"We've got no choice,"
Cooker replied.
"Yes, we do,"
she said, leading him to the side of the trail where a tree-lined slope fell away steeply into a misty gorge.
"They couldn't go that way, 'cause of the wagons, but we can."
"I can hear rushing down there," Cooker said.
"A river,"
Maeve said with a grin.
"It's a river."
Without further debate they started down. It wasn't easy. Though the snow turned to a light dusting and then disappeared entirely as they descended, the rocks were slick with vivid green moss, which also grew in abundance on the trees, whether dead or alive. Twice they came to places where the slope became too steep to be negotiated, and they were obliged to retrace their steps to find an easier way. But for all their exhaustion they didn't stop to rest. They had the sound, and now the glittering sight, of the river to tempt them on, and everywhere signs of life, ferns and berry bushes and bird-song. At last, as they reached level ground and began to beat a trail to the river, a breeze came up out of nowhere, and the mist that had kept them from seeing any great distance was rolled away. They said nothing to one another, but stood a few yards from the white waters and looked in astonishment at the scene beyond. The dark evergreens now gave way to trees in all their autumnal glory, orange and red and brown, their branches busy with birds, the thicket beneath quickened by creatures pelting away at the scent of these interlopers. There would be food aplenty here, fruit and honey and fish and fowl. And beyond the trees, where the river took its glittering way, there was green land. A place to begin. On the mountain that would come to be known as Harmon's Heights, the elements were beginning the slow process of erasing the dead and their artifacts. They stripped from the bodies what little flesh the wolves and carrion birds had left. They pounded the bones till they splintered, then pounded the splinters to dust. They shredded the tents and the fine robes. They rusted the blades and the buckles. They removed from the sight of any who might chance upon the battlefield in decades to come all but the minutest signs of what had happened there. But there was one sign the elements could not remove, a sign that would have certainly disappeared had there not been a last living soul upon the mountainside to preserve it. His names were numerous, for he was the son of a great family, but to all who had loved him, and there had been many, he was called by the name of a legendary ancestor, Noah. He had come to the mountain with such hopes in his heart he had several times wished aloud for the words to express them better. Now he half believed he'd called disaster down, wishing for words. After all, hadn't it been words spoken by a child that had undone the ceremony and brought the truce to such a bloody end? He had fled the signs of that battle half insane, fled into the forest where he had sat and sobbed for the wife he'd seen perish in front of him, her heart too tender to survive the trauma of having her spirit child unknitted. He, on the other hand, was beyond such frailties, coming as he did from a line of incorruptibles. His mind was part of a greater scheme, and though nothing would have pleased him more than to cease thinking, cease living, he could not violate his family's laws against self-slaughter. Nor would his body perish for want of sustenance. He could fatten himself on moonlight, if he so chose. So at last, when he'd wept himself out, he returned to the site of the tragedy. The beasts had already done their disfiguring work, for which he was grateful. He could not distinguish one corpse from another. They were all simply meat for this devouring world. He climbed the slope and slipped between the rocks up to the place where the door that had led on to the shores of Quiddity had burned. It was gone, of course, sealed up. Nor could he expect it to be opened again any time soon, if at all, given that most all of the people who had known about the ceremony were on this side of the divide, and dead. Blessedman Filigree, who had opened the crack in the first place, was a notable exception. Was he a conspirator in this, perhaps? But given that his opening of the door was a crime punishable by servitude and confinement, he was likely to have fled to the ephemeris since the tragedy, and found a place to lie low until the investigations were over. But as Noah stood on the spot where the threshold between cosm and metacosm had been laid, he saw something flickering close to the ground. He went down on his haunches and peered at it more closely. The door, it seemed, had not entirely closed. A narrow gap, perhaps 4 or 5 inches long, remained in place. He touched it, and it wavered, as though it might at any moment flicker out. Then, moving very cautiously, he went down on his belly and put his eye close to the gap. He could see the beach and the sea, but there were no ships. Apparently their captains had sensed disaster and sailed away to some harbor where they could count their profits and swear their crews to silence. All was lost. He got to his feet and stared up at the snow-laden sky. What now? Should he leave the mountain and make his way in the world of Sapas Humana? What purpose was there in that? It was a place of fictions and delusions. Better to stay here, where at least he could smell the air of Quiddity and watch the light shifting on the shore. He would find some way to protect the flame, so that it wasn't extinguished. And then he would wait and pray that somebody ventured along the beach one day and saw the crack and came to it. He'd tell them the whole sorry story, persuade them to find a blessedman who'd come and open the way afresh. Then he'd return to his world. That was the theory, at least. There was but a tiny chance that it could ever be more than that, he knew. The shore had been chosen for its remoteness. He could not expect many beachcombers there. But patience was easy, if it was all you had. And it was. He would wait, and while he waited, name the stars in this new heaven after the dead, so he would have someone to confide in as time went by. As things went, there was more to see below than above, for after a little while people began visiting the valley that lay in the shadow of the peak. Noah knew their lives were trivial things, but he studied them nevertheless, his gaze so sharp he could pick out the color of a woman's eyes from his lookout on the mountain. There were many women in the valley in those early days, all of them robust and well-made, a few even beautiful. And seeing that this stretch of earth was as good a place as any other to settle, their admirers built houses, and courted, and married, and raised families. And in time there grew and prospered in the valley a proud little city called Everville. Part 2. Congregation 1. Forgive me, Everville. The words were written in fading sepia ink on paper the color of unwashed bed-sheets, but Irwin had read texts far less legible in the 16 years he'd been dealing with the will and testaments of Everville's citizens. Evelyn Morris's final instructions, for instance, put the dogs to sleep and bury them with me, written in iodine on a table-lamp beside her deathbed. Or Dwight Hanson's codicil, scrawled on the margin of a book on duck decoys. Irwin had read somewhere that Oregon had a larger percentage of heretical thinkers per capita than any other state. More activists, more flat-earthists, more survivalists, all happy to have 3,000 miles between them and the seat of government. Out of sight, in a state that was still comparatively empty, they went their own sweet way. And what better place to leave a statement about their individuality than their last words to the world? But even by the high standard of eccentricity he'd encountered in his time as an attorney, the testament he was now studying was a benchmark. It was not so much a will as a confession which had gone unread in the 30 or so years since it had been written in March of 1965. Its author was one Lyle Macpherson, whose goods and chattels had apparently been so negligible upon his passing that nobody had cared to look for any indication as to how he had wanted them divided. Either that, or his only son Frank, whose sudden demise had brought the confession into Irwin's hands, had discovered it, read it, and decided that it was best kept hidden. Why he had not destroyed it completely, only the dead man knew for certain, but perhaps somewhere in his soul Macpherson the younger had been perversely proud of the claims his father made in this document, and had toyed with the possibility of one day making it public. True or not, the contents would have certainly claimed the cover of the Everville Tribune for a couple of weeks, and perhaps brought Macpherson, who had lived a blameless but dull life, running the city's only drain-router and septic service, a welcome touch of notoriety. If that had indeed been his plan, death had foiled it. Macpherson the younger had passed from the world with only a 7-line obituary in the Tribune, 5 lines of which bemoaned the lack of a replacement drain-router and septic service, now that good old Frank was gone, to mark his exit. The life and crimes of Macpherson the elder, however, were waiting to be discovered, and now, sitting by the window in the heat of the late August sun, their discoverer pondered how best to show them to the world. It was certainly a good time to find himself an audience. Every year, at the last week-end of August, Everville had a festival, and for 3 days its otherwise quiet streets became thronged, its population, which had stood at 7,403 at the previous November's census, swelling to half that size again. Every hotel, inn, motel, and lodging-house in that region of the Willamette Valley, from Aurora and Molina in the north to Sublimity and Almsville in the south, was occupied, and there was scarcely a store in town that didn't do more business over festival weekend than it did in the 3 months preceding it. The actual substance of the festival was of variable quality. The town band, which in fact drew players from as far afield as Wilsonville, was very capable, and Saturday's parade, featuring the band, floats, and a troupe of drum majorettes, was usually counted the highlight of the weekend. At the other end of the scale were the pig races and the frisbee-throwing contests, which were ineptly organized and had several years ended in fistfights. But the crowds who came to Everville in their hundreds every August didn't come for the music or the pig racing. They came because it was a fine excuse to drink, dance, and enjoy the last of summer before the leaves started to turn. Only once in the years Irwin had been a resident of the town had it rained on festival weekend. This year, if the weather reports were to be trusted, the entire week ahead would be balmy, with temperatures climbing to the low 80s by Friday. Perfect festival weather. Dorothy Bullard, who ran the offices of the Chamber of Commerce when she wasn't accepting cash for water bills, fronting the tourist board, or flirting with Jed Gilholly, the city's police captain, had announced in last week's Tribune that the Chamber of Commerce expected this year's festival to be the most popular yet. If a man wanted to drop a bombshell, there could scarcely be a better time to do it. With that in mind, Irwin went back to the pages on his lap and studied them for the 4th time. "Forgive me, Everville," Macpherson the elder had begun. "I don't much like having to write these things that I'm going to write, but I got to put down the truth while I still can, being as I'm the only one left to tell it. The fact is, everyone in town knew what we did that night, and they all was happy we did it. But there was only me, Verl Nordhoff, and Richie Dolan, who knew the whole story. And now Verl's dead, and I guess Richie got so crazy he killed himself, so that leaves me. I ain't writing this to save my soul. I don't believe in heaven and hell. They're just words. I ain't going anywhere when I'm dead except into the dirt. I just want to say all of it straight just once, though it don't show Everville up real pretty. What happened was this. On the night of August 27th, 1929, me and Nordhoff and Dolan hung 3 people from a tree on the mountain. One of them we hung was a cripple, and I feel more ashamed for that than I do about the other 2. But they was all in it together, and the only reason he was crippled was he had bad blood in him. The phone rang, and Irwin, wrapped up in his study, jumped. He waited for his answering machine to pick up the call, but it had been on the blink for weeks and failed to do so. He let the phone go on ringing till the caller got bored, then returned to the confession. Where was he? Oh, yes, the bit about the bad blood. And the way he jerked around on that rope, and hollered even though he couldn't breathe, I believe all the things folks were saying about him and his wife and that animal child of his. We didn't find no human bones in the house like we thought we might, but there was other weird stuff, like the pictures painted on the walls and these carvings the cripple had made. That's why we set fire to the house, so's nobody would have to see any of that shit. And I don't regret none of that, because the son was definitely going after innocent children, and the mother was a whore from way back. Everybody knew that. She'd had a whorehouse right here in town, only it had been closed down in the 20s, and that's when she'd lost her mind and gone to live in the house by the creek with her crazy family. So then, when Rebecca Jenkins disappeared, and her body was found in the reservoir, there wasn't nobody doubted what had happened. They'd kidnapped her on her way from school and done whatever they'd done to her, then thrown her body in the creek, and it had been washed down into the reservoir. Only there was no proof. People was talking about it, and they were saying it was pitiful that the police couldn't pin it on the whore and her son and her damn husband, because everyone knew they'd been seen with kids before, kids they'd found in Portland and brought back to the house at night, and if they got away with it again with a kid from right here in Everville, nobody's kids were going to be safe. So that's when the three of us decided to do something about it. Dolan had known the Jenkins girl because she'd used to come by his store, and when he'd think about what had happened to her, he'd get choked up, and he'd be ready to go hang the whore right there and then. Richie had a little girl of his own who was right about Rebecca's age, and he kept saying if we can't keep the children safe, we weren't worth a damn. So that's what we did. We went out to the creek, we burned the house, and then we took the three of them up the mountain and hanged them. And everyone knew what we'd done. The house burned almost to the ground, and nobody came to put out the fire. They just stayed out of sight till we'd done what we'd done, and we'd come back down again. But that wasn't the end of it. The following year the police caught a man from Scott's Mills who'd killed a girl in Sublimity, and he told them he'd murdered Rebecca, too, and dumped her in the creek. The day I heard that, I got crazy drunk, and I stayed drunk for a week. People looked at me different after that, like I'd been a hero because of what we'd done, and now I was just a killer. Dolan took it even worse, and he started getting real angry, saying it was everybody's fault because everybody knew, and that was true in a way. Everville was as much to blame as we were, and I hope if this ever gets read, people forgive me for writing it down, but it's the truth, I swear on my mother's grave. And then, in the same abrupt manner it had begun, Macpherson's testimony ended, begging more questions than it answered, and all the more intriguing for that. Reading it over again left Irwin more excited than ever. He got up and paced around his office, chewing over the options available to him. It was his duty to bring this secret to light. That was not in doubt. But if he did so in Festival Week, when the city was polishing itself to perfection, he would gain a much larger audience while making enemies of his friends and clients. Part of him replied, so what? Hadn't he been telling himself it was time to move on while he was still young enough to relocate? And what better calling card could he have than to be the man who had uncovered the Macpherson conspiracy? The other part of him, the part that had grown comfortable in this corner of the world, said, have a little care for people's feelings. Let this news out in Festival Week, and you'll be a pariah. He paced and he chewed, and finally he decided not to decide, at least not yet. First he'd check his facts to be certain the confession wasn't just Macpherson's invention. Find out if a child called Rebecca Jenkins had indeed been dredged from the reservoir, if there had ever been a house by the creek, and if so, what had happened to those who'd occupied it. He made a photocopy of Macpherson's confession in Betty Jane's office. He'd given her the day off so she could drive into Portland and pick up her mother, then sealed the original in an envelope and locked it up in the safe. That done, he folded up the copy, slipped it into his jacket pocket, and went out for lunch at Kitty's diner. He wasn't by nature a self-analytical man, but as he wandered down Main Street he couldn't help but be struck by the paradox of his present mood. Murder, suicide, and the dispatch of innocence filled his head, but he could not remember when he'd last felt so utterly content with his lot in life. 2. 1. There were those among Dr. Powell's patients that late morning who had seen looks like this on Phoebe Cobb's face before, and they knew from experience that caution was the byword. Woe betide the patient who reported to reception 5 minutes late, or, worse still, attempted to justify their tardiness with some lame excuse. Being carted into the waiting-room in 6 pieces would not have won a sympathetic smile from Phoebe in her present mood. There were even 1 or 2 of the doctor's regulars, Mrs. Converse, here for a fresh supply of blood-pressure pills, and Arnold Heacock, in need of suppositories, who were familiar enough with Phoebe to have guessed the reason for her demeanour, and would have been correct in their assumptions. 5.5 pounds! How was that possible? She'd not touched a candy or a doughnut in 3 weeks. She hadn't allowed herself even to inhale near a plate of fried chicken. How was it possible to eat so frugally, to deny her body everything it craved, and still put on 5.5 pounds? Was the air in Everville fattening these days? Audrey Laidlaw had just stalked in, holding her belly. "I have to see Dr. Powell," she said, before she'd even reached the counter. "Is it an emergency?" Phoebe wanted to know, floating the question so as not to betray the trap beneath. "Yes, absolutely." "Then you should have someone drive you over to Silverton," Phoebe replied. "They deal with emergencies there." "It's not that much of an emergency," the Laidlaw woman snapped. "Then you'll have to make an appointment." Phoebe consulted her diary. "Tomorrow at 10:45? Audrey Laidlaw narrowed her eyes. "Tomorrow?" she said. Phoebe kept smiling, which was a reliable irritant, and was pleased to see the woman grinding her teeth. Only 2 months before, under circumstances not unlike these, the thin and erotic Miss Laidlaw had marched out of the waiting-room muttering "fat bitch," just loudly enough to be heard. Phoebe had thought there and then, "You wait." "Will you just tell Dr. Powell I'm here?" Audrey said. "I'm sure he'll see me." "He's with a patient," Phoebe said. "If you want to take a seat—" "This is intolerable," the woman replied, but she had little choice in the matter. The round lost, she retired to a chair by the window and fumed. Phoebe didn't stare, in case she looked triumphant, but went back to sorting the mail. "Where have you been all my life?" She looked up, and Joe was leaning over the counter, his words little more than a whisper. She glanced past his broad frame to see that everyone in the waiting-room was looking their way, the same question in every gaze. What is a black man in paint-spattered overalls doing whispering to a married woman like Phoebe Cobb? "What time are you finished here?" he asked her softly. "You've got paint in your hair." "I'll shower. What time?" "You shouldn't be here." He shrugged and smiled. Oh, how he smiled. "Around 3, she said. "You got a date." With that he was gone, and she was left meeting 6 stares from around the room. She knew better than to look away. It would instantly be construed as guilt. Instead, she gave her audience a gracious little smile and stared back hard, until they had all dropped their gazes. Then, and only then, did she return to the mail, though her hands were trembling so badly she was butterfingered for the next hour, and her mood so much sweetened she even found a few minutes for Audrey Laidlaw to be given something for her dyspepsia. 2. Joe could do that to her, come in and change her way of being in a matter of moments. It was wonderful, of course, but it was also dangerous. Sooner or later Morton would look up at her from his meatloaf and ask her why she was sparkling tonight, and she wouldn't be able to keep the truth from her lips. "Joe," she'd say, "Joe Flicker. You know who he is. You can't miss him." "What about him?" Morton would reply, his tight little mouth getting tighter as he spoke. He didn't like blacks. "I'm spending a lot of time with him," she'd say. "What the hell for?" he'd say, and she'd look up at the face she'd married, the face she'd loved, and while she was wondering when it had become so sour and sad, he'd start yelling, "I don't want you talking with a nigger." And she'd say, "I don't just talk to him, Morton." Oh, yes, she'd love to say that. "We kiss, Morton, and we get naked, and we do—" "Phoebe!" She snapped out of her reverie, to find Dr. Powell at her side with the morning's files. "Oh, I'm sorry." "We're all done. Are you all right? You look a little flushed." "I'm fine." She relieved him of the files, and he started to pick through his mail.
Don't forget you've got a festival meeting.
He glanced up at the clock. I'll grab a sandwich and go straight over. Damn festival. I'll be glad when it's... Oh, I've referred Audrey Laidlaw to a specialist in Salem.
Is it something serious?
He tossed the letters back onto the desk. Maybe cancer, he said. Oh, Lord. Will you lock up? That happened, over and over. People came in to see the doctor with a headache or a backache or a bellyache, and it turned out to be something terminal. They'd fight it, of course, pills, scans, injections, and once in a while they'd win. But more often than not, she'd watched them deteriorate, week in, week out, and it was still hard after 7 years seeing that happen, seeing people's strength and hope and faith in things slip away. There was always such emptiness towards the end, such bitter looks on their faces, as though they'd been cheated of something and they couldn't quite figure out what. Even the churchgoers, the ones she'd see in front of the tree in the square at Christmas singing hallelujahs, had that look. God wanted them in his bosom, but they didn't want to go, not until they'd made sense of things here. But suppose there was no sense to be made? That was what she had come to believe more and more, that things happened and there was no real reason why. You weren't being tested, you weren't being rewarded, you were just being. And so was everybody and everything else, including tumors and bad hearts, all just being. She had found the simplicity of this strangely comforting, and she'd made her own little religion of it. Then Joe Flicker had been hired to paint the hallway outside the surgery, and her homemade temple had cracked. It wasn't love, she'd told herself from the start. In fact, it wasn't anything important at all. He was an opportunist who'd taken a passing fancy to her, and she'd played along because she was flattered, and she always felt sexier in the summer months. So why not flirt with him a little? But the flirting got serious and secret, and before very long she was ready to scream if he didn't kiss her. Then he did, and she was ready to scream if they didn't go all the way. Then they had, and she'd gone home with paint marks on her breasts and her belly, and sat in the bath and cried for a solid hour, because it felt like this was a reward and a test and a punishment all in one. It still did. She was 36 years old, 20 pounds overweight, her estimation, not Joe's, with small features on a moonish face, pale skin that freckled in the sun, ginger hair, with a few strands of grey already, and a mean streak she had from her mother. Not, she had long ago decided, a particularly attractive package. In Morton she'd found a husband who didn't know or care what he'd married, for better or worse, as long as he was fed and the television worked. A man who'd decided at 30 that the best was over and only a fool would look beyond tomorrow, who increasingly defined himself by his bigotries, and who had not touched her between her legs in 13 months. So how, then? How? Had she come to her present state of grace? How was it possible that this man from North Carolina, this Joe, who'd had a life of adventuring, he'd been stationed in Germany while he was in the army, he'd lived in Washington, D.C. for a while, Kentucky for a while, California for a while, how was it possible that this man had become so devoted to her? When they talked, and they talked a lot, she wondered sometimes if he was quizzing her about her life the way he did, because the same question vexed him, as though he was digging around for some clue as to what it was in her that drew him. Then again, perhaps he was simply curious. "I can't get enough of you," he'd say over and over, and kiss her in ways and places that would have appalled Morton. She thought of those kisses now as she let herself into the house. It was 6 minutes to 3. He was always on time, army training, he'd said once. 6 minutes and he'd be here. She'd read in a magazine a couple of weeks ago that scientists were saying time was like putty. It could be pulled and pushed, and she'd thought, I could have told them that. 6 minutes was 6 hours waiting on the back doorstep. Joe never used the front, it was too conspicuous, but the house was the last on the row, and there was just wooded land beyond, so it was easy to come in from that direction unseen. Waiting for a glimpse of him between the trees, knowing that once he arrived time would be squeezed in the other direction, and an hour, or an hour and a half, would fly by in a matter of moments.
There he was, pushing his way through the thicket, his eyes already upon her, and never leaving her, not for a stride, not for a glance. And the clock in the living-room that had belonged to Morton's mother, and had never kept good time until she died, was sounding 3 o'clock. And all was well with the world. They climbed the stairs, unbuttoning as they went. By the time they reached the spare bedroom, they'd never made love in the marital bed, her breasts were bare, and he had his arms around her from behind, toying as they went. He loved nothing better than to pleasure her this way, his face against the nape of her neck, his chest hard against her back, his embrace absolute. She reached back to unzip him. As ever, she found her hands full. "I've missed this," she said, sliding her hand along his dick. "It's been 3 days," he said. "I've been going crazy." He turned and sat on the edge of the bed, pulling her down so she perched on his knees, then opening her legs by opening his own. His hand went into her with unerring ease. "Oh, baby," he said, "that's what I need." He played with her, in and out. "That's the hottest pussy, baby. You got the hottest fucking pussy." She loved to hear him say the words out loud, the dirty words she only wanted to hear or say when she was with him, the words that made her new and ready. "I'm going to fuck you till you're crazy. You want that?" "Yes." "Tell me." "I want you to fuck me." She was starting to gasp. "Now?" "Till I'm—" "Yeah?" "Till I'm crazy." She fumbled with his belt-buckle, but he shoved her hands away and rolled her over, face to the quilt, hoisting up her dress and tearing down her panties. Backside in the air, legs apart, she reached behind her, the words always easier than she thought they'd be. "Give me your cock." And it was in her hands, as though she'd summoned it, slick and hot-headed. She pressed it against her pussy. He held back for a few seconds, then slid it all inside, down to the zipper from which it still poked. 3. In the tiny committee room above the Chamber of Commerce, Larry Powell watched while Ken Hagenainer went through a full list of the weekend's activities and heard not a word, preoccupied as he was with his return home to Montana the weekend after next. And in the offices below, Irwin Toothaker waited while Dorothy Bullard called around to see if anyone could let the attorney into the old schoolhouse, where the Historical Society kept its collection, because he needed to do some urgent research. And while he waited, Irwin eyed the yellowed tape at the top of the window frames, still holding down an inch of Christmas tinsel, and the faded photographs of the mayor before last with his arms around the Bethany twins on their 16th birthdays, and he thought, "I hate this place. I never realized till now. I hate it." And outside on Main Street, a youth called Seth Lundy, just turned 17 and never been kissed, halted in the middle of the sidewalk outside the pizza place and listened to a sound he had not heard since Easter Sunday, the din of hammers knocking on the sky from heaven's side. He looked up straight above his head, because that was where the cracks usually began, but the blue was flawless. Puzzled, he studied the sky for maybe 15 minutes, during which time the meeting in the committee room was brought to a tidy conclusion, and Irwin decided to tell the truth to the largest audience he could find. And somewhere behind closed drapes in a house on the edge of town, Phoebe Cobb began to quietly weep. "What's wrong?" "Don't stop." "You're crying, baby." "It's all right. I'll be all right." She reached behind her, put her hand on his buttocks, pressing him home, and as she did, the 3 words she'd kept under lock and key escaped. "I love you." Oh, Lord, what had she said? Now he'd leave her, run away and find some other desperate woman who didn't tell him she loved him when all he wanted was a fuck in the afternoon. A younger woman, a slimmer woman. "I'm sorry," she said. "So am I," he replied. There. He was going to pull out and leave right now. "It's going to cause a lot of trouble, what's happening with you and me." He kept fucking her while he talked, not missing a stroke, and it was such bliss, she was sure she'd missed the sense of what he'd said. He couldn't have meant, "I love you back. Oh, baby, I love you so much. I can't think straight sometimes. It's like I'm in a daze till I'm here, right here." It would be too cruel of him to lie, and he wasn't cruel, she knew that, which meant he was telling the truth.
Oh, Lord, he loved her. He loved her. And if all the trouble in the world would come down on their heads because of it, she didn't care. She started to turn in his arms so that she could be face to face with him. It was a difficult maneuver, but her body was different in his arms, lusher and more malleable. Now came those kisses she could feel the day after, the kisses that made her lips burn and her tongue ache, the kisses that brought the tremors that had her shaking and hollering as though possessed. Only today there were words between them, promises of his undying devotion, and the tremors, when they came, rose from some place that was not in any anatomy book on the doctor's shelf, an invisible, unnameable place that neither God nor tumors could touch. "Oh, I almost forgot," he said while they were dressing, and fumbled around in the top pocket of his overalls. "I wanted you to have this, and after this afternoon, well, it's more important than ever." He pulled out a photograph and handed it to her. "That's my mom. That's my brother Ron. He's the baby of the family. And that's my sister Noreen. Oh, yeah, that's me." He was in uniform and shining with pride. "I look good, huh?" "When was this taken?" "The week after I came out of basic training," he said. "Why didn't you stay in the Army?" "It's a long story," he said, his smile fading. "You don't have to—" The phone interrupted her. "Oh, shit! I'm not going to answer that." "It could be important." "Yeah, and it could be Morton," she said, "and I don't want to talk to him right now." "We don't want him getting suspicious," Joe said, "at least till we've made up our minds how we're going to handle all this." She sighed, nodded, and hurried down to the phone, calling back as she went, "We have to talk about this soon." "How about tomorrow, same time?" She told him yes, then picked up the receiver. It wasn't Morton, it was Emmeline Harper, who ran the Historical Society. An overwrought woman with a puffed-up view of her own importance. "Phoebe?" "Emmeline?" "Phoebe, I need a favor. Dorothy just called, and apparently somebody needs to get into the schoolhouse to look through the records. I can't get over there, and I was wondering, would you be a sweetheart?" "No," was on the tip of Phoebe's tongue. Then Emmeline said, "It's that nice Mr. Toothaker, the attorney. Have you met him?" "Yes, a couple of years back." A bit of a cold fish, as she remembered, but maybe this wouldn't be such a bad time to talk to a man who knew the law. She could quietly quiz him about divorce, and maybe she'd learn something to her advantage. "I mean, I'm sure he's very trustworthy. I don't think for a moment he'd tamper with the collection, but I think somebody should be there to let him in and show him what's what." "Fine." "He's over at the Chamber of Commerce. Can I call over and say you'll be 20 minutes? 3. 1. Since its foundation in 1972, the Everville Historical Society had been a repository for all manner of items relating to the city's past. One of the first and most valuable bequests came from Hubert Nordhoff, whose family had owned and run the mill that now stood deserted on the Molina Road, 3/4 of a mile out of town. In the 3.5 decades between 1880 and 1915, the Nordhoff mill had provided employment for a good portion of Everville's citizens, while helping to amass a considerable fortune for the Nordhoffs. They had built a mansion in Salem, and another in Oregon City, before withdrawing from the blanket and fabric-making business and putting their money into lumber, real estate, most of it in Portland, and even, it was rumored, armaments. Hubert Nordhoff's bequest of some 1,000 photographs of life at the mill, along with several other pieces of memorabilia, had been widely interpreted as a belated act of contrition for his ancestors' sudden desertion. The years immediately following the closure of the mill had been Everville's darkest hour, economically speaking. The Nordhoff bequest had begun a small avalanche of gifts. 17 watercolors of local scenes, prettily, if somewhat blandly painted by the wife of Everville's first dentist, were now framed and hung in the walls of the schoolhouse, the renovation of which had been paid for by H. Nordhoff. A collection of walking sticks topped with the heads of fantastical animals, carved by one of the city's great eccentrics, Milius Biggs, was displayed in a glass case in what had been the principal's office. But far outnumbering these aesthetic bequests were more mundane offerings, most of them from ordinary Evervillians. School reports, wedding announcements, obituaries, family albums,
a collection of cuttings from the Oregonian, all of which mentioned the town, disassembled by the librarian Stanley Tharp, who had stammered traumatically for 61 years, but on his deathbed had recited Milton's Paradise Lost without a stumble, and, of course, family letters in their hundreds. The labor of organizing such a large body of material was slow, given that all the Society's workers were volunteers. 2 of the schoolhouse's 5 rooms were still piled high with boxes of unsorted gifts, but for those visitors interested in Everville's past, the remaining 3 rooms offered a pleasant, if somewhat over-tidy, glimpse of the early days. It was highly selective, of course, but then so were most history lessons. There was no place in this celebration of the Evervillian spirit for the darker side, for images of destitution or suicide or worse. No room either for any individual who didn't fit the official version of how things had come to be. There were pictures of the city in its infancy, and accounts of how its roads were laid and its fine houses built. But of Maeve O'Connell, who had ventured to the shores of another world, and returned to make her father's dream real, there was no sign. And in that disinheritance lay the seeds of Everville's undoing. 2. Phoebe was a little late coming for Irwin, but he was all politeness. He was sorry to be inconveniencing her this way, he said, but it really was urgent business. No, he couldn't really tell her what it was about, but it would be public knowledge before very long, and he'd be certain to thank her for her kindness in print. There was no need, she insisted, but she'd be very grateful if after the weekend she could come and pick his brains in a legal matter. He readily agreed. Was she planning to make a will? No, she said, I'm planning to divorce my husband. To which he replied divorce was not really his area of expertise, but he'd be happy to chat with her about it. In confidence, she said. Of course, he told her. She should drop by his offices on Monday morning. The schoolhouse was still baking hot, even though it was now close to 6, and while Phoebe went around raising the blinds and opening the windows, Irwin wandered from room to stifling room, peering at the pictures. "Can you tell me what you're looking for?" Phoebe asked him. "I mean, vaguely?"
"Back issues of the Tribune, for one thing," Irwin said. "Apparently they don't have room to keep them at their offices, so they're here."
"And what else?"
"Well, I'm not familiar with the collection. Is it arranged chronologically?"
"I'm not sure. I think so." She led Irwin through to the back room, where 6 tables were piled with files. "I used to come and help sort through things," she said, "but this last year's been so hectic." She flicked through one of the piles. "These are all marked 1940 to 45. She moved on to the next pile. "And these are 45 to 50.
"So it's in increments of half-decades."
"Right."
"Well, that's a start. And the newspapers?"
Phoebe pointed to the adjacent door. "They are in order. I know, 'cause I was the one did it."
"Wonderful. I'll get started then."
"Do you want me to wait till you're finished?"
"It depends how patient you're feeling."
"Not very," she said with a little laugh. "Maybe I should just jot down my telephone number, and when you're done—"
"I'll call you, and you can come over and lock up."
"Right."
"That's a deal, then."
She went to the front desk, wrote her number on one of the society brochures, and took it back to him. He was already plundering the contents of one of the files. "You will put everything back, won't you?" Phoebe said, in her best forbidding manner.
"Oh, yes, I'll be careful,"
Irwin replied. He took the brochure from her.
"I'll call you when I'm done," he said. "I hope it won't be too late."
As she got into the car, she thought, what would happen if I never went home again? If I just drove to Joe's place now and left town tonight? It was a tempting idea, not to have to go back to the house and cook dinner and listen to Morton bitching about every damn thing. But she resisted it. If her future with Joe was to have a chance, then she had to plan it, carefully, systematically. They weren't teenagers, eloping in the first flush of love. If they were going to leave Everville permanently, and she couldn't imagine their staying once the truth was out, then they had responsibilities to turn over and farewells to take. She'd be happy never to see the house or Morton or the stinking ashtrays he left behind him ever again. But she'd miss Dr. Powell, along with a handful of his regulars. She'd need to take the time to explain herself to the people she valued most, so that they knew she was going for love's sake, not because she was fickle or cruel. So she'd stay and enjoy her last festival in Everville. Indeed, thinking of it that way gave her a taste for the celebrations she'd not had in years. This weekend she'd get out and party, knowing that next year, come August, she'd be in another part of the world. Hunger always made Morton bad-tempered, so rather than have him wait while she cooked, she went by Kitty's diner to pick up a burger and fries. It was now 3 years since the death of Kitty Cowhick, and despite hard economic times, her son-in-law Bosley had turned the place from a shabby little establishment into a thriving business. He was born again, and brought his strict moral viewpoint to bear in managing the diner. He forbade, for instance, the reading of any literature he deemed indecent in the booths or at the counter, and if a breath of profanity was exhaled, he personally requested that the guilty party leave. She'd seen him do it, too. "I want this to be a place the Lord himself could come to," he'd told her once, if he wanted a piece of pie. Morton's burger purchased, she set off home, only to find the house deserted. Morton had been back. His work jacket was on the kitchen table, along with a couple of empty beer cans, but he'd apparently tired of waiting for her to come home and gone out in search of something to eat. She was pleased. It gave her a little more time to think. She sat at the kitchen table, picking over the soggy fries, and used the pad she usually made her shopping lists on to jot down the things she wanted to take with her when she left. There wasn't much. Just a few bits and pieces that had some sentimental significance. A chair she'd inherited from her mother, some needlepoint her grandmother had made, the quilt in the spare bedroom. Thinking of the quilt, she left off her list-making and turned her mind back to the deeds of the afternoon, or rather to the deed performed in that room. It would not always be so wonderful, she counseled herself. The heat between them would be bound to mellow over the years. But if and when that happened, there would be a weight of feeling that remained, and there would be memories of events like this afternoon that would spring to mind every time she pressed her face to the quilt. 3. A little after 8:30, with his stomach growling for want of dinner, Irwin searched through the woefully disorganized files, turned up an odd little pamphlet, penned by one Raymond Merkel. He knew the name vaguely. The man had made himself a minor reputation as a chronicler of small-town Oregon. Irwin had seen companion volumes to this in the bookstore in Wilsonville. The text was a curious compendium of facts about Everville, written in the belabored style of a man who had aspirations to being a writer, but precious little ear for language. It was entitled "These Dreaming Hills," which turned out to be a quote from a piece printed, without the name of the poet, so Irwin assumed it to be Merkel, of doggerel at the front of the pamphlet. And there, halfway through this little labor of love, Irwin encountered the following: "That the forces of heinous and unrepentant evil make their barbaric mark in a city as sweetly favored as Everville should come as no surprise to those of us who have seen something of the larger world. I, your author, ventured from the fertile climes of our glorious state in the 43rd year of this century to perform my duties as an American in the South Pacific, and will carry to my grave the scenes of cruelty and human degradation I witnessed there, in surroundings as paradisiacal as any this globe can offer. It surprised me, then, not at all, to discover, in the course of preparing this volume, rumors of diabolical deeds performed within the precincts of Everville's comely community. The sad story of the death of Rebecca Jenkins is well known. She was a daughter of that fair city, much prized and adored, who was murdered in her 8th year, her body deposited in the reservoir. Her murderer was a man out of sublimity, who later died in prison while serving a life sentence. But the mystery surrounding the tragedy of poor Rebecca does not end there. While gathering stories about the stranger incidents associated with Everville, the quizzical demise of one Richard Dolan was whispered to me. He had owned a candy store, I was told, and little Rebecca Jenkins had been a regular customer of his, so he had taken the death of the child particularly hard. The capture and subsequent incarceration of her unrepentant murderer had done nothing to subjugate his great uneasiness. He had become more and more melancholy, and on the night of September 19th, 1975, he had told his wife he was hearing voices from Harmon's Heights. Somebody was calling to him, he said. When she asked him who, he refused to say, but took himself off into the night. He did not return, and the next day a party ascended the heights to look for him. After 2 days of searching, they found the delirious Richie Dolan wedged in a crevice of rock on the northeast slope of the mountain. He was very horribly harmed by his fall, but he was not dead. Such was the state of his face and torso that his wife fell into a swoon at the sight of him, and was never of sound mind again. He died in Silverton Hospital 3 days later, but he did not die silent. In that 72 hours he raved like a bedlamite, unsubdued by the tranquilizers his doctors gave him. What did he speak of in his final agonizing hours? I could find no first-hand testament on this, but there is sufficient consensus among the rumors to suppose them broadly true. He raved, I was told, about dead men calling to him from Harmon's Heights, over and over, even at the very end, when the doctors stood astonished at how he was clinging to life. He was begging forgiveness. The account maundered on for a couple more paragraphs, but Irwin merely skimmed them. He had what he needed here, evidence, albeit rudimentary, that there was some truth in what Macpherson had written, and if one part was truthful, then why not the rest? Content that his pursuit of verification was not a folly, he left off the search for the night and called Phoebe Cobb. Would she come over and lock up, he asked. She would, of course. If he would just be kind enough to close the windows, she'd pop over in a while to secure the front door. Her voice sounded a little slurred, he thought, but maybe it was his imagination. The day had been long, and he was weary. Time to get home and try and put the Macpherson confession out of his head until he resumed his inquiries tomorrow. He knew where he'd begin those inquiries, down by the creek. Though it was 3 decades since the events Macpherson had described, if the house he claimed the trio had burned down had in truth existed, then there would be some sign of it remaining, and if there was, then that would be another part of the confession verified, and he would be tempted to bring the whole story into the open air, where the whole state could smell how much it stank. 4. Phoebe had opened the brandy bottle around 7:45, telling herself she wanted to toast her coming liberation, but in truth to dull the unease she was feeling. On the few occasions Morton went out to get some dinner for himself, he was usually back within the hour, ready to deposit himself in front of the television. Where had he gone to tonight? And more, why did she care? She drowned her confusion in a brandy, then in another. That did the trick just fine, especially on an almost empty stomach. By the time the attorney called, she was feeling very mellow, too mellow to drive. No matter. She'd walk to the old schoolhouse, she decided. The night was balmy, the air fragrant with pine, and the walk proved more pleasant than she'd expected. At any other time of the year, even at the height of summer, the streets would have been pretty quiet in the middle of the evening, but tonight the lights were still burning in many of the stores along Main Street, their owners working on festival window displays or stocking the shelves for the profitable days ahead. There were even a few visitors around, come early to enjoy the quiet of the valley. At the corner of Main and Watson she halted for a moment or two. A right turn took her up towards the schoolhouse, a left led down past the market and the park to Donovan Street, and a little way along Donovan Street was the apartment house where Joe lived. It would be just a slip of the foot to turn left rather than right, but she fought the urge. Better to let all that they'd felt and said this afternoon settle for a few hours, rather than get hot and flustered again. Besides, brandy always made her a little tearful, and her face got puffy when she cried. She'd see him tomorrow, and dream about him in the meantime. Turning right, she headed on up the gentle gradient of Watson, past the new supermarket, which was still open and doing brisk business, to the schoolhouse. It took her 5 minutes to check all the windows, pull down the blinds, and lock up. Then she began the return journey. About 50 yards from Main Street, somebody on the opposite sidewalk stepped out into the road, looking up at the night sky. She knew him vaguely. He was the youngest of the Lundy clan, Sam or Steve or... Seth. Though she'd only murmured the syllable, he heard her. Without moving from the middle of the street, he looked round at her, his eyes glittering, and she remembered how she'd first encountered him. His mother had brought him in to see Dr. Powell 5 or 6 years ago, and the child had stood in the waiting-room with a look of such remoteness on his pinched little face, Phoebe had assumed he was mentally retarded. There was no remoteness now. He was fiercely focused. "Do you hear it?" he said to her. He didn't approach, but something about him intimidated her. Rather than get any closer, she halted, glancing back up the street towards the lights of the supermarket. There had been plenty of cars in the lot when she'd passed. One of them would be bound to emerge soon, and she would use its passing as cover to continue on her way. "You don't, do you?" he said, his voice sing-song. "Don't what?" "You don't hear the hammering." "Hammering?" She listened a moment. "No, I don't." He returned his gaze to the starry heavens. "You used to work at the doctor's," he said. "I still do." "Not for long," he replied. She felt a shiver pass down her body from scalp to soul. "How do you know?" He smiled at the sky. "It's so loud," he said. "Are you sure you can't hear it?" "I told you," she began. "It's okay," he said softly. "Only sometimes at night other people hear it too. It never happens in the day. In the day it's only me." "I'm sorry." "Don't be sorry," he said, and then his smile went to her instead of the stars. "I'm used to it." She suddenly felt absurd for fearing him. He was a lonely, bewildered kid, a little crazy in the head maybe, but harmless enough. "What did you mean about me not working at the doctor's for long?" she asked him. He shrugged. "Don't know," he said. "These things come out sometimes without me really knowing what they mean." He paused for a moment. "Probably nothing," he said, and returned his gaze to the sky. She didn't wait for a car to emerge from the lot, but continued on her way to Main Street. "Enjoy yourself," she said as she passed him by. "Yeah," he murmured. "I do." The incident lingered with her as she wandered home, and she made a mental note to look up the Lundy file when she got into work tomorrow, to see what had brought mother and child to the doctor's that day, and why they'd never returned. When she got back to the house, Morton was in his chair in front of the television, sound asleep, a beer can in his lap, and 4 more between his feet. She didn't bother to wake him. Instead, she went into the kitchen and made herself a ham and cheese sandwich, which she ate leaning on the sink, gazing out into the darkened yard. Clouds were coming in to cover the stars, but she didn't suppose it much mattered to the Lundy boy. If he could hear hammerings in heaven, a few clouds wouldn't dull it much. Sandwich eaten, she retired to bed, hoping that she'd be between the sheets and asleep before Morton roused himself. She needn't have worried. When finally a breath of cool air on her back stirred her from slumber, and she felt him slide into bed beside her, the luminous face of the clock read 3:10. Grunting to himself, he pulled the sheets in his direction, rolled over, and instantly began to snore. It took her a little time to get back to sleep, and when she did, it was fitful. In the morning, sitting alone at the kitchen table, Morton had already gone to work when she woke, she tried to sort through the dream fragments circling in her head, and remembered that in one Joe had been introducing her to the people in the photograph he'd shown her. All 5 of them had been in a car for some reason, and Joe's brother kept saying, "Where are we? Hell and damn, where are we?" It wasn't the most reassuring of dreams. What was she thinking? That they were all lost together now? She took 3 aspirin with a cup of black coffee and headed out to work, putting the dream out of her mind, which was a pity. Had she dwelt on it a little longer, she might have puzzled over the whereabouts of the photograph that had inspired it, and acted to spare herself, Joe, and Morton more grief than any of them expected or deserved. 4. The woman on the motorcycle looked like a seasoned traveler, her leathers dusty and beaten up, her hair, when she eased off her helmet, cropped short and bleached by a desert sun, her face, which had probably never been pretty, worn and raw. She had a bruise on her jaw and lines deeply etched around her eyes and mouth, none of them laugh lines. Her name was Tesla Bombeck, and today she was coming home. Not back to her literal birthplace, that was Philadelphia, nor even to the city where she'd been raised, which was Detroit, but to the town where the reconfiguring that had made her the raw, bruised, etched wanderer she was had begun. Or rather, to the remains of that town. At the height of its mediocrity, this place, Palomo Grove, had been a nominee for the perfect California haven. Unlike Everville, which had grown organically over a century and a half, the Grove had sprung into being in 3 years, created by planners and real estate magnates with sheaves of demographics for inspiration. And it had quietly prospered for a time, hidden in the folds of the Simi Valley a couple of miles from the highway that speeded its wage earners to Los Angeles every morning and speeded them home again every night. The traffic on that highway was busier than ever now, but the off-ramp that served the Grove was seldom used. Occasionally a tourist who wanted to add The Town That Died Overnight to his list of Californian curiosities would come to look at the desolation, but such visits were increasingly rare. Nor was any attempt being made to rebuild the Grove, despite vast losses sustained by both landowners and individuals. Tesla wasn't surprised. These were recessionary times. People no longer believed in real estate as a solid investment, much less real estate that had proven unstable in the past. For Palomo Grove hadn't simply died. It had buried itself, its streets gaping like graves for its fine houses. Many of those streets were still barricaded off to keep the sightseers from coming to harm, but Tesla had been hearing yes when she was told no from childhood, and it was up over the barricades she first went to wander where the damage was worst. She had thought about coming back here many times in her 5-year journey through what she liked to call the Americas, by which she meant the mainland states. They were not, she had many times insisted to Grillo, one country, not remotely. Just because they served the same Coke in Louisiana as they served in Idaho, and the same sitcoms were playing in New Mexico as were playing in Massachusetts, didn't mean there was such a thing as America. When presidents and pundits spoke of the voice and will of the American people, she rolled her eyes. That was a fiction. She'd been told so plainly by a yellow dog that had followed her around Arizona for a week and a half during her hallucination period, turning up in diners and motel rooms to chat with her in such a friendly fashion she'd missed him when he disappeared. If she remembered rightly, and she'd never know, it was the dog that had first mentioned going back to the Grove. "You gotta bury your nose in your own shit sooner or later," he'd advised, leaning back in a threadbare armchair. "It's the only way to get in touch." "With what?" she wanted to know. "With what? With what?" he'd said, coming to perch at the bottom of the bed. "I'm not your analyst. Find out for yourself." "Suppose there's nothing to find out," she'd countered. "Don't talk crap," he'd said. "You're not afraid of finding there's nothing to find. You're afraid of finding so much it'll drive you crazy." He wandered down the bed and straddled her, so they were nose to nose. "Well, guess what, Miss Bombeck? You're already crazy, so what's to lose?" She couldn't remember if she'd worked up some pithy reply to this or simply passed out. Probably the latter. She'd passed out in a lot of motel rooms during that phase. Anyway, the yellow dog had sown the seed, and the months had passed, and she'd gradually regained a semblance of sanity, and on and off, when she was consulting a map or looking at a signpost, she'd think, maybe I should do it today. Maybe I should go back to the Grove. But whenever she'd come close to doing so, another voice had spoken up, the voice of the personality who had shared her skull with her for the past half-decade. His name was Raoul, and he'd been born an ape. He'd not stayed that way for long, however. At the age of 4, he'd been evolved from his simian state to manhood, the agent of that miracle fluid which its discoverer had dubbed the nuncio, the messenger. The fluid was not the fruit of pure science, but of a mingling of disciplines, part biogenetics, part alchemy, and it had gone on to touch and transform others, including briefly Tesla, coaxing forth the natural propensities of those it influenced, and creating in the process the two warring forces who had made Palomo Grove their battleground. One was the Nuncio's maker, a mescaline-addicted visionary by the name of Fletcher, who had become a force for transcendence under the messenger's tutelage. The other was his patron, Randolph Jaffe, who had funded the discovery in the hope of attaining access to a condition of flesh and spirit that was tantamount to divinity. The Nuncio had done nothing to dull that ambition, but it had shaped from the Jaffe a creature so consumed by his dreams of power that his spirit had atrophied. By the time he'd won the war with Fletcher, destroying the grove in the process, and was ready to claim his prize, his psyche was too frail to bear the triumph. He had forfeited his reason in pursuit of godhood. Soon after, he'd forfeited his life. It was little wonder, then, that Raoul had protested so vigorously her desire to return to the grove. "I hate California," he told her any number of times. "If we never go back there, it'll be too soon." She hadn't fought with him over it, though she had full control of her body, and could have driven west without his being able to do a thing to stop her. His presence had been comforting during the many terrible times that followed the demise of Paloma Grove, and given that she fully expected such times to come again, more terrible than ever, she wanted to keep relations sweet. The paradox of this, that her dubious sanity was preserved by one of the things that drove people crazy, voices in the head, was not lost on her. Nor did she forget that her tenant, who was usually scrupulous in respecting the boundaries between his thoughts and hers, suffered from crises of his own, at which times she became the comforter. She would wake sometimes to hear him sobbing in her head, bemoaning the fact that he had given up his body in the war, and would never again have an anatomy to call his own. She would soothe him then as best she could, tell him they would find some way to free him one of these days, and until then wasn't it better this way because at least they had each other? And it was. When she doubted all that she'd seen, he was there to say, "It's true." When she feared the burden of all she'd come to comprehend, he was there to say, "We'll carry it together till we can be done with it." Ah, to be done with it. That was the trick. To find some way to offload the revelation onto strong and trustworthy shoulders, and go her way back to the life she'd been living before she'd ever heard of Paloma Grove. She'd been a screenwriter by trade, with a scar tissue to prove it, and though it was a long time since she'd sat down to write, her cinematic instinct remained acute. Even in the bad times, a week would not go by without her thinking, "There's a scene here. The way that sky looks, the way those dogs are fighting, the way I'm sobbing, it could be the beginning of something wonderful and strange." But of late it had come to seem that all she had was beginnings, always setting off an unknown highway or opening a conversation with a stranger, and never getting to the second act. If the painful farce of her life to date was to have any resolution, then she was going to have to move the story on. And that could not happen, she knew, until she went back to the grove and confronted its ghosts. Later she would see synchronicity at work, and come to believe that the timing of that journey was no accident, that either her subconscious, or powers operating upon it in the dream state, had so haunted her with memories of the grove that her only hope of deliverance was to return that particular week in August, when so much else was waiting to happen. Even Raoul, who had so forcibly rejected the notion over the years, accepted the inevitability of the journey when she put it to him. "Let's get it over with," he said, "though God knows what you think you're going to find there." Now she knew. Here she was in the middle of what had once been Paloma Grove's mall, its geographical and emotional hub. People had come to meet here, to gossip, to fall in love, and, almost incidentally, to shop. Now all but a few of the stores were heaps of rubble, and those that were left standing were reduced to shells, the merchandise they'd housed smashed, looted, or rotted away. "Tesla?" Raoul murmured in her head. She answered him, as always, not with her tongue and lips, but with her mind. "What?" "We're not alone." She looked around. She could see no signs of life, but that didn't mean anything. Raoul was closer to his animal roots than she. more alert to countless tiny signs her senses were receiving, but that she no longer knew how to interpret. If he said they had company, they did. "Where?" she thought. "Left of us," he replied, "over that mound of rubble." She started towards it, orienting herself as she did so. The remains of the pet store lay off to her right, which meant that the heaps of plaster-clotted steel and timbers in front of her was all that was left of the supermarket. She scrambled up over the debris, the sun bright against her face, but before she reached the top somebody appeared to block the way. A long-haired young man, dressed in T-shirt and jeans, with the greenest eyes she'd ever seen. "You're not allowed here," he said, his voice too soft to carry much authority. "Oh, and you are?" Tesla said. From the other side of the mound came a woman's voice. "Who is it, Lucian?" Lucian directed the question at Tesla. "Who are you?" By way of reply, Tesla started to climb again, until she could see the questioner on the other side. Only then did she say, "My name's Tesla Bombeck. Not that it's any of your business." The woman was sitting on the ground in a circle of incense-filled bowls, their smoke sickly sweet. At the sight of Tesla, she started to rise, astonishment on her face. "My God!" she said, glancing back at her second associate, an overweight middle-aged man who was lounging in a battered chair. "Edward," she said, "look who it is." The man stared at Tesla with plain suspicion. "We heard you were dead," he remarked. "Do I know you?" Tesla asked him. The man shook his head. "But I know you," the woman said, stepping out of the circle of smoke. Tesla was now halfway down the other side of the rubble, and close enough to see how frail and drawn this woman was. "I'm Kathleen Farrell," she said. "I used to live here in the grove." The name didn't ring a bell, but that was no surprise. Maybe it was having Raoul using up some of her brain capacity for his own memories, and maybe it was just old age. But names and faces slipped away all the time these days. "What brought you back?" Tesla wanted to know. "We were—" She was interrupted by Edward, who now rose from his chair. "Kate," he cautioned, "be careful." "But she—" "We can't trust anybody," he said, "not even her." "But she wouldn't even be here," Kate said. She looked at Tesla. "Would you?" Back at Edward now. "She knows what's going on." Again at Tesla. "You do, don't you?" "Of course," Tesla lied. "Have you actually seen him?" said Lucian, approaching her from behind. Not in the last couple of months," Tesla replied, her mind racing. Who the hell were they talking about? "But you have seen him," Kate said. "Yes," she replied, "absolutely." A smile appeared on Kate's weary face. "I knew," she said. "Nobody doubts he's alive," Edward now said, his gaze still fixed upon Tesla. "But why the hell would he show himself to her?" "Isn't it obvious?" said Kate. "Tell him, Tesla." Tesla put on a pained look, as though the subject was too delicate to be spoken about. "It's difficult," she said. "I can see that," Kate said. "After all, you started the fire." In her head, Tesla heard Raoul let out a low moan. She didn't need to ask him why. There was only one fire of any consequence Tesla had started, and she'd started it here, in the mall, perhaps on the very spot where Kate Farrell had been sitting. "Were you here?" "No, but Lucian was," Kate said. Lucian stepped into Tesla's line of sight, taking up the thread of the story as he did so. "It's still so clear," he said. "Him covering himself in gasoline, then you firing the gun. I thought you were trying to kill him. We all did, I'm sure." "This doesn't make any sense," Raoul murmured in her head. "They're talking about—" "Fletcher," she thought back. "I know." "But it's as though they think he's still alive." "I didn't understand what you were doing," Lucian was saying. "But you do now?" Tesla asked him. "Of course. You killed him so that he could live again." As Lucian spoke, Fletcher's last moments played out on the screen in her skull, as they had hundreds of times in the intervening years. His body doused in gasoline from head to foot, her aiming the gun at the ground close to his feet, praying for a spark. She'd fired once. Nothing.
He looked at her with despair in his eyes, a warrior who had fought his enemy until he had nothing left to fight with but the spirit trapped in his wounded flesh. "Release me," that look had said, "or the battle is lost." She'd fired again, and this time her prayers had been answered. A spark had ignited the air, and a column of flame leapt up to consume the nunciate Fletcher. "He died right here?" she said, staring down at the circle. Kate nodded and stepped aside so that Tesla could approach the spot. After 5 years of sun and rain, the asphalt was still darker there where he'd perished, stained with fat and fire. She shuddered. "Isn't it wonderful?" Kate said. "Huh?" "Wonderful that he's back among us." "It means the end can't be far off," Lucian said. Tesla turned her back on the stained asphalt. "The end of what?" she said. He gave her a tender smile. "The end to our cruelties and our trivialities," he said. That didn't sound too bad, Tesla thought. "The time's come for us to move on, up the ladder. But you know this already. You were touched by the Nuncio, right?" "Much good it did me," she said. "There's pain at the beginning," Kate said softly. "We speak to shamans across the country." Once again Edward interrupted. "I think Miss Barmbek's already heard too much," he said. "We don't know enough about her allegiances." "I don't have any," Tesla replied plainly. "Is that supposed to reassure me?" Edward said. "No." "Good, because it doesn't." "Edward," Kate said, "we're not at war here." "Slow down," Tesla said. "A minute ago she jabbed a thumb over her shoulder in Lucian's direction, was saying we were heading for paradise, and now you're talking about war. Make up your minds." "I already made mine up," Edward said. He turned to Kate. "Let's leave this till later," he said, glaring down at the circle, "when she's gone." "I'm not going anywhere," Tesla said, taking a seat on the rubble. "I can hang out all day." Edward smiled. "See?" he said, his voice becoming frayed. "She's a troublemaker. She wants to keep us from the work." "What work?" Tesla said. "Finding Fletcher," Kate said. "Shut up, will you?" Edward snapped. "Why?" said Kate, her equilibrium undisturbed. "If she's here to stop us, she already knows what we're doing, and if she isn't, then maybe she can help." The argument silenced Edward for a few seconds. Time enough for Tesla to say, "If you think Fletcher's some kind of messiah, you're going to be disappointed. Believe me." "I'm talking as though he's alive," she thought as she spoke, to which Raoul murmured, "Maybe he is." "I don't believe he's a messiah," Lucian was saying. "We've had too many messiahs as it is. We don't need another guy telling us what to be, or what happens to us if we fail." Tesla liked the sound of that, which Lucian clearly saw, because he went down on his haunches in front of her and continued to speak, face to face. "Fletcher's come back because he wants to be here when we rise, all of us, all rise up together and become something new." "What, exactly?" Lucian shrugged. "If I knew that, I'd have to kill myself." "Why?" "Because I'd be a messiah." He laughed, as did she. Then he rose, shrugging. "That's all I know," he said. She looked up at him guiltily. There was a sweet simplicity to him. She found it charming. More than charming, in fact. Almost sexual. "Look," she said, "I lied when I said I'd seen Fletcher. I haven't." "I knew it," Edward sneered. "No, you didn't," Tesla replied a little wearily. "You didn't have a fucking clue." She looked back at Lucian. "Anyway, why is it so important you find him? If he's only here as a sightseer?" "Because we have to protect ourselves from our enemies," Kate said, "and he can help us." "Just so you know," Tesla replied, "I'm not one of your enemies. I know Eddie over there doesn't believe me, but it's true. I'm on nobody's side but my own, and if that sounds selfish, it's because it is." She got to her feet. "Do you have any solid evidence that Fletcher's alive?" she asked Lucian. "Some," he said, "but you don't want to tell me." He looked at his sandaled feet. "I don't think that'd be particularly useful right now," he replied. "Fair enough," she said, starting back up the slope of rubble. "I'll leave you to it, then. If you see him, give him regards, will you?" "This isn't a joke,"
Edward called after her. It was probably the one remark which she couldn't let slide by. She stopped climbing and looked back at him. "Oh, yes, it is," she said. "That's exactly what it is. One big fucking joke." 5. 1. That encounter aside, Tesla's return to the Grove was a bust. There were no moments of revelation, no confrontations with ghosts, real or imagined, to help her better understand the past. She left in the same state of confusion she'd arrived in. She didn't run for the state line, but drove back into L.A. to the apartment in West Hollywood she'd kept through her years on the road. She'd actually slept there perhaps 24 times in the last 5 years, but the rent was peanuts, and the landlord, a burnout case who liked the idea of having a real screenwriter as a tenant, however much of an absentee she was, so she'd kept it as a place to laughingly call home. In truth, it had grim associations, but tonight, as she lounged in front of the TV to eat her curried tofu burger and watch the news, she was glad of its familiarity. It was several weeks since she'd paid any attention to events around the planet, but nothing of significance had changed. A war here, a famine there, death on the highway, death on the subway. And always people shaking their heads, witnesses and warlords alike, protesting that this tragedy should never have happened. She sickened of it after 10 minutes and turned it off. "Would it be so bad?" Raoul murmured. "Would what be so bad?" she said, staring at the blank screen. "To have a Messiah." "You really think Fletcher's been resurrected?" "I think maybe he was never dead." Now there was a possibility that Fletcher's death scene in Paloma Grove had merely been a part of some greater scheme, a way to slip out of sight for a few years until he was better equipped to deal with the Nuncio and its consequences. "Why now?" she wondered aloud. "Ask Grillo," Raoul suggested. Must I? Grillo had been strange the last couple of times she'd called him, remote and short-tempered. When they'd spoken 5 or 6 weeks before, she'd come off the phone thinking maybe he was on serious drugs. He sounded so damn strange. She almost headed over to Nebraska to check on him, but she'd been feeling spooked enough without going into that apartment of his. Raoul was right, however. If anyone knew what was happening in the places that never found their way onto the evening news, it was Grillo. Less than happily, she called him. He was in a better mood than the last occasion, though he sounded tired. She got straight to the point, told him about returning to the Grove and her encounter with the trio. "Kate Farrell, eh?" Grillo said. "Do you know her?" "She was the mother of one of the League of Virgins, Arlene Farrell. She went crazy." "Mother or daughter?" "Daughter. She died in an institution, starved herself to death." This was more like the Nathan Grillo Tesla was used to. A clean, clipped summary of the facts, presented with a minimum of sentiment. In his pre-Grove days, he'd been a journalist. He'd never lost his nose for a good story. "What the hell was Kate Farrell doing in Paloma Grove?" he asked. She explained, as best she could. The circle of incense bowls set around the place where Fletcher had perished, or at least done a damned good impersonation of perishing, the talk of sightings, the exchange about messiahdom. "Have you heard anything about this?" she finished up by asking him. There was a moment's silence. Then he said, "Sure." "You have?" "Listen, if it's there to be heard, I hear it." This was not an idle boast. There in Omaha, a city built at the crossroads of America, Grillo had established himself as a clearinghouse for any and all information that related, however remotely, to events in Paloma Grove. Within a year he had won the trust and respect of a vast circle of individuals, from molecular physicists to beat cops, to politicians to priests, all of whom had one thing in common. Their lives had somehow been brushed by mysterious, even terrifying forces, the details of which they felt they could not share, either for personal or professional reasons, with their peers. Word had quickly spread through the thicket where those marginalized by their experiences and beliefs and terrors had taken cover. Word of this man Grillo, who had seen the way things really were and wanted to hear from others who'd seen the same, who was putting the pieces together one by one until he had the whole story. It was that ambition, whether practical or not, that had kept Tesla and Grillo talking to each other in the years since the Grove. Though she had gone wandering, and he seldom left his apartment, they were both engaged in the same search for connections. She had failed to find them in the Americas. It was chaos out there, and doubted Grillo had been any more lucky, but they still had the search in common. And she never failed to marvel at his ability to put two apparently disparate fragments of information together to suggest a third, more provocative possibility. How a rumor from Boca Raton confirmed a hint from a suicide note found in Denver, which in turn supported a thesis spoken in tongues by a prodigy in New Jersey. "So what have you heard?" "People have been sighting Fletcher on and off for the last 5 years, Tess," he said. "He's like Bigfoot or Elvis. There's not a month goes by I don't get somebody sending me his picture." "Any of them the real thing?" "Shit, I don't know. I used to think—" His words trailed away for a moment, as though he'd lost track of his thought. "Grillo." "Yeah?" "What did you used to think?"
"It doesn't matter,"
he said a little wearily. "Yes, it does." He drew a long, ragged breath.
"I used to think it mattered whether or not things were real. I'm not so sure anymore."
Again he faltered. This time she didn't prompt him, but waited until he had his thoughts in order.
"Maybe the messiahs we imagine are more important than the real thing. At least they don't bleed when you crucify 'em."
For some reason he found this extremely funny, and Tesla was obliged to wait while he got over his bout of laughter. "Is that it, then?" she said, faintly irritated now. "You don't think it matters whether things are real or not, so I should just give up caring?"
"Oh, I care," he said. "I care more than you know."
He was suddenly icy. "What the hell's wrong with you, Grillo?"
"Leave it alone, Tess."
"Maybe I should come see you."
"No."
"Why the hell not?"
"I just—" "Leave it alone."
He sighed.
"I gotta go," he said. "Call me tomorrow. I'll see if I can dig up anything useful about Fletcher. But you know, Tess, I think it's time we grew up and stopped looking for fucking explanations."
She drew breath to reply, but the line was already dead. In the old days they'd had a routine of cutting each other off in mid-farewell. An asinine game, but diverting. He wasn't playing now, however. He'd cut her off because he wanted to be away from her. Back to his grapevine, or to the doubts rotting on it.
"Well, it was worth a try," Raoul said.
"I'm going to go see him," Tesla thought.
"We only just got here. Can't we stay in one place for a few days? Kick back, relax."
She opened the sliding door and stepped out onto the balcony. It was a voyeur's paradise. She could see into half a dozen living rooms and bedrooms from where she stood. The windows of the apartment directly across the yard from her were open wide. People were partying there, music and laughter floating her way. She didn't know the hosts. They'd moved in a year or so ago, after the death of Ross, who'd been in residence a decade when she'd moved in. The plague had taken him, the way it had taken so many others in the vicinity, even before she'd left for her travels. But the parties went on, the laughter went on. "Maybe you're right," she thought to Raoul. "Maybe it is time I—" There was a knock on the door. Had somebody seen her listening alone on the balcony and come to invite her over? "What is it?" she called as she crossed the living room. The voice from the far side of the door was little more than a whisper. "Lucian," it said. 2. He had come without Kate Farrell or her sidekick Eddie knowing. Told them he wanted to look up some friends in L.A. before he rejoined the pursuit of Fletcher. "Where's Kate gone?" Tesla wanted to know. "Up to Oregon." "What's in Oregon?" Lucian sipped the neat vodka Tesla had poured for him and looked a little guilty. "I don't know if I should be telling you this," he said, "but I think there's more going on than Kate realizes. She talks about Fletcher as though he's got all these answers." "Fletcher's in Oregon?" Lucian nodded. "How do you know?" "Kate has a spirit guide. Her name's Friederike. She came through after Kate lost her daughter. Kate was channeling her when you arrived, and she picked up the scent." "I see." A lot of people still find it difficult to believe. I've believed a lot weirder, Tesla replied. Was Friederike specific about this, or was it just somewhere in Oregon? Oh, no, she's very specific. So they've gone looking for him? Right. He drew a deep breath, swallowed the last of his vodka, then said, And I came after you. He gazed up at her with those submarine eyes. Was I wrong to do that? She was very seldom dumbfounded, but this silenced her. Shit, he said, grimacing. I thought maybe something was going on. The words became shrugs. Have another vodka, she said. No, I think I'd better go. Stay, she said, catching hold of his arm with a little more urgency than she'd intended. I want you to know what you're getting into. I'm ready. And drink up. You'll need it. She told him everything, or at least everything her increasingly vodka-sodden brain could remember. How she'd first gone to Palomo Grove because Grillo was there writing a story, and how circumstances had elected her, much against her will, as Fletcher's cremator, or liberator, or both. How, after his death, she'd travelled down to his laboratory in the Mission de Santa Catrina to destroy whatever remained of the Nuncio, only to be shot in the attempt by the Jaff's son, Tommy Ray. How she had been saved and changed by the very fluid she'd come to destroy, and then returned to the Grove with Rowell, via the apartment they were sitting in, to find it close to destruction. Here she stopped. Getting this far had taken the better part of 3 hours, and she still had to speak of the most problematic part of the whole story. The party in the apartment opposite had quieted down considerably, the various rock and roll of earlier forsaken in favor of ballads for slow dancing. It was scarcely the most appropriate music to accompany what she had to say. You know about Quiddity, of course, she said. I know what Friederike said. And what's that? That it's some kind of dream sea, and we go there 3 times in our lives. Edward says it's a metaphor. Fuck metaphors, Tesla said. It's real. Have you been there? No, but I know people who have. I saw the Jaff tear a hole between this world and Quiddity. Tear it open with his bare hands. This was not strictly true. She'd not been in the room when the Jaff had done the deed, but the story played so much better telling it as though she had. What was it like? I don't want to live through it again, put it that way. Lucian poured himself another vodka. He'd started to look distinctly queasy in the last few minutes, his face pasty and moist. But if he needed the liquor to deal with what he was hearing, who was she to argue? So who closed the door? He asked her. That doesn't matter, she said. Doors open, doors close. It's what's on the other side you need to know about. You already told me. Quiddity. Beyond Quiddity, she said, aware that the very words carried a palpable menace. He looked at her with his green eyes now bloodshot, breathing rather too fast through his open mouth. Maybe you don't want to know, she said. I want to know, he replied, without a trace of inflection. They're called the Iad Ouroboros. Ouroboros, he said, speaking the word almost dreamily. Have you seen these things? From a distance, she said. Are they like us? He asked her. Not remotely. What then? She remembered as clearly as her own name the words Jaffe had used to describe the Iad, and repeated them now, for Lucian's benefit, though Lord knows it didn't help much. Mountains and fleas, she said. Fleas and mountains. Lucian rose suddenly. Excuse me, are you? I'm going to... He turned towards the bathroom, raising his hand to his mouth. She went to help him, but he waved her away and lurched through the door, closing it behind him. There was a moment's hush, then the sound of retching and of vomit splashing into the toilet. She kept her distance. Her own belly, which was pretty strong, weakened at the smell of puke. She looked down at her vodka glass, decided she'd had more than enough, and walked out onto the balcony. She didn't wear a watch. The yellow dog had told her to bury her imitation Rolex in the desert, so she could only guess at the time. Certainly way after midnight, perhaps 1:30, perhaps 2. The air was a little chilly, but fragrant with night-blooming jasmine. She inhaled deeply. Tomorrow she was going to have a splitting headache, but what the hell? She'd actually enjoyed telling her story, laying it out as much for her own benefit as Lucian's.
"He has the hots for you," Raoul said. "I thought you'd gone to sleep. I was afraid you'd do something stupid." "Like try to fuck him?" She glanced back into the apartment. The bathroom door was still closed. "I don't think there's much chance of that tonight." "Or any night." "Don't be so sure." "We had an agreement," Raoul reminded her. "As long as I'm in here with you, no sex. That's what we agreed. I don't have a homosexual bone in my body." "My body," Tesla reminded him. "Of course, if you wanted to sleep with a woman, I could probably stretch the point." "Well, you might just have to look the other way," Tesla said. "I think my celibate phase is coming to an end." "Don't do this." "Oh, for God's sake, Raoul, it's just a fuck." "I mean it." "If you screw this up," she said, "you'll be sorry you ever got inside my head, I swear." Raoul was silent. "Better," Tesla said, and went back inside. The shower was running in the bathroom. "Are you okay in there?" she called, but he couldn't hear her over the water, so she left him to his cleaning up and went through to the kitchen to look for something to fill her growling stomach. All she could find was a box of year-old shredded wheat, but it was better than nothing. She munched and waited, and munched some more. The shower continued to run. After a couple of minutes she went back to the bathroom door, knocked, and yelled, "Lucian, are you all right?" There was still no reply. She tried the handle. The door was unlocked. The room so filled with steam she could barely see across it. His clothes were scattered on the floor, and the shower curtain closed. She called his name again, and again there was no answer. Concerned now, he must have heard her, even over the water, she grabbed the curtain and pulled it back. He was sprawled, naked in the tub, the water beating on his belly, eyes closed, mouth open. "Some lover," Raoul said. "Shut the fuck up," she told him, going down on her haunches beside the tub and lifting Lucian into a sitting position. He coughed up a throatful of watered-down puke. "Very pretty." "I'm warning you, monkey." That was the forbidden word, monkey, the word that always threw him into a fit. "Don't call me that," he yelled. She didn't give him the satisfaction of a response, so he shut up. It worked like a charm every time. She turned off the shower, then gently slapped Lucian into opening his eyes. He looked at her dozily, mumbling something about feeling stupid. "Have you finished throwing up?" she asked him. He nodded, so she fetched a clean bath-towel and did what she could to dry him off while he was lying in the tub. He wasn't in bad shape. A little skinny, perhaps, but meaty where it counted most. Even though he was near as damn-it comatose, his dick swelled as she dried him, and she couldn't help but stroke it a little, which brought it to full erection. It was pretty. If he had the wit to use it well, he might be fun in bed. He was as dry as she was going to be able to get him, so rather than try to lift him out of the tub, she decided to let him sleep where he lay. She fetched a pillow and a blanket, and made him as comfortable as she could, given the cramped conditions. As she tucked the blanket around him, he murmured, "What about tomorrow?" "What about it?" she said. "Can we do it tomorrow?" "Well, that depends," she said. "I was thinking of heading up to Oregon." "Oregon," he mumbled. "That's right." "Fletcher." "That's right." She leaned a little closer to him until she was almost whispering in his ear. "He's up there, right? In Everville." "Everville," she said softly. "Have you no shame?" Raoul muttered. She laughed, and for a moment Lucian's eyes fluttered open. "You sleep," she said to him. "We're going to take a trip tomorrow." The notion seemed to please him, even in his stupor. He was still wearing a little smile when she put the light out and left him to his slumbers. 6. 1. Grillo called the body of knowledge he'd gathered over the last 5 years the Reef, in part because, like coral, it had grown through countless minute accretions, more often than not of dead matter, and in part because a marine image seemed appropriate for information that pertained to the secrets of the dream sea. But of late the name mocked him. He no longer felt like the Reef's keeper, but its prisoner. It was housed, this Reef, in the memory banks of 4 linked computers, donated to Grillo's strange cause by a man in Boston, who'd asked only one thing in return for his generosity:
that when Grillo finally persuaded the computers to collate all the information and spit out the answer to the mysteries of America, he'd be the one to spread the news. Grillo had agreed. He'd even believed, when the gift had first been mooted, that such a moment might one day come. He believed that no longer. The husks and shreddings he'd gathered so studiously over the years did not contain the secrets of the universe. They were worthless trash, lost to sense and meaning, and he would join them in their senselessness very soon. His body, which had done him good service for 43 years, had in the last 6 months begun a calamitous decline. At first he'd ignored the signs, put the dropped coffee cups, an aching spine, and blurred vision down to overwork. But the pain had been too much after a time, and he'd gone to the doctor for something to control it. He'd got his painkillers, and a lot more besides, visits to specialists, mounting paranoia, and finally the bad news. "You've got multiple sclerosis, Nathan." He'd closed his eyes for a moment, not wanting to look at the sympathetic face in front of him, but the darkness behind his lids was worse. It was a cell, that darkness. It stank of himself. "This isn't a death sentence," the doctor had explained. "A lot of people live long, fruitful lives with this disease, and there's no reason why you shouldn't be one of them." "How long?" he wanted to know. "I couldn't even hazard a guess. The disease moves in different ways from person to person. It could take 30 years. He'd known, sitting there in that bland little office, that he didn't have 3 decades of life ahead of him. Nothing like. The disease had him in its teeth, and it was going to shake him until he was dead. His appetite for information had not deserted him, however, even in these grim circumstances. He researched the nature of his devourer meticulously, not out of any hope that he would defeat it, but simply to know what was going on inside his body. The coverings of his nerve fibers were being stripped, it seemed, in his brain and in his spine. Though many fine minds were working to discover why, there were no definitive answers. His disease was a mystery as profound as anything in the reef, and a good deal more palpable. Sometimes, while he was sitting in front of the monitors watching messages come in, he imagined he could feel the beast sclerosis moving through his body, unmaking him cell by cell, nerve by nerve, and the words appearing on the screens, tales of sightings and visitations, began to seem like just another manifestation of disease. The healthy psyche had no need of such fantasies. It lived in the world of the possible, and was content. Sometimes, in a fury of despair, he would switch off the screen and toy with the notion of unplugging the whole system, leaving the tale-tellers to babble on in silence and darkness. But he would always return to his chair after a time, addict that he was, guiltily turn the screens back on to study whatever bizarrities the reef had accrued in his absence. In early spring, the beast sclerosis had suddenly become ambitious. Within the space of a month he felt 20 years of frailties overtake him. He was prescribed heavier medications, which he diligently took, and the doctor offered advice about planning for disability, which he just as diligently ignored. He would never go into a wheelchair. That much he'd decided. He'd take an overdose one night and slip away. It would be easier that way. He had no wife to hold on for, no children to watch grow just another day. He had only the screens and the tales they told, and they would go until the end of the world, with or without him. And then in early June a strange thing. There was a sudden escalation in the number of reports, the systems besieged every hour of the day and night with people wanting to share their secrets. There was no coherent pattern in this onslaught, but the sheer scale of it made him wonder if the madness was not reaching critical mass. Around that time Tesla had checked in from New Mexico, and he'd told her what was going on. She'd been in one of her fatalistic moods, too much peyote, he suspected, and not much interested. When he'd called Harry D'Amour in New York, however, the response had been entirely different. D'Amour, the sometime detective whose cases had invariably turned into metaphysical excursions, was eager for information. They had spoken at least twice daily over a 3-week period, with D'Amour demanding chapter and verse of any report that smacked of the satanic, particularly if it originated in New York. Grillo found D'Amour's faith in the vocabulary of Catholicism absurd, but he played along. And yes, there were a number of reports that fitted the description. 2 mutilation murders in the Bronx, involving nails through the hands and feet, and a triple suicide at a convent in Brooklyn, all of which D'Amour had already investigated, then a host of other more minor oddities which he was not aware of, some of which clearly supported some thesis or other. D'Amour had declined to be explicit, even on a safe line, as to the precise nature of that thesis until their last conversation. Then he'd solemnly told Grillo he had good reason to believe that the return of the Antichrist was being plotted in New York City. Grillo had not been entirely able to disguise how laughable he thought the notion. You don't like the words, is that it?" D'Amour had replied. "We'll find something different if you prefer. Call it the Aeed. Call it the enemy. It's all the devil by another name." They hadn't spoken after that, though Grillo had several times attempted to make further contact. There were new reports from the 5 boroughs almost every day, it seemed, many of them involving acts of sickening brutality. Several times Grillo had wondered if perhaps one of the bodies found rotting on the city's wastelands that summer was not that of Harry D'Amour, and wondered, too, what name he might call the devil if it came looking for D'Amour's informer here in Omaha. Sclerosis, perhaps. 2. And then there'd come this recent call from Tesla, asking about sightings of Fletcher, and he'd finished the exchange with such an emptiness inside him, he was almost ready to take the overdose there and then. Why could he not bear the notion of her coming to see him? Because he looked too much like his father now, legs like sticks, hair grey and brittle? Because he was afraid she'd turn away, unable to see him like this? She'd never do that. Even in her crazy times, and she'd had more than her share, she never lost her grip on the feelings between them. No, what he feared was regret. What he feared was her seeing him in decline, and saying, "Why didn't we do better with what we feel for each other? Why didn't we enjoy what was in our hearts instead of hiding it away?" What he feared was being told it was too late, even though he already knew it. Once again the reef had saved him from utter despair. After her call he'd brooded for a while, thinking of the pills, thinking of his stupidities, and then, too weary to think any more, but too stirred up to sleep, he'd gone back to his place in front of the monitors to see if he could find any convincing reports of the Fletchers' presence. It was not Fletcher he found, however. Sifting through the reports logged in the last couple of weeks, he came across a tale that had previously gone unread. It came from a regular and, he thought, reliable source, a woman in Illinois who printed up crime scene photographs for a local county sheriff's department. She had a horrible account to make. A young couple had been attacked in late July, the female victim, who was 7 months pregnant, killed outright and then opened up by the attacker, who had taken his leisurely time to examine her in front of her wounded lover, then removed the fetus and absconded with it. The father had died a day later, but not before he passed a strange description along to the police, which had been kept out of the newspapers because of its bizarrity, but which Grillo's informer felt needed relating. The killer had not been alone, the dying man had said. He'd been surrounded by a cloud of dust, full of screams and faces. "I begged him," he'd gone on to say, "begged him not to mess up Louise, but he kept saying he had to. He was the death boy, he said, and that's what death boys did." That, in essence, had been the report. Having read it, Grillo sat for half an hour in front of the screen, as confounded as he was intrigued. What was happening out there in the real world? Fletcher had died in the mall at Paloma Grove, cremated, gone to flame in spirit. Tommy Ray McGuire, the son of the Jaff, the death boy, had died a few days later at a spot in New Mexico called Trinity. He, too, had been cremated, but in a more terrible fire than had consumed Fletcher. They were both dead, their parts in the tangled tale of humanity in the dream sea over, or so everyone had supposed. Was it possible everyone had been wrong, that somehow they'd defied oblivion and each returned to pick up the threads of their ambition? If so, there was only one explanation as to how. Both had been touched by the Nuncio during their lives. Perhaps evolution's message was more extraordinary than anyone had guessed, and it had put them beyond the reach of death. He shuddered, daring to think that, beyond the reach of death, now there was a promise worth living for. He called California. A bleary Tesla answered the phone.
Tess, it's me. What time is it? Never mind the time. I've been going through the reef looking for stuff about Fletcher.
I know where he's headed, Tesla said. At least I think I know.
Where?
This town in Oregon called Everville. Has it ever turned up in the reef?
It doesn't ring a bell, but that doesn't mean much.
So why are you calling? It's the middle of the fucking night.
Tommy Ray.
Huh?
What do you hear about Tommy Ray?
Nothing. He died in the loop.
Did he?
There was a hush from the other end. Then Tesla said,
Yeah. You got out. So did Joe Beth and Howie.
What are you saying?
I found a report in the reef about a killer calling himself the Death Boy.
Grillo, Tesla said, you wake me up.
And he's surrounded by a cloud of dust, and the dust's screaming.
Tesla drew a long breath and expelled it slowly. When was this? She said softly.
Less than a month ago.
What did he do?
Killed a couple in Illinois, ripped a baby out of the woman, left the guy for dead.
Careless. Is that the only report?
It's the only one I've found so far, but I'll keep looking.
I'll check in on my way up to Oregon.
I was thinking,
Grillo began. You should talk to Howie and Joe Beth.
Yeah, I will. I was thinking about Fletcher.
When did you last talk to them?
A couple of weeks ago.
And? Tesla pressed.
They were fine,
Grillo replied. Tommy Ray had the hots for her, you know. They're twins.
I know.
One egg, one soul. I swear he was crazy about her.
Fletcher,
Grillo said. What about him?
If he's there in Everville, I'm going to come meet him.
What for? There was a short pause. Then Grillo said,
For the nuncio.
What are you talking about? There is no nuncio. I destroyed the last of it.
He's got to have kept some for himself.
He was the one that asked me to destroy it, for God's sake.
No, he kept some.
What the hell's all this about?
I'll tell you some other time. You find Fletcher, and I'll try tracing Tommy Ray.
Try sleeping first, Grillo. You sound like shit.
I don't sleep much these days, Tess. It's a waste of time.
7. Howie had started working on the car just after 8, intending to get his tinkering over and done with before the sun got too hot. This was the 5th blistering summer they'd lived in Illinois, and he was determined it would be the last. He'd thought returning to the state where he'd been born and raised would be reassuring in a time of uncertainty. Not so. All it had done was remind him of how radically his life had changed in the last half-decade, and how few of those changes had been for the better. But whenever his spirits were down, which was often since he'd lost his job in March, he only had to look at Joe Beth cradling Amy, and he would feel them rise again. It was 5 years since he'd first laid eyes on Joe Beth in Paloma Grove, 5 years since their fathers had waged war on the streets to keep them apart. Years in which they'd lived under an assumed name in a suburb where nobody cared about your life because they'd given up caring about their own, where the sidewalks were littered and the cars dirty and smiles hard to come by. It wasn't the life he'd wanted to give his wife and his daughter, but D'Amour had put it to them this way. If they lived in plain sight as Mr. and Mrs. Howard Katz, they would be found within months and murdered. They knew too much about the secret life of the world to be allowed to survive. Forces sworn to protect that life would silence them and call themselves heroes for doing so. This was certain. So they had hidden themselves away in Illinois, and only called each other Howie and Joe Beth when the doors were bolted and the windows locked. And so far the trick had kept them alive, but it had taken its toll. It was hard living in shadow, not daring to plan too much, to hope too hard. Once every couple of months Howie would talk to D'Amour and ask him for some sense of how things were going. How long, he'd say, before they've forgotten who the hell we are and we can get out into the light again? D'Amour was no great diplomat, but time after time Howie could hear him doing his best to prettify the truth a little, to find some way of keeping them from despair. But Howie was out of patience. This was the last summer they'd be in this God-forsaken hole of a place, he told himself as he sweated under the hood. The last summer he'd pretend he was somebody he wasn't, to satisfy D'Amour's paranoia. Maybe once he and Joe Beth had some part to play in the drama they'd glimpsed half a decade before, but that time had surely passed. The forces D'Amour had evoked to intimidate them, the murderous heroes who would slaughter them in their beds, and more urgent matters on their minds than pursuing two people who'd chanced to swim in Quiddity once upon a time. The phone was ringing in the house. Howie stopped work and picked up a rag to clean his hands. He'd skinned his knuckles, and they were stinging. He was sucking at the bloodiest when Jo Beth appeared on the step, squinting in the sun just long enough to say, "It's for you," then disappearing into the darkness of the house. It was Grillo. "What's up?" Howie said.
"Nothing much," came the reply. "I was calling to see if you were okay."
"Amy's keeping us up most nights, but otherwise—"
"Still no job?"
"No job. I keep looking, but
it's tough."
"We're going to have to move, Nathan. Just get out there and start a proper life."
"This may not be the best time to do it."
"Things are going to look up."
"I'm not talking economics."
"What then?"
Silence.
"Nathan?"
"I don't want to alarm you,
but
it's probably nothing."
"Will you spit it out, for God's sake?"
"It's Tommy Ray."
"He's dead, Grillo."
"I know that's what we've assumed."
Howie lowered his voice to a fierce whisper. "What the hell are you telling me?"
"We're not exactly sure."
"We?"
"Tesla and me."
"I thought she disappeared."
"She did for a time. Now she's on her way up to Oregon."
"Go on."
"She says your father's up there."
Howie was a heartbeat from slamming the phone down.
"I know how this sounds,"
Grillo said quickly. "It sounds like shit is what it sounds like," Howie said.
"I wasn't ready to believe it either, but these are strange times, Howie."
"Not for us, they're not," Howie replied. "They're just a fucking waste, okay? We're wasting our fucking lives waiting for somebody to tell us something that makes sense, and all you can do—" He wasn't whispering any longer. He was shouting. "All you can do is tell me my father, who's dead, Grillo, he's dead, is wandering around Oregon, and Tommy Ray—" He heard Jo Beth let out a sob behind him. "Shit," he said. "Just stay out of our lives from now on, Grillo, and tell Damore to do the same, okay? We've had it with this crap." He slammed down the phone and turned to look at Jo Beth. She was standing in the doorway with that woebegone look on her face she wore so often these days. "What do they fucking take us for?" he said, covering his eyes with his hand. They were burning. "You said Tommy Ray." "It was just—" "What about Tommy Ray?" "Shit. That's all it was. Grillo's fucking shit." He glanced up at her. "It's nothing, sweetie," he said. "I want to know what Grillo told you," Jo Beth said doggedly. She would worry more if he didn't tell, he suspected, so he gave a précis of what Grillo had said. "That's it?" she asked him when he was done. "That's it," he said. "I told you it was nothing." She nodded, shrugged, and turned away. "It's all going to change, sweetie," he said. "I swear." He wanted to get up and go to her, wrap her in his arms and rock her till she melted against him. So many times in the past they'd ended up entwined after hard words, but no longer. Now when she turned from him he kept his distance, afraid she'd refuse him. He didn't know why or where this doubt had originated. Was he reading some subtle signal in her eyes that told him to keep his distance? But it was too strong to be overcome, or else he was too weak. "So fucked up," he murmured to himself, his hands returning to cover his face. Grillo's words circled in the darkness. "These are strange times." Howie had refuted it at the time, but it was true. Whether Fletcher was in Oregon or not, whether Tommy Ray was alive or not, when a man could no longer put his arms around his wife, they were indeed strange times. Before returning to work on the car, he headed upstairs to take a peek at Amy. She'd been sick the last couple of days. Her first summer on the planet, she'd caught a cold, and she lay exhausted in her cot, arms splayed, head to one side. He took a tissue from the box beside the bed and wiped a little gloss of spit from her chin, his touch too gentle to wake her. But somewhere in sleep she knew her daddy was there, or so he believed. A barely perceptible smile appeared on her bow lips, and her cheeks dimpled. He leaned on the railing of the cot and gazed down at her in unalloyed bliss. Fatherhood had been unexpected. Though they'd talked about children many times, they'd decided to wait until their situation had improved. But he didn't regret for a moment the accident that had brought Amy into their lives. She was a gift, a simple sign of the goodness in creation. All the magic in the world, whether wielded by his father or the Jaff or any of the secret powers Damour talked about, weren't worth a damn in the face of this simple miracle. The little time spent with his sleeping beauty thoroughly invigorated him. When he stepped out into the heat again, the problems of a sickly car seemed piffling, and he set to solving them with a will. After a few minutes of work, a light wind started to get up, cooling gusts against his sweaty face. He stood clear of the hood for a moment and drew a deep breath. The wind smelt of the green beyond these grey streets. They would escape there soon, he told himself, and life would be good. Standing chopping carrots in the kitchen, JoBeth paused to watch the wind shaking the unkempt thicket that choked the yard, thought of another yard in another year, and heard Tommy Ray's voice calling her name out of the past. It had been dark that night in the grove, but she remembered things having an exquisite luminosity, dirt, trees, reeling stars, all filled with meaning. "JoBeth!" Tommy Ray was yelling. "Something wonderful!" "What?" she'd said. "Outside. Come with me." She'd resisted him at first. Tommy Ray was wild sometimes, and the way he was shaking had made her afraid. "I'm not going to do anything to hurt you," he'd said. "You know that." And she had. Unpredictable though he was, he had never shown her anything but love. "We feel things together," he'd said to her. That was true. They had shared feelings from the beginning. "So come on," he'd said, taking hold of her hand. And she'd gone down the yard to where the trees churned against a pinwheel sky. And in her head she'd heard a whispering voice, a voice she'd been waiting to hear for 17 years without realizing it. "JoBeth," it had said, "I'm the Jaff, your father." He had appeared then, out of the trees, and she remembered him looking like a picture from Mamma's Bible, an Old Testament prophet, bearded and absolute. No doubt he had been wise in his terrible fashion. No doubt if she'd been able to speak with him and learn from him, she would not now be living in the grave, drawing only the tiniest breaths for fear of depleting what little supply of sanity remained to her. But she had been parted from him, the way she'd been parted from Tommy Ray, and she'd fallen into the arms of the enemy. He was a good man, this enemy, this Howie Katz, a good and loving man, and when they'd slept together for the first time they had each dreamed of Quiddity, which meant that he was the love of her life. There would be none better. But there were affections that went deeper than found love. There were powers that shaped the soul before it was even born into the world, and they could not be gainsaid. However loving the enemy was, and however good, he would always be the enemy. She hadn't realized this at first. She'd assumed her unease would disappear as the traumas of the grove receded, and she learned a new normality. But instead it grew. She started to have dreams about Tommy Ray, light pouring over his golden face like syrup. And sometimes in the middle of the afternoon, when she was at her most weary, she'd seem to hear her father speaking to her, and she'd ask him under her breath the questions she'd asked in Mamma's backyard. "Why are you here now, after all this time?" "Come closer," he would say. "I'll tell you." But she hadn't known how to get closer, how to cross the abyss of death and time that lay between them. And then out of nowhere, hope. Sometimes she remembered how it had come to her very clearly, and on those days she would have to hide herself away from Howie in case he saw the knowledge on her face. Other times, like now, when she knew he was in pain and her heart opened to him the way it had at the beginning, the memory became confounded. Her thoughts lost focus, and she would spend hours staring out of the window or at the sky, trying to catch hold of some elusive possibility. No matter, she told herself, it would come back. Meanwhile she would chop the carrots and wash the dishes and tend the baby, and— The wind threw a scrap of litter against the window and pinned it there for a moment, flapping like a one-winged bird. Then a second gust carried it away. She would go soon, with the same ease. That was part of the promise. She would be carried off and away to a place where the secrets her father had almost told her were waiting to be whispered, and her loving enemy would never find her. 8. 1. Everville rose early that Thursday morning, even though it had gone to bed later than usual the night before. There were banners to hang, and windows to polish, grass to be cut, and streets to be swept. No idle hands today. At the Chamber of Commerce, Dorothy Bullard fretted about the clouds that had blown in overnight. The weatherman had promised sun, 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 and here it was, 11:22, and so far she'd not seen a glimmer. Masking her anxiety with a beam of her own, she gone about the business of the day, organizing the distribution of the festival brochures, which had arrived that morning, to the list of sites that always carried them. Dorothy was a great believer in lists. Without them, all was chaos. Just before noon, at the intersection of Whittier and Main, Frank Carlson plowed his station wagon into the back of a stationary truck, the collision bringing traffic on Main Street to a virtual halt for the better part of an hour. Carlson was taken off to the police station, where he admitted to having started celebrating a little early this year, just a few beers to get into the spirit of things. There was no great damage done to the truck, so Ed Olson, who'd brought him in, sent him out again with a simple reprimand. "I'm bending the law for you, Frank," he told Carlson, "so stay sober and don't make me look like an asshole." Main Street was running freely again by 12:15, at which time Dorothy looked out of her office window to see that the clouds had started to thin, and the sun was breaking through. 2. Irwin had set out for the creek a little after 10, stopping off at Kitty's diner for some apple pancakes and coffee to fortify himself. Bosley was his usual ebullient self, which on some days Irwin found grating, but today merely amused him. Appetite satisfied, Irwin set off for the creek, parking his car beside the Masonic Lodge on First Street and walking from there. He was glad he'd put on sturdy boots and an old sweater. The warmth of the late summer days, along with the rains of a week or so ago, had made the thicket lusher than ever, and by the time he reached the creek he had scratches on his neck, face, and hands, and enough twigs in his sweater to fuel a small fire. Over the centuries, the creek itself had carved itself a deep trench to run in, its shallow, speeding waters overcast with antediluvian ferns. He had not ventured here in 6 or 7 years, and he was surprised afresh at how remote it felt. Though Main Street lay no more than 3/4 of a mile behind him, the whine of gnats around his head was louder than the murmur of traffic, while in front of him, on the other side of the creek, the thickly wooded slope rose up towards the heights, undeveloped and, he supposed, untenanted. He was alone, and that was by no means an unpleasant feeling. He'd take his time looking for the house by the creek, and chew over his future while he did so. 3. Joe called Phoebe at the doctor's in the middle of the morning and asked her if she'd be available to meet him at lunch-time rather than in the afternoon. She warned him it'd only give them a few minutes together. It was a 10-minute drive in both directions between the office and home. Longer, most likely, with the streets so busy. He had anticipated this. "Come to the apartment," he suggested. "It's just a couple of minutes away." She told him she would. "Expect me just after 12:30, she told him. "I'll be waiting," he said, and she got goose-bumps from the heat in his voice. She spent the rest of the morning with a twitchy little smile on her face, and at 12:28 she was gone. She'd visited him at the apartment only twice before, once when Morton had been sick in bed with the flu, and once during his vacation. It was riskier than the house, because there was no way into his building without being seen, especially today with so many people out and about. She didn't care. She parked on the street right outside the building and defiantly marched up the side steps that led to Joe's front door, almost hoping she was being seen. Her knuckles had barely touched the door when it was opened. He was wearing just his shorts and was running with sweat. "The fan's broken," he said, ushering her inside, "but you don't mind sweating, right?" The place was a mess, as usual, and baking hot. He cleared a place for her on the sofa, but instead of sitting, she followed him through to the kitchen, where he poured a glass of ice water for her. There they stayed, with the noise of the street coming in through the open window. "I've been thinking," he said. "The sooner we come clean about this, the better." "I'm going to see an attorney on Monday." He grinned. "Good girl." He laid his arms on her shoulders, clasping hands to wrist behind her head. "You want me to come with you?" "No, I'll do it." "Then we'll just get out of here, as far away as possible." "Any place you like." "Somewhere warm," he said. "I like the heat."
"Suits me," she said. She put her thumb to his cheek and rubbed. paint," she said.
"Kiss," he said back.
"We have to talk."
"We'll talk while we fuck."
"Joe—"
"Okay, we'll fuck while we talk. How's that?"
He drew a little closer to her.
"It's too hot to say no."
There was sweat trickling down between her breasts, sweat between her buttocks, sweat between her thighs. She was almost dizzy with the heat.
"Yes," he said.
"Yes," she said, and stood there, head spinning, while button by button, clasp by clasp, he bared her to the air. 4. Irwin had first followed the creek downstream, thinking that the house was more likely to be situated on the flatter land than on the uneven terrain of the Height's lower slopes. Either he was wrong in that assumption, he discovered, or else this part of Macpherson's confession was a lie. After an hour he gave up trailing the creek's southeasterly course and turned round, following his own tracks back to the place where he'd begun. There he halted for a couple of minutes to smoke a cigarette and plot his next move. Bosley's pancakes would sustain him for another hour and a half at least, but he had quite a thirst after clambering over boulders and thrashing his way through the thicket. Maybe a respite was in order. A cup of coffee back at Kitty's, then back to the trek, refreshed. After a few moments he decided to forego the break and continue his search. Once he'd found the house, the coffee would taste all the better anyway. The terrain rapidly became more problematic as he moved upstream, however, and after a quarter of an hour of fighting his way through the dense undergrowth, his hands stained green with moss, his knees skinned from slipping on rocks, he was about ready to retreat. He paused to pull off his sweater, in which he was now cooking, and as it cleared his face he caught sight of a mysterious shape between the trees up ahead. He started towards it, tugging his arms from the sweater as he went, little sounds of pleasure escaping him the closer he got. Oh, that's it! That's it!" There it was, right in front of him. Fire and rot had claimed most of the boards, but the framework and the brick chimneys were still standing. He hung his sweater in a branch, then thrust his way through the thicket until he reached the front of the house, though it scarcely deserved the word, shack more like, and stepped over the threshold. There were a few pitiful signs of the life that had been lived here underfoot: sticks of charred furniture, a piece of decayed rug, fragments of some plates, a battered pail. The scene was pitiful, of course, but Irwin was elated. There was now no doubt in his mind that Macpherson's confession was substantially true. He had evidence enough to make public what he knew without fear of contradiction. All he had to do now was work out how to get maximum mileage out of the announcement. He went down on his haunches and pulled a shard of crockery out from the tangle of undergrowth, touched for the first time by a tremor of unease. He didn't believe in ghosts. The dead were the dead, and they stayed that way, but the dripping hush of the place gnawed at him nevertheless. It was time to go back, time to get that cup of coffee, and maybe a celebratory slice of carrot cake to go with it. Wiping the dirt from the plate shard, he got to his feet. As he did so, he caught a motion in the trees on the other side of the creek. He looked towards it, and his stomach leapt. Somebody was standing there watching him. The plate shard slipped from his fingers. The hairs at his nape prickled. The shadows between the pines were too dense to make out much detail of the watcher's appearance, but it was plain he was no hiker. He was wearing something dark and full, almost like robes, his face half hidden by a substantial beard, his pallid hands clasped in front of him. He inclined his head in Irwin's direction now, as if to say, "I see that you see me." Then he raised his left hand and beckoned Irwin towards him. The creek lay between them, of course, the humble gorge it had cut for itself deeper here, closer to its source than further downstream. It afforded sufficient protection, should the stranger prove to be a lunatic, that Irwin felt safe to obey the man's instruction and come a little nearer. As he reached the edge of the bank, which fell away steeply 4 or 5 feet, the man spoke. His voice was low, but it carried over the rush of water.
"What place is this?" he said.
"This is Unger's Creek."
"I meant the town."
"It's not a town, it's a city. It's called Everville."
"Everville.
Are you lost?" The man started down the incline between the trees. He was barefoot, Irwin saw, and with every stride the strangeness of his garb and features became more apparent. As Irwin had guessed, he was indeed wearing robes, of a blue so deep it was almost black.
As for his face, it was a curious mingling of severity and ease. The brow knitted, the eyes lively, the mouth narrow, but carrying a little smile. "I thought I was lost," he said, "but now I see I'm not. What's your name?" "Irwin Toothaker." "Irwin, I have a favor to ask of you." "First tell me who you are." "Oh, by all means." The stranger had reached the opposite bank now, and opened his arms to Irwin. "My name," he said, "is Richard Wesley Fletcher, and I am come to save you from banality." 5.
"Joe, there's somebody coming up the stairs."
He unglued his lips from her breast and listened. There were children yelling in the street outside, and a radio playing in the apartment below, but no footfall, no creak. He went back to licking her nipple. "I swear," she whispered, her eyes turned towards the door. "Okay," he said, snatching his shorts off the floor and pulling them on, pressing his ever-buoyant erection against his belly in order to do so. She ran her fingers over the breast he'd so conscientiously licked, then plucked the nipple between middle finger and thumb. "Let me see what you got, baby," he said, looking back at her from the doorway. She let one leg drop off the sofa on which she was sprawled, and raised her hips a little. He stared at her cunt. "Oh, baby." "You like that?" she whispered. "You're going to see how much I like that." She almost called him back to her there and then, but before she could do so he was gone into the hallway. She looked down at her body, grabbing hold of the excess flesh around her waist. He said he loved her this way, but she didn't. She would shed 20 pounds, she swore to herself, 20 pounds before Thanksgiving. That was— "Nigger!" she heard Morton yell. The door smashed against the wall. Joe stumbled back along the hallway, clutching his bare belly. She reached for the back of the sofa to haul herself up, but before she could do so, Morton was in the doorway, staring down where Joe had stared moments before, disgust on his face. "Christ!" he yelled. "Christ, look at you!" and came at her across the room, arms outstretched. He grabbed her splayed legs and pulled her off the sofa with such violence she screamed, "Don't!" But he was past hearing anything. She'd never seen such an expression on his face, teeth bared, lips flecked, veins sweat, and eyes popping. He wasn't red, despite his exertion. He was the color of somebody about to puke or pass out. He reached down and hauled her up onto her knees. "You fucking whore!" he yelled, slapping her face. "Does he like these?" He slapped her breasts this time, back and forth. "I bet he does!" Harder now, back and forth, stinging blows. "I bet he fucking eats your fucking tits!" She tried to cover herself, but he was into the sport of it now. "Nice tits!" Slapping so hard tears came. "Nice tits! Nice tits!" She hadn't seen Joe get up. She was too busy begging Morton to stop. But suddenly he was there, grabbing hold of her tormentor's collar and flinging him back across the room. Morton was a good 3 or 4 inches taller, and easily 50 pounds heavier, but Joe was after him in a heartbeat, fists driving him against the wall. Wiping the tears from her eyes, Phoebe reached for some article of clothing to cover her nakedness. As she did so, Morton, his nose pouring blood, let out a roar and lunged forward again, the mass of his body thrown against Joe with such force they were carried across the room. Joe landed on the television, which toppled off the low table on which it was set, and Joe went down with it, the table cracking beneath him. Morton fell on top of him, but he was up a moment later, returning Joe's punches with kicks. They were aimed between Joe's legs, and landed solidly 5, 6, 7 times, while Joe lay winded and dazed on a bed of splinters and glass. Forsaking her attempts at modesty, Phoebe got to her feet and tried to pull Morton off him, but he put his hand over her face, pinching her cheeks. "You wait your turn," he said, stomping on Joe's groin now. "I'll get to you." Then he pushed her away, almost casually, so as to concentrate on his brutalities. She looked down at Joe, at his body sprawled over the debris, at the bloody patch spreading in his shorts, and realized with a kind of giddiness that Morton would not be done till Joe was dead. She had to do something, anything. She looked around the room for a weapon, but there was nothing she could lift that would fell Morton. In desperation she raced through to the kitchen, hearing as she went the terrible dull thud of boot against body and the moans of Joe, weaker by the moment. She pulled the kitchen drawers open one after the other, looking for a steak knife or a bread knife, something to threaten Morton with, but there was only a collection of battered cutlery. "You're fucked, nigger," Morton was saying. Joe's moans had stopped altogether. In desperation she snatched up an ordinary knife and fork and raced back into the living room, in time to see Morton reach down and pull Joe's shorts away from his body to inspect his handiwork. The sickening intimacy of this fueled her rage, and she threw herself at Morton, weapon raised. He swung round as she did so, and more by chance than intention dashed the knife from her hand. The fork, however, found its mark, her momentum sufficient to thrust it into the flesh of his upper chest. He looked down at it, more puzzled than pained, then struck her a back-handed swipe that had her stumbling back towards the door. Blood was running from the wound, but he didn't waste time pulling the fork out. "You fucking slut!" he said, coming at her like a driverless truck. She backed out into the hallway. The front door was still open. If she made a dash, she might still outrun him. But that meant leaving Joe here while she found somebody to help her, and God alone knew what Morton would do to him in the meantime. "Stand still," he said to her, his voice dropping now to a pained rasp. "You've got this coming." He almost sounded reasonable. "You know you got this coming." She glanced down the narrow hallway towards the bathroom, and as he lunged at her, she threw herself through the door, turning to close it before he reached her. Too late. His arm shot through the gap, grabbed hold of her hair. She threw her weight against the door, slamming it on his arm. This time he yelled, a stream of obscenities rising into a howl of rage and pain. He started to push against the door, pulling his bloodied arm out again and wedging his leg in the gap when it was wide enough. Her bare feet slid on the tiles. It was only a matter of moments before he had the door open. Then he would kill her, she was certain of it. She started to scream at the top of her voice, her din filling the tiny bathroom. Somebody had to come quickly, or it would be too late. His face appeared at the opening now, white and clammy as the tiles. "Open up!" he said, pushing harder. "You know how to do that!" And with a final shove, he threw the door wide. She had nowhere to run, and he knew it. He stood in the doorway, bleeding and gasping, looking her up and down. "You're a whore," he said. "A fat fucking whore. I'm going to rip your fucking tits off." "Hey!" Joe shouted. Morton looked down the hallway. Joe was up and hanging onto the frame of the living-room door. "You not dead yet?" Morton said, and strode back towards Joe. To the end of her days, Phoebe would never be exactly sure what happened next. She went after Morton to hold him back, or at least delay him long enough for Joe to get to the front door. That much was sure. But as she grabbed his shoulder, Joe stepped or slipped into his path. Perhaps he struck Morton. Perhaps Morton stumbled, weak from blood loss. Perhaps her weight was enough to topple him. Whichever it was, he fell forward, reaching to snatch hold of Joe even as he did so. As he struck the ground, there was a snapping sound, followed by something like a sob from Morton. He didn't get up. His legs twitched for a moment. Then he lay still. "Oh, my God," Joe said, and turning from Phoebe, started to vomit violently. Still afraid Morton could get up again, she approached him cautiously. There was blood seeping from beneath his chest. The fork! She'd forgotten the fork. She started to roll him over. He was still breathing, but his breaths were like spasms shaking him from head to toe. As for the fork, it had snapped halfway down its length. The rest, maybe 3 inches of it, was buried in his chest. Joe was getting to his feet now, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. "Gotta get a doctor here," he said, and disappeared into the living room. Phoebe went after him. "Wait, wait," she said. "What are we going to say?" "Tell him the truth," he said. He pulled the phone out of the debris. It had been dragged out of the wall. Grimacing with every move he made, he stopped to plug it back in, while Phoebe pulled on her underwear. "They're going to put me away for this, baby." "It was an accident," she said. He shook his head. "That's not the way it works," he went on. "I've had trouble before." "What do you mean?" "I mean I've got a record," he said. "I would have told you." "I don't care," she said. "Well, you should," he snapped, "because that screws everything." He had found the end of the phone line, but it ended in sheared wires. "It's no good," he said, tossing the phone down amid the trashed furniture. Then he got to his feet, tears filling his eyes. "I'm so sorry," he said. "I'm so sorry." "You'd better go," she said. "No. I can take care of Morton. You just go." She'd pulled on her skirt and was buttoning up her blouse. "I'll explain everything. He'll be looked after. Then we'll just get out together." There was faulty logic here, she knew, but it was the best she could do. "I mean it," she said. "Get dressed and go." She went back to the door. Morton was muttering now, which was an improvement on the spasms. Obscenities mingled with nonsense, like baby talk, except that there was blood coming from between his lips instead of milk and spit. "He's going to be all right," she said to Joe, who was still standing in the middle of the wrecked room, looking desolate. "Will you please go? I'll be fine." Then she was out into the sunlight and down the stairs. The kids had stopped playing in the street and were watching from the opposite sidewalk. "What are you looking at?" she said to them in the tone she took to latecomers at the surgery. The group dispersed in seconds, and she hurried along to the phone at the corner of the street, not daring to look back, for fear she'd see Joe slipping away. 9. 1. "I bet you thought this was a quiet little town, right?" Will Hamrick said, sliding another glass of brandy the way of his sober-suited customer. "Is it not?" the fellow said. He had the look of money about him, Will thought, an ease that only came when people had dollars in their pocket. Hopefully he'd spend a few of them on brandies before he moved on. "There's been some kind of bloodshed across town this afternoon." "Is that so?" "A guy comes in all the time, Morton Cobb, sits at the table by the wall there." Will pointed to it. "Been carted off to the hospital with a fork in his heart." "A fork?" said the man, plucking at his perfect mustaches. "That's what I said. I said a fork. Just like that, a fork, I said. Big man, too." Said the man, pushing the glass back in Will's direction. "Another? Why not? We should celebrate." "What are we celebrating?" "How about bloodshed?" the fellow replied. This struck Will as tasteless, which fact must have registered on his long, dolorous features, because the drinker said, "I'm sorry, I misunderstood. Is this fellow Cobb a friend of yours?" "Not exactly." "So this attempt upon his life by the wife or her lover, her black lover—" "You've heard." "Of course I've heard. This bloody, scandalous deed is really just something to be savoured, isn't it?" He sipped his brandy. "No?" Will didn't reply. The fellow was spooking him a little, truth to tell. "Have I offended you?" he asked Will. "No." "You are a professional bartender, am I right?" "I own this place," Will said. "All the better. You see, a man like yourself is in a very influential position. This is a place where people congregate, and when people congregate, what do? Will shrugged. "They tell tales," came the reply. "I really don't—" "Please, Mr. Hamrick. Mr. Hamrick, I've been in bars in cities across the world, Shanghai, St. Petersburg, Constantinople, and the great bars, the ones that become legendary, they have one thing in common, and it isn't the perfect vodka martini. It's a fellow like you, a disseminator." "A what?" "One who sows seeds." "You got me wrong, mister," Will said with a little grin. "You want Doug Kenny at Farm Supplies." The brandy drinker didn't bother to laugh. "Personally," he said, "I hope Morton Cobb dies. It'll make a much better story." Will pursed his lips. "Go on, admit it," the man said, leaning forward. "If Morton Cobb dies of a fork wound to the chest, will it not be a far better story for you to tell?" "Well," Will said, "I guess maybe it would." "There, that wasn't so difficult, was it?" The drinker drained his glass. "How much do I owe you?" $9. The man brought out an alligator-skin wallet, and from it drew not one but 2 crisp $10 bills. He laid them down on the counter. "Keep the change," he said. "I may pop back in to see if you've got any juicy details about the Cobb affair. The depth of the wound, the size of the lover's apparatus, that sort of thing." The brandy drinker smirked. "Now, don't tell me it didn't cross your mind. If there's one thing a good disseminator knows, it's that every detail counts. Especially the ones nobody'll confess they're interested in. Tell them shameful stuff, and they'll love you for it." Now he laughed, and his laughter was as musical as his voice. "I speak," he said, "as a man who has been well loved." And with that he was gone, leaving Will to stare down at the $20, not certain whether he should be grateful for the man's generosity or burning the bills in the nearest ashtray. 2. Phoebe stared at the face on the pillow and thought, "Morton's got more bristles than a hog. Bristles from his nose, bristles from his ears, bristles erupting from his eyebrows and from under his chin where he'd missed them shaving." Did I love him before the bristles? She asked herself. Then, did I ever love him? Her musings were curiously detached, which fact she put down to the tranquilizers she'd been given a couple of hours before. Without them, she doubted she would have got through the humiliations and interrogations without collapsing. She'd had her body examined. Her breasts were bruised and her face puffy, but there was no serious damage. She'd had Jed Gilholly, Everville's police chief, asking her questions about her relationship with Joe, who he was, why she'd done it. She'd been ferried back from the hospital in Silverton to the apartment and quizzed about what precisely had happened where. And finally, having told all she could tell, she was brought back to the bedside where she now sat to sit and meditate on the mystery of Morton's bristles. Though the doctor had pronounced his condition stable, she knew the patient's vices by rote. He smoked, he drank, he ate too much red meat and too many fried eggs. His body, for all its bulk, was not strong. When he got the flu, which he did most winters, he'd be sick for weeks. But he had to live. She hated him down to every last wiry bristle, but he had to live. Jed Gilholly came by a little before 5 and called her out into the hallway. He and his family, 2 girls, now both in their early teens, were all patients of Dr. Powell's, and while his wife and children were pretty healthy, Jed himself was severely dyspeptic and, if memory served, had the first mumbling of a prostate problem. It made him rather less forbidding, knowing these little things. "I got some news," he said to her, "about your, boyfriend." They've caught him, she thought. "He's a felon, Phoebe." No, maybe they hadn't. "He was involved in a wounding incident in Kentucky 4 or 5 years ago. Got probation. If you know where he is—" They hadn't got him, thank the Lord. "I suggest you tell me right now, because this whole mess is looking pretty bad for him." "I told you," she said. "Morton was the one started it." "And Morton's also the one lying in there," Jed replied. "He could have died, Phoebe." "It was an accident. I was the one stuck the fork in him, not Joe. If you're going to arrest anybody, it should be me." "I saw what he did to you," Jed said, a little embarrassed, "knocking you around like that. I reckon what we got here is some wife-beating, some assault, and—" he looked Phoebe in the eyes, "a man who's been in trouble with the law before and who's maybe a danger to the community." "That's ridiculous." "I'll be the judge of what's ridiculous and what's not," Jed said. "Now I'm asking you again, do you know where Flicker is?" "And I'm telling you straight," Phoebe replied. "No, I don't." Jed nodded, his true feelings unreadable. "I'm going to tell you something, Phoebe, that I wouldn't maybe say if I didn't know you." "Yes?" "It's simple, really. I don't know what the story was between you and this guy Flicker. I do know Morton isn't the friendliest of guys the way he beat you around this afternoon." He shook his head. "That's a crime all of its own. But I have to consider your boyfriend dangerous, and if there's a choice between his safety and the safety of my officers—" "He's not going to hurt anybody." "That's what I'm telling you, Phoebe. He isn't going to get the chance." 3. Without a vehicle, Joe had been presented with a limited number of options. He could steal a car and drive somewhere isolated, then come back for Phoebe after dark. He could find somewhere to hide within the city limits and bide his time there. Or he could climb. He chose the latter. The stealing of a vehicle would only add to his sum of crimes, and the city was too small and too white for him to pass unnoticed in its streets. Up the mountain he would go, he decided, at least far enough to be safe from pursuers. He left the apartment with the barest minimum of supplies. Some food, a jacket for later on, and, most important, given the condition he was in, the first-aid box. He'd only had time for a perfunctory self-examination, just enough to check that he wasn't going to bleed to death, before making his escape, but the pain was excruciating, and he only got as far as the creek before he had to stop. There he slithered down into the ditch where the creek ran, and, out of sight of all but the fishes, washed his bruised and bloodied groin as tenderly as he could. It was a slow, agonizing business. He could barely suppress his cries when the icy water ran over his lacerated flesh, and several times had to stop completely before the pain made him pass out. At last, against his better judgment, he resorted to chewing 2 painkillers he'd stored with the kit, the last but one of 10 Percodan he'd been prescribed for a back injury. It was powerful stuff, and had induced in him a kind of blissful stupor which was not to his present advantage. But without it, he doubted he'd be able to get much further than the creek. He sat on the bank for a while and waited for them to kick in before he finished with his ministrations, his trousers and blood-crusted underwear around his ankles. The blaze of the day was over, but the sun still found its way through the ferns and gilded the sliding water. He watched it go while the pain subsided. If this was what death was like, he thought, pain receding, languor spreading, it would be worth the wait. After a few minutes, with his thoughts fuzzier than they'd been and his fingers more clumsy, he returned to washing his wounds. His balls had ballooned to twice their normal size in the last half hour, the sack purplish in places and raw red in others. He felt the testicles gently, rolling them in between his fingers. Even through the haze of Percodan they were painful, but he felt nothing separated or clotted. He might yet have children, one of these distant days. As to his cock, it was badly torn in 3 places where Morton had ground his heel upon it. Joe finished cleaning the cuts with creek water, and then applied liberal dollops of antiseptic cream. Once during this delicate procedure a wave of nausea rose up in him, less at the sight of his wounds than at the memory of how he'd come by them, and he had no choice but to stop and watch the sun on the water until the feeling subsided. His mind wandered as he waited. 29 years on the planet, 30 in a month's time, and he had nothing to show for it but this pitiful condition. That would have to change if he was to get through another 29. His body had taken enough punishment for one lifetime. From now on he would chart his course, instead of letting circumstances take him where they would. He'd put the past behind him, not by denying it, but by allowing it to be part of him, pain and all. He was lucky, wasn't he? Love had found him in the form of a woman who would have died for him this afternoon. Most people never had that in their lives. They lived with compromise where love was concerned, with a mate who was better than nothing, but less than everything. Phoebe was so much more than that. She wasn't the first woman to have said she loved him, nor even the first he'd replied to in kind. But she was the first he was afraid to lose, the first he knew his life would be empty without, the first he thought he might love after the fierce heat was gone, after the time when she'd cared to spread her cunt for him, or he to see it spread. A sharp pain in his groin reminded him of his present state, and he looked down to see that all was not lost. His cock had risen to respectable erection while he'd pictured Phoebe's display, and he had to concentrate on counting flies until it had subsided. Then he finished putting on ointment and bandaged himself up, albeit roughly. It was time to move on before the search spread as far as the creek, and before the effect of the painkillers wore off. He pulled up his pants, buried the litter from his salvings, and, wandering a little way up the bank, found a place where the creek was narrow enough to be crossed in a hobbled leap. Then he clambered up the opposite bank and headed off up the slope between the trees. 4. At 6:17, while Phoebe was at the hot drink machine getting a cup of coffee, Morton opened his eyes. When she got back to the room, he was babbling to the nurse about how he'd been on a boat and fallen overboard. "I could have drowned," he kept saying, clutching at the sheets as though they were lifelines. I could have drowned." "No, Mr. Cobb, you're in a hospital." "Hospital?" he said, raising his head off the pillow an inch or two, though the nurse did her best to restrain him. "I was floating." "You were dreaming, Morton," Phoebe said, stepping into his line of vision. At the sight of her, the memory of what had brought him here seemed to come back. "Oh, Christ!" he said through clenched teeth. "Christ in heaven!" and sank back onto the pillow. "You bitch," he muttered now. "You fucking bitch." "Calm down, Mr. Cobb," the nurse insisted, but fueled by a sudden spurt of rage, Morton sat bolt upright, tearing at the drip tube in his arm as he did so. "I knew!" he screamed, jabbing his finger in Phoebe's direction. "Do as the nurse says, Morton." "Please give me a hand, Mrs. Cobb," the beleaguered woman said. Phoebe put down her coffee and went to assist, but the proximity of his wife threw Morton into a frenzy. "Don't you fucking touch me! Don't you—" He stopped in mid-sentence and uttered a tiny sound, almost like a hiccup. Then all the venom went out of him at once. His arms dropped to his sides, his knotted face slackened and went blank, and the nurse, unable to support the weight of his upper body, had no choice but to let him sink back onto the pillow. It did not end there. Even as the nurse raced to the door calling for help, Morton began to draw a series of agonizing breaths, each more panicked and desperate than the one before. She couldn't watch him suffer without trying to do something to calm him. "It's all right," she said, going back to the bedside and laying her hand on his cold brow. "Morton, listen to me. It's all right." His eyes were roving back and forth behind his lids. His gasps were horrible. "Hold on, Morton," she said, as his suffering continued to mount. "You'll bust something." If he heard her, he didn't listen. But then, when had he ever listened? He went on gasping until his body was out of power. Then he simply stopped. "Morton," she murmured to him, "don't you dare." There were nurses back at the bedside now, and a doctor spewing agitated orders, but Phoebe registered none of them. Her focus was upon Morton's stricken face. There were flecks of spittle on his chin, and his eyes were still wide open. He looked the way he'd looked at the bathroom door, raging even as the sea he'd been dreaming about closed over his head. One of the nurses took hold of her hand and now gently escorted her away from the bed. "I'm afraid his heart's given out," she murmured consolingly. But Phoebe knew better. The damn fool had drowned. 5. There was always a moment at the close of day when the blue gloom of dusk had settled on the city, but the sun was still in glory on Harmon's Heights. The effect was to make Everville seem like a ghost town sitting in the shadow of a living mountain. What had seemed unequivocal a minute ago had now become ethereal. Folks who had been able to read their neighbors' smiles across the street could no longer do so. Children who'd known for certain there was nothing darting behind the fence or snaking between the garbage cans were no longer secure in their belief. In that uncertain time, before the sun left the heights entirely, and the street lamps and porch lights of Everville asserted their authority, the city bathed in doubt, and in-solid souls and in-solid streets entertained the notion that this life was just a candle-flame dream, and likely to flicker out with the next gust of wind. It was Seth Lundy's favorite time of day. Better even than midnight, or that time before dawn when the moon had sunk and the sun was no more than a grey hope in the east. Better than those, that minute. He was standing in the town square, looking up at the last of the light on the mountain top and listening for the hammering, which was often loud at this uncertain hour, when a man he hoped at one glance he would come to know better stepped out of the murk towards him and said, "What can you hear?" He had only ever been asked that question by doctors. This was no doctor. "I can hear angels hammering on the sky from heaven's side," he replied, seeing no reason to lie. "My name's Owen Budenbaum," the man said, coming so close that Seth could smell the brandy on his breath. "May I ask yours?" "Seth Lundy." Owen Budenbaum came a little closer still. Then, while the city waited in doubt around them, he kissed Seth on the lips. Seth had never been kissed on the lips by a man before, but he knew the rightness of it, to his heart, soul, and groin. "Shall we listen to the hammering together?" Owen Budenbaum said, "or shall we make some for ourselves?" "For ourselves," Seth replied. "Good," said Owen Budenbaum. "Ourselves it will be." Part 3. Vessels. 1. Tesla had woken early, despite the late-night call with Grillo and the pukings from Lucian, early enough to enjoy the bird-song before the sound of traffic from Melrose and Santa Monica drowned it out. With the kitchen cupboards empty, she ambled up to the cafe below the health club on Santa Monica, which had been open since 5 for the benefit of masochists, and bought coffee, fruits, and bran muffins for herself and her guest. "I don't want you screwing him," Raoul reminded her as she walked back to the apartment. "We agreed no sex till we're separated." "That may never happen, Raoul," she pointed out, "and I'm damned if I'm going to live like a nun for the rest of my life, which might be, by the way, a very short time." "My, are we feeling chipper this morning?" "Anyway, monkeys like sex. It's all they ever do at the zoo." "Go fuck yourself, Bombeck." "That's all I've been doing, which you haven't been complaining about, by the way. Did you get off on me diddling myself?" "No comment." "I'm going to fuck Lucian, Raoul, so you'd better get used to the idea." "Slut." "Monkey." Lucian was showered and sitting on the balcony in the sun by the time she got back to the apartment. He had found some of Tesla's old clothes in the closet, patchwork jeans circa 1968, and a leather vest which fitted his skinny torso better than it had ever fitted her. Ah, the resilience of youth, she thought, seeing how quickly he'd recovered from the excesses of the previous night. Face flushed, smile lavish, he rose to help her unpack the breakfast and partook with no little appetite. "I feel so stupid about throwing up," he said. "I never do that. Mind you, I never drank vodka." He gave her a sidelong glance. "You're teaching me bad habits," he said. "Kate says you have to purify the body if you want to be a vessel for the infinite." "Now there's a phrase," Tesla said. "Vessel for the infinite. What does that mean, exactly?" "Well, it means
You know, we're made from the same stuff stars are made of, and all we have to do is open our souls up, and the infinite, everything becomes one, and everything flows through us. The past, the future, and the dreaming moment between are all one country, living one immortal day. The quote had Lucian agog. "Where'd that come from?" he said. "You never heard it before?" "I learned it from—" She paused to think about this. "Fletcher, maybe," she said. "Maybe Kissoon." "Who's Kissoon?" Lucian said. "Somebody I don't want to talk about," she said. There were few experiences in her life she still kept filed away under untouchable, but Kissoon was definitely one of them. "I want you to tell me when you're in a good space to do it," Lucian said. "I want to share all the wisdom in you." "You'll be disappointed," Tesla said. He laid his hand over hers. "Please, I mean it." She heard the monkey make a retching sound in her head and could not keep a smile from her lips. "What's so funny?" Lucian said, looking a little hurt. "Nothing," she said. "Don't be sensitive. If there's one thing I can't bear, it's sensitive men." 2. They were heading north by 7:30 and made good time up the coast. Either Tesla or Raoul, or perhaps a combination of them both, had developed an uncanny instinct when it came to the presence of cops, and she gunned the cycle to 100, 110, when they were certain they were unwatched. By Thursday evening they were across the state line, and about 10 at night decided they'd come far enough for one day. They found a motel and checked in. 1 room, 1 bed. What this meant went undiscussed. While Lucian headed out for food, Tesla called Grillo. He sounded glad to hear from her. The conversation with Howie had not gone well, he told her, and suggested she might have to put a call into the couple herself to offer some support for his warning. "What the hell happened to Damour?" Tesla wanted to know. "I thought he was supposed to be watching over them?" "Want my best guess?" Grillo said. "Yeah." "He's dead." "What?" "He was closing on something big. He wouldn't tell me what. Then he just ceased communication." The news shook Tesla. While her relationship with Damour had never been that close, she'd met with him one time only since the Grove, when her trek through the Americas had taken her up to New York. She'd vaguely thought of him as both a backstop and a source of esoterica, as someone who would always be in the picture. Now it seemed that this was not the case, and if Damour, who'd been fighting this fight for 15 years and had defenses against the enemy in every corner, including several tattooed on his person, had lost the battle, then what hope did she have? Little or none. Lucian had not taken her hint about sensitivity, thank God. He knew the moment he saw her face that she wasn't as blithe as she'd been. He gently inquired as to why, and she told him. He reassured her as best he could with words, but she quickly made their inadequacy plain, and he turned instead to touches and kisses, and before long they were getting naked, and he was warning her that he was no great lover, and that she shouldn't expect too much. She found his modesty disarming, and, as it turned out, unnecessary. He was no great experimenter, to be sure, but what he lacked in range he made up for in depth, which wasn't to be despised. They coupled with a kind of fervor she'd not experienced since her college days, all of 20 years before, the bed squeaking under them, the headboard deepening a groove in the wall made by those who'd loved here before. Raoul kept his silence for the first bout. She heard not a peep from him. But when, after she and Lucian had eaten a couple of slices of cold pizza, the nuzzling began again, he piped up. "He's not going to do it again?" "He can do it all night," she thought, "if he's up for it." She put her hands down between their legs and guided him inside her. "And it looks like he is." "Christ," Raoul sobbed. "How can you bear this? Make him pull it out."
"Shut up," she said, staring down at her and Lucian's locked groins.
"At least close your eyes," Raoul said.
She was far too intrigued to do that. Look at that, she thought, raising her hips to welcome his length. Him meeting me, meeting him.
"Damn you!"
Like crossroads.
"You're raving, woman."
She looked up into Lucian's face. He had his eyes half closed and his brows knitted.
"Are you all right?"
he gasped. "Never better," she said. The ape continued to sob in her head, the words expelled upon Lucian's thrusts.
"It's like he's stabbing us. I can't take any more." As he spoke, she felt his will impinging on hers, crossing the divide that established at the beginning of their co-tenanting. It hurt, and she let out a moan, which Lucian took for a sigh of appreciation. His embrace became tighter, his jabs more frenzied. "Oh, yes," he started to chant. "Yes, yes, yes." "No!" Raoul hollered, and before Tesla could demand her body back, he took control of it. Her arms, which had been languishing on the pillow, suddenly flew at Lucian, her nails raking his naked back. From out of her throat came a bestial din she'd never known she was capable of making, and as he recoiled in mute shock, her legs rose behind him, hooking beneath his armpits and pulling him back. All this in such a blur of noise and motion, Tesla wasn't even certain what had happened until it was over, and Lucian was sprawled on the floor beside the bed. "What the hell was that all about?" he said, finding his voice now. Satisfied with its efforts, the monkey's hold relaxed enough for her to say, It wasn't me." "What do you mean it wasn't you?" Lucian said. "I swear," she said, getting up from the bed, but he wasn't going to allow her near him again. He was up on his feet in a flash, retreating to the chair where he'd thrown his clothes. "Wait," she said, not making any further attempt to approach him. "I can explain this." Watching her warily, he said, "I'm listening." "I'm not alone in here," she told him, knowing as she spoke there was no easy way to say what she was about to say. "There's somebody else in my skull." Still, she thought, he should be able to understand the principle. Hadn't he been talking about being a vessel for the infinite that very morning? "His name's Raoul." He looked at her as though she was speaking in an alien language. "What are you talking about?" he said, plainly incredulous. "I'm talking about the spirit of a man called Raoul being here in my head with me. He's been here for 5 years, and he doesn't want us to do what we've been doing." "Why not?" "Well, why don't I let him speak for himself?" "What?" she heard Raoul say. "Go on," she said aloud. "You've done the damage, now explain it." "I can't. You owe it to me, damn you!" Lucian listened to the side of the argument he could hear with disbelief all over his face. She waited, leaving her tongue slack in her mouth. "You snarled," she reminded Raoul. "Now you can damn well talk." Before she'd finished the thought, she felt her tongue start to flap, and sounds emerged, crude at first, but quickly turning into syllables. Lucian watched and listened to this bizarre performance without moving a muscle. She suspected he thought he was in the presence of a lunatic, but she had no way of reassuring him until this was over. "What she's just told you," Raoul began, Tesla's voice, now in his possession, "is true. I'm the spirit of a man who gave up my body to a great evil called Kissoon." She'd not expected him to offer Lucian a guide to body-hopping, but it ameliorated her fury somewhat to hear him do so. This was difficult territory for him to discuss, she knew. Kissoon and his persuasions were a bitter memory for them both, but how much more so for him, who had lost his very flesh to the shaman's tricks. "She did me a great kindness," he went on hesitantly, "one which I will always be thankful for." He licked her lips back and forth a couple of times. His nervousness had made her mouth arid. "But this thing you do to me with men," he shook her head, "it seconds me." As Raoul spoke, Lucian instinctively dropped his hand between his legs, covering his sex. "I'm sure you mean to give her pleasure," Raoul cautioned, "but her pleasure is my pain, do you understand?" Lucian said nothing. "I want you to understand," he pressed. "I don't want you to think this is any failing on your part. It isn't. Truly, it isn't." At this juncture, Lucian plucked his briefs off the floor and began to pull them on. "I've said all I can say," Raoul concluded. "I'll leave you two to—" Tesla leapt on his words before they were finished. "Lucian," she said, "what are you doing?" "Which of you is it now?" "It's me, Tesla." She got up from the bed, pulling the sheet around her as she did so, and squatted on the ground in front of him.
He continued to dress as she spoke. "I know this is probably the strangest thing you've heard." "You're right." "What about Kate and Friederike?" "I wasn't fucking with Kate. Or Friederike," he said, his voice tremulous. "Why didn't you tell me?" "I didn't think you needed to know." "I'm making it with a guy. And you don't think I need to know?" "Wait. Is that what this is about?" She got up from the floor and stared down at him imperiously. "Where's your sense of adventure?" "I guess I'm all out of it," he said, hauling on her patchwork jeans. "You're leaving?" "I'm leaving." "And where will you go?" "I don't know. I got to ride somewhere." "Look, at least stay the night. We don't have to do anything." She heard the desperation in her voice and despised herself for it. What was this? 1.5 fucks, and suddenly she couldn't face sleeping alone? "Strike that remark," she said. "If you want to go find a ride, go find a ride. You're acting like an adolescent, but that's your problem." With that, she retired to the bathroom and showered, singing loudly enough to herself so that he knew she didn't care if he left or not. 10 minutes later, when she emerged, he'd gone. She sat down on the edge of the bed, her skin still wet from the shower, and called Raoul out from hiding. "So, I guess it's just you and me." "You're taking this better than I thought." "If we survive the next few days," she said, "we're going to have to part. You realize that?" "I realize that." There was a silence between them while she wondered what it would be like living alone. "By the way, was it really so terrible?"
"Abominable."
"Well, at least you know what you're missing," she said.
"So strike me blind."
"What?"
"Tiresias," he said.
She was none the wiser.
"You don't know that story?"
It was one of the paradoxes of their relationship that he, the sometime ape, had been educated in the great myths of the world by Fletcher, while she, the professional storyteller, had only the sketchiest knowledge of the subject. "Tell me," she said, lying back on the bed.
"Now?"
"Well, you scared off my entertainment." She closed her eyes. "Go on," she said. "Tell me." He'd several times regaled her with his versions of classical tales, usually when she'd questioned some reference of his. The philanderings of Aphrodite, the voyages of Odysseus, the fall of Troy. But this story was so much more appropriate to their present situation than any he'd shared with her, and she slipped into sleep with images of the Theban seer Tiresias, who, according to legend, had known sex as both a man and a woman, and declaring the woman's pleasures 10 times finer, had been struck blind by a goddess, irritated that the secret was out. Wandering through the wilds of the Americas in search of Tesla, until he found her in the rubble of Paloma Grove, where they made love at last, with the ground cracking open around them. 2. 1. At about the same time Tesla was falling asleep in a motel somewhere south of Salem, Oregon, Irwin was stirring from a strange slumber to find himself lying on the floor of his own living room. Somebody had lit a fire in the grate. He could see it flickering from the corner of his eye, and he was glad of the fact, because for some reason he was incredibly cold, colder than he could ever remember being in his life before. He had to work hard to recall the return journey from the creek. He had not come alone, of that he was certain. Fletcher had come too. They'd waited until dusk, hadn't they? Waited in the ruins of the house until the first stars showed, and then wound their way through the least populated streets. Had he left the car down by the Masonic Hall? Presumably so. He vaguely remembered Fletcher saying that he despised engines, but that sounded so absurd, Irwin dismissed it as delirium. What was there to hate in an engine? He started to raise his head off the ground, but lifting it an inch was enough to induce nausea, so he lay down again. The motion, however, brought a voice out of the shadows. Fletcher was here in the room with him. "You're awake," he said. "I think I must have the flu," Irwin replied. "I feel terrible." "It'll pass," Fletcher replied. "Just lie still." "I need some water. Maybe some aspirin. My head—" "Your needs are of no importance," Fletcher said. "They, too, will pass." A little irritated by this, Irwin rolled his head to one side to see if he could get a glimpse of Fletcher, but it was the remains of a chair his eyes found. one of a quartet of colonial pieces which had cost him several thousand, now reduced to scrapwood. He let out a groan. "What happened to my lovely furniture?" "I fed the fire with it," Fletcher replied. This was more than Irwin could take. Defying his giddiness, he sat up, only to discover that the other chairs had also gone for tinderwood, and that the rest of the room, which he had kept as meticulously as his files, was in total disarray. His prints gone from the walls, his collection of stuffed birds swept from the shelves. "What happened?" he said. "Did somebody break in?" "It was your doing, not mine," Fletcher replied. "Out of the question." Irwin's gaze sought Fletcher as he spoke, and found him sitting in the one chair that wasn't tinder, his back to Irwin. In front of him, the window. Beyond the window, darkness. "Believe me, you're responsible," Fletcher said. "If you had just been a little more compliant." "What are you talking about?" Irwin said. He was getting angry, which was in turn making his head thump. "Just lie down," Fletcher said. "All of this will pass by and by." "Stop saying that," Irwin replied. "I want some explanations, damn it." "Explanations?" said Fletcher. "Oh, those are always so difficult." He turned from the window, and by some trick Irwin didn't comprehend, the whole chair swiveled with him, though he put no effort into realigning it. The firelight flattered him. His skin looked healthier than Irwin remembered it looking, his eyes brighter. "I told you I'd come here with a purpose," he said. Irwin recalled that claim more clearly than any other detail of recent events. "You came to save me from banality," he replied. "And how do you suppose I'll do that?" Fletcher said. "I don't know, and right now I don't care." "What more do you have to care about?" Fletcher asked him. "Your furniture? It's a little late for that. Your frailty? Too late for that, too, I'm afraid." Irwin didn't like the way this conversation was going, not at all. He reached for the mantelpiece, caught hold of it, and started to haul himself to his feet. "What are you doing?" Fletcher wanted to know. "I'm going to get myself some medication," he said. It would not be wise, he suspected, simply to announce that he was going to call the police. "Can I get you anything?" he added lightly. "Such as?" "Something to eat or drink. I've got juice, soda water." His legs were weak, but the door was just a few strides away. He tottered towards it. "Nothing for me," Fletcher replied. "I have everything I need here." Irwin reached for the door-handle, barely listening to Fletcher now. He wanted to get out of this room, out of this house, in fact, even if it meant shivering in the street until the police arrived. As his fist closed around the handle, the firelight, which had been so kind to Fletcher, showed him the state of his flesh. The news was not good. His skin was hanging loosely at his wrist, as though the sinew had withered. He pulled the sleeve of his shirt back from his arm, and the sight made him cry out. No wonder he was weak. He was emaciated, his forearm down to little more than nerve and bone. Only now did the significance of Fletcher's last remark sink in. "Nothing for me." "Oh, God, no!" Irwin said, and started to pull on the door. It was locked, of course, and the key gone. "I have everything I need here." He threw himself against the door and beat on it, unleashing a yell. As it died in his throat for want of wind, he heard a motion behind him and glanced over his shoulder to see Fletcher, still seated on the last colonial chair, moving towards him. He turned to face his devourer, back hard against the door. "You promised you were going to save me," he said. "And is your life not banality?" Fletcher said. "And will death not save you from it?" Irwin opened his mouth to say, "No, my life isn't banal. I've got a secret, such a secret." But before he could utter a word, Fletcher reached out and caught hold of his hands, cold flesh on cold flesh, and he felt the last of his life rushing out of him, as if eager to be gone into a body that would use it more wisely. He started to sob, as much in rage at its desertion as in fear, and he went on sobbing as the substance of him was sucked away, until there was not enough of him left even to sob. 2. It had not been Joe's intention to venture far up the mountain. He'd intended to stay among the trees on the lower slope until the last of the late-night traffic had died away in the streets below. Then he'd descend and make his way to Phoebe's house. That had been the plan. But sometime in the middle of the evening, he'd no way of telling exactly when, He'd decided to walk a little way to relieve the boredom, and once he'd started, his dreamy thoughts had counseled him to keep on climbing until he was clear of the trees. It was a fine night. There would be such a view from the heights. The city, the valley, and more important than either, a glimpse of the world beyond, the world where he and Phoebe would be headed after tonight. So he'd climbed and climbed, but the trees, instead of thinning, grew so dense for a time he could barely see the stars between their branches. And still he climbed, the narcotic side effects of the drug leaving him indifferent to the fact that its pain-killing properties were steadily wearing off. It almost added to the pleasure of the ascent that some part of his mind and body was suffering, a touch of bitterness to sharpen his bliss. And after a time out of time, the trees did indeed begin to thin, and repeated backward glances as he cleared the canopy confirmed that the journey had been worth taking. The city looked like a little box of jewels nestling below, and finding himself a rocky promontory, he sat down to enjoy the sight a while. His eyes had always been sharp, and even at this distance he could see people walking on Main Street. Tourists, he supposed, out to taste the charms of Everville by night. As he studied them, he felt something tugging at his floating thoughts. Without quite knowing why, he looked back towards the mountain-top. Then he got to his feet and studied it. Were his eyes deceiving him, or was there a light up there, brightening and diminishing in waves? He watched it for fully a minute, and then, seduced by its gentle fluctuations, started up the mountainside again, keeping his eyes fixed upon it as he went. He could not make out its source. It was hidden behind rocks, but he had no doubt now that the phenomenon was real. Nor was the light its only manifestation. There was a sound, albeit so remote he felt it, rather than heard it, a rhythmical boom, as of some vast drum being beaten in another state, and almost as subtle a tang in the air that made his mouth water. He was within 50 yards of the twin rocks now, his eyes fixed on the cleft between them. His cock and balls were aching furiously, their throbs matched the booms of the drum. His sinuses, pricked by the air, were stinging, his eyes were wet, his throat running with spittle. And now, with every step he took, the sensations grew. The throbbing spread from his groin up to his scalp and down to his soles, until it seemed every nerve in his body was twitching to the rhythm of the boom. His eyes ran with tears, his nose with mucus. Spittle spilled from his gaping mouth, but he stumbled on, determined to know what mystery this was, and as he came so close to the rocks he would have touched them had he fallen, he saw that he was not the first to have done so. There was a body lying in the gap between the rocks, washed by the waves of light. Though it was the size of an adult, its proportions were more like those of a fetus, its head overlarge, its limbs, which it had wrapped around it in extremis, wasted, almost vestigial. The sight distressed Joe, and had there been another route to the light available, he would have gladly taken it, but the rocks were too smooth to climb, and he was too impatient for answers to try and find his way around them, so he simply strode up to the cleft and stepped past the body. As he did so, one of those frail, dead limbs reached out and caught hold of his leg. Joe let out a yelp and fell back against the rock. The creature did not let him go, however. Raising its unwieldy head off the hard ground, it opened its eyes, and even through the haze of tears Joe could see that its gaze was not that of a dying soul. It was crystalline, as was the voice that issued from the lipless mouth. "I am Noah," it said. "Have you come to carry me home?" 3. Phoebe had stayed at the hospital until after midnight, going through all the paperwork that came with Morton's passing. Gil Holly had reappeared, as she knew he would once he got the news. "This makes things a lot more serious for you and Loverboy," he told Phoebe. "You realize that?" "Morton had a heart attack," Phoebe pointed out. "We'll wait for the autopsy reports on that. In the meantime, I want you to holler the moment you get word from Flicker. You understand me?" He wagged his finger at Phoebe, which under normal circumstances would have earned him a choice retort. But she kept her temper under control and did her best to play the grieving wife. "I understand," she said quietly. The show seemed to convince Gil Holly. He softened a little. "Why'd you do it, Phoebe?" he said. "I mean, you know me. I'm no racist, but if you were going to spread a little love around, why'd you go with him?" "Why do any of us do anything?" she replied, unable to look him in his sorry face, for fear she'd lose control and slap him. He apparently read her downcast gaze as further proof of contrition, because he laid his hand on her shoulder and murmured, "I know it's hard to believe right now, but there's always a light at the end of the tunnel." "Is there?" she said. "Trust me," he replied. "Now you go home and try to sleep. We'll talk in the morning." "I won't be here in the morning, bozo," she thought as she padded away. "I'll be someplace you'll never find me, with the man I love." She couldn't sleep, of course, even though she was aching to her bones, and the rest would have been welcome. There was packing to do for one thing, which she interspersed with trips to the refrigerator for a slice of pie or a frankfurter, yellow mustard dripping on her underwear as she sorted through the stuff she wanted Joe to see her in, and the stuff she would leave in the garbage, and then, with the clothes packed, a quick trip through the photograph albums in search of a few memories to take with her. A picture of this house, when she and Morton had first moved in, all shiny with hope. A couple of pictures from childhood, Ma, Pa, Murray, and herself, her looking pudgy even at the age of 6. She'd always hated the wedding photographs, even the ones without Morton in them, but she took the group photograph, for sentiment's sake, along with a couple of shots of the 1988 festival parade, when the doctor had decided to pay for a float of his own, and she'd made a witty costume for herself as a human pill bottle, which had proved quite a hit. By the time she'd finished her packing, her photo selection, her pie, and her frankfurters, it was almost 3 o'clock in the morning, and she began to wonder if maybe Gil Holly hadn't caught up with Joe already. She dismissed the thought. If he had, he'd have called her to crow about it. Either that, or Joe would have used his call to tell her he wouldn't be coming for her, and she should get him a lawyer. No, her lover-boy was still out there somewhere. He just hadn't reached her yet. Maybe he'd slipped back into his apartment once the streets were completely deserted to do some packing of his own, or gone to find them a getaway car that would be difficult to trace. Or maybe he was simply taking his time, the way he did when they had some hours to spare in the afternoon, idling here and there just for the pleasure of it. As long as they were away before dawn, everything would be fine. So they still had 2 or 3 hours. She went to the back door and stood on the step, watching the dark trees for some sign of him. He'd come. Later, perhaps, than sooner, but he'd come. 4. "Where is your home?" Joe had asked Noah, and the creature had raised its left hand, keeping fierce hold of Joe's leg with his right, and pointed up the slope between the rocks, up towards the source of light and tang and boom, which he could not yet see. "What is it?" Joe had said. "You truly don't know?" "No, I don't." "The shores of Quiddity lie 10 strides from here," the creature replied, "but I'm too weak to get there." Joe went down on his haunches beside Noah. "Not that weak," he said, wrenching his trouser leg from Noah's fist. "I've tried 3 times," Noah replied, "but there's too much power at the threshold. It blinds me. It cracks my bones." "And it won't crack mine?" "Maybe it will. Maybe it will. But listen to me when I tell you I am a great man on the other side. Whatever you lack here, I will provide there." "Whatever I lack, eh?" Joe mused, half to himself. The list was long. "So if I carry you over this threshold," he went on, wondering as he spoke if perhaps he hadn't slipped from the promontory and was lying somewhere, conjuring this as he bled to death, "what happens?" "If you carry me over, you can put every fear you harbor in this world aside, for power awaits you there, that I promise you. Power that would seem to you unlimited, for your skull does not contain ambition enough to exhaust it." The syntax was fancier than Joe was used to, and that, along with the distractions of tears and throbs, prevented him from entirely grasping what he was being told. But the broad strokes were plain enough. All he had to do was carry this creature 10, 11, maybe 12 strides over the threshold, and he'd be rewarded for the service. He looked back at the light, trying to distinguish some detail in its midst, and as he did so his opiated thoughts began to make sense of this mystery. "That's your ship, isn't it?" he murmured. "It's a fucking UFO." "My ship?" "My God." He looked down at the creature with awe on his face. "Are there more of you?" "Of course." "How many?" "I don't know. I haven't been home in more than a century." "Well, who's in the ship?" "Why do you keep talking about a ship?" "That,"
Joe said, pointing towards the light. "What did you call it, Quiddity?"
"Quiddity's not a ship. It's a sea."
"But you came here in it."
"I sailed on it, yes, to reach this place. And I wish I'd not."
"Why?"
"Because I found only sorrow here and loneliness. I was in my prime when I first set foot here. Now look at me. Please, in the name of compassion, carry me over the threshold."
Noah's face began to sweat beads of dark fluid as he spoke, which gathered at the bridge of his nose and in the corners of his mouth.
"Forgive my emotion," he said. "I have not dared hope until now."
The sentiment found an echo in Joe, one he could not be deaf to. "I'll do what I can," he said to Noah.
"You're a good man."
Joe put his hands under Noah's body. "Just so you know," he said, "I'm not in such great shape myself. I'll do my best, but I'm not guaranteeing anything. Put your arm around my shoulder. Yeah, that's it. Here we go." He started to stand. "You're heavier than you look," he said, and teetered for a moment before he got his balance. Then he straightened up. "I want to know what planet you come from," he said, as he proceeded towards the threshold.
"What planet?"
"Yeah, and what galaxy it's in, all that shit. 'Cause when you're gone, the only way I'm going to have a hope of convincing people of this is if I've got the tails."
"I don't believe I understand you."
"I want to know," Joe began, but the question went unfinished, as he stepped clear of the cleft between the rocks and finally grasped something of what lay ahead. There was no starship here, at least none that was visible. There was only the sky, and a crack in that sky, and a light through the crack in that sky that touched him like a loving gaze. Feeling it upon him, he wanted nothing more than to step beneath whatever sun shed this light, and meet it eye to eye. Noah was trembling in his arms. His brittle fingers dug deep into Joe's shoulder.
"Do you see?" he murmured now. "Do you see?"
Joe saw. Another heaven, and under it a shore, and beyond the shore a sea, the boom of whose waves had become as familiar as his heartbeat, the spice of whose air had made him shed waters of his own as if in tribute.
"Quiddity,"
Noah breathed. "Oh, Lord," Joe thought, "wouldn't it be fine to have Phoebe beside me right now to share this wonder?" Awed by the sight, Joe was scarcely aware that the ground underfoot was in flux until he was ankle-deep in liquid dirt that was flowing back and forth over the threshold. There was strength in it, and in order not to be thrown off his feet, he had to halt a moment, and better distribute the weight of his burden. He was no more than 2 strides from the crack itself, and the energies loose here were considerable. He felt his joints creaking, his guts churning, his blood thumping in his head, as if it would burst out and flow into Quiddity of its own accord if he didn't pick up speed. He took the hint, clasped Noah close to him, and ducked down like a man walking into a high wind. Then he strode forward again. The first stride hard, the second harder still, the third less a stride than a lunge. His eyes were closed tight against the onslaught of energies, but it wasn't black behind his lids. It was blue, a velvet blue, and through the roar of his ambitious blood he heard birds, their voices like streaks of scarlet in the blue, somewhere overhead.
"I don't know your name," somebody whispered to him, "but I hope you hear me."
"Yes," he imagined, he said. "I hear you."
"Then open your eyes,"
the voice went on. It was Noah, he realized.
"and let's be on our way."
"Where are we going?" Joe asked. Though he had instructed his eyes to open, the blue behind his lids was so serene he wasn't all that eager to desert it.
"We're going to Liverpool,"
Noah said. "Liverpool," said Joe. The few images he had of that city were grey and prosaic. "We've come all this way to visit Liverpool?"
"It's the ships we want. I can see them from here."
"What kind of ships?" Joe wanted to know. His lids still refused to open.
"See for yourself."
"Why not?" Joe thought. "The blue will always be there the moment I close my eyes." And so thinking, he opened them. 3. 1. Friday morning, and it was too late for excuses. If the shelves weren't stocked, if the windows weren't polished, if the door wasn't painted, if the street wasn't swept, if the dog wasn't clipped, if the swing wasn't fixed, if the linen wasn't pressed, if the pies weren't ordered, well, it was too damn late. Folks were here, ready to spend some money and have some fun, so whatever had been left unfinished would have to stay that way. No doubt about it,
Dorothy Bullard had announced to her husband as she rose to see the sun at the window-sill. "This is going to be the best year yet." She didn't need to look far for confirmation. When she drove down Main Street a little shy of 8, it was already busier than an ordinary Saturday noon, and among the faces on the sidewalk there were gratifyingly few she knew. These were visitors, folks who'd checked into their motels and boarding-houses the night before, and had driven or walked into town to begin their weekend with ham, eggs, and a slice of Evervillian hospitality. As soon as she got to the Chamber of Commerce, she checked in with Gil Holly, whose offices were just across the hall, to see if there was any news on the Phoebe Cobb business. Gil Holly wasn't in yet, but Dorothy's favorite among the officers, Ned Bantam, was sitting behind his desk with a copy of the festival weekend edition of the Tribune and a carton of milk. "Looks like it's going to be a fine weekend, Dotty, baby," he grinned. This nickname was one she'd several times forbidden him to use, but he defied her with such charm she'd given up trying to enforce the ban. "Did you arrest Joe Flicker?" "Gotta find him first." "You didn't find him?"
"If we'd found him, we'd have arrested him, Dotty," Ned replied. "Don't look so grim. We'll get him."
"You think he's dangerous?"
"Ask Morton Cobb," Ned said. "I guess it's a bit late for that."
"What?"
"You didn't know?" Ned said. "Poor bastard died last night."
"Oh, my lord." Dorothy felt sick. "So we've got a murder hunt going on in the middle of festival weekend?"
"It should spice things up a bit, huh?"
"That's not funny," Dorothy said. "We work all year—"
"Don't worry," Ned said. "Flicker's probably in Idaho by now."
"And what about her?" Dorothy said. She knew Phoebe by sight only. The woman had airs and graces, was her impression.
"What about her?"
"Is she going to be arrested, or what?"
"Jed had Barney watching her house all night in case Flicker came back, but he's not going to do that. I mean, why'd he do that?"
Dorothy didn't reply, though there was an answer on the tip of her tongue. Love, of course. He'd come back for love. "So there was no sign of him?" Ned shook his head. Dorothy couldn't help but feel a little spurt of satisfaction that the Cobb woman's lover had not returned to find her. She'd had all the secret trysts she was going to get. Now she'd have to pay the price. Her anxieties salved somewhat. She asked Ned if he'd keep her up to date on the manhunt, and then went to work, content that even if the felon wasn't in Idaho, he was too far away to spoil the next 72 hours. 2. He hadn't come for her. That was the thought Phoebe had woken with. She'd waited and waited at the back door until the day had driven every star from sight, and he hadn't come for her. She sat at the kitchen table now, with the remains of a plateful of pancakes between her elbows, trying to work out what she should do next. Part of her said, "Just go now while you can. If you stay, you'll be stuck playing the grieving widow for every damn person you meet. And then there'll be all the funeral arrangements to make and the insurance policies to dig through. And don't forget Gil Holly. He'll be back with more questions." But then there was another voice, with conflicting advice. "Leave town now, and he'll never find you," the voice said. Maybe he got lost in the dark. Maybe Morton did him more harm than she'd thought. Maybe he was lying bleeding somewhere. "What it comes down to is this," the voice said. "Do you trust him enough to believe he'll come for you? If you don't, go now. If you do, then put a brave face on things and stay." When it was made simple like that, she knew there was no question. Of course she trusted him. Of course, of course. She brewed herself a pot of very strong coffee to help her get over her fatigue, then took a brisk shower, fixed her hair, and dressed. At 8:45, just as she was about to get out for the doctor's office, the telephone rang. She raced to it and snatched up the receiver, her heart crazed, only to be greeted by Gil Holly's drear tones. "Just checking on your whereabouts," he said. "I'm just going to work," Phoebe said. "If that's all right with you, that is." "I guess I'll know where to find you." "I guess you will." "Your boyfriend didn't come home last night." She was about to say no, when she realized that he wasn't asking her a question, he was telling her. He already knew that Joe hadn't come back to the house, which meant that he'd had one of his men patrolling around all night, which in turn meant that there was every chance Joe had seen the man and had kept his distance for fear of being caught. All this flashed through her mind in a matter of moments, but not so quickly that her stunned silence wasn't noted. "Are you still there?"
Gilholly said. She was glad this was a telephone conversation, so that she didn't have to hide the smile that was spreading across her face. "Yes," she said, doing her best to keep the relief from her voice. "Yes, I'm still here." "If he makes any attempt to contact you—" I know. I'll call you Jed, I promise." "Don't call me Jed, Mrs. Cobb," he replied sniffily. "We've got a professional relationship here. Let's keep it that way." With that he was gone. She put the phone down and sat on the stairs for a moment, trembling. Then, without warning, tears of relief and happiness came, and it was fully 10 minutes before she could get them sufficiently under control to go up and wash her face. 3. Despite the exertions of the night before, Buddenbaum had woken, as always, a few minutes before dawn, stirred by a body clock so perfectly calibrated he'd not missed a sunrise in the better part of 80 years. His business was the epic, after all, and he knew of no drama as primal as that which was played out every dawn and dusk. The victory of light over darkness, however, had carried a particular poignancy this morning, illuminating as it did the arena for a narrative that would, he hoped, be deemed as memorable as any in the human canon. It was a century and a half since he'd sown the seed that had become Everville, a century and a half in which he had sown many such seeds in hope of apotheosis. Lonely and frustrating years, most of them, wandering from state to state, always a visitor, always an outsider. Of course there were advantages to his condition, not least a useful detachment from the crimes and torments and tragedies that had so quickly soured the pioneer's dream of Eden. There was little left, even in a town like Everville, of the fierce, pure vision of those souls with whom he'd mingled in Independence, Missouri. It had been a vision fueled by desperation and nourished by ignorance, but whatever its frailties and its absurdities, it had moved him after its fashion. It moved him still in memory. There had been something to die for in those hard hearts, and that was a greater gift than those blessed with it knew, a gift not granted those who'd come after. They were a prosaic lot, in Owen's estimations, the builders of suburbs and the founders of committees, men and women who had lost all sense of the tender, terrible holiness of things. There were always exceptions, of course, like the kid lying asleep in the bed behind him. He and little Maeve O'Connell would have understood each other very well, Owen suspected, and after years of honing his instincts he was usually able to find one such as Seth within a few hours of coming to a new town. Every community had one or two youths who saw visions or heard hammerings or spoke in tongues. Regrettably, many of them had taken refuge in addiction, he found, particularly in the larger cities. He discovered them on seedy street corners, dealing drugs with one eye on heaven, and gently escorted them away to a room like this. How many like this had he been in? Tens of thousands, where they would trade visions for sodomy back and forth. "Owen?" The boy's hair was spread on the pillow as though he were floating. "Good morning," Owen had replied. "Are you going to come back to bed?" "What time is it?" "Just before 7, Seth had said. "We don't have to get up yet." He stretched, sliding down the bed as he did so. Owen looked at the spiral of hair beneath the boy's arms and wondered at the workings of desire. "I have to go exploring today," he replied. "Do you want to come with me?" "It depends what you're going to explore," Seth said, shamelessly fingering himself beneath the sheet. Owen smiled and crossed to the bottom of the bed. The youth had turned from waif to coquette in the space of one night. He was lifting the sheet up between his knees now, just high enough to give Owen a glimpse of his butthole. "I suppose we could stay here an hour or so," Owen conceded, slipping the belt of his robe so that the boy could see what trouble he was inviting. Seth had flushed, his face, neck, and chest reddening in 2 heartbeats. "I had a dream about that," he said. "Liar." "I did," Seth protested. The sheet was still tented over his raised knees. Owen made no attempt to pull it off, but simply knelt between Seth's feet and stared down at him, his prick peeping out from his robe. "Tell me," he said. "Tell you what?" "What you dreamed." Seth looked a little uncomfortable now. "Go on," Owen said, "or I'm going to cover it up again." "Well," said Seth, "I dreamed—"
Oh, geez, this sounds so dumb. Spit it out. I dreamed that, he pointed to Owen's stick, was a hammer. A hammer? Yeah, I dreamed it was separate from you, and I had it in my hand, and it was a hammer. Odd as the image was, it didn't strike Owen as utterly outlandish, given the conversation they'd had on the street the night before. But there was more. I was using it to build a house. Are you making this up? No, I swear. I was up on the roof of this house. It was just a wooden frame, but it was a big house somewhere up on the mountain, and there were nails that were like little spikes of fire, and your Dick— He half sat up and reached to touch the head of Owen's hard-on. Your Dick was driving the nails in, helping me build my house. He looked up at Owen's face and shrugged. I said it was dumb. Where was the rest of me? Owen wanted to know. I don't remember, Seth said. Don't be pissed off. I'm not pissed off. It was just a dumb dream. I was thinking about hammering and— Can we stop talking about it now? He slid his hand around Owen's sex, which had lost size and solidity while its dream self was discussed, and attempted to stroke it back to its previous state. But it wouldn't be coaxed, much to Seth's disappointment. We'll have some time this afternoon, Owen said to him. Okay, said Seth, dropping back onto the bed and snatching the sheet off his lower torso. But this is going to make walking around a little uncomfortable. Owen gazed at the nearly hairless groin before him with a vague sense of unease. Not at the sight itself— the boy's equipment was pretty in its lopsided way— but at the thought of his manhood being used to hammer in spikes of fire, while the rest of him went unremembered. Most of the time, of course, dreams were worthless, bubbles in the stew of a sleeping mind, bursting once they surfaced. But sometimes they were revelations about the past, sometimes prophecies, sometimes ways to shape the present, and sometimes— this was rare, but he'd known it happen— they were signs that the promise of the art was not a hollow promise, that the human mind could know the past, present, and future as one eternal moment. He didn't believe that Seth's dream of house and hammer fell into this category, but something about it made his palms clammy and his nape itch. There was meaning here, if he could only decode it. What are you thinking? Seth was looking up at him with a troubled expression on his long, pale face. Crossroads, Owen replied. What about them? That's what we're going to look for this morning. He got off the bed and went through to the bathroom to piss. I want to find the first crossroads in the city. Why? Seth wanted to know. He contemplated lying to the boy, but why? The answer was a paradox anyway. Because my journey ends where the roads cross, he said. What does that mean? It means I'm not going to be here for very much longer, Owen said, addressing Seth from the bathroom door. So we may as well enjoy ourselves. The boy looked downcast. What will I do when you've gone? He said. Owen ruminated for a moment. Then he said, Build a house, maybe. 4. 1. Tesla got lost just north of Salem and had traveled 35 miles along the Wilhelmina Road before she realized her error and turned round. By the time she reached the Everville city limits, it was past 1, and she was hungry. She drove around for 10 minutes, orienting herself while she looked for a suitable eatery, and eventually settled on a place called Kitty's Diner. It was busy, and she was politely told there'd be a 10-minute wait. No problem, she said, and went to sit out in the sun. There was plenty to divert her while she waited. The diner was situated at the intersection of the city's main street and a second, equally bustling thoroughfare. People and vehicles flowed by ceaselessly in both directions. This place is busy, she thought. There's some kind of festival going on, Raoul replied. How do you know? It's right in front of you, he said. Where, damn it? She said, scanning the intersection in all 4 directions. Up a couple of feet, Raoul said. Tesla looked up. There was a banner strung across the street, announcing, Welcome to the Everville Festival Weekend, in blue letters 3 feet high. How come I didn't see that?
she thought, confounded, as ever, by the fact that she and Raoul could look through the same eyes and see the world so differently. "You were concentrating on your stomach," Raoul replied. She ignored the remark. "This isn't an accident," she said. "What isn't?" "Us being here the weekend they're having a festival. It's some kind of synchronicity." "If you say so." She watched the traffic in silence for a time. Then she asked Raoul, "Do you feel anything?" "Like what?" "I don't know. Anything out of the ordinary?" "What am I, a bloodhound?" "All right," she said. "Forget I spoke." There was another silence. Then, very softly, Raoul said, "Above the banner." She lifted her gaze, past the blue letters, past the roofs. "The mountain?" she said. "Yes." "What about it?" she said. "Something," he replied. "I don't know, but something." She studied the peak for a little time. There wasn't that much to see. The summit was wreathed in mist. "I give up," she said. "I'm too hungry to think." She glanced back at the diner. Two of its customers were up from their table, chatting to the waitress. "About time," she muttered, and, getting to her feet, headed inside. "Just for one, is it?" the waitress said, leading her to the vacated table and handing her a menu. "Everything's good, but the chicken livers are really good. So's the peach cobbler. Enjoy." Tesla watched her pass between the tables, bestowing a word here and a smile there. "Happy little soul," Raoul remarked dryly. "Looks like Jesus is cooking today," Tesla replied, eyeing the simple wooden cross hung above the serving hatch. "Better go for the fish, then," Raoul said, at which Tesla laughed out loud. A few querulous glances came her way, but nobody seemed to much mind that this woman was so entertained by her own company she was weeping with laughter. "Something funny?" the waitress wanted to know. "Just a private moment," Tesla said, and ordered the fish. 2. Irwin could not remember what terrible thing had happened in his house. He only knew that he wanted to be out of it, and away. He stood at the unopened front door with his thoughts in confusion, knowing there was something he had to take with him before he left, but unable to remember what. He turned and looked back down the hallway, hoping something would jog his memory. Of course, the confession. He couldn't leave the house without the confession. He started back down the hallway, wondering where he'd set it down. As he came to the living room, however, his desire to have the papers suddenly evaporated, and without quite knowing how he got there, he found himself standing outside his house again with the sun beating down on him. It was altogether too bright, and he dug in his pockets looking for his sunglasses, only to discover that he was wearing an old tweed jacket that he thought he'd given away to charity years before. The gift had been spontaneous, which was rare for him, and he'd almost instantly regretted it. All the more wonderful, then, to have chanced upon it again, however mystifying the circumstances. He found no sunglasses, but he did find a host of mementos in the various pockets. Ticket stubs for concerts he'd attended in Boston 2 decades before, the much-chewed remains of a cigar he'd smoked to celebrate passing the bar exam, a little piece of wedding cake wrapped up in a napkin, the stiletto heel of a scarlet shoe, the little bottle of holy water his mother had been clutching when she died. Every pocket contained not one, but 4 or 5 such keepsakes and tokens, each one unleashing a deluge of memories, scents, sounds, faces, feelings, all of which might have moved him more had the mystery of the jacket not continued to trouble him. He was certain he'd given it away. And even if he hadn't, even if it had languished unseen at the back of his wardrobe for a decade, and by chance he'd plucked it out of exile this morning without realizing he'd done so, that still didn't solve the problem of where the memorabilia in its pockets had appeared from. Something strange was going on. Something damned strange. Next door, Ken Margosian emerged from his house whistling and sauntered among his rose bushes with a pair of scissors, selecting blooms. "The roses are better than ever this year," Irwin remarked to him. Margosian, who was usually a neighborly sort, didn't even look up. Irwin crossed to the fence. "Are you okay, Ken?" he asked. Margosian had found a choice rose and was carefully selecting a place to snip it. There was not the slightest sign that he'd heard a syllable. "Why the silent treatment?" Erwin demanded. "If you've got some bitch with me—" At this juncture Mrs. Semevikov came along, a woman whom, under normal circumstances, Erwin would have happily avoided. She was a voluble woman who took it upon herself to organize a small auction every festival Saturday, selling items donated by various stores to benefit children's charities. Last year she had attempted to persuade Erwin to donate a few hours of his services as a prize. He had promised to think about it, and then not returned her calls. Now here she was again, after the same thing, no doubt. She said hello to Kin Margosian, but didn't so much as cast a glance in Erwin's direction, though he was standing 5 yards from her. "Is Erwin in?" she asked Ken. "I don't think so," Ken replied. "Joke over," Erwin piped up, but Ken hadn't finished. "I heard some odd noises in the night," he told Mrs. Semevikov, "like he was having a brawl in there." "That doesn't sound like him at all," she replied. "I knocked on his door this morning just to see that he was okay, but nobody answered." "Stop this!" Erwin protested. "Maybe he's at his office," Mrs. Semevikov went on. "I said stop it!" Erwin yelled. It was distressing him now, hearing himself talked about as though he were invisible. And what was this nonsense about a brawl? He'd had a perfectly peaceable— The thought faltered, and he looked back towards the house as a name rose from the murk of his memory. Fletcher. Oh, my God, how could he have forgotten Fletcher? "Maybe I'll try him at his office," Mrs. Semevikov was saying, "because he promised me last year—" "Listen to me," Erwin begged. "He'd donate a few hours." "I don't know why you're doing this, but you've got to listen." "To the auction." "There's somebody in my house." "Those are beautiful roses, by the way. Are you entering them in the flower competition?" Erwin could take no more of this. He strode towards the fence, yelling at Ken. "He tried to kill me!" Then he reached over and caught hold of Ken's shirt. Or at least he tried to. His fingers passed through the fabric, his fist closing on itself. He tried again. The same thing happened. "I'm going crazy," he thought. He reached up to Ken's face and prodded his cheek hard, but he got not so much as a blink for his efforts. "Fletcher's been playing with my head." A wave of panic rose in him. He had to get the meddler to fix his handiwork now before there was some serious damage done. Leaving Ken and Mrs. Semevikov to their chatter about roses, Erwin headed back up the path to the front door. It looked to be closed, but his senses were utterly unreliable, it seemed, because 2 strides carried him over the threshold and into the hallway. He called out for Fletcher. There was no reply, but the meddler was somewhere in the house. Erwin was certain of it. Every angle in the hallway was a little askew, and the halls had a yellowish tinge. What was that, if not Fletcher's influence? He knew where the man lay in wait, in the living-room, where he'd held Erwin prisoner in order to toy with his sanity, his fury mounting. How dare this man invade his house and his head? He marched down the hallway to the living-room door. It stood ajar. Erwin didn't hesitate. He stepped inside. The drapes were drawn to keep out the day, the only source of light the fire that was now dying in the grate. Even so, Erwin found his tormentor at a glance. He was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the floor, his clothes shed. His body was broad, hirsute, and covered with scars, some of them fully 6 inches long. His pupils were rolled up beneath his eyelids. In front of him was a mound of excrement. "You filthy animal!" Erwin raged. His words drew no response from Fletcher. "I don't know what kind of mind tricks you've been playing," Erwin went on, "but I want you to undo them right now, hear me? Right now!" Fletcher's pupils slipped back into view, much to Erwin's satisfaction. He was tired of being ignored. "And then I want you—" He stopped to let out a groan of disgust as Fletcher reached out and took a handful of his own shit, then mashed it into his groin. Erwin averted his eyes, but what his gaze found in the shadows was infinitely worse than Fletcher's scatological games. There was a body there, lying with its face to the wall, a body he recognized. There were no words to express the horror of that moment, nor its terrible clarity. He could only let out a sob, a racking sob that went unheard by the masturbator. He knew why now. He was dead. His wizened body was lying in the corner of the room, drained of life by Fletcher. Whatever consciousness he still possessed, it was clinging to the memory of the flesh, but it had no influence in the living world. He could not be seen or heard or felt. He was a phantom. He sank down in front of Fletcher and studied his face. It was brutish beneath the beard, the brow lowering, the mouth grotesquely wide. "What are you?" he murmured to himself. Fletcher's manipulations were apparently bringing him close to crisis. His breathing was fast and shallow, and punctuated with little grunts. Irwin couldn't bring himself to watch the act concluded. As the grunts grew louder, he rose and made for the door, passing through it down the hall and out into the sunlight. Mrs. Semenvikov had gone on her way, and Ken was heading back into his house with an armful of roses, but there was a thin, high-pitched whining sound coming from nearby. Something is in pain, Irwin thought, which fact, curiously, comforted him to know that he was not the only soul suffering right now. He went in search of the sufferer, and didn't have to look far. It was the rose bushes that were giving off the whine, a sound he assumed only the dead could hear. It was a poor compensation. Tears, or rather the memory of tears, fell from his remembered eyes, and he quietly swore an oath that even if he had to do a deal with the devil to possess the means, he would somehow revenge himself on the beast that had taken his life. Nor would it be quick. He'd make the bastard suffer so loudly the grief of 1,000,000 roses could not drown out his screams. 3. The Friday of festival weekend was always a slack day at the doctor's. Early next week there'd be a waiting room full of folks who'd put off a visit because they had too much to do, their fingers turned septic, their constipation chronic. But today only those in extreme discomfort, or so lonely a trip to see Dr. Powell was a treat, came in. None of the patients made any mention of recent events to Phoebe, though she didn't doubt that every man, woman, and child in Everville was by now steeped in the scandal. Even Dr. Powell kept his remarks to a minimum. He was sorry to hear about Morton's death, he said, and would perfectly understand if she needed to take a few days off. She thanked him and asked if she might perhaps leave around 2, so she could drive over to Silverton and meet the funeral director. The answer, of course, was yes. In fact, that wasn't the only meeting she had planned. She needed more urgently than ever the guidance of a legal mind, someone who could give her a clear picture of just how bad a position she was in. She would try to see Irwin this afternoon, she'd decided, rather than wait until Monday. A lot could happen in 72 hours, as the turmoil of the last 24 proved. Better that she knew the bad news and planned accordingly. 4. The fish was good. Tesla took her leisurely time eating and listened while she ate, tuning in to conversations going on at 5 tables in her vicinity. It was a trick she'd first learned as a screenwriter, quickly finding that ordinary conversation was littered with remarks no producer would believe, and had gone on to hone it during her travels when it had allowed her to keep track of the way the world was going without benefit of media or social skills. Today, much to her surprise, she found that 3 of the 5 conversations were about the same thing, the life and crimes of a local woman called Phoebe, who was apparently implicated in the bizarre demise of her husband. While she was listening to one of the tables debating the morals of adultery, a parched-looking fellow, whom she took to be the manager of the place, came through with hamburgers for the debaters, and on his way back to the counter gathered up her dishes and casually asked if she'd enjoyed the fish. She said she had. Then, hoping to squeeze a little more information from him, said, "I was wondering, do you happen to know a guy called Fletcher?" The man, his name-tag read Bosley, thought for a moment. Fletcher, he said. While he mused, Raoul said, "Tesla?" "In a minute," she thought to Raoul. "But there's something—" Raoul went on. He got no further before Bosley said, "I don't believe I know of any Fletcher. Does he live in town?" "No, he's a visitor." "We're swamped with visitors," Bosley replied. Clearly this wasn't going to prove a fruitful line of inquiry. But while she had the man in front of her, she decided to quiz him about something else. "Phoebe," she said. Bosley lost his smile. "Do you know her?" "She came in now and again," Bosley conceded. What's she like?" By the expression on his face, Bosley was caught between the requirements of civility and his desire to ignore Tesla's question entirely. "Everybody's talking about her." "Then I hope the story serves as a lesson," Bosley replied, chilly now. "The Lord sees her sin and judges her." "Has she been accused of something?"
"In the Lord's eyes—"
"Forget the fucking Lord's eyes," Tesla said, irritated by the guy's cant. "I want to know what she's like." Bosley set the dishes back on the table and quietly said, "I think you'd better leave." "What for?" "You're not welcome to break bread with us," he replied.
"Why the hell not?"
"Your language."
"What about it?"
Tesla said. "The F word," Raoul prompted. She repeated it aloud to test the thesis. "Fuck?" she said. "You don't like me saying fuck?" Bosley flinched as though the syllables were stings.
"Get out," he said.
"All I said was fuck," Tesla replied sweetly. "What's wrong with fuck?"
Bosley had taken hurts enough. "I want you out of here," he said, the volume of his voice rising. "Your foul tongue isn't welcome."
"I can't stay for the peach cobbler," Tesla said.
"Out!"
Bosley yelled. The gossiping patrons had fallen silent now. All eyes were turned in the direction of Tesla's table.
"Take your abominations elsewhere. They're not welcome here."
Tesla lounged in her chair. "Fuck isn't an abomination," she said. "Fuck's just a word. It's just a useful little word. Come on, Bosley, admit it. There are times when only fuck will do."
"I want you out of here."
"You see, I want you the fuck out of here, which sounds so much more forceful." There were giggles from here and there, and a few nervous coughs. "What do you say to your wife on a Saturday night? You want to fornicate, honey? No, you say I want to fuck."
"Out!"
Bosley yelled. There were others coming to his aid now, among them a cook from the kitchen who looked like he might have seen the light in San Quentin. Tesla got to her feet. "Okay, I'm going," she said. She gave the cook a dazzling grin. "Great fish," she said, and sauntered to the door. "Of course we shouldn't forget the most important use of fuck," she said as she went, "the exclamation. As in, oh, fuck, or what a fuck up." She'd reached the door and halted there to look back at Bosley. "Or the ever-useful fuck you," she said, and, offering him a little smile, took her leave. She was standing on the corner, wondering where she might next go in search of Fletcher, when Raoul whispered,
"Did you hear what I said in there?"
"I was just defending my constitutional rights," Tesla replied.
"Before that," Raoul murmured.
"What?" she said.
"I don't know what," he replied. "I just felt some presence or other."
"You sound nervous," Tesla replied, glancing around. The intersection was busier than ever. It was an unlikely place to be haunted, she thought, at least right now. At midnight, perhaps, it'd be a different story. "Didn't they bury suicides at Crossroads?" she said to Raoul. There was no reply. "Raoul?"
"Listen."
"What am I—"
"Just listen, will you?"
There was plenty to hear. Horns honking, tires squealing, folks laughing and chattering, music from an open window, shouting through an open door.
"Not that,"
Raoul said. "What then?"
"Somebody's whispering."
She listened again, trying to filter out the din of people and vehicles.
"Close your eyes," Raoul said. "It's easier in the dark."
She did so. The din continued, but she felt a little more remote from it.
"There," Raoul murmured.
He was right. Somewhere between the traffic and the chatter, a tiny voice was trying to be heard. "No," it seemed to be saying, and something about ketchup. Tesla concentrated, trying to tune her mind's ear into the voice, the way she'd tuned into the conversations in the diner. "No," it said again. "No about. No about." "Know about," Tesla murmured. "It knows about something."
"Catch, catch,"
the voice said. "Catch?"
"Catch,
No, not catch-a. Fletcher. You hear that?" she said to Raoul. "It knows about Fletcher. That's what it's saying. It knows about Fletcher." She listened again, tuning into the frequency where the voice had been. The sound was still there, but barely. She held her breath, focusing every jot of her attention upon interpreting the signal. It wasn't words she was hearing now, it was a number. 2. 2. 6. She said it aloud so that the whisper knew she'd understood. 2, 2, 6, right? And now came further syllables. Itch or witch. Then hell or something like it. "Try again," she said softly, but either her powers of concentration or the whisperer's strength was giving out. "Itch," she thought. It said again. Then it was gone. She kept listening, hoping it would make further contact, but there was nothing. "Shit," she muttered.
"What we need's a map,"
Raoul said. "What for?"
"It was an address, Tesla. He was telling you where to find Fletcher."
She looked back towards the diner. Her waitress caught sight of her as she opened the door. "Please," the woman began. "It's okay," Tesla said. "I just want one of these." She picked up a festival brochure from the rack just inside the door. "Have a nice day."
"When did you get to be so rabid about Jesus, by the way?" Raoul asked her as she sat astride the bike, studying the map on the back of the brochure. "I'm not," she said. "I love all that shit. I just think words are—" She stopped, peered more closely at the map. "Mitchell Street," she said. "That's got to be it. Mitchell." She pocketed the map and started the bike. "Are you ready for this?" she said. "Precious,"
he replied. "What?"
"You were going to say words are precious."
"Was I?"
"And no, I'm not ready." 5. 1. Irwin had journeyed down to Kitty's diner in search of the familiar, some face or voice he knew and liked, to settle the panic in him. Instead, he'd heard a woman he'd never seen in his life before asking about his murderer, and he had almost gone crazy with frustration, haranguing her at a volume that would have torn his throat if he'd had a throat to tear, while she paraded her command of gutter talk for Bosley. She was neither as stupid or insensitive as that display might have suggested, however. Once she was outside, she'd stopped to listen, and he'd pressed so close to her it would have been deemed molestation if he'd been flesh and blood, telling her over and over where Fletcher was. His tenacity had paid off. She'd gone back for the city map, and while she'd studied it, he had tried to warn her that Fletcher was dangerous. This time, however, she hadn't heard. He wasn't quite sure why. Perhaps people couldn't map-read and hear the dead talk at the same time. Perhaps the fault lay with him, and he'd lost the knack of communication with the living moments after finding it. Whichever, what he had hoped would blossom into a fruitful exchange had been cut short, and the woman had been off on her motorcycle before he could tell her about Fletcher's murderous tendencies. He was not overly concerned for her well-being. If she was in search of Fletcher, he reasoned, then she surely knew what he was capable of, and to judge by her performance in the diner, she was no milquetoast. He watched her carving her way through the traffic on Main Street, and envied her access to the combustion engine, though he'd always been contemptuous of ghost stories. They'd belonged to the negligible realm of fable and fantasy. He knew phantoms had a reputation for defying gravity. They hovered, they flew, they perched in trees and steeples. Why, then, did he feel so earthbound? His body, which he knew damn well was notional, the real thing was lying in his living room, still behaving as though gravity had a claim on it. Sighing, he started back towards his house. If the return journey took as long as the outward, then by the time he reached home the encounter he'd initiated would be over. But what was a lost soul to do? He would have to make his way as best he could, and hope that with time he'd better understand the state he'd died into. 2. Phoebe went to Irwin's office unannounced and found it closed. On any other day but today she would have left the matter there, gone home, waited till Monday. But these were very special circumstances. She couldn't wait, not another hour. She would go by his house, she decided, and beg for just half an hour of his time. That wasn't much to ask now, was it? Especially since she'd inconvenienced herself for him the day before.
She popped into the drugstore 2 blocks down from the offices and asked Maureen Scrim, who had her hair tinted for the celebrations and looked like the local tart, if she could borrow the phone book. Maureen wanted to gossip, but the store was crowded. Armed with Irwin's home address, Phoebe left Maureen to make eyes at every able-bodied man under 65 and headed for Mitchell Street. It was a quiet little thoroughfare lined with attractive, well-kept houses, the lawns and hedges trimmed, the fences and window frames painted, the kind of haven Tesla had fantasized about many times on her journey across the Americas, a place where people were good to each other and lived, physically and spiritually, within their modest means. It didn't take much guesswork to figure out why Fletcher had chosen to lodge here. He had staged his own immolation back in the Grove in order to imagine, from the dreams of its healthy, loving citizens, a legion of champions. Hallucigenia, he dubbed them, and left them to wage war in the streets of the Grove after his demise. If another battle was now in the offing, as Kate Farrell had predicted, then where better to seek out minds from which he could create new soldiers than in a haven like this, where people still had faith in a civilized life and might conjure heroes to defend it. "Listen to you," Raoul said, as Tesla wandered along the street looking for Fletcher's hideaway. "Was I thinking aloud, or were you just eavesdropping?" "Eavesdropping," Raoul replied, "and I'm amazed." "By what?" "By the way you're drooling over this place. You hated Paloma Grove." "It was phony." "This isn't?" "No, it looks comfortable." "You've been on the road too long." "That may have something to do with it," Tesla conceded. "I am a little saddle-weary, but this looks like a good place to settle down." "Maybe raise some kids? You and Lucian. Wouldn't that be nice?" "Don't be snide." "All right, it wouldn't be nice. It'd be a living hell." They had come at last to the Whisperer's house, and very smart it was, too. "Tesla." "What?" "Fletcher was always a little crazy, remember that." "How could I forget?" "So forgive him his trespasses." "You're excited. I can feel you trembling." "I used to call him Father all the time. He used to tell me not to, but that's what he was. That's what he is. I want to see him again." "So do I," she said. It was the first time she'd actually admitted the fact in so many words. Yes, Fletcher was crazy, and yes, unpredictable, but he was also the man who'd created the Nuncio, the man who'd turned to light in front of her eyes, the man who'd had her half believing in saints. If anyone deserved to have outwitted oblivion, it was him. She started up the front path, studying the house for some sign of occupancy. There was none. The drapes were drawn at all but one of the windows, and there were 2 newspapers uncollected on the step. She knocked. There was no response, but she wasn't that surprised. If Fletcher was indeed in residence, he was unlikely to be answering the door. She rapped again, just for good measure, then went to the one window without closed drapes and peered in. It was a dining room, furnished with antique furniture. Whoever lived here when Fletcher wasn't visiting had taste. "Something's wrong with the sewers," Raoul said. "The sewers?" "Don't you smell it?" She sniffed and caught a whiff of something unpleasant. "Is it from inside?" she asked Raoul, but before he could reply, she heard a footfall on the gravel path, and somebody said, "Are you looking for Irwin?" She turned. There was a woman standing a couple of yards from the front gate, large, pale, and overdressed. "Irwin," Tesla said, thinking fast. "Yeah, I was just— Is he around today?" The woman studied Tesla with faint suspicion. "He should be," she said. "He's not at his office." "Huh. I knocked, but there was no reply." The woman looked distinctly disappointed. "I was going to try round the back," Tesla went on. "See if he's getting himself a tan." "Did you try the bell?" The woman replied. "No, The woman marched down the path and jabbed the bell. A saccharine jingle could be heard from inside. Tesla waited 10 seconds. Then, when there was no sign of movement, she started round the side of the house, leaving the woman to try jabbing the bell again at the front. "Ripe," she remarked to Raoul as the smell of excrement intensified. She watched the ground as she went, half expecting to find that a pipe had burst and the last flushings of Irwin's toilet were bubbling up from the ground. But there was nothing, no turds, and no Irwin either, sunning himself in the backyard.
Maybe this isn't the house, she said to Raoul. Maybe there's another street that sounds like Mitchell. She turned on her heel, only to find that Bell-Jabber was coming down the side of the house herself, with a look of slight agitation on her face. "There's somebody inside," she said. "I looked through the letter-box, and I saw somebody at the end of the hall." "Was it Irwin? I couldn't see. It was too dark." "Huh." Tesla stared at the wall as though she might pierce it with her sight if she looked hard enough. "There was something weird about him." "What?" "I don't know." She looked spooked. "You want to call the cops?" No, I don't think we have to bother Jed with this. Maybe I'll just, try another day."
"This is one nervous lady," Raoul said.
"If there's some problem in here," Tesla said, "maybe I'll just look around the other side." She started back towards the yard. "I'm Tesla, by the way," she called over her shoulder. "I'm Phoebe."
Well, said Raoul, "the Scarlet Woman."
It was all Tesla could do not to say, "Everybody's talking about you." "Are you a relative of Irwin's?" Phoebe asked her. "No, why?" "It's none of my business, but I know you're not from Everville." "So you're wondering what I'm doing here," Tesla replied as she tried the back door. It was locked. Cupping her hands around her eyes, she peered through the glass. There were a few signs of life, a carton of orange juice overturned on the table, a small pile of dishes beside the sink. "I'm not here to see Irwin," Tesla went on. "Truth is, I don't even know Irwin." She glanced round at Phoebe, who didn't seem overly concerned that she was talking to a potential housebreaker. "I came to see a guy called Fletcher. Don't suppose the name means anything?" Phoebe thought about this for a moment, then shook her head. "He's not a local man," she stated. "I'm sure I'd know him if he were. Small town, huh?" "It's getting too small for me," Phoebe said, unable to disguise her sourness. "Everybody pretty much knows everybody else's business." "I heard a few rumors myself." "About me?" said Phoebe. "You're the Phoebe Cobb, right?" Phoebe pursed her lips. "I wish to God I wasn't right now," she said. "But yes, I'm Phoebe Cobb." She sighed, her robust facade cracking. "Whatever you heard—" "I couldn't give a shit," Tesla said. "I know it can't be much fun." "I've had better days," Phoebe said, seeming to suddenly catch the defeat in her voice and pulling herself together. "Look, obviously Mr. Toothaker doesn't want to answer the door to either of us." Tesla smiled. "Toothaker? That's his name? Irwin Toothaker? What's so funny about that?" "Nothing. I think it's perfect," Tesla said. "Irwin Toothaker." She peered through the window again, squinting. The door that led into the rest of the house was a couple of inches ajar, and as she stared, a sinuous shadow seemed to move through the gap. She recoiled from the back door 6 inches, startled. "What is it?" Phoebe said. Tesla blinked, licked her lips, and looked again. "Does our Irwin keep snakes?" she said. "Snakes?" "Yes, snakes." "Not that I know of. Why?" "It's gone now, but I could swear I saw—"
"Tesla," Raoul murmured. "What?" "Snakes and the smell of shit. What does that combination remind you of?"
She didn't answer, just backed away from the door, suddenly clammy. "No," her mind said. "No. Not licks. Not here, not in this little backwater."
"Tesla, get hold of yourself."
She was suddenly trembling from head to foot. "Is it there again?" Phoebe said, taking a step towards the door. "Don't," Tesla said. "I'm not scared of snakes." Tesla put her hand to block Phoebe's approach. "I mean it," she said. Phoebe pushed her arm aside. "I want to look," she said forcibly, and put her face to the window. "I don't see anything." It came and went. "Oh, it was never there," Phoebe replied. She looked back at Tesla. "You don't look so good," she said. "I don't feel so good." "Have you got a phobia?" Tesla shook her head. "Not about snakes." She reached out and gently plucked at Phoebe's arm. "I really think we should get out of here." Either the grim tone in her voice or the look on her ashen face apparently was enough to convince Phoebe she was deadly serious, because now she too retreated from the back door. "Maybe I was just imagining it," Tesla replied, hoping to any god who'd listen that this was true. She was ready for anything but licks. With Phoebe trailing after her, she made her way back round to the front of the house and up the path to the street. "Happy now?" Phoebe said.
"Just walk with me, will you?" Tesla said, and set the pace until they'd put 50 yards between themselves and the toothacher house. Only then did Tesla slow down. "Happy now?" Phoebe said again, this time a little testily. Tesla stood staring up at the sky and drew several long, calming breaths before she said, "This is worse than I thought." "What is? What are you talking about?" Tesla drew another deep breath. "I think there's something evil in that house," she replied. Phoebe glanced back down the street, which looked more serene than ever as the afternoon drew on. "I know it's hard to believe." "Oh, no," Phoebe said flatly. "I can believe it." When she looked back at Tesla, she was wearing a small, tight smile. "This place is cruel," she said. "It doesn't look it, but it is." Tesla began to think maybe there'd been a certain synchronicity in their meetings. "Do you want to talk about it?" "No," she said. "Okay, I'm not going to try and—" "Yes," Phoebe said. "Yes, I do want to talk about it."
6. There's something wrong with this sea.
Joe sat up and looked down the shore towards the booming surf. The waters were almost velvety, the waves large enough to tempt a surfer, but curling and breaking more slowly than those on any terrestrial shore. Flecks of iridescence rose in their lavish curl and glittered on their crests. "It's beautiful," he said. Noah grunted. "Look out there," he said, and pointed out beyond the breakers to the place where the horizon should have been. Black and gray and green pillars of clouds were apparently rising from the sea as though some titanic heat was turning the waters to steam. The heavens, meanwhile, were falling in floods and fires. It was a spectacle the scale of which Joe had never conceived before, like a scene from the making of the world, or its unmaking.
What's causing all that?
"I don't want to speak the words until I'm certain," Noah said, "but I begin to think we should be careful even here."
"Careful about what?"
"About waiting for the likes of that to come our way," he said, and pointed along the shore. 3 or 4 miles from where they stood he could see the roofs and spires of a city. Liverpool, he presumed. In between, perhaps a quarter of that distance away, was an approaching procession. "That's a blessed man," Noah said. "I think we're better away, Joe."
"Why?" Joe wanted to know. "What's a blessed man?"
"One who conjures," Noah said. "Perhaps the one who opened this door."
"Don't you want to wait and thank him?"
Joe said, still studying the procession. There were perhaps 30 in the line, some of them on horseback, one, it seemed, on a camel. "The door wasn't opened for me," Noah replied.
"Who was it opened for?"
There was no answer. Joe looked round to see that Noah was once again staring out towards the apocalyptic storm that blocked the horizon.
"Something out there?" he said.
"Maybe," Noah replied. Half a dozen questions appeared in Joe's head at the same time. If what was out there was coming here, what would happen to the shore and to the city? And if it passed over the threshold, would the storm it brought go with it? Down the mountain to Everville? To Phoebe?
"Oh, my God! To Phoebe? I have to go back," he said.
"You can't."
"I can and I will,"
Joe said, turning and starting back towards the crack. It was not hidden here as it was on the mountain. It crackled like a rod of black lightning against the shifting sky. Was it his imagination, or was it wider and taller than it had been? "I promised you power, Joe," Noah called after him, "and I still have it to give."
Joe turned on his heel. "So give it to me and let me go," he said.
Noah stared at the ground. "It's not as easy as that, my friend."
"What do you mean?"
"I can't grant you power here."
"On the other side, you said."
"Yes, I did. I know I did, but that wasn't quite the truth." He looked up at Joe now, his oversized head seeming to teeter on his frail neck. "I'd hoped that once you got here and saw the glories of the dream sea, you'd want to travel with me a little way. I can give you power, truly I can, but only in my own country."
"How far?"
Joe said. There was no answer forthcoming. Infuriated, Joe went back to Noah. Moving at such speed, the creature raised its arms to ward off a blow.
"I'm not going to hit you," Joe said. Noah lowered his guard 6 inches. "I just want an honest answer." Noah sighed. "My country is the ephemeris," he said. "And where's the ephemeris?" Joe wanted to know. Noah looked at him for perhaps 10 seconds, and then pointed out to sea. "No shit," Joe said, deadpan. "You really put one over on me." "Put one over?" Noah said. "Tricked me, asshole." He pushed his face at Noah until they were almost nose to nose. "You tricked me." "I believed you'd been sent to take me home," Noah said. "Don't be pathetic." "It's true, I did. I still do." He looked up at Joe. "You think that's ridiculous that our lives could be intertwined that way?" "Yes," said Joe. Noah nodded. "So you must go back," he said. "And I'll stay. I feel stronger here under my own sky. No doubt you'll feel stronger under yours." Joe didn't miss the irony. "You know damn well what I'll be when I get back there." "Yes," said Noah, getting to his feet. "Powerless." With that he started to hobble away down the beach. "Goodbye, Joe," he called after him. "Asshole," Joe said, staring back up the shore at the sliver of night sky visible in the crack. What use would he be to himself or to Phoebe if he returned home now? He was a wounded fugitive, and just as Noah had pointed out, he was utterly powerless. He turned again to scan the strange world into which he'd stepped. The distant city, the approaching procession, the storm raging over Quiddity's tumultuous waters, none of it looked particularly promising. But perhaps, just perhaps, there was hope for him here. A means to get power of some kind, any kind, that would make him a man to be reckoned with when he got back to his own world. Perhaps he'd have to sweat for it, but he'd sweated in the cosm, hadn't he? And what had he got for his efforts? Broken balls. "All right," he said, going down the shore after Noah. "I'll stay. But I'm not carrying you, understand?" Noah smiled back at him. "May I put my arm around your shoulder until I get some nourishment in me, and my legs are stronger?" "I guess," said Joe. Noah hooked his arm around Joe's neck. "There's a beached boat down there," he said. "We'll take refuge until the procession's gone." "What's so bad about these blessed men?" Joe asked him as they made their hobbling way down to the vessel. "No one ever knows what's in a blessed man's heart. They have secret reasons and purposes for everything. Perhaps this one is benign, but we've no way of knowing." They walked on in silence until they reached the vessel. It was two-masted, perhaps 25 feet long, its boards and wheelhouse painted scarlet and blue, though its voyages had taken their toll on both paintwork and boards. Its name, the Fanakapan, had been neatly lettered on its bow. Hunger was beginning to gnaw at Joe, so he left Noah squatting in the lee of the vessel and clambered on board to look for some sustenance. The narcotic effect of the painkillers was finally wearing off, and as he went about the boat looking above and below for a loaf of bread or a bottle of beer, he felt a mingling of negative feelings creep upon him. One of them was unease, another trepidation, a third disappointment. He had found his way into another world, only to discover that things here weren't so very different. Perhaps Quiddity was indeed a dream sea, as Noah had claimed, but this boat, that had apparently crossed it, showed no sign of having been built or occupied by creatures of vision. Its 2 cabins were squalid, its galley unspeakable, the woodwork of its wheelhouse crudely etched with drawings of the obscenest kind. As for nourishment, there was none to be found. There were a few scraps of food left in the galley, but nothing remotely edible, and though Joe searched through the strewn clothes and filthy blankets in the cabins in the hope of finding a bar of chocolate or a piece of fruit, he came up empty-handed. Frustrated and hungrier than ever after his exertions, he clambered back down onto the shore to find that Noah was sitting cross-legged on the ground, staring up the shore with tears on his face. "What's wrong?" "It just reminds me," Noah said, nodding towards the procession. Its destination was the crack, no doubt of that. 5 or 6 celebrants, who looked to be children and nearly naked, had broken from the front of the procession and were strewing a path of leaves or petals between their lord and the threshold. "Reminds you of what?" "Of my wedding day," Noah said, "and of my beloved. We had a procession 3-4 times, that one. You never saw such finery. You never heard such music. It was to be the end of an age of war and the beginning—" He faltered, shuddering. "I want to see my country again, Joe," he said after a time, "if it's only to be buried there." "You haven't waited all this time just to die?" "It won't be so bad," Noah murmured. "I've had the love of my life. There could never be another like her, nor do I want there to be. I couldn't bear to even think such a thought until now, but it's the truth, Joe. So it won't be so bad if I die in my own country and I'm laid in the dirt from which I came. You understand that, don't you?"
Joe didn't reply. Noah looked round at him.
"No?"
"No," he said. "I don't have a country, Noah. I hate America."
"Africa, then?"
"I was never there. I don't think I'd much like that either." He drew a long, slow breath. "So I don't give a fuck where I'm buried." There was another long silence. Then he said, "I'm hungry, and there's nothing on the boat. I'm going to have to eat soon, or I'm going to start falling down."
"Then you must catch yourself something,"
Noah said, and getting to his feet, led Joe down to the water's edge. The waves were not breaking as violently as they had been, Joe thought.
"See the fish?"
Noah said, pointing into curling waves. The streaks of iridescence Joe had seen from the threshold were in fact living things, fishes and eels, bright as lightning, leaping in the water in their thousands. "I see them."
"Take your fill."
"You mean just catch them in my hands?"
"And swallow them down,"
Noah said. He smiled, seeing the disgusted look on Joe's face.
"They're best alive," he said. "Trust me."
The ache in Joe's stomach was now competing with that in his balls. This was, he knew, no time to be persnickety about his options. He shrugged and strode out into the water. It was balmy warm, which came as a pleasant surprise, and if he hadn't known better he'd have said it was eager to have him in its midst, the way it curled around his shins and leapt up towards his groin. The fish were everywhere, he saw, and they came in a number of shapes and sizes, some as large as salmon, which surprised him given the shallowness of the waters, others tiny as hummingbirds and almost as defiant of gravity, leaping around him in their glittering thousands. He had to exert almost no effort at all to catch hold of one. He simply closed his hand in their midst, and, opening it again, found he'd caught not one but three, two a reddish silver, the third blue, all flapping wildly in his palm. They didn't look remotely appetizing, with their black eyes and their gasping flanks, but as long as he and Noah were trapped here, he had little choice. He either ate the fish or went hungry. He plucked one of the reddish variety off the plate of his palm, and without giving himself time to regret what he was doing, threw back his head and dropped it into his mouth. There was a moment of disgust when he thought he'd vomit. Then the fish was gone down his gullet. He'd tasted nothing, but what the hell? This wasn't a gourmet meal. It was eating at its most primal. He took one more look at his palm, then he popped both the remaining fish into his mouth at the same time, throwing back his head so as to knock them back. One slipped down his throat as efficiently as the first, but the other flapped against his tonsils and found its way back onto his tongue. He spat it out.
"Bad taste?"
Noah said, wading into the surf beside Joe. "It just didn't want to get eaten," Joe replied.
"You can't blame it,"
Noah replied, and strode on until he was hip-deep in the waters. "You're feeling stronger," Joe yelled to him over the crash of surf.
"All the time,"
Noah replied.
"The air nourishes me."
He plunged his hands into the water and came up, not with a fish, but something that resembled a squid, its huge eyes of vivid gold. "Don't tell me to eat that," Joe said.
"No, never," Noah replied. "This is a Zarapushu, a spirit pilot. See how it looks at you?"
Joe saw. There was an eerie curiosity in the creature's unblinking gaze, as though it were studying him.
"It's not used to seeing your species in flesh and blood," Noah said. "If you could speak its language, it would surely tell you to go home. Perhaps you want to touch it?"
"Not much."
"It would please the Zarapushu," Noah said, proffering the creature. "And if you please one, you please many."
Joe waded out towards Noah, watching the animal watch him. "You mean this thing's connected to other— what did you call them? Is there a what?"
"People call them shoe. It's easier."
He pressed the creature into Joe's arms.
"It's not going to bite," he said.
Joe took hold of it gingerly. It lay quite passively in his hands, its gaze turned up towards Joe's face.
"The oldest temples on the 12 continents were raised to the shoe," Noah went on, "and it's still worshipped in some places."
"But not by your people?"
Noah shook his head. "My wife was a Catholic," he said, "and I'm a non-believer. You'd better put it back before it perishes. I think it'd happily die just watching you."
Joe stooped and set the shoe back in the water. It lingered between his palms several seconds, the gleam of its eye still bright. Then, with one twitch of its boneless body, it was away, out into deeper waters. Watching it go, Joe could not help but wonder if even now it was telling tales of the black man to its fellows.
"There are some people," Noah said, "who believe that the shoe are all parts of the Creator, who split into 1,000,000,000 pieces so as to pilot human souls in Quiddity, and has forgotten how to put the pieces back together again."
"So I just had a piece of God in my hands?"
"Yes."
Noah reached down into the water again, and this time brought up a foot-long fish.
"Too big?" he said.
"Too big."
"The little ones slip down more easily, is that it?"
"Much easier," Joe said, and reaching into the waters, plucked out 2 handfuls of the tiny fish. His encounter with the shoe had taken the edge off his pickiness. Plainly, these blank-eyed minnows were of a much lower order of being than the creature that had studied him so carefully. He could swallow them without concerning himself about the niceties of it. He downed 2 handfuls in as many seconds, and then found himself something a little larger, which he bit into as though it were a sandwich. The meat of it was bright orange and sweetly tender, and he chewed on it, careless of how the thing thrashed in his grip, tossing it back only when one of its bones caught between his teeth. "I'm done for now," he announced to Noah, working to ease the bone out.
"You won't drink?"
Noah said. "It's salty," Joe said, "isn't it?"
"Not to my palate,"
Noah said, lifting a cupped handful of Quiddity's waters to his lips and sucking it up noisily.
"I think it's good."
Joe did the same, and was not disappointed. The water had a pleasant pungency about it. He swallowed several mouthfuls, and then waded back to the shore, feeling more replete than he'd imagined possible, given the fare. In the time he and Noah had been discussing fish and God, the entire procession had arrived at the crack, which was indeed growing larger. It was half as tall again as it had been when he'd stepped through it. The members of the procession now gathered at the threshold. "Are they going through?" he said.
"It looks that way,"
Noah replied. He glanced up at the sky, which, though it had no sun in it, was darker than it had been.
"If some of them remain," he said, "we may find our crew among them."
"For what ship?"
"What other ship do we have but this?" Noah said, slamming his palm against the Fanacapan.
"There are others in the harbor," Joe said, pointing along the shore towards the city. "Big ships. This thing doesn't even look seaworthy, and even if it is, how the hell are we going to persuade anyone to come with us?"
"That's my problem," Noah said. "Why don't you rest a while? Sleep if you can. We've a busy night ahead of us."
"Sleep?" Joe said. "You've got to be kidding." He thought about getting a blanket and a pillow out of one of the cabins, but decided it wasn't worth being lice-ridden for the little snugness they'd afford, and instead made himself as comfortable as he could on the bare stones. It was undoubtedly the most uncomfortable bed he'd ever attempted to lie upon, but the serenity of the sky made a powerful soporific, and though he never fell into a deep enough sleep to dream, he drifted for a while. 7. 1. Around 4 on Friday afternoon, while Tesla and Phoebe were getting to know each other in Everville, and Joe was lying under a darkening sky on Quiddity's shores, Howie Katz was sitting on the doorstep with Amy in his arms, watching a storm coming in from the northeast. A good rainstorm, he thought. Maybe some thunder, and the heat would break. The baby had not slept well the night before, and had been fractious for most of the day, but now she lay contentedly in his arms, more asleep than awake. Jo Beth had gone up to bed half an hour before, complaining of an upset stomach. The house was completely quiet. So was the street, except for the neighborhood dogs, who were busier than ever right now, racing around with their noses high and their ears pricked all anticipation. When he'd found a better place for them all to live, they'd get a mutt, he decided. It would be good for Amy to have an animal around as she grew up, as a protector and a playmate. "And he'll love you," Howie whispered to her, "because everybody loves you." She grew a little restless in his arms. "Want to go lie down, honey?" he said, lifting her up and kissing her face. "Let's take you upstairs." He tiptoed up and laid Amy down in the spare room, so as not to disturb Jo Beth. Then he went to take a quick shower. It felt good to put his head under the cool water and soap off the sweat and grime of the day, so good that he sprung a hard-on without touching himself. He ignored it as best he could, shampooed his hair, scrubbed his back, but the water kept beating on it, and eventually he took himself in hand. The last time he'd made love to Jo Beth, she'd been 4 months pregnant, and the attempt had ended with her crying and saying she didn't want him touching her. It was the first indication of how problematic the pregnancy was to prove. During the next few months it sometimes seemed to him he was living with 2 women, a loving twin and her bitch sister. The loving Jo Beth didn't want sex, but she wanted his arms around her, and his comfort when she wept. The bitch sister wanted nothing from him, not kisses, not company, nothing. The bitch sister would say, "I wish I'd never met you," and say it with such conviction he was certain she meant it. Then the old Jo Beth would surface again, usually through tears, and tell him she was sorry, so sorry, and she didn't know what she'd do without him. He'd learned to curb and conceal his libido pretty well during this time. Kept a stash of skin magazines in the garage, found a soft-core channel to watch late at night, even had a couple of wet dreams. But Jo Beth was never far from his imagination. Even in the last 2 weeks of her term, when she was enormous, the sight of her remained intensely arousing. She'd known it, too, and seemed to resent his interest in her, locked the bathroom door when she was washing or showering, turned her back on him when she prepared for bed. She'd reduced him to a state of trembling adolescence, watching her from the corner of his eye in the hope of glimpsing the forbidden anatomy, picturing it later when he was jerking off. He'd had enough of that. It was time they were man and wife again, instead of shy strangers who happened to share the same bed. He turned off the shower, roughly dried himself, then wrapped the towel around his waist and went into the bedroom. Thunder was rolling in, low and cracked, but it hadn't woken Jo Beth. She lay fully dressed on top of the bed, her pale face silvery with sweat in the gloom. He went to the window and opened it a crack. The clouds were bruised and fat with rain. It would only be minutes before they loosed their waters on the dusty yard and the dusty roof. Behind him, Jo Beth murmured in her sleep. He went back to the bed and gently sat down beside her. Again she murmured something, he couldn't make out what, and raised her hand from her side, grazing his shoulder with her fingers as she did so. Her hand moved on to touch her mouth, and then, as though her sleeping self had realized somebody was sitting beside her, returned to his arm. He was certain she'd awaken, but she didn't. The faintest of smiles appeared on her face, and her hand went from his arm to his chest. Her touch was feather-light but intensely erotic, all the more so, perhaps, because her unconscious was allowing her to do what her waking self could or would not. He let her hand dally on his chest, and while it did so, he gingerly pulled at the tuck of his towel. His erection had raised its head, eager to be touched. He didn't move, didn't breathe. Just watched, while her hand wandered down his hard belly until it found his dick. He exhaled as quietly as he could, luxuriating in her attention. She didn't linger at his sex any longer than she had at chest and belly, but by the time her fingers had moved over his balls and on down his thigh, he was so aroused he feared if she returned there he'd lose control. He looked away from her fingers to her face, but the sight of her troubled beauty only heated him further. He closed his eyes tight and tried to picture the street outside, the storm clouds, the engine he'd been working on yesterday, but her face kept finding him in his refuge. And now he heard her murmuring again, the words still incomprehensible, and without planning to do so, he opened his eyes to watch her lips. It was too much. He gasped out loud, and as if in response the murmurs grew a little more urgent, and her hand, which had been trailing on his leg, began to move back up towards his groin. He felt the first spasm behind his balls and reached down to take tight hold of his stick in the hope of delaying the inevitable a moment longer. But it seemed she sensed the motion, because her hand went to his sex, reaching it before he could stop her, and at her touch he overflowed. "Oh, God!" he gasped, and threw back his head. He could hear her words for the first time. "It's all right," she was saying. He could only gasp. "It's all right, Tommy. It is. It's all right." "Tommy?" He kept spurting as her slickened hand worked his dick, but the pleasure was already gone. "No," he said. "Stop." She didn't obey him because she didn't hear him. She was gabbling deliriously. It is all right, Tommy, all right, it is." He pulled his hand off her, sick to his stomach, and started to get up off the bed, but she caught hold of his hand as he rose, her aim good despite her closed eyes. The gabbling ceased. "Wait," she said. His dick dribbled on mindlessly. He was sorely tempted to straddle her right now, let her open her eyes and see it there, raw and wet, to say, "It's me, Howie. Remember me? You married me." But he was too ashamed of his vulnerability, of his sweat, and of the fear in him tickling away in his belly even now, the fear that Tommy Ray McGuire was close and getting closer. Before reason could stop him, he scanned the murky room, looking for some sign, any sign of the death boy. There was none, of course. He wasn't here in the flesh, at least not yet. He was in Jo Beth's mind, and that, in its way, was a far more terrible place for him to be. Snatching up his towel to cover his nakedness, Howie pulled his hand away and retreated to the door, the rage in him gone already, become ash and nausea. Before he could reach for the handle, Jo Beth opened her eyes. "Howie?" she said. "Who are you expecting?" She raised her sticky hand, sitting up as she did so. "What's been going on?" she said, her tone accusatory. He wasn't going to let her turn this around. "You were dreaming of Tommy Ray," he said. She swung her legs off the bed, scraping his semen off her fingers onto the sheet as she did so. "What are you talking about?" she said. There were red blotches on her neck and upper chest, sure signs that she too had been aroused. Still was, probably. "You kept saying his name." Howie replied. "No, I didn't." "You think I'd make a thing like that up?" he said, his volume rising. "Yeah, probably," she yelled. He knew by the way she came back at him she was fully aware that he was telling the truth. She was only ever this vehement if she was concealing something, which meant she had some waking knowledge of her brother. The thought made Howie want to weep, or puke, or both. He hauled open the door and stumbled out onto the landing. As he did so, the rain began, a sudden tattoo against the window. He looked up, saw the purple-black clouds through the streaming glass, felt thunder rattle the house. Amy had woken and was sobbing in the spare room. He wanted to go to her, but heard Jo Beth at the bedroom door, and couldn't bear to be seen in the light the way he was now, with fear on his face. She'd tell Tommy Ray for certain next time she saw him in her dreams. She'd say, "Come get me. You've got no opposition here." He stepped into the bathroom and slammed the door behind him. After a time, Amy's crying subsided, and a little while after that the storm passed, but it left the air uncleansed, and the heat as smothering as ever. 2. "Grillo, it's Howie." "I didn't expect to hear. Have you heard anything more about Tommy Ray?" "Something happened, sort of." "Want to tell me what?" "Not right now, no. I just have to know where he is. He's coming for her." "Calm down, Howie." "I know he's coming for her." "He doesn't know where you live, Howie." "He's inside her head, Grillo. He was right. Fuck! Haven't started in 5 years." He paused to draw a ragged breath. "I thought it was over.
At least with him. We all did. I thought he was gone and was over, but he's still there inside her. So don't tell me he doesn't know where we live. He knows exactly. Where are you right now? At a gas station half a mile from the house. I didn't want to call from there. You'd better get back there. Have you got any weapons? I got a handgun. But what the fuck use is that going to be? I mean, if he's alive. He's cheated death. And a handgun ain't going to be a hell of a lot of good. Shit. Yeah, man, right. Shit, right. That's what it is. It's fucking shit. Grillo heard him slam his fist against the phone. Then there was a muffled sound. It took him a moment to realize Katz was weeping. Listen, Howie. The muffled sound went on. He'd put his hand over the phone to keep Grillo from hearing. I know that feeling, Grillo thought to himself. If I cry and nobody hears, maybe I didn't cry at all. Except that it didn't work that way. Howie, are you there? There was a moment or two of silence, then Howie came back on the line. The tears had calmed him a little. I'm here, he said. I'm going to drive up there. We'll work this out somehow. Yeah? Meantime, I want you to stay put, understand me? What if he comes for her? Do what you have to do. Move if you have to move, but I'll keep checking in, okay? Yeah. Anything else? He's not going to get her, Grillo. I know that. Whatever the fuck it takes, he's not going to get her. What have I done? That was all Grillo could think when he'd put the phone down. What have I done, volunteering for this? He couldn't help Howie. Jesus, he could barely help himself. He sat in front of the screens, which were filling up like barrels in a cloudburst, news coming in from every state, all of it bad, and tried to work out some way to withdraw the offer, but he knew he'd not be able to live with himself if he turned his back and something happened. The fact was, something would happen. If not tonight, tomorrow night. If not tomorrow night, the night after. The world was losing its wits. The evidence was right there on the screens in front of him. What better time for the resurrected to settle their scores? He had to do what he could, however little, however meaningless, or else never meet his gaze in the mirror again. He turned off the screens and went up to pack an overnight bag. He was just about finished when the telephone rang. This time it was Tesla, calling from Everville. I'm going to be staying with a woman I met here. She needs some company right now. Have you got a pen? Grillo took the number, then gave her a brief update on the Katz situation. She didn't sound all that surprised. There's a lot of endgames going to get played this weekend, she said. He told her he was going to drive up to Howie's. Then the conversation turned to the subject of Damour. I always thought his totems and his tattoos were so much shit, Grillo said, but right now... You wish you had one of them? I wish I had something I believed in, Grillo said. Something that'd actually do some good if Tommy Ray is on the loose. Oh, he's probably loose, Tesla said grimly. Just about everything that could be loose is loose right now. Grillo chewed on this for a moment. Then he said, What the fuck did we do to deserve this, Tess? Just lucky, I guess. 3. The storm that had broken over the Katz's house moved steadily southwest, unloading its burden of rain as it went. There were a number of collisions on the slickened streets and highways, all but one of them inconsequential. The exception occurred 155 miles from the house, on Interstate 84. An RV, carrying a family of 6 on their way home from a vacation in Cedar City, swerved on the treacherous asphalt, struck a car in the adjacent lane, and crossed the divide, taking out half a dozen vehicles traveling south before it plunged off the side of the highway. The police, medics, and fire crews were at the scene with remarkable speed, given that the highway was blocked in both directions, and the rain so torrential it reduced visibility to 15 yards. But by the time they arrived, 5 lives had already ebbed away, and another 3 people, including the driver of the RV, were dead before they could be cut from the wreckage. Almost as though it was intrigued by the chaos it had wrought, the storm slowed its progress and lingered over the accident scene for the better part of half an hour, its deluge weighing down the smoke that poured from the burning vehicles. In a bitter, blinding soup of smoke and rain, rescued and rescuers alike moved like phantoms, stinking and stained with blood and gasoline. Some of the survivors were lucky enough to weep.
Most simply stumbled from fire to fire, body to body, as if looking for their wits. But there was one phantom here who was neither a rescuer nor in need of rescue, who moved through the hellish confusion with an ease that would inspire nightmares in all who saw him. He was young, this phantom, and by all accounts indecently handsome, blond, tanned, and smiling a wide white smile, and he was singing. It was this, more than his easy saunter, more than his easy smile, that distressed those who spoke of him later, that he went from wreck to wreck with this bland, nameless jingle on his lips, was nothing short of demoniacal. He did not go unchallenged, however. A police officer found him reaching into the back seat of one of the wrecked vehicles and demanded he instantly desist. The phantom ignored the order and smashed the back window, reaching in for something he'd seen on the seat. Again the officer ordered that he stop, and drew his gun to enforce his order. By way of response, the phantom ceased his singing long enough to say, "I got business here." Then, resuming the melody where he left off, he pulled the body of a child, her pitiful corpse overlooked in the chaos, out through the broken window. The officer leveled his weapon at the thief's heart and ordered him to put the child down, but this, like the rest of the orders, was ignored. Slinging the body around his shoulders like a shepherd carrying a lamb, the phantom made to depart. What followed was witnessed by 5 individuals, including the officer, all of them in highly agitated states, but none so traumatized as to be hallucinating. Their testimonies, however, were outlandish. Turning his back on the officer, the corpse-stealer started to amble off towards the embankment, and as he did so a convulsion ran through the smoke around him, and for a moment or two it seemed to the witnesses there were human forms in the billows, their faces long and wretched, their bodies sinewy but softened, as though they'd had their bones sucked out of them, forms that were plainly in the thief's employ, because they closed around him in a moaning cloud which no one, not even the officer, was willing to breach. 5 hours later, the body of the child, a 3-year-old, called Lorena Hernandez, was discovered less than a mile from the highway in a small copse of birch trees. She had been stripped of her blood-stained clothing, and her body carefully, even lovingly, washed in rainwater. Then her little corpse had been arranged on the wet ground in a fetal position, legs tucked up snug against her belly, chin against her chest. There was no sign of any sexual molestation. The eyes, however, had gone from her head. Of the singing beauty who'd taken her and gone to considerable trouble to lay her out this way, there was no sign. Literally none. No footmarks in the grass, no fingerprints on her body, nothing. It was as though the abductor had floated as he'd gone about his grim and inexplicable ritual. A report of these events was added to the Reef that very night, but there was nobody there to read it. Grillo was on his way to Idaho, leaving the reports to accrue behind him at an unprecedented rate. Strange, terrible stories. In Minnesota, a man undergoing heart surgery had woken on the operating table, and despite the anesthetist's desperate attempts to return him to a comatose state, had warned his surgeons that the tail-eaters were coming, and nothing could stop them. Then he'd died. On the campus of Austin College in Texas, a woman in white, accompanied by what witnesses described as 6 large albino dogs, was seen disappearing into the ground as though descending a flight of stairs. There was sobbing heard from the earth, so sorrowful one of those who heard it attempted suicide an hour later. In Atlanta, the Reverend Donald Merrill, midway through a sermon of particular ferocity, suddenly veered from his subject, "There is one love, God's love," and began to speak about imminence. His words were being broadcast across the nation live, and the cameras stayed on him as he pounded and paraded, his vocabulary becoming more obscure with every sentence. Then the subject veered again, on to the subject of human anatomy. "The answer is here," he said, starting to undress in front of his astonished flock. "In the breast, in the belly, in the groin." By the time he was down to his underwear and socks, the broadcast had been blacked out, but he continued to harangue his assembly anyway, instructing his appalled and fascinated congregation to go home, find a large mirror, and study themselves naked until, as he put it, imminence was over, and time stood still. There was one report among those swelling the Reef that would have been of particular interest to Tesla, had she known about it. Indeed, might have changed the course of events to come significantly.
It came from the Baja. 2 visitors from England, parapsychologists writing a book on the mysteries of mind and matter, had gone in search of a nearly mythical spot where rumour had it great and terrible events had taken place some years before. This had, of course, brought them to the spot where Fletcher had first created the Nuncio, the Mission de Santa Catrina. There, on a headland overlooking the blue Pacific, they had been in the midst of photographing the ruins when one of the number who still tended the little shrine that nestled in the rubble came running up to them, tears streaming down her face, and told them that a fire had walked in the Mission the night before, a fire in the form of a man. "Fletcher," she said, "Fletcher, Fletcher." But this tale, like so many others, was soon buried beneath the hundreds that were flooding in every hour from every state. Tales of the freakish and the unfathomable, of the grotesque, the filthy, and the frankly ludicrous. Unminded, unwatched, and now uncared for, the reef grew in ignorance of itself, a body of knowledge without a head wise to its nature. 8. 1. Finding the crossroads where Maeve O'Connell had buried the medallion had proved more difficult than Buddenbaum had anticipated. With Seth in tow, he'd spent 2 hours following Main Street north-northwest and south-southeast from the square, assuming, mistakenly as it turned out, that the intersection he was seeking, that crossroads where his journey would end, would be close to the center of town. He found it eventually, 2/3 of a mile from the square, a relatively insignificant spot on Everville's map. There was a modest establishment called Kitty's Diner on one corner, opposite it a small market, and on the other 2 a run-down garage and what had apparently been a clothing store, its naked mannequins and "everything must go" signs all that remained of its final days. "What exactly are you looking for?" Seth asked him as they stood surveying the crossroads. "Nothing now," Buddenbaum replied. "How do you know this is the right crossroads?" "I can feel it. It's in the ground. You look up. I look down. We're complementaries." He locked his fingers together. "Like that." He pulled to demonstrate their adhesion. "Can we go back to bed soon?" Seth said. "In a while. First I'd like to take a look up there." He nodded towards the windows above the empty store. "We're going to need a vantage point." "For the parade?" Seth asked. Buddenbaum laughed. "No, not for the parade." "What for, then?" "How do I best explain?" "Any way you like." "There are places in the world where things are bound to happen," Buddenbaum said. "Places where powers come, where—" he fumbled for the words a moment, "where avatars come." "What's an avatar?" "Well, it's a kind of face, the face of something divine." "Like an angel?" "More than an angel." "More?" Seth breathed. "More." Seth pondered this a moment. Then he said, "These things—" "Avatars." "Avatars? They're coming here?" "Some of them." "How do you know?" Buddenbaum stared down at the ground. "I suppose the simplest answer is that they're coming because I asked them to." "You did?" Seth said, with a little laugh. It clearly delighted him that he was chatting on a street corner with a man who made invitations to divinities. "And they just said yes?" "It isn't the first time," Buddenbaum replied. "I have supplied how shall I put this, many entertainments for them over the years." "What kind of things?" "All kinds, but mostly things that ordinary people would shudder at." "They like those the best, do they?" Buddenbaum regarded the youth with frank amazement. "You grasp things very quickly," he said. "Yes, they like those the best. The more bloodshed, the better. The more tears, the more grief, the better." "That's not so different from us, is it?" Seth said. "We like that stuff, too." "Except that this isn't make-believe," Buddenbaum said. "This isn't fake blood and glycerin tears. They want the real thing, and it's my job to deliver it." He paused, watching the flow of traffic on street and sidewalk. "It isn't always the most pleasant of occupations," he said. "So why do you do it?" "I couldn't begin to answer that. Not here, not now. But if you stay by my side, the answer will become apparent. Trust me." "I do." "Good. Well, shall we go?"
Seth nodded, and together they headed across the street towards the untenanted building. Only when they were on the opposite side of the street, standing in the doorway of the clothing store, did Seth ask Buddenbaum, "Are you afraid?" "Why would I be afraid?" Seth shrugged. "I would be. Meeting avatars?" "They're just like people, only more evolved," Buddenbaum replied. "I'm an ape to them. We're all apes to them." "So when they watch us, it's like us going to the zoo?" "More like a safari," Buddenbaum replied, amused by the aptness of this. "So maybe they're the nervous ones," Seth remarked. "Coming into the wild?" Buddenbaum stared hard at the kid. "Keep that to yourself," he said forcibly. "It was only—" Buddenbaum cut him short. "I shouldn't even have told you," he said. "I won't say anything," Seth replied. "I mean, who would I tell?" Buddenbaum looked unamused. "I won't say anything to anybody," Seth said. "I swear." He drew a little closer to Buddenbaum, put his hand on Buddenbaum's arm. "I want to do whatever makes you happy with me," he said, staring into Buddenbaum's face. "You just tell me." "Yes, I know. I'm sorry I snapped. I guess I am a little nervous." He leaned closer to the youth, his lips inches from his ears, and whispered, "I want to fuck you. Right now." And with one apparently effortless motion, he forced the lock on the door and led Seth inside. This little scene had not gone unnoticed. Since his encounter with a foul-mouthed virago, Bosley had been on the alert for any further sign of godless behavior, and had witnessed the curious intimacy between the Lundy boy, whom he'd known was crazy for years, and the stranger in the well-cut suit. He said nothing about it to Della, Doug, or Harriet. He simply told them he was going to take a short walk, and slipped out, keeping his eyes locked on the empty store as he crossed the street. The subject of sex had never been of much interest to Bosley. 3 or 4 months might pass without him and Letitia being moved to perform the act, and when they did, it was over within a quarter of an hour. But sex kept finding him, however much he attempted to purify his little corner of the world. It came in on the radio and television. It came in magazines and newspapers, dirtying what he tried so hard to keep clean. Why, when the Lord had raised man from dust, and given him dominion over the beasts of the field, did people have such an urge to act like beasts, to go naked like beasts, to rut and roll in dirt like beasts? It distressed him, angered him sometimes, too, but mostly distressed him, seeing the young people of Everville denied the guiding principles of faith, stumbling and succumbing to the basest appetites. For some reason, perhaps because of the boy's mental disturbance, he'd thought Seth Lundy a bystander to these debaucheries. Now he suspected otherwise. Now he suspected the Lundy boy was doing something worse than his peers. Far worse. He pushed open the front door and stepped into the store. It was cooler inside than out, for which he was grateful. He paused a moment a yard over the threshold, listening for the whereabouts of the boy and his companion. There were footsteps above, and murmured voices. Weaving between the debris left by the Gigneriches, he made his way to the door out the back of the store, moving lightly and quietly. The door led into a small storage room, beyond which lay a steep, murky flight of stairs. He crossed the room and started his ascent. As he did so, he realized the voices had stopped. He froze on the stairs, fearful his presence had been discovered. He was taking his life in his hands, spying on creatures that lived in defiance of morality. They were capable of anything, including, he didn't doubt, murder. There was no footfall, however, and after a short pause he started up the stairs again, until he reached the door at the top. It stood an inch or two ajar. He pushed it a little wider and listened. Now he heard them. If dirt and depravity had a sound, then what he heard was it, panting and slobbering and a slap of flesh on flesh. It made his skin itch to hear it, as though the air was filthy with their noise. He wanted to turn and go, but he knew that was cowardice. He had to call the wrongdoers on their wrongs, the way he had a virago, or else wouldn't the world just become filthier and filthier, until people were buried in their own ordure? The door creaked as he pushed it open, but the beasts were making too much din to hear it. The room was so configured he could not yet see them. He had to edge his way along a wall before he came to a corner around which to peep. Drawing breath in preparation, he did so. They were there, coupling on the bare boards, in a patch of sunlight, the Lundy boy naked but for his socks, his sodomizer with his trousers around his ankles. He had his eyes closed, as did the boy. How could he feel pleasure at this act, delving into a place of excrement? But within 2 thrusts the sodomite opened his eyes and stared at Bosley. There was no shame on his face nor in his voice, only outrage. "How dare you?" he said. "Get out of here!" Now Lundy opened his eyes. Unlike his violator, he had the good grace to blush, his hand going up between his legs to conceal his sex. "I told you, get out," the sodomite said. Bosley didn't retreat, nor did he advance. It was the boy who made the next move. Sliding forward until he'd disengaged himself, he turned to his impaler and said, "Make him go." The sodomite started to pull up his pants, and while he was doing so, and vulnerable, Bosley took the offensive. "Animals!" he raged, coming at the sodomite with his raised arms. "Owen!" the boy yelled, but the warning came too late. As the violator started to straighten up, Bosley's weight struck him, carrying him backwards in a flailing stumble. The boy was getting to his feet now. Bosley saw him from the corner of his eye, a wordless cry of rage roaring from his throat. Bosley glanced round at him, saw the feral look on his sallow face, teeth bared, eyes wild, and started to step out of his path. But as he did so he heard the sound of breaking glass, and looked back to see that the sodomite had fallen against the window. He had a moment only to register the fact. Then the Lundy boy was on him, naked and wet. Panic erupted in him, and a shrill sound escaped him. He tried to thrust Lundy off him, but the boy was strong. He clung to Bosley as if he wanted kisses, pressed his body hard against Bosley's body, his breath hot on Bosley's face. "No, no, no!" Bosley shrieked, thrashing to free himself of the embrace. He succeeded in detaching himself, and retreated, gasping, almost sobbing, towards the door. Only then did he realize that the sodomite had gone. "Oh, Christ," he murmured, meaning to begin a prayer, but further words failed him. All he could do was stumble back towards the broken window, murmuring the same words over and over. "Oh, Christ! Oh, Christ! Oh—" Lundy ignored him now. "Owen!" he yelled, and was at the window in 3 strides, slicing his body on the jagged glass as he leaned out. Bosley was beside him a moment later. His litany ceased, and there, on the sidewalk below, lay the sodomite, his trousers still halfway down his thighs. Traffic had come to a halt at the crossroads, and horns were already blaring in all directions. Dizzy with vertigo and panic, Bosley retreated from the window. "Fuckhead!" the Lundy kid yelled, and apparently thinking Bosley meant to escape, came after him afresh, blood running from his wounded flank. Bosley tried to avoid the youth's fists, but his heel caught in a tangle of discarded clothes, and he fell backwards. The breath knocked from him when he hit the ground. Lundy was on him in a second, setting his skinny butt on Bosley's chest and pinning Bosley's upper arms with his knees. That was how they were found, when the first witnesses came racing up the stairs. Bosley on his back, sobbing, "Oh, Christ, oh, Christ, oh, Christ," while the naked, wounded Seth Lundy kept him nailed to the boards. 2. Whatever speculations Irwin had entertained where death was concerned, he'd not expected the experience to be hard on the feet. But he'd walked further in the last 6 hours than in the previous 2 months. Out from the house, then back to the house, then down to Kitty's diner, then back to the house again, and now, drawn by the sight of an ambulance careening down Cascade Street, back to the diner again, or rather to the opposite corner, in time to see a man who'd been pushed from an upper window being loaded into the back of an ambulance and taken off to Silverton. He hung around the crowd, picking up clues as to what had happened, and quickly pieced the story together. Apparently Bosley Cowhick had done the deed, having discovered the pushee in the middle of some liaison with a local boy. Irwin knew Bosley by reputation only, as a philanthropist at Christmas, when he and several good Christian souls made it their business to take a hot dinner to the elderly and the housebound, and as a rabid letter-writer. Barely a month would go by without a missive in the register noting some fresh evidence of godlessness in the community. He had never met the man, nor could even bring his face to mind. But if it was notoriety he was after, he'd plainly got it this afternoon. "Damn strange," he heard somebody say, and scanning the dispersing crowd, saw a man in his late 50s, early 60s, gray hair, gray eyes, badly fitting suit, looking straight at him. "Are you talking to me?" Irwin said. "Yeah," said the other. "I was saying it's damn strange." "You can't be." "Can't be what?" "Can't be talking to me. I'm dead." "That makes two of us," the other man replied. "I was saying I've seen some damn strange things around here over the years." "You're dead, too?" Irwin said, amazed and relieved. Finally, somebody to talk to. "Of course," the man said. "There's a few of us around town. Where did you come in from?" "I didn't." "You mean you're a local man?" "Yeah. I only just,
Died. You can say it."
died."
"Only some people come in for the festival. They make a weekend of it."
"Dead people?"
"Sure, hey, why not? A parade's a parade, right? A few of us even tag along, between the floats. Anything for a laugh. You gotta laugh, right, or you'd break your heart. Is that what happened? Heart attack?"
"No," Irwin said, still too surprised by this turn of events to have his thoughts in order. "No, I was—"
"Reason, was it? It's cold in the beginning, but you get used to that. Hell, you can get used to anything, right? Long as you don't start looking back, regretting things, 'cause there's not a hell of a lot you can do about it."
"Is that right?"
"We're just hanging on a while, that's all. What's your name, by the way?"
"Irwin Toothaker."
"I'm Richard Dolan."
"Dolan? The candy store owner?"
The man smiled. "That's me," he said.
He jabbed his thumb over his shoulder at the empty building.
"This was my store back in the good old days. Actually, they weren't so good. It's just, when you look back."
"The past's always prettier."
"That's right. The past's always—"
He halted, frowning.
"Say, were you around when I owned the store?"
"No."
"So how the hell do you know about it?"
"I heard a confession by a friend of yours."
Dolan's easy smile faded. "Oh?" he said. "Who's that?"
"Lyle McPherson."
"He wrote a confession?" "Yep. And it got lost, till I found it. Son of a bitch."
McPherson, is he still in the vicinity?"
"You mean is he like us? Nah. Some people hang around, some people don't." Dolan shrugged. "Maybe they move on somewhere or other. Maybe they just—" He clicked his fingers. "Disappear. I guess I wanted to stay, and he didn't."
"These aren't our real bodies, you know that?" Irwin said. "I've seen mine."
"Yeah, I got to see mine, too. Not a pretty sight."
He raised his hands in front of him, scrutinizing his palms.
"But whatever we're made of," he said, "it's better than nothing. And it's no better or worse than living. You get good days, you get bad days."
He trailed away, his gaze going to the middle of the street.
"Except I think maybe all that's coming to an end."
"What makes you say that?"
Dolan drew a deep breath. "After a while you get to feel the rhythm of things, in a way you can't when you're living, like smoke."
"What's like smoke?" he said.
"We are, floating around, not quite solid, not quite not. And when there's something weird in the wind, smoke knows."
"Really?"
"You'll get the hang of it."
"Maybe I already did."
"What do you mean?"
"Well, if you want to see something weird, you don't have to look any further than my house. There's a guy there called Fletcher. He looks human, but I don't think he is."
Dolan was fascinated. "Why'd you invite him in?"
"I didn't. He just came."
"Wait a minute," Dolan said, beginning to comprehend. "This guy Fletcher, is he the reason you're here?"
"Yes," Irwin said, his voice thickening. "He murdered me, sucked out my life right there in my own living room."
"You mean he's some kind of vampire?"
Irwin looked scornful. "Don't be absurd. This isn't a late-night movie. It's my life. Was my life. Was. He was suddenly awash in tears. "He didn't have any right at all, to do this to me. I had 30 years in me, 30 good years, and he just takes them away. Why me? What have I ever done to anybody?" He looked at Dolan. "You did something you shouldn't have done, and you paid the price, but I was a useful member of society."
"Hey, wait up," Dolan said testily. "I was as useful as you ever were."
"Come on now, Dolan. I was an attorney. I was dealing with matters of life and death. You sold cavities to kids." Dolan jabbed his finger in Irwin's direction.
"Now you take that back," he said.
"Why would I do that?" Irwin said. "It's the truth."
"I put some pleasure in people's lives."
"What did you ever do, besides get yourself murdered?" "Now you take care.
You think your customers will mourn you, Toothacher? No, they'll say, thank God there's one less lawyer in the world. I told you, take care. I'm quaking, Toothacher. Dolan raised his hand. Look at that, shaking like a leaf. If you're so damn strong, why'd you put a bullet through your brain, huh? Gun slip, did it? Shut up. Or were you just so full of guilt? I said, so full of guilt the only thing left to do was kill yourself? I don't have to listen to this, Dolan said, turning his back and stalking away. If it's any comfort, Irwin called after him, I'm sure you made a lot of people very happy. Asshole! Dolan yelled back at him, and before Irwin had a chance to muster a reply, was gone, like smoke in a high wind. 9. 1. We have a crew, Joe. Joe opened his eyes. Noah was standing a little way up the beach with 6 individuals standing a couple of yards behind him, 2 of them less than half Noah's height, 1 a foot taller, the other 3 broad as stevedores. He could make out little else. The brightness had almost gone out of the sky entirely. Now it simmered like a pot of dark pigments, purples and greys and blues, that shed a constantly shifting murk on the beach and sea. We should get moving, Noah went on. There are currents to catch. He turned to the 6 crew members, and spoke to them in a voice Joe had not heard from him before, low and monotonous. They moved to their tasks without so much as a murmur, one of the smaller pair clambering up into the wheelhouse, while the other 5 went to the bow of the Fanacapan and began to push the vessel down the beach. It was a plainly back-breaking labor, even if they made no sound of complaint, and Joe went to lend a hand. But Noah intercepted him. They can do it, he said, drawing Joe out of the way. How did you hire them? They're volunteers. You must have promised them something. They're doing it for love, Noah said. I don't get it. Don't concern yourself, Noah said. Let's just be away while we can. He turned to watch the volunteers pushing the boat out. The waves were breaking against the stern now, sending up fans of spray. The news is worse than I'd imagined, Noah went on, now turning his gaze towards the invisible horizon. Lightning was moving through the clouds that coiled there, the bolts, if that was what they were, vast and serpentine. Some rose from sea to sky, describing vivid scrawls that burned in the eye after they'd gone. Some came at each other like locomotives, and colliding gave birth to showers of smaller bolts. Some simply fell in blazing sheets and seemed to sink into the sea, their brilliance barely dimmed by the fathoms until they drowned. News about what? Joe asked. About what's out there. And what is out there? I suppose you should be told, Noah replied. The Iad Ouroboros is moving this way. The greatest evil in this world, or yours. What is it? Not it. Them. It's a nation, a people, not remotely like us, but a people nevertheless, who've always harbored a hunger to be in your world. Why? Does appetite need reasons? Noah said. They've tried before and been stopped, but this time— What's being done about it? The volunteers don't know. I'm not sure they even care. He drew a little closer to Joe. One thing, he said, don't engage them in conversation, however tempted you are. Their silence is part of my deal with them. Joe looked puzzled. Don't ask, Noah said, for fear you won't like the answer. Just believe me, this is for the best. The vessel was in the water now, rising and falling as the waves broke against it. We'd better get aboard, Noah said, and with more strength in his limbs than Joe, he strode out into the surf and was hauled up onto the deck by one of the volunteers, all of whom were now aboard. Joe followed, his mind a mass of confusions. We're out of our minds, he told Noah once he was aboard. The volunteers were at the oars and laboring to row the vessel out beyond the breakers. Joe had to yell above the noise of sea and creaking timbers. You know that? We're out of our fucking minds. Why's that? Noah yelled back. Look what we're heading into, Joe hollered, pointing out towards the maelstrom. You're right, Noah said, catching hold of a rope ladder to keep from being thrown off his feet. This may be the end of us both. He laughed, and for a moment Joe considered throwing himself overboard and striking out for the shore while he was still within swimming distance. But, my friend, Noah went on, laying his hand on Joe's shoulder, You've come so far, so very far. And why? Because you know in your heart this is your journey as much as it's mine. You have to take it, or you'll regret it for the rest of your life."
"Which would at least be long," Joe yelled.
"Not without power," Noah replied. "Without power, it's over in a couple of breaths, and before you know it, you're on your deathbed thinking, 'Why didn't I trust my instinct? Why didn't I dare?'"
"You talk like you know me," Joe replied, irritated by Noah's presumption. "You don't."
"Isn't it a universal truth that men regret their lives," Noah said, "and die wishing they could live again?" Joe had no reply to this. "If you want to make for shore," Noah went on, "best do it quickly." Joe glanced back at the beach and was astonished to see that in this short time the vessel had cleared the breakers and was in the grip of a current that was carrying it away from land at no little speed. He looked along the darkened shore towards the city, its harbour lights twinkling, then back to the crack and the small encampment around it. Then, determined he would regret nothing, he turned his back on the sight and his face towards the raging seas ahead. 2. Tesla and Phoebe had little in common beyond their womanhood. Tesla had travelled, Phoebe had not. Phoebe had been married, Tesla had not. Tesla had never been in love, not obsessively. Phoebe had, and still was. It made her curiously open, Tesla soon discovered, as though anything was plausible in a world where passion held sway. And sway it held, no doubt of that. Though they knew each other scarcely at all, Phoebe seemed to sense an uncensorious soul in Tesla, and soon began to freely talk about the scandal in which she played so large a role. More particularly, she spoke of Joe Flicker, of his eyes, his kisses, his ways in bed, all of this with a sweet boastfulness, as if he were a prize she had been awarded for suffering a life with Morton. The world was strange, she said several times, apropos of how they'd met, or how quickly they'd discovered the depth of their feelings. "I know," Tesla said, wondering as she listened how much this woman would accept if and when she asked for Tesla's story in return. That was put to the test when Tesla got off the phone from Grillo, and Phoebe, who'd been in the room throughout the call, said, "What was that all about?" "You really want to know?" "I asked, didn't I?" She began with the easy stuff, Grillo and the reef, and how she'd travelled the States in the last 5 years, discovering in the progress that things were damn weird out there. "Like how?" Phoebe said. "This is going to sound crazy." "I don't care," said Phoebe. "I want to know." "I think maybe we're coming to the end of being what we are. We're going to take an evolutionary jump, and that makes this a dangerous and wonderful time." "Why dangerous?" "Because there are things that don't want us to take the jump, things that'd prefer us to stay just the way we are, wandering around blindly, afraid of our own shadows, afraid of being dead and afraid of being too much alive. They want to keep us that way. But then there's people everywhere saying, 'I'm not going to be blind. I'm not going to be afraid. I can see invisible roads. I can hear angels' voices. I know who I was before I was born, and I know what I want to be when I'm dead.'" "You've met people like this?" "Oh, yes." "That's wonderful," said Phoebe. "I don't know if I believe any of those things, but it's still wonderful." She got to her feet and went to the refrigerator, talking on as she surveyed the contents. "What about the things that want to stop us?" she said. "I don't think I believe in the devil, so maybe you're right about that, but if not the devil, then who are these people?" "That's another conversation," Tesla said. "Want to talk while we eat?" Phoebe said. "I'm getting hungry. How about you?" "Getting that way." "There's nothing worth having in there," she said, closing the fridge. "We'll have to go out. You want pizza? Chicken?" "I don't care. Anywhere but that fucking diner." "You mean Bosley's place?" "What an asshole." "The hamburgers are good." "I had the fish." They walked rather than taking the car, and while they walked Phoebe told Tesla how she'd come to gain a lover and lose a husband. The more she told, the more Tesla warmed to her. She was a curious mingling of small-town pretensions — she plainly thought herself better than most of her fellow Evervillians — and charming self-deprecation, especially on the subject of her weight. Funny at times, She was wittily indiscreet about the medical problems of those who, upon seeing her on the sidewalk, played the Pharisee, and at other times, speaking about Joe, and how she'd almost given up believing she could be loved that way, sweetly touching. "You've got no idea where he's gone, then?" Tesla said. "No." Phoebe surveyed the thronged street ahead of them. "He can't hide in a crowd, that's for sure. When he comes back, he'll have to be really careful." "You're sure he'll come back?" "Sure, I'm sure. He promised." She cast Tesla a sideways glance. "You think I sound stupid?" "No, just trusting." "We've all got to trust somebody, right?" "Do we?" "If you could feel what I feel," Phoebe said, "you wouldn't ask that question." "All I know is you're alone in the end. Always." "Who's talking about the end?" Phoebe said. Tesla stepped out of the stream of people into the street, taking Phoebe with her. "Listen to me," she said. "Something terrible's going to happen here. I don't know exactly what, and I don't know exactly when, but trust me, this place is finished." Phoebe said nothing at first. She simply looked up and down the busy street. Then, after a moment to consider, she said, "It can't happen fast enough as far as I'm concerned." "You mean that?" "Just because I live here doesn't mean I like it," Phoebe replied. "I'm not saying I believe you. I'm just saying if it happens, you won't hear any complaints from me." "She's quite a piece of work," Raoul said when they found a table at the pizza parlor, and Phoebe had gone off to relieve herself. "I wondered where you'd got to." "I was just enjoying the girl talk," Raoul said. "She's one angry lady." "She's no lady," Tesla said. "That's what I like about her. Pity about her boyfriend." "You think he's gone for good, right?" "Don't you?" "Probably. Why are you wasting time with her? I mean, she's very entertaining, but we came here to find Fletcher." "I can't go back to Toothaker's house alone," Tesla replied. "I just can't. Soon as I smelled that smell—" "Maybe it was just a backed-up sewer." "And maybe it was licks," Tesla said. "And whoever raised them's already killed Fletcher." "But we have to get in to find out." "Right." "And you think this woman's going to lend some moral support?" "If it's not her, who's it going to be? I can't wait till Lucien comes crawling back." "I knew we'd get to him." "I'm not blaming you. I'm just saying I need help, and she's the only help available." "Suppose she comes to some serious harm?" "I don't want to think about that." "You have to." "What are you, Jiminy Cricket? I'll be honest with her. I'll tell her what we're up against." "So then you're not responsible, is that it? Tesla, she's just an ordinary woman." "So was I," Tesla reminded him. "Whatever you were, Tesla, I don't think you were ever ordinary." "Thank you." "My pleasure." "She's coming back. I'm going to tell her, Raoul. I have to." "It'll end in tears." "Doesn't it always?" It was a hell of a conversation to have over a pepperoni pizza, but Phoebe's appetite wasn't visibly curbed by anything that Tesla had to say. She listened without comment as Tesla went through her experiences in the loop, detail by terrible detail, stopping every now and then to say, "I know this sounds ridiculous," or "You probably think this is crazy," until Phoebe told her not to bother because, yes, it was crazy, but she didn't care. Tesla took her at her word and continued the account without further interruption until she got to the matter of the licks. Here she stopped. "What's the problem?" Phoebe wanted to know. "I'll leave this bit to later." "Why?" "It's disgusting is why, and we're eating." "If you can bear to tell it, it won't bother me. I've worked in a doctor's office for 8 years, remember? I've seen everything." "You never saw anything like a licks," Tesla said, and went on to describe them and their conception, dropping her volume even lower than it had been. Phoebe was unfazed. "And you think it was one of these licks things you saw in Irwin's house?" "I think it's possible, yes." "This guy Fletcher made them?" "I doubt it." "Then what?" "Somebody who meant Fletcher harm. Somebody who came after him and found him there, and—" She threw up her hands. "The fact is I don't know, and the only way I'll find out is by going in there." "Right." "Seems to me," Phoebe said, "if the licks are real, I'm not saying they are, I'm saying if they are, and if they're made of what you say they're made of, they shouldn't be that hard to kill." "Some they grow 6-7 feet long," Tesla said. "Huh! And you've actually seen these things?" "Oh, I've seen them." She turned her gaze out through the window.
in part so as not to look at the congealing pizza on her plate, in part so that Phoebe couldn't see the fear in her eyes. They got into my apartment in L.A. What did they do? Come up through the toilet? Tesla didn't reply. You're going to have to tell her, Raoul murmured in her head. Well, Phoebe said, tell her about Kissoon. She'll freak, Tesla thought. She's doing pretty well so far. Tesla glanced back at Phoebe, who was finishing off her pizza while she waited for a reply. Once I've started with Kissoon, where do I stop? She said to Raoul. You should have thought of that before you mentioned the licks. It's all part of the same story. Silence from Tesla. Isn't it? He prodded. I guess so. So tell her. Tell her about Kissoon. Tell her about the loop. Tell her about the shoal. Tell her about Quiddity, if she hasn't got up and left. Did you know your lips move when you're thinking? Phoebe said. They do? Just a little. Well, I was debating something. What? Whether I could tell you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but... And have you decided? Tell her. Yes, I've decided. Tesla leaned forward, pushing her plate aside. In answer to your question, she said, no, the licks didn't come up from the toilet. They came from a loop in time. This was the tale she'd never told, not in its entirety. She'd given Grillo and Demure the bare outlines, of course, but she'd never been able to bring herself to fill in the details. They were too painful, too ugly. But she told it now to this woman she barely knew, and once she'd begun it wasn't so difficult, not with the clatter of plates and the chatter of patrons all around them. A wall of normality to keep the past from catching hold of her heart. There was a man called Kissoon, she began, and I think if we had to make a list of the worst people to have graced the planet, he'd probably be somewhere near the top. He was what was he? A shaman, he called himself, but that doesn't really get to it. He had power, a lot of power. He could play with time, he could get in and out of people's heads, he could make licks. So he was the one. It's an old trick, apparently. Sorcerers have been doing it for centuries, and when I say sorcerers, I'm not talking about rabbits in hats. I'm talking about people who could change the world, who have changed the world sometimes, in ways we'll never completely understand. Are they all men? Phoebe wanted to know. Most of them. So, Kissoon was one of a group of these people. They were called the Shoal, and they were dedicated to keeping the rest of us from ever knowing about... She paused here a moment. Go on, said Phoebe. I'm listening. About a place called Quiddity. Quiddity? That's right. It's a sea, where we go sometimes in dreams. And why aren't we supposed to know about it? Phoebe asked. If we go there in dreams, what's the big secret? Tesla chewed on this a moment. You know I don't know. I always assumed... What did I assume? I guess I assumed that the Shoal were the wise ones, and if they lived and died keeping this secret, it was because the secret needed to be kept. But now that you mention it, I don't really know why. But they're all dead now anyway. All dead. Kissoon murdered them. Why? So that he could eventually have control over the greatest power in the world. A power called the Art. And what's that? I don't think anyone really knows. Not even this guy Kissoon? Tesla pondered this a moment. No, she said eventually. Not even Kissoon. So he committed these murders to get something when he didn't even know what the something was, she said, her incredulity perfectly plain. Oh, he did more than murder. He hid the bodies in the past. Oh, come on, I swear. He'd killed some of the most important people in the world. More important than the Pope or the President. He had to hide the bodies where they'd never be found. He chose a place called Trinity. What's that? The when's more important than the where, Tesla said. Trinity's where the first A-bomb was detonated, 16th of June, 1945, in New Mexico. And you're telling me that's where he took the people he'd murdered? That's where he took 'em, except— What? Once he was there, he made a mistake, a little mistake, and he got himself trapped. Trapped in the past? Right, with the bomb ticking away. So he made a loop of time that went round and round on itself, always keeping that moment at bay. Phoebe smiled and shook her head. "What?" said Tesla. "I don't know whether you're crazy or what, but if you made all this up, you should be selling it. I mean, you could make a movie for TV. "It's not a movie. It's the truth. I know, because I was there 3 times. 3 times in and out of Kissoon's loop." "You actually met this guy?" Phoebe said. "Oh, sure I met him," Tesla replied. "And what was he like?" Phoebe nodded. Tesla shrugged. "Hard to find the words," she said. "Try." "I've spent 5 years trying not to think of him. But he's there all the time. Every day something dirty, something cruel, maybe just the smell of my own shit, reminds me of him. He wasn't much to look at, you know. He was this runt of a guy, old and dried up. But he could turn you inside out with a look. See inside your head, see inside your guts. Work you, fuck you." She rubbed her palms together to warm them, but they wouldn't be warmed. "What happened to him?" "He couldn't hold the moment." Phoebe looked vacant. "What?" "The little loop of time that kept the bomb from being detonated," Tesla explained. "He couldn't hold it." "So the bomb went off?" "The bomb went off, and he went with it." "You were there?" "Not right there, or I would have gone up with him. But I was the last out, I'm sure of that." She settled back in her chair. "That's it, or as much of it as I can tell you right now." "It's quite a story." "And you don't believe a word of it?" "Some bits I almost believe. Some bits just sound ridiculous to me. And some bits I don't want to believe. They frighten me too much." "So you won't be coming with me to Irwin's house?" "I didn't say that," Phoebe replied. Tesla smiled and dug into the pocket of her leather jacket. "What are you looking for?" "Some cash," she said. "If you're willing to dare licks with me, the least I can do is pay for the pizza." 10. 1. As the streets started to empty, Irwin began to regret his contretemps with Dolan. Though his feet ached and he felt weary to his imagined marrow, he knew without putting it to the test that phantoms didn't sleep. He would be awake through the hours of darkness while the living citizens of Everville, safe behind locked doors and bolted windows, took a trip to dreamland. He wandered down the middle of Main Street like a lonely drunk, wishing he could find the woman he'd whispered to outside Kitty's diner. She at least had heard him, if only remotely, whereas nobody else with a heart beating in their chests even glanced his way, however loud he shouted. There'd been something special about that woman, he decided. Perhaps she'd been psychic. He did not go entirely ignored. At the corner of Apple Street he encountered Bill and Maisie Waits, out walking their 2 chocolate Labradors. As they approached Irwin, the dogs seemed to sense his presence. Did they smell him or see him? He couldn't be sure, but they responded with raised hackles and growls, the bitch standing her ground, the male dashing away down Apple Street, trailing his leash. Bill, who was in his 50s and far from fit, went after him, yelling. The animal's response distressed Irwin. He'd never owned a dog, but by and large he liked the species. Was being a phantom so profoundly unnatural a state that the nearest whiff of him was enough to make the beasts crazy? He went down on his haunches and softly called to the bitch. "It's okay. It's okay," he said, extending his hand. "I'm not going to hurt anybody." The animal barked on ferociously, while Maisie watched her husband pursue the other dog. Irwin crept a little closer, still murmuring words of reassurance, and the bitch showed signs of hearing him. She cocked her head, and her barking became more sporadic. "That's it," Irwin said. "That's it. See, that's not so bad, now is it?" His open hand was now maybe 2 feet from her nose. Her din had lost all its ferocity, and was now reduced to little more than an occasional bark. Irwin reached a little further and touched her head. She stopped barking entirely now and lay down, rolling onto her back to have her stomach scratched. Maisie Waits looked down at her. "Katy, what on earth are you doing?" she said. "Get up." She lugged on the leash to raise the animal, but Katy was enjoying Irwin's attentions too much. She made a little growl, as though vaguely remembering that her stroker had frightened her a minute or two before, and then gave up even on that. "Katy!" Maisie Watts said, exasperated now. Then to her husband, "Did you find him?" "Does it look like I found him?" Bill gasped. "He's headed off down towards the creek. He'll find his way home." "But the traffic—" "There is no traffic," Bill said. "Well, hardly any. And he's got lost before, for God's sake." Bill had reached the corner of the street now, and he stared at the recumbent Katy. "Look at you, you soft old thing," he said fondly, and went down on his haunches beside the dog. "I don't know what spooked him that way." "Me," Irwin said, stroking the bitch's belly along with Bill. The dog heard. She pricked her ears and looked at Irwin. Bill, of course, heard nothing. Irwin kept talking anyway, the words tumbling out. "Listen, will you, Waits? If a mutt can hear me, you damn well can. Just listen, I'm Irwin Toothaker." "As long as you're sure," Maisie was saying. "Irwin Toothaker." "I'm sure," Bill replied. "He'll probably be home before us." He patted Katy's solid belly and got to his feet. "Come on, old girl," he said. Then, with a sly glance at his wife, "You too, Katy." Maisie Waits nudged him in the ribs. "William Waits," she said in a tone of mock outrage. Bill leaned a little closer to her. "Want to fool around some?" he said to her. "It's late." "It's Saturday tomorrow," Bill said, slipping his arm around his wife's waist. "It's either that or I ravish you in your sleep." Maisie giggled, and with one quick jerk on the leash got Katy to her feet. Bill kissed Maisie's cheek and then whispered something into his wife's ear. Irwin wasn't close enough to hear everything, but he caught Pillow, and like always. Whatever he said, Maisie returned his kiss, and they headed off down the street, with Katy casting a wistful glance back at her phantom admirer. "Were you ever married, Irwin?" It was Dolan. He was sitting in the doorway of Lively's Lighting and Furniture Store, picking his nose. "No, I wasn't. Mine went off to Seattle after I passed over. Took her 7 weeks and 2 days to uproot and go. Sold the house, sold most of the furniture, let the lease go in the store. I was so mad, I howled around this damn town for a month, weeping and wailing. I even tried to go after her. And?" Dolan shook his head. "I don't advise it. The further I went from Everville, the more vague I became." "Any idea why?" "Just guessing, but I suppose me and this place must be connected after all these years. Maybe I can't imagine myself in any other place. Anyhow, I don't weep and wail any more. I know where I belong." He looked at Irwin. "Speaking of which, I came looking for you for a reason." "What?" "I was talking to a few friends of mine, telling them about you and what happened outside my old store, and they wanted to see you." "This is more—" "Go on, you can say it." "Ghosts?" "We prefer revenants. But yeah, ghosts will do it." "Why do they want to see me?" Dolan got up. "What the hell does it matter to you?" he hollered, suddenly exasperated. "Got something better to be doing?" "No," Irwin said, after a moment. "So, are you coming or not? Makes no odds to me." "I'm coming." 2. Buddenbaum woke up in a white room, with a splitting headache. There was a sallow young man standing at the bottom of the bed watching him. "There you are," the young man said. Clearly the youth knew him, but Buddenbaum couldn't put a name to his face. His puzzlement was apparently plain because the kid said, "Owen, it's me, it's Seth." Seth. The name made a dozen images flicker in Buddenbaum's head, like single frames of film, each from a different scene, strung together on a loop. Round and round they went, 10, 20 times. He glimpsed bare skin, a raging face, sky, more faces, now looking down at him. "I fell." "Yes." Buddenbaum ran his palms over his chest, neck, and stomach. "I'm intact." "You broke some ribs and cracked some vertebrae and fractured the base of your skull." "I did." Buddenbaum's hands went to his head. It was heavily bandaged. "How long have I been unconscious?"
Coming up to 8 hours. 8 hours? He sat up in bed. Oh, my Lord. You have to lie down. No time. I've got things to do. Important things. He put his hand to his brow. There's people coming. I've got to be... Jesus, it's gone out of my head. He looked up at Seth with desperation on his face. This is bad, he said. This is very bad. He grabbed hold of Seth and drew him closer. There was some liaison, yes? Seth didn't know the word. You and I, we were coupling?
Oh, that. Yes, we were going at it. And this guy Bosley, he's a real Christian.
Never mind the Christians, Buddenbaum snarled. Do you trust me?
Of course I trust you, Seth said, putting his hand to Buddenbaum's face. You told me what's going to happen.
I did I? And what did I say?
You said there's avatars coming. Seth pronounced the word haltingly. They're more than angels, you said.
Comprehension replaced the despair on Buddenbaum's face. The avatars, he said. Of course. He started to swing his legs off the bed.
You can't get up, Seth said. You're hurt.
I've survived worse than this, believe me, Buddenbaum said. Now where are my clothes? He stood up and made for the small dresser in the corner of the room. Are we still in Everville?
No, we're in Silverton.
How far's that?
35 miles.
So how did you get here?
I borrowed my mother's car, but Owen, you're not well.
There's more at risk here than a cracked skull, Buddenbaum replied, opening the dresser and taking out his clothes. A lot more.
Like what?
It's too complicated.
I catch on quickly, Seth replied. You know I do. You said I do.
Help me dress.
Is that all I'm good for? Seth protested. I'm not just some idiot kid you picked up.
Then stop acting like one, Buddenbaum snapped.
Seth immediately withdrew. Well, I guess that's plain enough, he said.
I didn't mean it that way.
You want somebody to dress you, ask the nurse. You want to ride back home, hire a cab.
Seth!
It was too late. The boy was already out of the door, slamming it behind him. Owen didn't try to go after him. This was no time to waste energy arguing. The boy would come round, given time, and if he didn't, he didn't. In a few hours he would not need the aid or the affection of Seth or any other self-willed youth. He would be free of every frailty, including love, free to live out of time, out of place, out of every particular. He would be unmade the way divinities were unmade, because divinities were without beginning and without end, a rare and wonderful condition. As he was halfway through dressing, the doctor, a whey-faced young man with wispy blond hair, appeared.
"Mr. Buddenbaum, what are you doing?" he asked.
"I would have thought that perfectly obvious," Owen replied.
"You can't leave."
"On the contrary, I can't stay. I have work to do."
"I'm amazed you're even standing," the doctor said. "I insist you get back into bed." He crossed to Owen, who raised his arms.
"Leave me be," he said. "If you want to make yourself useful, call me a cab."
"If you attempt to leave," the doctor said, "I will not be responsible for the consequences."
"Fine by me," Owen replied. "Now will you please leave me to dress in peace?"
3. For a city of such modest scale, Everville boasted an unusually large number of cemeteries. St. Mary's Catholic Cemetery lay 2 miles outside the city limits on the Molina Road, but the other 3, the Pioneer Cemetery, the smallest and most historically significant, the Potter Cemetery, named for the family who had buried more people in the region than any other, and the plain old Everville Cemetery, were all within the bounds of the city. It was to the Potter Cemetery, which lay on Lambrol Drive, close to the old post-office building, that Dolan took Irwin. He chatted in his lively fashion as they went, mostly about how much the city had changed in the last few years. None of it was for the better, in his opinion. So many of the things that had been part of Everville's history, the family businesses, the older buildings, even the street lamps, were being uprooted or destroyed.
"I didn't think much about that kind of thing when I was breathing," Dolan remarked. "You don't, do you? You get on with your life as best you can. Hope the tax man doesn't come after you. Hope you can still get it up on Saturday night. Hope your hair doesn't fall out too quickly. You don't have time to think about the past until you're part of it. And then...
Then?
Then you realize what's gone is gone forever, and that's a damn shame if it was something worth keeping."
He pointed over at the post-office building, which had been left to fall into dereliction since a larger and more centralized facility had opened in Salem.
I mean, look at that, he said. That could have been preserved, right? Turned into something for the community.
What community? Said Irwin. There isn't one. There's just a few thousand people who happen to live next door to one another, and hate the sight of each other 80% of the time. Believe me, I saw a lot of that in my business. People suing each other because a fence was in the wrong place or a tree had been cut down. Nice neighbors, you'd say, looking at them. Regular folks with good hearts. But let me tell you, if the law allowed it, they'd murder each other at the drop of a hat. This last remark was out of his mouth before he realized quite what he'd said. I was just trying to protect the children, Dolan muttered. I wasn't talking about you, Irwin replied. What you did was wrong, I know that. We made a terrible error, and I'll regret it forever, but we did it because we thought we had to. And how did your precious community treat you when they realized you'd screwed up? Like pariahs, right? The other man said nothing. So much for the community, Irwin said. They did not speak again until they reached the gates of Potter Cemetery, when Dolan said, Do you know who Hubert Nordhoff is? Didn't his family own the mill? A lot more than the mill. He was a great man hereabouts for 50 years. So what about him? He holds court on the last Friday of every month. Here? Irwin said, peering through the ironwork gate into the cemetery. There was a thin veil of clouds covering the moon, but it was light enough to see the graves laid out ahead. Here and there a carved angel or an urn marked the resting place of a family with money to waste, but most of the tombs were simple stones. Yes, here, said Irwin, and led him inside. There was an ancient moss-covered oak at the far end of the cemetery, and there, under its titanic branches, was an assembly of 6 men and a woman. Some lounged on stones. One, a fellow who looked sickly even for a dead soul, sitting on the lowest of the branches. And standing close to the trunk of the tree, presently addressing the group, was a man in his 70s, his dress, his spectacles, and his somewhat formal manner suggesting he had lived and died in an earlier age. Irwin did not need Dolan whispering in his ear to know that this was the aforementioned Hubert Nordhoff. He was presently in full and rhetorical flight. Are we unloved? My friends, we are. Are we forgotten? By all but a few, I'm afraid so. And do we care, my friends, do we care? He let his sharp blue gaze rest on every one of his congregation before he answered. Oh, my lord, yes. To the bottom of our broken hearts we care. He stopped here, looking past his audience towards Dolan and Irwin. He inclined his head. Mr. Dolan, he said. Mr. Nordhoff? Dolan turned towards Irwin. This is the guy I was telling you about earlier. His name's Toothaker, Irwin said, determined not to enter the circle as Dolan's catch, but as a free-willed individual. Irwin Toothaker. We're pleased to see you, Mr. Toothaker, the old man said. I'm Hubert Nordhoff, and this— He took Irwin round the group, introducing them all. 3 of the names were familiar to Irwin. They were the members of families still prominent in Everville. One was a Gilholly, another the father of a former mayor. The others were new to him, though it was apparent by their post-mortem finery that none had been disenfranchised in life. Like Hubert, these were men who'd had some significant place in the community. There was only one surprise, that the single female in this group was not a woman at all, but one Cornelius Floyd, who had apparently been delivered into the afterlife in rather dowdy drag, and seemed quite happy with his lot. His features were too broad and his jaw too square to be called feminine, but he affected a light, breathy tone when telling Irwin that, though his name was indeed Cornelius, everybody called him Connie. With the introductions over, Hubert got down to business. "We heard what happened to you," he said. "You were murdered, we understand, in your own house." "Yes, that's right." "We're, of course, appalled." There were suitably sympathetic murmurs all around the circle. "But I regret to say not terribly surprised. This is increasingly the way of the world." "It wasn't a normal murder," Irwin pointed out, "if any murder's normal." "Dolan mentioned something about vampires," Gilholly, the elder, said.
His word, not mine, Irwin pointed out. I got the life sucked out of me, but there was none of that neck-biting nonsense. "Did you know the killer?" asked a portly fellow called Dickerson, who was presently recumbent on the top of a tomb. "Not exactly." "Meaning?" "I met him down by Unger's Creek. His name was Fletcher. I think he fancies himself some kind of messiah." "That's all we need," said the scrawny guy in the tree.
"What do we do about this, Nordhoff?"
Gilhally wanted to know.
"There's nothing we can do,"
Irwin said.
"Don't be defeatist," Nordhoff snapped. "We have responsibilities."
"It's true," said Connie. "If we don't act, who will?" "Act to do what?" said Irwin.
"To save our heritage," Nordhoff replied. "We're the men who made this city. We poured our sweat into taming this wilderness and our geniuses into building a decent place to raise our families. Now it's all coming apart. We've suspected it for months now, seen little signs of it everywhere. And now you come along, murdered by something unnatural, and the Lundy boy raped in Dolan's store by something else, equally unnatural."
"Don't forget the bees," Dickerson put in.
"What bees?" Irwin said.
"Do you know Frank Tibbet?" Dickerson said. "Lives off Moon Lane?"
"No, I can't say."
"He keeps bees, or rather he did. They all took off 10 days ago."
"Is that significant?" Irwin said.
"Not if it were a solitary case," Nordhoff said. "But it isn't. We watch, you see, and we listen. It's our business to preserve what we made, even if we've been forgotten. So we hear everything that goes on sooner or later. And there are dozens of examples."
"Hundreds," said Connie.
"Many dozens, certainly," Nordhoff said. "Many dozens of examples of strange goings-on, none of them of any greater scale than Tibbet's bees, barring your murder," Dickerson put in.
"Is it possible I could finish a sentence without being interrupted?" Nordhoff said.
"Maybe if you weren't so long-winded about it," said Melvin Pollock, who looked to be at least Nordhoff's age, and had the long-drawn, dour mouth of one who died an unrepentant curmudgeon.
"What he's trying to say is this. We invested our lives in Everville. The signs tell us we're about to lose that investment forever.
And when it's gone," Dickerson said.
"We go with it," Pollock said. "Into oblivion." "Just because we're dead," Nordhoff said, "it doesn't mean we have to take this lying down."
Dickerson chuckled. "Not bad, Hubert. We'll make a comedian of you yet."
"This isn't a laughing matter," Nordhoff said.
"Oh, but it is," Dickerson said, heaving his bulk into a sitting position. "Here we are, the great and the good of Everville. A banker," he nodded in Pollock's direction, "a real estate broker," at Connie now, "a mill owner," Nordhoff, of course, "and the rest of us all movers and shakers. Here we are, holding on to our dignity as best we can, and thinking we've got a hope in hell of influencing what goes on out there." He pointed through the gate into the world of the living, where it's perfectly obvious to anyone with eyes in his head that it's over. "What's over?" said Connie. "Our time. Everville's time. Maybe," he paused, frowned, "maybe humanity's time," he murmured. There was silence now, even from Nordhoff. Somewhere in the streets outside the cemetery a dog barked, but even that most familiar of sounds carried no comfort. At last Irwin said, "Fletcher knows."
"Knows what?"
said Nordhoff. "What's going on? Maybe he's even the reason for it. Maybe if we could find some way to kill him." "It's a thought," said Connie.
"And even if it doesn't save the city," Dickerson said, clearly heartened by this prospect, "we'd have the sport of it." "For God's sake, we can't even make people hear us," Dolan pointed out. "How the hell do we kill somebody?"
"He's not somebody," Irwin said. "He's a thing. He's not human."
"You sound very certain of that," Nordhoff said.
"Don't take my word for it," Irwin replied. "Come see for yourself." 11. 1. Tesla had bought her first gun in Florida 4 years ago after narrowly escaping assault, or worse, at the hands of 2 drunken louts outside a bar in Fort Lauderdale, who'd decided they simply didn't like the look of her. Never again, she'd sworn, would she be without some means of self-defense. She'd bought a modest little .45, and had even taken a couple of lessons so she'd be able to handle it properly. It was not the last of the armaments she came by, however. 6 months later, during her first trip to Louisiana, she'd found a gun lying in the middle of an empty highway, and despite Raoul's warnings that it had surely been discarded for a reason, and she'd be a damn fool to pick it up, she'd done so. It was older and heavier than her purchase, the barrel and butt nicked and scratched, but she liked the heft of it, liked, too, the sense of mystery that surrounded it. The third gun had been a gift from a woman called Maria Lord Nazareno, whom she'd met on a street corner in Mammoth, Arizona. Lord, as she preferred to be called, had been waiting for Tesla on that corner for several days, or so she'd claimed. She had the sight, she'd said, and had been told in a dream that a woman of power would be passing by. Tesla had protested that she was not the one, but Lord had been equally certain she was. She had been waiting with gifts, she said, and would not be content until Tesla had accepted them. One of the gifts had been a clavicle bone, which Lord told her belonged to a Saint Maxine. Another had been a brass compass, for the voyage, she'd said. The third had been the gun, which was certainly the prettiest of the three weapons, its handle inlaid with mother-of-pearl. It had a secret name, Lord had told her, but she did not know what that name was. Tesla would discover it, however, when she needed to call it. That occasion had not come along. She had travelled for a further 2 years after her encounter with Lord, and had never had need of any of the guns until now. "Which one do I get?" Phoebe said. They had returned to the Cobb house from the pizza parlor for one purpose only, to arm themselves. "Do you know how to use a gun?" Tesla asked her. "I know how to point my finger," Phoebe said. "Your finger isn't going to make a hole in somebody," Tesla said. Phoebe picked up Lord's gun and passed it from palm to palm. "It can't be that difficult when you see the men who do it." She had a point. "You want that one?" Tesla asked. "Yeah," she said, smiling. "We're only going to use them if we really have to. If something that looks like a snake and smells like shit comes sniffing around." "You still don't believe me, do you?" "Does it matter whether I do or I don't?" Phoebe said. Tesla thought about this for a moment. "I guess not," she said. "I just want you to be ready for the worst." "I've been ready for years," Phoebe said. 2. The Toothaker house was in darkness, but they'd come prepared for that eventuality. Phoebe had a large flashlight, Tesla a slightly smaller one. "Feel anything?" Tesla asked Raoul, as she and Phoebe headed down the path. "Not so far." The smell of excrement still lingered in the air, however, and it grew stronger the closer they got to the front door. The temperature had dropped considerably since they left the restaurant almost an hour before, but Tesla felt clammy hot, as though she was developing a bad bout of flu. Weak at the knees, too. "What do we do?" Phoebe said once they reached the step. "Just knock?" "It beats trying to break the door down," Tesla said. She still harbored the hope that this was a wild-goose chase, that the whispers she and Raoul had heard outside the diner had been a trick of the wind, and the smell was just a backed-up sewer, as Phoebe had said. She knocked on the door loudly. They waited. There was no answer. She knocked again, and while she did so, asked Raoul if he sensed the presence of an occupant. His answer was not the one she wanted. "Yes," he said. "I hear somebody." The beast that had been twitching in Tesla's belly since they'd set out convulsed. She caught hold of Phoebe's arm. "I can't do this," she said. "It's all right," Phoebe replied. She was reaching for the door-handle. "We've come this far." She turned the handle, and, to Tesla's surprise, the door opened. A wave of cold, sour air broke over the threshold. Tesla retreated from the step, tugging on Phoebe's arm, but Phoebe made a little grunt between her teeth and jerked her arm free. "I want to see," she said. "We'll see tomorrow," Tesla replied, "when it's light." "Tomorrow might be too late," Phoebe said, without glancing back at Tesla. "I want to see now, right now." And so saying, she stepped into the house. As she did so, Tesla heard her murmur, "Where are you?" "Where are you?" said Raoul. "Yeah, I heard it too." "Somebody's got into our head, Tess." "Fuck!" Phoebe had already taken half a dozen strides into the house, and the darkness had almost closed around her. "Phoebe!" Tesla yelled. "Come out of there!" The other woman didn't falter, however. She just kept walking until Tesla was in danger of losing sight of her completely.
"Get in there," Raoul said. "Shut up, or you'll lose her completely."
He was right, of course, and she knew it. She pulled the found .45 out of her belt and stepped inside, following Phoebe down the darkened hallway. If she was quick, she could maybe catch hold of her and haul her out into the street before— The door slammed behind her. She spun round, the cold air pressing against her face like a stale, damp washcloth. It was a labor to draw breath, and she didn't waste air calling after Phoebe again. Plainly, whatever had its hooks in her wasn't going to let go without a fight.
"Tesla?"
"I'm here."
"She turned right. There's a door."
She could vaguely make out the door frame, and yes, there was Phoebe stepping through it. Picking up her pace, Tesla hurried down the hallway, but she was too late to catch hold of her quarry, who had slipped through the door into the room beyond. There was a little more light there, Tesla was pleased to see. Candles, perhaps, flickering. Grateful for this small mercy, at least, she followed Phoebe through the door. It was not candlelight illuminating the room. It was the remains of a fire, guttering in the grate. A number of blackened branches littered the hearth. The smell in the air was not woody, however, but meaty, almost appetizing after the sourness at the threshold. Somebody had cooked and eaten here recently, though she could not yet see who. The room was large and had been comprehensively trashed, the furniture almost all destroyed, the ornaments and bric-a-brac reduced to fragments underfoot. At the far end, 15 feet or so from where she stood, and half that from Phoebe, who was standing in the middle of the room, her arms slack at her sides, the darkness was denser than elsewhere, and busier. She tried to study the place, certain that somebody was standing there, but when she rested her gaze on the spot, her eyes flickered violently back and forth, as though they couldn't, or wouldn't, make sense of what they were seeing. "Fletcher?" she said. "Is that you?" As she spoke, Phoebe glanced round at her. "Leave us alone," she said. "It's me he wants." "Is that right?" Tesla said, approaching her gently. There were tremors and tics around Phoebe's mouth and eyes, as though she might well weep or shriek at any moment. "That's right," she said. "And is this person who wants you Fletcher?" Tesla said, trying, and once again failing, to fix her eyes on the shadows. "It doesn't matter what his name is," Phoebe said. "It matters to me," Tesla replied. "Maybe you can ask him. Would you do that for me?" Phoebe looked back towards the darkness. She seemed to have no difficulty focusing upon it. "She wants to know who you are," she said. "Is he Fletcher?" Tesla said. "Are you—" Phoebe didn't finish the question, but listened, head slightly cocked. There was silence but for the crackle and spit of the fire. Tesla glanced back down at the hearth. There were pools of melted wax or fat around the branches, and in the grate itself a stone or— "If that's what you want," Phoebe said to the darkness. Tesla looked back at her. She was reaching up to unbutton her blouse. "What are you doing?" Tesla said. "He wants to see me," Phoebe said simply. Tesla crossed to her and pulled her hands from her blouse. "No, he doesn't." "Yes, he does," Phoebe said fiercely, her hands going back to her buttons. He says— "What's he saying?" "He says we should fuck for the millennium." Tesla had heard the phrase before, spoken once and dreamed 1,000 times. Now, at the sound of it, the floor seemed to pitch beneath her, as if to tip her into the darkness at the other end of the room. It was 5 years since she'd first heard the words spoken, 5 years in which she had many times thanked God their speaker was dead. Her gratitude, it seemed, had been premature. "Kissoon," she murmured, and leaving her lips, the syllables took on a life of their own. "Kissoon, kissoon," shimmying around her. She'd met him in countless nightmares, run from him, succumbed to him, been judged, murdered, raped, and eaten by him, but she'd always woken from those ordeals, even the most terrible, with the comfort that one day the memories of him could recede, and she'd be free. Not so. Oh, Lord in heaven, not so. Here he was come again. She reached down to her belt, pulled out her gun, and pointed it at the darkness. "It isn't Fletcher, then?" Raoul murmured. He sounded close to tears. "No." "You think it's Kissoon?" "I know it's Kissoon," she said, leveling the gun. "Suppose you're wrong?" "I'm not," she said, and fired once, twice, 3 times. The din careened around the room, coming back an instant later, bruisingly loud. But there was no gratifying cry from the darkness, no spillage of blood, no death rattle. The only effect the shots seemed to have was upon Phoebe, who began to sob pitifully. "What am I doing?" she gasped, and reeled away from Tesla's side, as if making for the door. Tesla glanced after her, in time to see Phoebe coming back with her arms outstretched. She struck the gun from Tesla's fist with one hand and caught hold of her neck with the other. Tesla's breath was summarily stopped. She reached up to wrench Phoebe's hand away, but before she could do so the woman's sobs, which had gone on unabated through the assault, stopped dead. "Go to him," she said, her voice monotonal. "Go to him and tell him you're sorry." She started to push Tesla back towards the far end of the room, towards the darkness and whatever form of Kissoon it contained. Tesla kicked and flailed, but Phoebe's weight, fueled by her possessor's will, was not easily resisted. "Phoebe, listen to me," Tesla yelled. "He's going to kill us both. No, you can fight him. I know what it feels like having him sitting on your head." This was no lie. Kissoon had worked this same trick on Tesla in the loop, pressed on the top of her head to subdue and control her. "But you can fight it, Phoebe, you can fight it." The face in front of her showed no flicker of comprehension. The tears just continued to fall. Tesla reached down to her belt. The Florida gun was there. If Phoebe wouldn't listen to reason, maybe she'd respond to the business end of a .45. As she grabbed the butt, however, Phoebe let her go. Tesla drew a grateful breath, bending over as she did so, and as her gaze met the floor she saw a dark, serpentine form wiggle into view from behind her. She pulled her second gun from her belt and was stepping out of the Lix's way to fire when she sensed that the darkness at her side seemed to be unfolding. She heard it shifting and felt the air around her disturbed by its motion. She looked down at the ground again. The Lix at her feet had been joined by several of its siblings, piffling little horrors by comparison with some she'd seen, the biggest 18 inches long or so, the smallest as fine as hair. But they kept coming and coming, some of them no longer than a finger, as though one of their nests had been overturned at her feet. None of them seemed much interested in doing her harm. They squirmed off across the debris-strewn floor towards the last of the fire. The only threat lay in the person of their maker, in whose direction Tesla now turned her gaze. This time, though her eyes remained incapable of fixing upon him, she caught a glimpse. He was sitting on a chair, it seemed, but the chair was hovering 3 or 4 feet off the ground, and though she could not look directly at him, he was not so restricted. She felt his gaze. It pricked her neck. It made her heart rattle. "It'll pass," he said, and with those words any last hope that she'd made a mistake, and that this was not Kissoon, vanished. "What'll pass?" she said, fighting hard to look at him. Doubtless he had good reason to prevent her laying eyes on him, which was all the more reason to defy the edict. If she could just distract him for a few moments, perhaps he'd drop his guard long enough for her to get one good look at him. "What'll pass?" she asked him again. "The shock." "Why should I be shocked?" "Because you thought I was dead and gone." "Why would I think that?" "Don't try this." "Try what?" "This stupid game you're playing." "What game?" "I said stop it!" As he yelled, she looked at him, and for perhaps the length of 2 heartbeats, his irritation made him careless, and she had plain sight of him. It was long enough to see why he'd kept her from looking at him. He was in transition, his skin and sinew drooping around him, gangrenous and fetid. Enough of his flesh remained for her to recognize his face. The post-simian brow, the wide nose, the jutting jaw, all had been Raoul's before Kissoon had stolen them. "Jesus!"
she heard Raoul say. "Look away! For pity's sake, look away!" As it was, she had little chance. She had no sooner registered the sight than Kissoon became aware of her scrutiny, and his will, sharp as a blow, slapped her side aside. Tears of pain sprang into her eyes. "You're too curious for your own good," Kissoon said. "You're getting very vain in your old age," she replied, wiping the tears off her cheeks. "Old? Me? No, I'll be new forever. You, on the other hand, look like shit. Were your travels worth it?"
"What do you know about my travels?"
"Just because I've been out of sight doesn't mean I've been out of touch," Kissoon replied. "I've been watching the world very closely, and I've reports of you from a lot of grubby little corners. What were you looking for? Fletcher?"
"No."
"He's gone, Tesla. So's the Jaff. That part of things is over. It was a simpler age, so I suppose you felt at home there, but it's over and done with."
"And what follows?"
Tesla said. "I think you know."
Tesla said nothing.
"Are you too afraid to say it?"
"Eod, you mean?"
"There. You knew all along."
"Haven't you seen enough of them?" Tesla said.
"We've seen more than most, you and I. Yet we've seen nothing. Nothing at all."
There was excitement in his voice.
"They will change the world out of all recognition."
"And you want that?"
"Don't you?"
Kissoon said. She'd forgotten how strangely persuasive he could be, how well he comprehended the ambiguities in her heart.
"This chaos is no good, Tesla. Everything severed, everything broken. The world needs to be put back together again."
Like all great liars, there was enough truth in what he said to make it sound perfectly plausible.
"Unfortunately, the species can't heal itself without help," he went on. "But not to worry. Help's on its way."
"And when it comes?"
"I told you. It'll change things out of all recognition."
"But you—"
"What about me?"
"What will it do for you?"
"Oh, that."
"Yes, that."
"It'll make me king of the hill, of course."
"Plus ça change."
"And I'll have the art."
Ah, the art. Sooner or later it always came back to that.
"I'll live in one immortal day."
"Sounds lovely. And what about the rest of us?"
"The Ead'll make their judgments. You'll abide by them. Simple as that. I think they have quite an appetite for the feminine. 10 years ago they probably would have kept you for breeding. Now, of course, you'd be better used for fertilizer." He laughed. "Don't worry, I'll make sure you don't go to waste."
She felt something move against her ankle and looked down. There was a lynx there, 5 or 6 times larger than any of those she'd seen here previously. It curled around her foot, raising its head as it did so. Its open mouth was lined with tiny scarlet teeth, row upon row of them, receding down its throat. "Wait," she said.
"No time," Kissoon said. "Maybe I'll see you in the past tomorrow. Maybe I'll find you in the loop, and we'll talk about how you died today."
The lynx was climbing her leg, its hold on her already tightening. She screamed and stumbled backwards, her legs caught in the creature's coils. There was a moment when she teetered, then she fell hard, the debris biting into her back. For a moment the room went white, and if she'd not had Raoul yelling in her head, telling her to hold on, she'd certainly have lost consciousness. When the whiteness receded, she was looking towards the hearth. The licks that had ventured there before her dialogue with Kissoon had done with warming themselves, and had turned their heads in her direction. Now they came in a squirming river. She tried to sit up, but their monstrous sibling had wound itself around her, incapacitating her. Her only hope was Phoebe. She craned her head round, looking for the woman, yelling her name as she did so. It was a lost cause. The room was empty, but for Kissoon and her devourers. She looked back towards the hearth, and, as if this weren't nightmare enough, realized what the Licks had been doing there. Not warming themselves at all, but feeding. What she'd taken to be branches scattered around the fire were human bones, and the stone amidst the embers a skull. Erwin Toothaker hadn't left home after all, except as smoke. She let out a sob of horror. Then the Licks were upon her. 12. Is she alive? Erwin went down onto his haunches beside the woman sprawled on his doorstep. Her brow was bleeding, and there was a trail of puke running from her mouth, but she was still breathing. "She's alive," he said. "Her name's Phoebe Cobb." The front door stood open. The air from out of the house smelled like shit and meat. Though Erwin had little to lose in his present condition, he was as scared as he'd ever been in life. He glanced back at the trio that had accompanied him here, Nordhoff, Dolan, and Dickerson, and saw unease on their faces too. "He can't do anything to us, right?" Erwin said. "Not now." Nordhoff shrugged. "Who the hell knows?" he said. "What if he can see us?" Dickerson replied. "We're never going to find out if we stay here," Dolan said impatiently, and stepping over Phoebe Cobb, he entered. Erwin suddenly felt proprietorial. This was still his house. If anyone was going to lead the way, it should be him. "Wait," he said to Dolan, and hurried after him down the hallway. The Licks were not interested in her flesh. Perhaps it was too leathery after so many years in the sun. They sought out her mouth and her nostrils. They went to her ears and eyes so as to gain access to the tender stuff inside her. She thrashed and rolled, her mouth sealed against their probing and pushing, but her nose was stopped with them now, and in a few seconds she would be out of breath. As soon as she parted her lips, they would into her, and that would be the end. "Tesla." "Not now." "It's over, Tesla." "No." "I want you to know." "No, I said no." She heard him keen in her head, the sound not quite human. "Don't give up," she told him. "It's not over yet." He stifled his moans, but she felt his terror in her marrow, as though at the last he was not merely sharing her mind, but her body too. And this was the last, despite her protestations. She had to draw a breath, now or else never. Though the Licks were at her lips waiting, she had no choice. She opened her mouth, teeth clenched, drawing air between the gaps. But where breath could go, so could the finest of the Licks. She felt them sliding between the cracks under her tongue and down her throat. Her system revolted. She started to gag, and the reflex bettered her will. Her teeth parted. It was all the Licks needed. They were in her mouth in a moment, filling it up. She bit down on them, tasting their shit and rot, and spitting out what she could. But for every one she expelled, there were two hungry to eat her out from the inside, and willing to risk her teeth to do so. Gagging, spitting, and thrashing, she fought with every ounce of power in her, but the battle was beyond winning. Her throat was choked, her nostrils blocked, her body creaking in the coils of the giant Licks. At the last, hanging on the slivers of consciousness, she thought she heard Raoul say, "Listen." She listened. There were voices coming from somewhere in the room. "Christ almighty," one of them said. "Look there, in the fire!" Then a cry of anguish, and the sound she used her last drop of energy to turn her head in its direction. Death was almost on her, and her eyes, which had witnessed so many strangenesses in their time, but had always been wedded to the real, were now in extremis wise to subtle presences. 4 of them, all men, all aghast, approaching from the door. One went to the fire. 2 lingered a couple of yards from her. The 4th and oldest, God bless him, went down on his knees beside her and reached to touch her face. No doubt he intended to soothe her passage from life to death, but his phantom touch did more than that. At his touch she felt the Licks writhe upon her face like cutworms, then soften and liquefy, and pour off down her cheeks and neck. Down her throat, too, as though their dissolution was contagious. A look of astonishment crossed her liberator's face, but he plainly understood in a moment what power he possessed, because as soon as she drew a breath, he then turned his attention to the Licks that had her in its coils. She raised her head off the ground in time to see the creature rising off her body like a startled cobra, spitting a warning. The phantom was unmoved. He reached out and ran his hand over the Lix's head, almost as though he were stroking it. A shudder passed through its glossy length, and its head began to droop, its filthy anatomy collapsing on itself. The lower jaw softened and ran like molasses. The upper followed moments later, its collapse initiating the dissolution of the beast's entire length. She pulled herself free of its sticky grasp, and as she turned over, her system revolted, and she puked up the filth that had found its way down her throat. When she looked up, wiping her mouth with the back of her hand, the phantoms were already indistinct, and growing more so as she retreated from their condition. She had moments, she knew, to make sense of this. "Name yourselves." The old man's voice, when it came, was feather-light. "Hubert Nordhoff," he said. "And him," he pointed to the man at the hearth, "he's Erwin Toothaker." She was looking in Erwin's direction when she heard another voice, this from behind her. "When did you learn to raise spirits?" She'd forgotten Kissoon in the rush of deliverance, but he hadn't forgotten her. When she looked round at him, he was too astonished by what he'd seen to keep her gaze at bay, and she had a second opportunity to study him in the midst of transformation. He was more naked than he'd been minutes before, much more. All resemblance to Raoul had disappeared. In fact, there was barely anything left that was human. The vague shape of a head, formed from a roiling darkness, the last remnants of a rib cage, and a few fragments of leg and arm bones, that was all. The rest, the sinew, the nerves, the veins, and the blood that had pulsed in them, had corrupted away. "I think maybe he's afraid of you," Raoul said, his tone astonished. She dared not believe it, not Kissoon. He was too crazy to be afraid. "Look at him," Raoul told her. "What am I supposed to be seeing?" "Look past the particulars." As she looked, Kissoon spoke again. "You played with me," he said, his tone almost admiring. "You endured the licks to prove they were nothing to you." "You've got the general idea," she said, still trying to do as Raoul had instructed, and see what he was so eager she saw. "Where did you learn to raise spirits?" Kissoon wanted to know. "Detroit," she said. "Are you mocking me?" "No, I learned to raise spirits in the Motor City. Something wrong with that?" As she spoke, the last portions of Kissoon's usurped anatomy fell away, and with their passing she glimpsed what Raoul had already seen. In the center of Kissoon's shadow self there was another form, glimmering remotely, a spiral receding from her like a tunnel as its curves tightened, and at the far end, where her gaze was inexorably drawn, something glittering. "You don't know what you've done," Kissoon murmured. His voice shook her from her scrutiny, and she was glad of it. The spiral had claimed her gaze with no little authority. What Kissoon meant by the remark, was he warning her about raising spirits or staring into spirals? She didn't know, nor was this any time to quiz him. As long as he believed she was a woman who could raise spirits and might do him harm while he was vulnerable, she might yet escape this room alive. "Take care," Kissoon was saying. "Why's that?" she said, glancing back towards the door. It was probably 6, perhaps 7 strides away. If she was to preserve the illusion of authority, she would have to exit without falling flat on her face, which would be a challenge given her trembling limbs. "If you make any assault upon me now—" He is vulnerable, she thought. "I will have every soul in this city slaughtered, even for the tiniest harm you do me." So this was the way power treated with power. It was a lesson she might profit from if she had occasion to play bluff with him again. She didn't reply, however, but pretended to chew the deal over. "You know I can do it," Kissoon said. This was true. She didn't doubt him capable of any atrocity. But suppose this was a bluff of his own? Suppose he was so susceptible in his present condition that she might reach into the dark spiral at his core right now and squeeze the life from him? "Don't even think it," Raoul said. Wisdom, no doubt, but oh, she was sorely tempted to try. "Let's get out while we can," Raoul was saying. "Tesla, are you listening to me?" "Yes," she replied reluctantly. There would never be another opportunity like this, she knew. But Raoul's defensive instincts were right. Get out now, and live to fight another day. There was one last piece of theatrics before she departed, however. She went down on her trembling haunches and whistled lightly, as if to invisible dogs. She waited a moment, then smiled to welcome her spirits back, and rose again. "Consider this," Kissoon said, as she turned to go. "What?" "That we're not, after all, so far apart. You want revelation. So do I. You want to shake your species up. So do I. You want power. You already have a little, but a little's never enough. And so do I. We've taken different paths, but are we not coming to the same spot?" "No. I think we are. Maybe it's too much for you to admit right now, but you'll see the sense in it. And when you do—" "I won't." "When you do, I want you to know there's a place for you in my heart." Did he turn this phrase deliberately, she wondered, tempting her gaze back towards the spiral at his core? "And I think a place for me in yours." "Say nothing," Raoul murmured. "I want to tell him to fuck off." "I know you do, but leave him guessing." Biting back a retort, she headed for the door, her legs strong enough not to betray her. "Let me say something, Snide," Tesla implored. "Don't even look at him," Raoul replied. She took his advice. Without word or glance, she opened the door a little wider and slipped out into the cooler air of the hallway. Phoebe was sitting on the step, her head in her hands. Tesla went to her, comforted her, and persuaded her to her feet. Then they hobbled away up the path and down the street, under trees that were sighing in sweet breezes from the mountain. 13. 1. Perhaps a mile out from the shore, the Fanacapan was caught by a second current, this one of no little ferocity, which threw the vessel around like a plaything before speeding it on its way. The scale of the waves rapidly increased, much to Joe's distress, lifting the boat up 20-30 feet one moment, giving them a precarious perch from which to see the awesome vista ahead, then dropping it like a stone into a trough so deep and dark it seemed with every descent this would be their last, and the foaming waves would bury them. Not so. Each time they rose again, though every board in the vessel creaked and the decks were awash from bow to stern. It was impossible to speak under these conditions. All Joe could do was cling to the frame of the wheelhouse door and pray. It was a long time since he'd begun a sentence with "Our Father," but the words came back readily enough, and their familiarity was comforting. Perhaps, he thought, there was even a remote chance that the words were being heard. That notion, which would have seemed naive the day before, did not seem so idiotic now. He'd crossed a threshold into another state of being, a state that was just like another room in a house the size of the cosmos, literally a step away. If there was one such door to be entered, why not many? And why should one not be a door that led into heaven? All his adult life he'd asked why. Why God? Why meaning? Why love? Now he realized his error. The question was not why. It was why not? For the first time since childhood, since hearing his grandmother tell Bible stories like reminiscences, he dared to believe, and for all the darkness of the troughs and terrible turmoils that lay ahead, for all the fact that he was soaked to the skin and sickened to his stomach, he was strangely happy with his lot. "If I had Phoebe beside me now," he thought, "I'd be lacking nothing." 2. Tesla refused to answer any of Phoebe's questions until she'd stood under a hot shower for a quarter of an hour and scrubbed every inch of her body from scalp to feet, sniffing water up her nose and snorting it out to clean the last of the shit from her nostrils, and using half a tube of toothpaste and a full bottle of mouthwash to scour her mouth and throat. That done, she stood in front of the mirror and surveyed her body from as many angles as anatomy allowed. She'd looked better, no doubt of that. There was scarcely 6 square inches of flesh unmarked by the yellow stain of an old bruise, or the livid purples and reds of a new one, but in its strange way the sight pleased her. "You've lived some," she told her reflection. "I like that." "Let's be sure we live a little longer," Raoul counseled. Any bright ideas?
We need help, that's for sure. And don't start with me about Lucian. He'd be no use right now. We need somebody who can help us defend ourselves. And I'm not talking about guns.
You're talking about magic.
Right.
There's only Demure that I know of, Tesla said, and Grillo thinks he's dead.
Maybe Grillo didn't look hard enough.
Where the hell do you suggest we start?
He worked with a psychic, remember?
Vaguely.
Her name was Norma Payne.
How do you remember that?
What else have I got to do with my time?
She found Phoebe in the kitchen, standing beside the dishwasher in a litter of twitching roaches with a can of Raid in her hand. "Damn things," Phoebe said, brushing a couple that had expired on the countertop onto the floor. "They breed where it's warm. I open the machine sometimes, and they're swarming everywhere." "Looks like you pretty much finished them off," Tesla said. "Nah, they'll be back. You feeling better?" "Much. What about you?" "I took some aspirin. My head feels like it's ready to burst. But I'm okay. I made some peppermint tea. You want some?" "I'd prefer something stronger. Got a brandy?" Phoebe picked up her cup and led the way through to the living room. It was chaotic. Magazines everywhere and brimming ashtrays. The whole room stank of stale cigarettes. "Morton," Phoebe remarked, as if that explained everything. Then, while she went through the array of liquor bottles on the dresser, told Tesla, "I don't really remember what happened in Irwin's house." "Don't worry about it." "I remember going down the hallway with you. Then the next thing I remember was waking up on the step. Did you find Fletcher?" "No." "I've only got bourbon. We had some brandy from last Christmas, but bourbon's fine." "But the house wasn't empty, was it?" "No, it wasn't empty." "Who was in there?" "A man called Kissoon." "Was he a friend of Fletcher's?" Phoebe asked. She'd poured an ample measure of bourbon, and now passed the glass to Tesla. She took a stinging mouthful before answering. "Kissoon doesn't have friends," she said. "That's sad." "Believe me, he doesn't deserve them." The bourbon took an almost instant toll on her brain functions. She could practically feel its influence through her cortex, slowing her systems down. It was a pleasant sensation. "Is the clock on the TV right?" she asked Phoebe. It read 3:05. "Near enough." "We'd better get some sleep," she said, her words faintly slurred. "This man Kissoon," Phoebe said. "We'll talk about it tomorrow." "No, I want to know now," she said. "He's not going to come after us, is he?" "What the hell put that idea in your head?" "The state of you when you came out of there," Phoebe said. "He messed you up. I thought maybe—" "He wasn't done?" "Right." "No, I think we can sleep easy. He's got bigger fish to fry than me. But tomorrow morning I think you should get the hell out of here." "Why?" "Because he's a malicious son of a bitch, and if things don't go the way he wants them to, he'll trash this city from one end to the other." "He could do that?" "Very possibly." "I can't leave," Phoebe said. "Because of Joe?" Phoebe nodded. "He's not coming back any time soon," Tesla said. "You've got to look after yourself for a while." "But what if he does come back and I'm gone?" "Then he'll go looking for you, and he'll find you." "You believe that? Really?" Phoebe said, studying Tesla's face. "If we're meant to be together, then we will be?" Tesla avoided her gaze for a few moments, but at last she had no choice but to meet Phoebe's eyes. When she did, she couldn't find it in her heart to lie. "No," she said, "I don't believe that. I wish I did, but I don't." There was little to say after that. Phoebe retired to her bed and left Tesla to make herself comfortable on the sofa. It was ill-sprung and smelled of Morton cigarettes, but these were minor details, given how exhausted she was. She laid down her head and was just wondering whether the bourbon in her head would keep her awake, when she stopped wondering and slept. Upstairs, in the double bed that seemed larger tonight than it had the night before, Phoebe wrapped herself up in her arms and tried to put Tesla's words out of her head, but they wouldn't go. They stalked the hopes she'd worked so hard to keep alive the last 48 hours, sniffing their weakness, ready to pounce and devour them the moment Phoebe looked the other way. "Oh, God, Joe," she said, suddenly sobbing. "Joe, Joe, Joe, where are you?" 3. Just as Joe was beginning to think the swell would never die down, and the continued violence of its motion would shake the Fanacapan apart at the timbers, the towering waves began to diminish, and after a time the current delivered them into a region of much calmer waters. Noah ordered the volunteers to check on the condition of the vessel's boards. It had fared better than Joe had expected. It was taking in water in one place only, and that no more than a trickle. Then the torches were lit at stern and bow, and everyone took time to rest and catch their breaths. The volunteers all sat together at the stern, heads bowed. "Are they praying?" Joe asked Noah.
"Not exactly."
"I'd like to thank them for what they did back there," Joe said.
"I wouldn't bother."
"No, I want to," Joe said, leaving Noah's side.
Noah caught hold of Joe's arm.
"Please leave them be," he said.
Joe pulled himself free.
"What's the big problem?"
he said, and strode down the deck towards the half-dozen. None of them looked up at his approach.
"I just wanted to thank you,"
Joe began, but he stopped as a dozen little details of their condition became apparent. Several of them had been hurt in the storm, gashed arms and flanks, bruised faces, but none of them were nursing their wounds. They bled freely onto the soaked deck, shuddering occasionally. Unnerved now, Joe went down on his haunches beside them. This was the first opportunity he'd had to study their physiognomy closely. None of them looked entirely human. Each had some detail of skin or eye or skull that suggested they had come of mixed marriages, the blood of Homo sapiens mingled with that of creatures who either lived beside Quiddity or below it. He looked from face to face. None of them showed the slightest sign of pain or even discomfort.
"You should get those cuts covered up," he said.
He got no response. They weren't deaf, he knew that. They'd heard Noah's instructions, even over the roar of surf, but they showed no sign of even knowing that Joe was beside them, much less understanding his words. Then a voice from behind him.
"I had no choice."
Joe looked back over his shoulder. Noah was standing a couple of yards down the deck from him.
"What did you do to them?"
"I simply put them in my service," Noah said.
"How?"
"I worked what I think you call a conjuration upon them."
"Magic?"
"Don't look so disdainful. It plainly works. We needed their service, and I had no other way of getting it."
"Would you have done the same thing to me if I hadn't agreed to bring you here?"
"I didn't have the strength back there. And even if I had, you'd have resisted me better than they did."
"They've hurt themselves."
"So I see."
"Can't you wake them up? Get them to tend to themselves?"
"What for?"
"Because otherwise they're going to be scarred for life."
"Their lives are over, Joe."
"What do you mean?"
"I told you they're in my service, permanently. We'll use them to get us home, and then—" he shrugged. "They'll have no further purpose."
"So what?"
"They'll lie down and die."
"Oh, my God!"
"I told you I had no choice. How else were we going to get off the shore?"
"You're killing them."
"They don't feel anything. They don't even remember who they are."
"Is that supposed to make me feel better?" Joe said. "Look at me, Noah. I don't like this slave shit. Wake them up."
"It's too late."
"Try, damn you!"
Joe yelled, his fingers itching to wipe the sham of pity off Noah's face. The man knew it. He retreated down the boards a few yards. "We've done well together so far," he said to Joe. "Let's not fight now and spoil our fellowship."
"Fellowship?" Joe said. "I didn't notice any fellowship. You wanted something from me. I wanted something from you. Simple as that."
"Very well," Noah said. "I tell you what," he said. "I'll do what I can to reverse the conjuration."
"Good."
"I don't believe they'll thank us for it, but I suppose you think freedom's preferable to their present state, even if it brings agony with it. Am I right?"
"Of course."
"And if I liberate them, we'll assume the bargain between us over."
"What?"
"You heard me."
"That wasn't what we agreed."
"But it's what I'm offering now," Noah calmly replied. "They can be free, or you can have power. One or the other, but not both."
"You son of a bitch."
"Which is it to be, Joe?" Noah replied. "You seem very certain in your righteousness, so I suppose it's an easy decision. You want to liberate the slaves, yes?" He watched and waited. "Yes, Joe?" After several seconds of deliberation, Joe shook his head. "No." "But they're bound to my will, Joe. They're sitting there bleeding, bound to my will. You can't want that, can you?" He waited a beat. "Or can you?" Joe looked back at the creatures sitting on the deck, his mind a maze. There had been a clear path ahead of him moments before, but Noah had confounded it. And why? For the pleasure of seeing him squirm. "I came here because you promised me something," Joe said. "So I did." "And I'm not going to have you talk me out of it." "You talked yourself out of it, Joe."
"I didn't agree to anything."
"Do I take it, then, that the slaves will remain in thrall?"
"For now," Joe said. "Maybe I'll set them free myself when I get what I'm due."
"A noble ambition," Noah replied. "Let's hope they survive that long."
He wandered over to the starboard side.
"Meanwhile," he said, "I have work for them to do."
He glanced at Joe, as if expecting some objection. Getting none, he gave a little smile, and went back to the stern of the vessel to make his instructions known. Cursing under his breath, Joe looked over the side to see what the problem was, and found the water clogged in every direction with sinuous weed of some kind. Its fronds were the palest of yellows, and here and there it was knotted up into bundles, the smallest like footballs, the largest 20 times that size. Plainly the weed was slowing the vessel's progress, but the slaves were already at the bow, clambering over the sides and lowering themselves into the water to solve the problem. Digging their way through the floating thicket, they started to hack at the weed, two with machetes, the others with pieces of broken timber. Watching them labor, making no sound of complaint, Joe could not help the shameful thought that perhaps it was better they felt nothing. The task before them was substantial. The weed field stretched at least 200 yards ahead of the vessel, and would surely exhaust their wounded limbs. But at least the waters beyond the field looked calm and clear. Once the boat reached them, the slaves would be able to rest. He might even try bargaining with Noah afresh, and get him to release the weakest of them from bondage, so they could tend themselves. Meanwhile he retired to the wheelhouse, stripping off his damp shirt and hanging it on the door before sitting down to ponder his situation. The air had grown balmier of late, and despite his recent agitation, he felt a kind of languor creep upon him. He let his head drop against the back of the cabin seat and closed his eyes. In her lonely bed in Everville, Phoebe had finally drifted to sleep on a pillow damp with her tears, and had begun to dream. Of Joe, of course. At least of his presence, if not his flesh and blood. She drifted in a misty place, knowing he was not that far from her, but unable to see him. She tried to call to him, but her voice was smothered by the mist. She tried again and again, and her efforts were rewarded after a time. The syllables seemed to divide the mist as it went from her, seeking him out in this pale nowhere. She didn't let up. She kept calling over and over. "Joe! Joe! Joe!" Sprawled asleep in the cabin of the Fanacapan, Joe heard somebody calling his name. He almost stirred, thinking the summons was coming from somewhere in the waking world, but as soon as he began to float up out of his slumbers, the call became more remote. So he let the weight of his fatigue carry him back down into dreams. The voice came again, and this time he recognized it. Phoebe! It was Phoebe! She was trying to find him. He started to reply to her, but before he could do so, she called out to him again. "Where are you, Joe?" She said. "I'm here," he said. "I can hear you. Can you hear me?" "Oh, my God!" she gasped, plainly astonished that this was actually happening. "Is that really you?" "It's really me." "Where are you?" "I'm on a ship."
On a ship? She thought. What the hell was he doing on a ship? Had he fled to Portland and hopped the first cargo vessel out? "You've left me," she said.
"No, I haven't, I swear."
"That's easy to say," she murmured, her voice thickening with tears. "I'm on my own, Joe."
"Don't cry."
"And I'm afraid."
"Listen to me," he said softly. "Are you dreaming?" She had to think about this for a moment.
"Yes." she said. "I'm dreaming." "Then maybe we're not that far apart," he said. "Maybe we can find each other."
"Where?"
"In the sea, in the dream sea."
"I don't know what you're talking about."
"Hold on," he said. "Just hold on to my voice. I'll lead you here." He didn't dare wake. If he woke, the contact between them would surely be broken, and she'd despair. She was already close to that. He could hear it in her voice, and perhaps give up on ever finding him again. He had to walk a very narrow path, the path that lay between the state of dreaming, which was one of forgetfulness, and the waking world, where he would lose contact with her. He had to somehow find his way across the solid boards of this solid boat without rising from slumber to do so, and plunge into the waters of Quiddity, where perhaps the paradox of dreaming with his eyes open would be countenanced, and he could call her to him.
"Joe."
"Just wait for me," he murmured.
"I can't. I'm going crazy."
"No, you're not. It's just that things are stranger than we ever thought."
"I'm afraid."
"Don't be."
"I'm afraid I'm going to die, and I'll never see you again."
"You'll see me. Just hold on, Phoebe. You'll see me." He felt the cabin door brush against his arm, felt the steps up into the deck beneath his feet. At the top he stumbled, and his eyes might have flickered open, but that by chance she called to him, and her voice anchored him, kept him in a sweet sleep. He turned to his right, walked 2, 3, 4 strides until he felt the side of the boat against his shins. Then he threw himself overboard. The water was cold. The shock of it slapped him into wakefulness. He opened his eyes to see the weeds around him like a swaying thicket, its tangle rife with fish, most of them no larger than those he'd swallowed whole on the shore. Cursing his consciousness, he looked up towards the surface, and as he did so heard Phoebe again calling him.
"Joe,"
she said, her voice no longer despairing, but light, almost excited. He caught hold of the knotted weed around him, so as not to float to the surface. "I'm here," he thought. "Can you hear me?" There was no answer at first, and he feared her call had been the remnants of their previous contact. But no, she spoke again, softly.
"I can hear you."
It was as though her voice was in the very water around him. The syllables seemed to caress his face.
"Stay where you are,"
she said. "I'm not going anywhere," he replied. It seemed he had no need of breath, or rather that the waters were supplying him with air through his skin. He felt no ache in his chest, no panic, simply exhilaration. He turned himself around in the water, parting the strands of weed to look for her. The fish had no fear of him. They darted around his face and brushed against his back and belly. They played between his legs. And then, out of the tangle to his right, a form he knew, not Phoebe, but a Zaraphushu, a spirit pilot, its golden gaze fixed upon him. He gave up turning a moment in order to let it see him properly. It scooted round him once, clockwise, then reversed its direction and did the same again, always coming to a perfect, hovering halt in front of his face. It knew him. He was certain of it. The way its huge eye tilted in its socket, scanning his face, the way it came close enough to brush his cheek with its tentacles, fearlessly, the way it flirted with its fingers as though encouraging them to caress it. All were signs of familiarity. And if this was not the same Shu he'd cradled on the shore, and how many billion to one was that chance, then he had to assume that for all Noah's misrepresentations he'd been telling the truth on the subject of Shu. They had not many minds but one, and this individual knew him because it had seen him through its brother or sister's eyes. Suddenly it darted away. He watched it go, weaving through the thicket of weeds, and as it disappeared from sight, the tangle around him convulsed, and he heard Phoebe say his name again, not remotely this time, but almost like a whisper in his ear. He turned his head to the left, and there he was, just a few feet from her, floating in the forested water, looking at her. Even now she wasn't sure how she'd got here. One moment she'd been lost in a mist, hearing Joe's voice, but unable to reach him. The next she'd been naked and tumbling down the bank of Unger's Creek. The creek was running high and fast, and in the grip of its water she was carried away. She'd been vaguely aware that this was her mind's prosaic creation, its way of supplying pictures to accompany the journey her spirit was taking. But even as she'd grasped that slippery notion, the landscape had receded around her, the sky overhead becoming vast and strange, and Unger's Creek had disappeared, delivering her into far deeper waters. Down she went, down, down into the dream sea, and though she felt its currents caress her, and saw its shoals part like shimmering veils to let her pass, and so knew she wasn't imagining this, she didn't fear that she'd drown. The laws that bound her body and the world she'd left had no authority here. She moved with exquisite ease, passing over a landscape whose mysteries she could not begin to fathom, the most puzzling of which lay waiting for her at the end of the journey in the person of the man she'd last seen hobbling out of a door in Everville. "It's really you," she said, opening her arms to him. He swam to meet her, his voice in her head the way it had been from the beginning of this strange journey. "Yes," he said, "it's really me," and held her tight. "You said you were on a ship." He directed her gaze up towards the dark shadow overhead. "That's it," he said. "Can I go with you?" she asked him, knowing as she spoke what the answer would be. "You're dreaming this," he said. "When you wake up—" "I'll be back in bed?" "Yes." She took fiercer hold of him. "Then I won't wake up," she said. "I'll stay with you until you wake up too." "It's not as easy as that," he said. "I have a journey I have to take." "Where to?" "I don't know." "Then why are you taking it? Why not just tell me where you're sleeping and I'll go find you?" "I'm not sleeping, Phoebe." "What do you mean?" "This is me." He touched her face. "The real me. You're dreaming, but I'm not. I'm here, mind and body." She started to draw away from him, distressed. "That's not true," she said. "It is. I walked through a door, and I was in another world." "What door?" she demanded to know. "On the mountain," he said. Her face grew slack. She stared past him into the swaying fronds. "Then it's true," she said. "Quiddity's real." "How do you know that name?" "A woman I met," Phoebe said, her tone and expression distracted. "What woman?" Tesla Bombeck. She's downstairs right now. I thought she was crazy." "Whoever she is," Joe said, "she isn't crazy. Things are weirder than either of us ever guessed, Phoebe." She put her hands on his face. "I want to be with you," she said. "You are?" "No, really be with you." "I'm going to come back," Joe said, "sooner or later." He kissed her face. "Things are going to be all right." "Tell me about the door, Joe," she said. Instead he kissed her again, and now she opened her mouth to let his tongue between her lips, still speaking her thoughts at him. "The door, Joe." "Don't go near it," he said, pressing his face against hers. "Just be here with me now. Be close with me. Oh, God, Phoebe, I love you." He kissed her cheek and eyes, running his fingers up through her hair. "I love you, too," she said. "And I want us to be together more than anything, Joe." "We will be. We will be," he said. "I can't live without you, baby. I told you, didn't I?" "Keep telling me. I need to know." "I'll do better than tell you." He ran his hands down her shoulders and round to touch her breasts. "Beautiful," he murmured. His left hand lingered there, while his right slid on down over her belly, between her legs. She raised her knees a little. He ran his fingers back and forth over her sex. She sighed and leaned forward to kiss him. "I want to stay here," she said. "I want to sleep forever and just stay here with you." He slid down her body now, kissing her along the way, her neck, her breasts, her belly, until he had his lips where his fingers had been, his tongue darting between. She opened her legs a little wider, and he took the signal of her abandon, pressing his palms against her knees to spread her still wider and burying his face in her groin. The weeds seemed to sense the passion in their midst, and were excited by it. Their sinuous stems stroked her body with an eagerness all of their own, their silky pods nuzzling her. 4 or 5 of them dallied around her face like suitors awaiting an invitation to her mouth, while others ran up her spine and down between the cleft of her buttocks. She started to let out little gasps of bliss, and reached out to left and right of her to take handfuls of the weed. It responded to her attentions instantly, wrapping lengths of itself around her wrists and elbows to anchor her, and swaying against her body with fresh abandon, its strands, soft though they were, falling on her naked back like gentle whips, rousing her dreamed skin, her spirit skin, to new heights of sensation. All the while Joe licked and probed below, and with each new wave of sensation that passed through her and over her, and spread out into the forest of weed around her, she felt the limits of her body dissolving, as though she and the waters and the weeds were no longer quite distinct. There was nothing unpleasant or distressing about this, quite the reverse. The more she spread, the more of her there was to feel pleasure, her sensations flowing out into the stems and the pods and the swaying element in which she floated, then returning in waves to the soft vessel of her body, which in turn spread wider to accommodate the feelings, so that body and feelings kept on growing, each feeding off the other's advancement. She looked up at the surface of the dream sea, and at the dark shape of the boat above. There were figures working in the water up there, she saw, hacking at the weed to clear a path for the vessel. She wished she could coax them down to join the fun, to share what she was feeling and exuding, to watch them dissolve in the grip of bliss and have them open to her. She felt a sliver of shame at these thoughts. Moments ago this had been the most intimate of encounters between herself and Joe. Now here she was, wanting to invite everyone in sight to join the party, but she couldn't help it. Her pleasure didn't belong to her. It couldn't be boxed, it couldn't be banked, it couldn't be traded or trafficked. It moved through her and disappeared, existing for the length of a shudder or a sigh or a loving afternoon. It was part of being alive, like tears and hunger, and given that her being was connected with everything else, with the water and the weeds and the men on the boat above, what right did she have to prevent pleasure radiating from her, giving itself freely? With a great democracy of bliss founded in her head, she looked down at Joe through the swaying veil of stems that were caressing her face. Oh, but he was beautiful, the flesh of him, the bone of him, the bruise and blood of him. He seemed to sense her scrutiny, and cast his gaze up towards her. She smiled down upon him, feeling at that moment like some sea-goddess in her temple, while he, her worshipper, rose up from the darkness to eat and drink from her. The stems had caught hold of him, as they had her, she saw. They were wrapped around his limbs, and pressed against his back and buttocks with the same shamelessness as they pressed against her. She no longer saw any reason to keep them out. She relaxed her body, and on the instant they floated into her, down her throat, up into her bowels, even pressing between her labia and Joe's lips to come into her by that route. The surge of sensations almost undid her, literally. For a moment her body seemed to lose its coherence, shredding itself in pleasured layers, opening at every pore and letting the waters and all they contained rush into her, dissolving her dreamed bones. Oh, but it was wonderful! Her parameters spread to contain all that swayed and surged around her. She was present in the waters and in the stems and in the pods. She was rising towards the boat. She was plunging towards the darkness. She was embracing Joe as she never embraced him before, her consciousness surrounding him from all sides. She nuzzled at his ass in the form of pods, eager to enter him as she was entered. She bound his legs and arms round and round, so tight she could feel the throb of his veins. She flowed across his back and against his chest, and against his groin too, where the water was murky with blood. He was plainly wounded, but not so badly that he couldn't be aroused. She could see and feel his rod hard in his pants, wanting liberty. If not for the memory of their previous couplings, the particulars of which would never leave her, she might have let her body dissolve completely. But the promise of having that intimacy again, even if it was just one more time, kept her from embracing dissolution. Tomorrow, maybe, or the day after, she'd let Phoebe go, and be unmade into everything. But before that happened, before her body slipped from her and went into the world, she wanted to enjoy its particulars a little longer, wanted to take pleasure in knitting her substance with Joe's. She pulled her arms free of the strands and reached down to take hold of his head. Again he looked at her, but now his expression was so distracted she wasn't even certain he saw her. Then a smile appeared in his eyes, and loosing himself from the eager weeds, he climbed her body until they were face to face, mouth to mouth. Did he know what had happened to her in the last few moments? She wondered. It seemed not, for when she heard his voice in her head again, murmuring his love to her, it was as if he was picking up where he'd left off. "You can't stay," he said. "You'll wake up sooner or later, and when you do, I'll come and find you." He laid his forefinger against her lips, though she was not using them to speak. "Stay away from the door," he said. "It's dangerous. There's something terrible coming through it. Understand me? Please, Phoebe, tell me you understand me."
"What's coming through it?" she said. "Tell me."
"Ied," he said. "Ied Urobros." His hand slipped from her mouth to the back of her head and took firm hold of her. "I want you to promise me you'll stay away from the door," he said. She pushed her tongue out between her lips. She wasn't going to promise anything. "Phoebe," he said, but before he could get beyond her name she mashed her face against his, distracting him with her fervour.
"I love you," she thought, "and I want you inside me."
He didn't need a second invitation. She felt him pulling his belt, then felt his dick pressing into her. It was easy, oh, it was easy. But it pained him. He grimaced and stopped moving, stopped kissing her even.
"Are you all right?"
she breathed. "Your damn husband," he said, his voice small and punctuated with little gasps. I don't know if I can do this."
"It's okay."
"Christ, it hurts."
"I said it's okay."
"I want to finish what I started," he said, and began to push into her again. She looked down. The water between them was tinged red. He was plainly bleeding, and badly.
"We should stop,"
she said. But he had a dogged look upon his face, teeth gritted, brow furrowed. "I want to finish," he gasped. "I want to—" A shadow fell upon them both. Phoebe looked up and saw that somebody was leaning over the side of the boat, pointing down into the water. Did she hear a voice remotely? She thought so. And now 2 of the weed cleaners left off their labours and were diving down through the tangle of weeds. She didn't doubt their purpose. They were coming to rescue Joe. He hadn't seen them. He was too intent on fucking, pressing into her over and over, despite the pain on his face.
"Joe,"
she murmured. "It's okay," he thought to her. "It's kind of raw, but—"
"Open your eyes, Joe."
He opened them.
"They're coming for you."
He looked up now and tried to wave his rescuers away, but either they thought the gestures were please, or else they didn't care. The latter, Phoebe guessed, glimpsing their features. They had a distinctly alien cast to them, but it wasn't their strangeness that chilled her. It was their total absence of expression. She didn't want Joe taken from her by these blank-faced creatures. She took tighter hold of him. "Don't go," she said. "No way," he murmured. "I'm here, baby, I'm here."
"They're going to take you."
"No, they're not. I won't let them." He pulled out of her almost all the way, then slid back up into her, slowly, slowly, as though they had all the time in the world. "We're staying together till we're done," he said. He'd no sooner spoken than his rescuers laid their hands on him. Was she perhaps invisible to all but the man who had brought her here? It seemed so, for they made no attempt to detach her arms from around his body. They simply tugged on him, as though it was the weeds he'd fallen prey to. Joe had no choice but to unhand Phoebe in order to beat them off, but the moment he did so they claimed him. He was hauled up through her arms, a shocking burst of blood coming from his groin as he was detached from her. For a moment she lost sight of him in the stained water. All she could do was cry out to him, mind to mind. "Joe, Joe!" He answered her, but all the strength had gone from his voice. "No," he moaned. "I don't want to—" She started to flail blindly, hoping to catch hold of his leg or ankle and keep him from being taken, but the weeds resisted her motion, and by the time the water cleared enough for her to see his body, it was beyond her grasp. "Can you hear me, Joe?" she sobbed. The sound she heard in her head was not words, not even moans, but a hiss, like gas escaping a slit pipe. "Oh, God, Joe!" she said, and began to struggle against the weeds afresh, desperate to rise and be with him. But their desire for her, which had been so arousing a couple of minutes before, had become nightmarish. They pressed at her orifices with the same insistence as ever, the pods swaying in her mouth and depositing a bitter fluid down her throat. She started to shudder from head to foot, her whole body spasming. There were other sounds coming from somewhere. Distant voices, children's laughter. Was it from the ship? No, not the ship. The world. It was coming from the world. It was morning, festival morning, and folks were already up to meet the day. Don't panic, she told herself, and gave up thrashing in the weeds for a few moments to regain control of her body. The spasms lessened. The sounds withdrew a little way. Very slowly she looked for Joe. He and his rescuers had broken surface, she saw. Others were leaning over the side of the vessel to haul him out of the water. It didn't take her long to realize why he hadn't replied to her. He was a dead weight, his arms hanging loosely at his sides. A shudder of horror shook her. "Not dead," she murmured. "Oh, God, please, please, not dead." Blood was running from between his legs, a spreading pool staining the surface. "Joe," she said, "I don't know if you can hear me." She listened, hoping for a reply, but none came. "I want you to know I'm going to come and find you. I know you told me not to, but I am. I'm going to find you, and we're going to—" She stopped, puzzled to see one of the creatures leaning over the side of the vessel, gesturing to Joe's rescuers. The mystery was solved a moment later. Without ceremony they released the body, returning it to the elements they'd claimed it from. "No!" she yelled, seeing her worst fears confirmed. "No, please, no!" There was no controlling the spasms this time. They convulsed her body from scalp to soul, and as they came, so did the day she had shunned. Laughter, light, and all. She felt the lumpy mattress beneath her back, smelled the staleness of the room. Even now she fought to keep wakefulness at bay. If she could only catch hold of Joe's body, stop him from tumbling away down into the darkness, perhaps she could work some miracle upon him, put her last dreaming breath into him and keep him from oblivion. She started to reach up towards his sinking form. The day was upon her. She had seconds at best, and her fingers caught hold of his trouser leg. She pulled him closer. His mouth was opened and his eyes closed. He looked deader than Morton had looked. "Don't, love," she said to him, meaning, "Don't give up, don't die, don't leave me." She let go of his trousers and took hold of his face, cupping it in her hands and drawing his mouth to hers. He came with horrible ease, but she refused to be discouraged. She laid her lips on his and said his name like a summons. "Joe!" There was light in her eyes. She could not resist it any longer. "Joe!" Her eyes opened, and as they did so, in the last moment before the sea and the weeds and her lover disappeared, she saw, or imagined she saw, his lids flicker, as though her summons had stirred some sliver of life in him. Then she was awake, and there was no way of knowing. She squinted up at the beam of sunlight slipping between the crack in the drapes. The sheets were as tangled around her as the weeds where she'd almost let her body go to joy. The pillow was damp with her sweat. She had dreamed all that she'd just experienced, but she knew without question this was no ordinary dream. While her body had tussled and sweated here, her spirit had been in another place, a place as real as the bed on which she lay. It was probably wonderful that such a place existed. It would probably change the world, if the world were ever to find out. But she didn't care. All that concerned her right now was Joe. Without him the world wasn't worth a damn. She got up and pulled back the drapes. It was Festival Saturday, and the sky was a perfect cloudless blue. An escaped helium balloon, shining silver, floated into view. She watched it as the breeze carried it up over the pine-tops towards the heights. She would be following soon, she thought. No matter that this was Everville's day of days, no matter that the valley would be ringing from end to end with a din of people making music and money and love. Somewhere on the mountain a door stood open, and she would be through it before noon or be dead in the attempt. Part 4. The Devil and Damour. 1. "That," said the man with the salmon-pink tie, gesturing towards the canvas on the gallery wall, "is an abomination." "What the hell's it called?" He peered at his price sheet. "Bronx Apocalypse," the man at his side said. "Bronx Apocalypse," the critic snorted. "Jesus!" He eyed the man who'd supplied the title. "You're not him, are you?" he said. "You're not this fellow Dusseldorf?" The other man, a well-made fellow in his late 30s, with 3 days' growth of beard and the eyes of an insomniac, shook his head. "No, I'm not." "You are in one of the paintings, though, aren't you?" said the Asian woman at Salmon Tie's side. "Am I?" She took the sheet from her companion's hand and scanned the 20 or so titles upon it. "There," she said. "Damour in Wyckoff Street." "It's the big painting next door," she said to Salmon Tie. "With that bilious sky." "Loathsome," the man remarked. "Dusseldorf should go back to pushing heroin or whatever the hell he was doing. He's got no business foisting this crap on people." "Ted didn't push," Damour said. He spoke softly, but there was no doubting the warning in his voice. "I was simply stating my opinion," the man said, somewhat defensively. "Just don't spread lies," Damour said. "You'll put the devil out of work." It was July 8th, a Friday, and the devil was much on Harry's mind tonight. New York was a stew as ever, and as ever Harry wished he could be out of the pot and away, but there was nowhere to go, nowhere he wouldn't be followed and found. And here, at least, in the sweet and sour streets he knew so well, he had niches and hiding-places. He had people who owed him, people who feared him. He even had a couple of friends. One of whom was Ted Dusseldorf, reformed heroin addict, sometime performance artist, and now, remarkably, a painter of metropolitan apocalypses. There he was, holding court in front of one of his rowdier pieces, all 5'0" of him, dressed in a baggy plaid suit and chewing on a contender for the largest damn cigar in Manhattan. "Harry, Harry!" he said, laying eyes on Damour. "Thanks for coming!" He deserted his little audience and hooked his arm over Harry's shoulder. "I know you hate crowds, but I wanted you to see I got myself some admirers." "Any sales?" "Yeah, would you believe it? Nice Jewish lady, big collector, lives on the Park, fancy address, buys that." He jabbed his cigar in the direction of slaughtered lambs on the Brooklyn Bridge. "For her dining room. I guess maybe she's a vegetarian," he added with a catarrhal laugh. "Sold a couple of drawings, too. I mean, I ain't going to get rich, you know, but I proved something, right?" "That you did." "I want you to see the masterwork," Ted said, leading Harry through the throng, which was divided into 3 distinct camps. The inevitable fashion victims, here to be seen and noted in columns, a smattering of well-heeled collectors, slumming, and Ted's friends, several of whom had tattoos as colorful as anything on the walls. "I had this guy come up to me," Ted said. "Fancy shoes, designer haircut. He says, 'Fantasy so passé.' I said, 'What fantasy?' He looks at me like I farted. He says, 'These works of yours.' I said, 'This isn't fantasy, this is my life.' He shakes his head, walks away." Ted leaned closer to Harry. "I think sometimes there's 2 different kinds of people in the world. The people who understand and the people who don't. And if they don't, it's no use trying to explain, 'cause it's just beyond them, and it always will be." There was an 8 by 6 foot canvas on the wall ahead, its colors more livid and its focus more strident than anything else in the exhibition. "You know, it keeps me sane doing this shit. If I hadn't started letting all this out onto canvas, man, I'd have lost my fucking mind. I don't know how you keep your head straight, Harry. I really don't. I mean, knowing what you know, seeing what you see." The knot of people standing in front of the picture parted, seeing the artist and his model approach, giving them plain view of the masterpiece. Like most of the other works, it, too, depicted a commonplace street. Only this was a street Harry could name. This was Wyckoff Street in Brooklyn, where one sunny Easter Sunday, almost a decade before, Harry had first been brushed by infernal wings. Ted had painted the street pretty much as it looked, drab and uncomfortable, and had placed the figure of Damour in the middle of the thoroughfare, regarding the viewer with a curious gaze, as if to say, "Do you see what I see?" At first glance it seemed there was nothing untoward about the scene, but further study gave the lie to that. Rather than simply accruing a host of disturbing details on the canvas, Ted had worked a subtler effect. He laid down a field of mushy scarlets and ochres, like the guts of an overripe pomegranate, and then stroked the details of Wyckoff Street over this seething backcloth, the greys and sepias of brick and iron and asphalt never completely concealing the rotted hues beneath, so that for all the carefully rendered detail, Wyckoff Street looked like a veil drawn over a more insistent and powerful reality. "Good likeness, huh?" Ted said. Harry assumed it was, given that he'd been recognized from it, but hell, it was less than comforting. He had good bones. Norma had told him so the first time she'd touched his face. But did they have to protrude quite so much? The way Ted had laid the paint down on Harry's face, he'd practically carved the features, long nose, strong jaw, wide brow and all. As for the marks of age, he hadn't stinted. The grey hairs and the frown lines were much in evidence. It wasn't a bad face to be wearing into his 40s, Harry supposed. Sure, there was none of the serenity that was rumoured to be compensation for losing the bloom and ease of youth. His stare was troubled, the smile on his lips tentative to say the least. But it was a picture of a sane man, with all his limbs and faculties intact, and of the people who'd wrestled with the beasts of the abyss. That pretty much put Harry in a league of one. "Do you see it?" Ted said. "See what?" Ted brought Harry a couple of steps closer to the canvas and pointed to the lower half. "There." Harry looked, first at the sidewalk, then at the gutter. "Under your foot," Ted prompted. There, squirming under Harry's right heel, was a thin black snake, with burning coals for eyes. "The devil himself," Ted said. "Got him where I want him, have I?" Harry said. Ted grinned. "Hey, it's art. I'm allowed to lie a little." At Ted's request, Harry hung around for an hour or so in the offices at the back of the gallery until the crowd had begun to thin. He put his feet up on the desk and flipped through a couple of old copies of the Times while he waited. It was good sometimes to remember how other people, ordinary people, lived their lives, entertained by political dogfights and foreign misery, by scandal and frippery and murder. He envied them their ignorance, and the ease with which they idled their lives away. Right now he would have given just about everything he had for a week of that bliss, a week going about trivial business for trivial reasons, forgetful of the presences that scurried beneath the surface of things. They weren't figments, these presences. He'd met them face to face, those that had faces, in alleyways and tenements and elevator shafts. Found them squatting in hospital garbage, sucking on soiled bandages. Seen them in the mud of the river, eviscerating dogs. They were everywhere, and more arrogant by the day. It was only a matter of time, Harry knew, before they took the streets at noon. And when they did, they would be unopposed. At the beginning of his career, when his investigations as a private detective had first led him into the company of the inhuman, he had entertained the delusion that he might with time help turn the tide against these forces by alerting the populace to their presence. He soon learned his error. People didn't want to know. They had drawn the parameters of belief so as to exclude such horrors, and would not, could not, tolerate or comprehend anybody who sought to move the fences. Harry's stumbling attempts to articulate all that he knew or suspected were met with derision, with rage, and, on one or two occasions, with violence. He quickly gave up trying to make converts, and resigned himself to a lonely war. He wasn't entirely without allies. In the course of the next few years he'd met a handful of people who had all, in some fashion or other, come to know what he knew. Of these few, none was more important to him than Norma Payne, a black, blind medium who, though she never left her tiny two-room apartment on 75th, had tales to tell from every corner of Manhattan, passed on to her by the spirits that came looking for guidance on their journey to the hereafter. Then there'd been Father Hess, who had for a little time labored with Harry to discover the precise nature of the presences that haunted the city. Their work together had come to an abrupt halt that Easter Sunday in Wyckoff Street, when one of those presences had sprung a trap on them both, and Hess had perished on the stairs while the triumphant demon sat on the bed where it had been found, speaking the same riddle to Harry over and over. "I am you, and you are love, and that's what makes the world go round. I am you, and—" In the years since that appalling day, Harry had never found an individual whose judgment he'd trusted as he'd trusted Hess's judgment. Though Hess had been a fervent Catholic, he'd not let his faith narrow his vision. He'd been a keen student of all manner of religions, with a passion for life and its mysteries that had burned more brightly than in any soul Harry had encountered. A conversation with Hess had been like a trip on whitewater rapids, by turns dizzying and dangerous. One moment he was theorizing about black holes, the next extolling the virtues of peppered vodka, the next speaking in reverential tones about the mystery of the virgin birth, and somehow always making the connections seem inevitable, however unlikely they were at first glance. There wasn't a day went by Harry didn't miss him. "Congratulate me," Ted said, appearing at the office door with a broad grin on his face. "I sold another piece." "Good for you." Ted slipped inside and closed the door behind him. He had a bottle of white wine in his hand. Squatting down against the wall, he sipped from it. "Jeez, what a night," he said, his voice quivering with emotion. "I almost cancelled last week. I wasn't sure I wanted people looking at what's in my head." He leaned back against the wall and closed his eyes, expelling a long, low breath. There was silence for perhaps half a minute. Then he said, "I got what you wanted, Harry." "Yeah?" "I still think you're out of your mind." "When's the ceremony?" "Next Tuesday." "Do you know where?" "Of course," Ted said, giving Harry a mock-offended look. "Where?" "Down around 9th and—" "9th and what?" "Maybe I should just take you." "No, Ted, you're going to stay out of this." "Why?" Ted said, passing the wine bottle to Harry. "Because you swore off all that shit, remember? Heroin and magic out of your life. That's what you said." "They are, I swear." "Are you going to drink or not?" Harry took a mouthful of wine. It was sour and warm. "So keep it that way. You've got a career to protect." Ted gave a little self-satisfied smile. "I like the sound of that," he said. "You were about to tell me the address." 9th, between 13th and 14th. It's a triangular building. Looks deserted." He claimed the wine bottle back from Harry's hand, dropping his voice to a near whisper. "I've dug some secrets out of people in my time, but shit, getting this address, Harry, was like getting blood from a stone. What's going on down there?" "You don't want to know." "The less you tell me," Ted warned, "the more damn curious I'm going to get." Harry shook his head despairingly. "You don't let go, do you?" "I can't help it," Ted replied with a shrug. "I've got an addictive personality." Harry said nothing. "Well," Ted pressed, "what's the big deal?" "Ever heard of the Order of the Zayim Karasofia?" Ted stared hard at Harry. "You're kidding." Harry shook his head. "This is a concubagia ceremony?" "That's what I heard." "Harry, do you know what you're messing with? They're supposed to be exiles." "Are they?" Harry said. "Don't bullshit me, Harry. You know fucking well." "I hear rumors, sure." "And what do you think?" "About what?" "About where the fuck they came from," Ted said, his agitation increasing. "Like I say, it's all rumors, but—" "But?" "I think they're probably from Quiddity." Ted let out a low whistle. He needed no introduction to the notion of the dream sea. He'd dabbled in occult practices for half a decade, until in the midst of a conjuration high on heroin, he'd unwittingly unleashed something with psychopathic tendencies, which it had taken all of Harry's wits to beat. Ted had sworn off magic and signed on for a detox program the same day, but the vocabulary of the occult still carried its old familiar power, and there were few words in that vocabulary as potent as Quiddity. "What are they doing here?" Ted said. Harry shrugged. "Who knows? I'm not even sure they're the real thing." "But if they are?" "If they are, I got some questions I need answering." "About what?" "About that snake you put under my heel."
The Antichrist. They call it the Eid. Again, Ted needed no education in semenologies. The Ouroboros and the Antichrist are the same thing, he said. It's all the devil, by another name, Harry replied. How can you be so sure? I'm a believer. 2. The next day Harry went downtown to take a look at the building Ted had pinpointed. It was utterly commonplace, a 4-story tenement, now apparently deserted, its windows boarded blind, its doors either padlocked or bricked up altogether. Harry ambled around it twice, studying it as discreetly as possible, in case he was being watched from inside. Then he headed back up to Norma's apartment to get some advice. Conversation wasn't always easy at Norma's place. She had been, since adolescence, a beacon for lost and wandering souls, particularly the recently dead, and when she tired of their importunings, she turned on the 30-odd televisions she owned, the din of which drove the wanderers away for a spell, but rendered ordinary exchanges near impossible. Today, however, the televisions were all mute. The screens flickered on, selling diets and cars and life everlasting. Norma didn't see them, of course. She'd been blind since birth. Not that she ever spoke like someone who was sightless. "Look at you," she said as soon as Harry opened the door. "Are you catching something?" "No, I'm fine. I just didn't get very much sleep." "More tattoos?" Norma said. "Just one," Harry admitted. "Let me see." "Norma." "Let me see," Norma said, reaching out from the well-cushioned comfort of her armchair. Harry tossed his jacket on top of one of the televisions and went over to Norma, who was sitting by the open window. The sounds of voices and traffic drifted up from below. "Why don't you turn on the air conditioning?" Harry said as he rolled up his shirt-sleeve. "You're just breathing fumes." "I like to hear the world going by," Norma said. "It's reassuring. Now let's see the damage." She took hold of Harry's wrist and drew him a little closer, running her fingers up his arm to the place close to his elbow where he'd been most recently marked. "You still go to that old fake Voight?" Norma said, pulling away the bandage the tattooist had applied and running her fingers over the tender skin. Harry winced. "It's nice work," Norma conceded, "though Christ knows what good you think it's going to do you." This was an old debate between them. Harry had gathered the better part of a dozen tattoos over the last half-decade, all but 2 of which had been the handiwork of Otis Voight, who specialized in what he called protective ink, talismans and sigils etched into his client's skin to keep the bad at bay. "I owe my life to some of these," Harry said. "You owe your life to your wits and your bloody-mindedness, Harry. No more, no less. Show me a tattoo that can stop a bullet." "I can't." "Right. And a demon's a damn sight worse than a bullet." "Bullets don't have psyches," Harry countered. "Oh, and demons do," said Norma. "No, Harry, they're pieces of shit, that's all they are. Little slivers of heartless filth." She bared her fine teeth in a grimace. "Oh, God," she said, "but I'd love to be out there with you." "It's not much fun," Harry said. "Believe me." "Anything's better than this," she said, slamming her hands down on the arms of the chair. The glasses on the table beside her clicked against the rum and brandy bottles. "Sometimes I think this is a punishment, Harry. Sitting here day after day, hearing people coming through with their tales of woe, sobbing about this, sobbing about that, regretting this, regretting that. I want to yell to 'em sometimes. It's too damn late. You should have thought about regretting while you could still do something about it. Ugh, what's the use? I'm stuck talking to the snotty dead while you have all the fun. You don't know you're born, boy. You really don't." Harry wandered over to the window and looked down 7 floors to 75th. "One of these nights," he said. "Yeah?" "I'm going to come fetch you, and we're going to ride around for a few hours. Check out a few of the bad places, the really bad places, and see how quickly you change your mind." "You're on," Norma said. "In the meanwhile, to what do I owe the honor? You didn't come here to show me Voight's handiwork." "No." "And you didn't come bearing rum." "I'm sorry." She waved his apology away. "Don't be silly. I'm happy you're here. But why?" "I need some advice. I'm going to a party Tuesday night." "Go on, ask a blind woman what you should wear," Norma replied, much amused. "Who's throwing the party?" "The Order of the Zayam Karasofia." Norma's smile vanished. "That's not funny, Harry." "It's not meant to be," Harry replied. "They're having some kind of ceremony, and I have to be there." "Why?" "Because if anyone knows where the Ead'll tempt another breach, it's them." "There's a good reason why nobody ever talks about them, Harry." "Because everybody buys the rumors. The fact is, nobody knows who the hell they are." "Or what?" Norma said. "So you believe the stories?" "About them being exiles?" Norma shrugged. "Seems to me we're all exiles." "Now don't get metaphysical on me." "It's not metaphysics, it's the truth. All life began in the dream sea, Harry, and we've all been trying to get back there ever since." "Why don't I find that very comforting?" "Because you're afraid of what it means," Norma said, lightly. "You're afraid you'd have to throw away all the rules you live by, and then you'd go crazy." "And you wouldn't?"
"Oh, no, I'd probably join you," Norma replied. "The issue isn't my sanity or yours, Harry. It's what's true or not. And I think you, me, and the Zayam have a lot in common."
"What have I got to fear?"
Harry said. "They're probably as afraid of you as you are of them, and that means they'd prefer to have your head on a plate where they can see it. Or eat it."
"Ha fucking ha."
"You asked," Norma replied.
Harry turned his attention from the street to the television screens. 3 dozen silent dramas were in progress before him, the camera's eyes picking up every little triumph and agony, whether real or rehearsed.
"Do you ever think we're being watched?"
Harry said, after a few moments of staring at the screens.
"I am all the damn time," Norma replied.
"I don't mean by ghosts,"
Harry replied.
"What then?"
"Oh, I don't know. God?"
"No."
"You sound very sure."
"I am. Sitting here right now. Ask me tomorrow, I might have a different answer. I doubt it, but you never know."
"You talk about demons.
"So?"
That means the devil's in the mix somewhere."
"And if the devil's on the planet, God must be too?"
She shook her head.
"We've had this argument before, Harry. It's one of those useless subjects."
"I know."
"I don't know what your demons are."
"They're not mine, for a start."
"You see, we're disagreeing already. I think they're very much yours."
"You mean what happened to Hess was me?"
Harry said, his timber darkening.
"You know that's not what I mean."
"What then?"
"The demons find you because you need them. So did Hess. You need them for the world to make sense to you. Some people believe in, I don't know, what do people believe in? Politicians, movie stars?" She sighed, exasperated. "Why are you fretting about it anyway?"
"Time of year? Time of life? I don't know." He paused. "That's not true. I do know."
"Going to tell me?"
"I've got this constant feeling of dread."
"About the order?"
"No."
"What then?"
"I still believe in hell. It's me I don't believe in any longer."
"What the heck are you talking about?"
Norma said. She extended her arm in Harry's direction.
"Come here," she said. "Harry, you hear me?"
Harry extended his arm, and Norma unerringly seized hold of his wrist.
"I want you to listen to me," she said, "and I don't want you shushing me or telling me you don't want to hear, because sometimes things don't get said that should be said, and I'm going to say 'em now. Understand me?"
She didn't wait for Harry to agree to her conditions, but went on, tugging on Harry's arm to bring him still closer to her chair.
"You're a good man, Harry, and that's rare. I mean really rare. I think something moves in you that doesn't move in most men, which is why you're always being tested this way. I don't know what it is testing you, or me, come to that, but I know we got no choice. Understand me? We got no choice but to just get on with things, day by day, and make our way as best we can."
"Okay, but—"
"I haven't finished."
"Sorry."
She drew Harry down beside her.
"How long we known each other?" she asked him.
11 years.
Her free hand went to his face, touched his brow, his cheek, his mouth. "Takes its toll, huh?" she said.
Yep.
"If we knew why, Harry, we wouldn't be what we are. Maybe we wouldn't even be human."
You think that really? Harry said softly. You think we have to just stumble on because that's what being human is?
"Part of it."
And if we did understand?
Harry said. "We wouldn't be human," Norma said.
Harry let his head sink on Norma's arm. "Maybe that's it, then," he murmured.
"What is?"
"Maybe I think it's time to stop being human."
3. The new tattoo hurt more than any of the others. That night it itched furiously, and several times Harry woke from dreams of the design moving on his arm like a living thing, writhing to be out from under the dressing. The next day he'd called Grillo, and had what was to be his last conversation with the man, in the midst of which he'd spoken about the Antichrist. Grillo had made his contempt for the term perfectly plain. "You're too damned Catholic for your own good," he'd said, after which the exchange had come to a chilly end. The reef and its keeper had been Harry's last hope of useful information about the order, and he had come up empty-handed. He would enter the building between 13th and 14th without any real sense of what he was facing. But then what else was new? He took up his position across the street from the spot before noon the following day and waited. There was little sign of activity until the middle of the afternoon, when the first of the celebrants arrived, slipping out of a car, crossing the sidewalk fast, and disappearing down a flight of steps that led below ground level. Harry had no time even to glimpse his or her face. There were another 10 or so appearances before dusk, all the visitors heading on down the same flight. Harry had checked it out when he'd first examined the building. There was an iron door at the bottom of the steps, which had looked to be rusted shut when he'd examined it. Plainly it was not. He had expected things to speed up somewhat as darkness fell, but that was not the case. Another half-dozen party-goers arrived and disappeared down into the ground, but it began to seem as though the gathering would be considerably more intimate than he'd anticipated. This was both good news and bad. Good, because there would be fewer eyes to spot an interloper like himself. Bad, in that it implied the ceremony was not mere ritual reunion, rather a meeting of a few authorities, bringing with them who knew what powers. Not a comfortable doubt. Then, just a little before 9, with the last of the daylight gone from the sky, a cab drew up outside the liquor store at the corner of 13th, and Ted got out. The cab drove off, and he stood at the intersection a minute, pulling on a cigarette. Then he crossed towards the building. Harry had no choice but to break cover and start towards him, hoping Ted would catch sight of him and retreat. But Ted had his eyes fixed on his destination, and before Harry could intercept him, he'd disappeared around the back of the building. Slowing his pace somewhat so as not to attract undue attention, could he doubt somebody was watching from inside? Harry gained the opposite side of the street and followed Ted around the block. But he had already gone. Harry doubled back and turned the corner in time to see Ted starting down the flight of steps. Quietly cursing him, Harry picked up his pace. There was not sufficient traffic to cover the sound of his footfalls. Ted glanced back over his shoulder, flattening himself into the shadow of the stairs as he did so, only to emerge a moment later with a grin of welcome on his face. "It's you!" Harry hushed him with a gesture, and beckoned him out of the stairwell. But Ted shook his head, pointing down the stairs to the door. Grimacing, Harry hurried along the wall and headed down into the shadows to Ted's side. "You're not coming with me," he hissed. "You think you're going to get through that door without help?" Ted replied, pulling a hammer and crowbar from inside his jacket. "You're not getting involved with magic any more, remember?" Harry said. "This is my farewell appearance," Ted replied. Then, his voice dropping to a near growl, "I'm not taking no for an answer, Harry. You wouldn't even be here if it weren't for me." "I'm not going to be responsible for you," Harry warned him. "I'm not asking—" "I mean it. I got too much on my plate as it is." "Deal," Ted said, with a little grin. "So, are we going, or what?"
So saying, he slipped down the flight of stairs to the door. Harry followed on.
"Got your lighter?"
Ted asked. Harry fished for it and flicked it on. The flame showed them a door, encrusted with rust. Ted pulled out his crowbar and pushed it between the door and the jamb. Then he leaned all his weight against it. A hail of rust particles flew against their faces, and the hinges of the door creaked, but it didn't open. "That's no damn use," Harry whispered.
"You got a better idea?"
Ted hissed. Harry snapped the cigarette lighter shut. In the darkness he said, "Yeah, I got a better idea. But you look the other way."
"What the hell for?"
"Just damn well do it," Harry said, and flicked the lighter back on to see that his instruction was being obeyed. It wasn't. Ted was staring at him with a quizzical look on his face.
"You've got some suit, haven't you?" he said, his tone more admiring than accusatory.
"Maybe."
"Jesus, Harry!"
"Listen, Ted, if you don't like it, get the fuck out of here."
"What you got?" Ted said. There was a gleam in his eyes as he spoke, like an addict in the presence of his preferred poison. "You got a hand of glory?"
"Christ, no."
"What then?"
"You're not seeing it, Ted," Harry insisted. "I told you, look away." Very reluctantly, Ted averted his eyes, and Harry brought from his pocket the Prodigile suit, a minor magical device for which he'd paid Otis Voigt $400. It was a sliver of aluminum 2 inches long and 1½ inches wide, with a small sigil stamped at one end and 5 narrow grooves radiating from the sign. Harry pressed it into the gap between the door and the frame, as close to the lock as he could get it. Behind him he heard Ted say,
"You got a Prodigile. Where the fuck did you get that?"
It was too late to tell him to look away, and no use lying. Ted knew magic's methods and implements too well to be deceived. "It's none of your business," Harry told him. He didn't like dabbling in the craft. Even the use of a Prodigile, which was an extremely minor device on the thaumaturgic scale, brought with it the danger of contamination or addiction. But sometimes circumstances demanded that the enemy's weapons be used in the very labor of destroying them. Such was the sour reality of war. He pressed his thumb against the exposed edge of the suit and jerked it down. His flesh opened easily, and he felt the Prodigile throb as it drew blood. This, he knew, was the most likely moment for addiction, when the suit was activated. He told himself to look away, but could not. He watched, never less than amazed, as his blood hissed against the metal and was sucked along the grooves and out of sight. He heard Ted draw a sharp breath behind him. Then there was a burst of luminescence from the crack between door and jamb, and the unmistakable sound of the lock mechanism snapping open. Before the light had quite died, Harry put his shoulder to the door. It opened without resistance. He glanced round at Ted, who, despite his earlier bullishness, now looked a little fearful. "Are you ready?" Harry said, and without waiting for an answer, slipped inside, leaving Ted to come or stay as he wished. 2. 1. The interior smelled of stale incense and week-old sushi, the odors, in short, of bad magic. It made Harry's heart hammer to smell those smells. "How many times do I have to do this?" he found himself wondering as he advanced into the murk. "How many times into the maw, into the sickened body? How many times before I've done my penance?" Ted laid his hand on Harry's shoulder. "There," he murmured, and directed Harry's gaze off to the right. Some 10 yards from where they stood was a further flight of stairs, and from the bottom a wash of silvery light. Ted's hand remained on Harry's shoulder as they crossed to the top of the flight and began the descent. It grew colder with every step, and the smell became steadily stronger. Signs that what they sought lay somewhere at the bottom. And if any further evidence was required, Harry's tattoos supplied it. The new one itched more furiously than ever, while the old ones, at his ankles, at his navel, in the small of his back, and down his sternum, tingled. 3 steps from the bottom, Harry turned to Ted, and in the lowest of voices murmured, "I meant it, about not being responsible for you." Ted nodded and took his hand off Harry's shoulder.
There was nothing more to be said, no further excuse to delay the descent. Harry reached into his jacket and lightly patted the gun in its holster. Then he was down the last 3 steps, and, turning a corner, was delivered into a sizable brick chamber, the far wall of which was 50 feet or more from where he stood, the vaulted ceiling 20 feet above his head. In the midst of this was what at first glance resembled a column of translucent drapes, about half as wide as the chamber itself, which was the source of the silvery light that had drawn them down the stairs. A second glance, however, showed him that it was not fabric, but some kind of ether. It resembled the melting folds of a borealis, draped over or spun from a cat's cradle of filaments that criss-crossed the chamber like the web of a vast, ambitious spider. And amid the folds, figures, the celebrants he'd seen coming here through the afternoon. They no longer wore their coats and hats, but wandered in the midst of the light, nearly naked. And such nakedness! Though many of them were partially concealed by the drooping light, Harry had no doubt that all he'd heard about the Zion Carasofia was true. These were exiles, no doubt of it. Some were plainly descended from a marriage of bird and man, their eyes set in the sides of their narrow heads, their mouths beakish, their backs feathered. Others gave credence to a rumour Harry'd heard that a few of Quiddity's infants were simply dreamed into being, creatures of pure imagination. How else to explain the pair whose heads were yellowish blurs, woven with what looked like bright blue fireflies, or the creature who had shrugged off the skin of her head in tiny ribbons, which attended her raw face in a fluttering dance? Of the unholy paraphernalia Harry had expected to see there was no sign, no sputtering candles of human fat, no ritual blades, no gutted children. The celebrants simply moved in the cradle of light as if drifting in some collective dream. Had it not been for the smell of incense and sushi, he would have doubted there was even error here. "What's going on?" Ted murmured in Harry's ear. Harry shook his head. He had no clue. But he knew how to find out. He shrugged off his jacket and proceeded to unbutton his shirt. "What are you doing?" "I'm going to join them," he replied. "They'll be on to you in a minute." "I don't think so," Harry said, heeling off his shoes as he pulled his shirt out of his trousers. He watched the wanderers as he did so, looking for any trace of belligerence among them, but there was none. It was as if they were moving in a semi-mesmerized state, all aggression dulled. There was every possibility they wouldn't even notice if he went among them clothed, he suspected, but some instinct told him he would be safer in this throng if he were as vulnerable as they. "Stay here," he said to Ted. "You're out of your mind, you know that?" Ted replied. "I'll be fine," Harry said, glancing down at his near-naked body, and patted his belly. "Maybe I need to lose a pound or two." Then he turned from Ted and walked towards the cradle. He hadn't realized until now that either the light or the filaments was making a low, fluctuating whine, which grew louder as he approached. It throbbed in his skull like the beginning of a headache, but uncomfortable as it was, it could not persuade him to turn round. His skin was goose-flesh now, from head to foot, the tattoos tingling furiously. He raised his left arm in front of him and pulled the dressing off his fresh ink. The tattoo looked livid in the silvery light, as though it had been pricked into his flesh moments before, a ruby parabola that suddenly seemed an utter redundancy. Norma had been right, he thought. What defence was a mere mark in a world so full of power? He cast the dressing aside and continued to advance towards the cradle, expecting one of the celebrants to look his way at any moment. But nobody did. He stepped into the midst of the drapes without so much as a glance being cast in his direction, and, weaving among the wanderers, made his way towards the centre of the borealis. He raised his arms as he did so, and his fingers brushed one of the filaments, sending a small charge of energy, too minor to be distressing, down to his shoulders and across his chest. The borealis shook, and for a moment he feared that it intended to expel him, for the shimmering folds closed around him from all sides. Their touch was far from unpleasant, however, and whatever test they had put him to, he apparently passed, for a moment later they retreated from him again and returned to their gentle motion. Harry glanced back, out into the chamber in search of Ted, but everything beyond the light, the walls, the stairs, the roof, had become a blur. He didn't waste time looking, but turned his attention back to whatever mystery lay waiting in the centre of the cradle. The ache in his head grew more painful as he approached, but he bore it happily enough. There was something ahead of him, he saw, a sliver of darkness at the core of this cradle of light. It was taller than he was, this sliver, and it almost seemed to exercise some authority over him, because now that he had it in view, he could not turn his eyes from it. And with the sight, another sound, audible beneath the whine, like the repeated roll of muffled drums. Mystified and mesmerized though he was, the identity of the sound was not lost on him. It was the sea he was hearing. His heartbeat grew urgent. Tremors ran through his body. The sea, my God, the sea! He breathed its name like a blessing. Quiddity. The word was heard. He felt a breath upon his back, and somebody said, "Hold back." He glanced round to find that one of the exiles, its face an eruption of colour, was close to him. "We must wait before the Nerika," the creature said. "The blessing will come." The blessing? Harry thought. Who were they expecting down here, the Pope? "Will it be soon?" Harry said, certain that at any moment the creature would see him for the simple Homo sapiens he was. "Very soon," came the reply. "He knows how impatient we are." The creature's gaze went past Harry to the darkness. "He knows how we ache to return. But we must do it with the blessing, yes?" "Yes," said Harry. "Of course, yes." "Wait," the creature said, turning its head towards the outside world. "Is that not him?" There was a sudden flurry of activity in the vicinity as the creatures, including Harry's informant, moved off towards the edge of the Borealis. Harry was torn between the desire to see whoever this was coming to bless them and the urge to see Quiddity's shore. He chose the latter. Turning on his heel, he took 2 quick strides towards the sliver of darkness, his momentum speeded by the force it exercised. He felt the ground grow uncertain beneath him, felt a gust of rainy wind against his face, fresh and cold. The darkness opened before him as though the gust had blown open a door, and for an instant his sight seemed to race ahead of him, his lumpen flesh stumbling after, out across a benighted shore. Above him the sky was spired with clouds, and creatures trailing dusty lights swooped and soared in lieu of stars. On the stones below, crabs made war or love, claws locked as they clattered towards the surf, and in that surf shoals leapt the waves as though aspiring to sky or stones or both. All this he saw in a single hungry glance. Then he heard a cry behind him, and with the greatest reluctance he looked back over his shoulder towards the chamber. There was some consternation there, he saw. The cradle was shaking, the veils that circled the crack, like bandages wrapped around a wound, torn here and there. He tried to focus his eyes to better see the cause, but they were slow to shake off the wonders they'd just witnessed, and while they did so, screams erupted to right and left of him. Their din was sufficient to slap him from his reverie. Suddenly fearful for his life, he took off from his place beside the sliver, though its claim on him was powerful, and it took all his strength to do so. As he ran, he caught sight of the creature who had so recently addressed him, stumbling through the veils with a wound in its chest, the size of a fist. As it fell to its knees, its glistening eyes fixed on Harry for a moment, and it opened its bony mouth as to beg some explanation. Blood came instead, black as squid's ink, and the creature toppled forward dead before it hit the ground. Harry searched for its killer among the shaking veils, but all he found were victims. Creatures reeling and falling, their wounds atrocious. A lopped head rolled at his feet. A creature with half its body blown away took hold of him in its agony and expired sobbing in his arms. As to the cradle, which had so suddenly become a grave, it shook from one end to the other, the veils shaken down by the violence in their midst, and bringing the filaments with them. They spat and spasmed on the ground, the light they'd lent the veils dying now and steadily delivering the chamber into darkness. Shielding his head against the falling cradle, Harry gained the outer limit of the circle, and now, finally, at sight of the creature that had visited these horrors on the scene. It was a man. No more, no less. He had the beard of a patriarch, and the robes of a prophet. Blue robes once, but now so stained with blood he looked like a butcher. As to his weapon, it was a short staff, from which spurts of pallid fire broke, going from it almost languidly. Harry saw one go, snaking through the air to catch a victim who had so far avoided harm. It struck the creature, one of the Blur and Firefly couple, above her buttocks and ran up her back, gouging out the flesh to either side of her spine. Despite the appalling scale of her wounding, she was not felled, but swung round to face her wounder. "Why?" she sobbed, extending her flabby arms in his direction. "Why?" He made no answer, simply raised his staff a second time and let another burst of energy go from it, striking his victim in the mouth. Her pleas ceased on the instant, and the fire climbed up over her skull, turning it to ruin in a heartbeat. Even then she didn't fall. Her body shook as it stood, her bowels and bladder voiding. Wearing a look close to amusement, the prophet stepped over the bloody litter that lay between them, and, with one back-handed swipe, struck the seared face with a staff, the blow so hard her head was separated from her neck. Harry let out an involuntary cry, more of rage than of horror. The killer, who was already striding past the beheaded woman towards the crack, stopped in mid-step and stared through the blood-flecked air. Harry froze. The prophet stared on, a look of puzzlement on his face. "He doesn't see me," Harry thought. That was perhaps overly optimistic. The man continued to look as though he glimpsed some trace of a presence in the deepening darkness, but could not quite decide whether his eyes were deceiving him. He wasn't about to take any chances. Even as he stared on in puzzlement, he raised his staff. Harry didn't wait for the fire to come. He made a dash for the stairs, hoping to God that Ted had escaped ahead of him. The killing fire sighed past him, close enough for Harry to feel its sickly heat, then burst against the opposite wall, its energies tracing the cracks as it dispersed. Harry looked back towards the prophet, who had already forgotten about the phantom, and had turned towards the dark crack that led on to Quiddity. Harry's gaze went to the sliver. In the diminishing light of the chamber, the shore and sea were more visible than they had been, and for a moment it was all he could do not to turn back, to race the prophet to the threshold and be out under that steepled sky. Then, from the murk off to his left, a pained and weary voice. "I'm sorry, Harry. Please. I'm sorry." With a sickening lurch in his stomach, Harry turned and sought out the source of the voice. Ted lay 7 or 8 yards from the bottom of the stairs, his arms open wide, his chest the same. Such a wound, wet and deep. It was a wonder he had life enough to breathe, much less to speak. Harry went down at his side. "Grab my hand, will you?" Ted said. "I've got it," Harry said. "I can't feel anything." "Maybe that's for the best," Harry said. "I'm going to have to pick you up." "He came out of nowhere." "Don't worry about it." "I was keeping out of the way, like you said, but then he just came out of nowhere." "Hush, will you?" Harry slid his arms under Ted's body. "Okay, now, are you ready for this?" Ted only moaned. Harry drew a deep breath, stood up, and, without pausing, began to carry the wounded man towards the stairs. It was harder to see the flight by the moment, as the last of the light in the filaments died away, but he stumbled on towards it, while little spasms passed through Ted's body. "Hold on," Harry said. "Hold on." They had reached the bottom of the flight now, and Harry began to climb. He glanced back towards the centre of the chamber just once, and saw that the prophet was standing at the threshold between cosm and metacosm. No doubt he would step through it presently. No doubt that was what he had come here to do. Why had it been necessary to slaughter so many souls in the process was a mystery Harry did not expect to solve any time soon. 2. "It's late, Harry," Norma said. She was sitting in the same chair beside the window, with the televisions burbling around her. Hour before dawn shows. "Can I get a drink?" Harry said. "Help yourself." His passage lit only by the flickering screens, Harry crossed to the table at Norma's side and poured himself a brandy. "You've got blood on you," Norma said. Her nose was as keen as her eyes were blind. "It's not mine, it's Ted Dusseldorf's." "What happened?" "He died about an hour ago." Norma was silent for a few seconds. Then she said, "The order?"
Not exactly. Harry sat on the hard, plain chair set opposite Norma's cushioned throne, and told her what he'd witnessed.
"So the tattoos were a good investment after all," she said when he'd finished the account.
Either that or I was lucky.
"I don't believe in luck," Norma said. "I believe in destiny."
She made the word sound almost sexy, the way she shaped it. So it was Ted's destiny to end up dead tonight? Harry said. I don't buy that.
"So don't," Norma said, without a trace of irritation. "It's a free country."
Harry sipped on the brandy. Maybe it's time I got some serious help, he said.
"Are you talking therapy? 'Cause if you are, I'm telling you right now I've had Freud through here. Least he said he was Freud, and that man was so fucked up."
I'm not talking about Freud. I'm talking about the church, or maybe the FBI. I don't know. Somebody's got to be told what's going on.
"If they're inclined to believe you, then they've already been recruited by the enemy," Norma said. "You can be certain of that."
Harry sighed. He knew what she said was true. There were people out there wearing uniforms and cassocks and badges of office, whose daily agenda was the suppressing of information about the miraculous. If he chose the wrong ear in which to whisper what he knew, he was dead. So we choose carefully, Harry said.
"Or we let it be."
The door's not supposed to be open, Norma.
"Are you sure?"
That's a damn stupid question, Harry replied. Of course I'm sure.
"Well, that's comforting," Norma said. "Do you remember when you first decided this?"
I didn't decide it. I was told.
"By whom?"
I don't know. Hess, maybe. You.
"Me? Don't listen to me."
Then who the hell should I listen to?
"You could start with yourself," Norma replied. "Remember what you said to me a few days ago?"
No.
"You were talking about how maybe it was time to stop being human?"
Oh, that.
"Yes, that."
That was just talk.
"It's all just talk till we make it true, Harry."
I'm not following this.
"Maybe the door's supposed to be open," Norma said. "Maybe we have to start looking at what's in our dreams, only with our eyes open."
We're back to Freud.
"No, we're not," she said softly. "Not remotely."
Suppose you're wrong, Harry said. Suppose leaving the door open is some kind of catastrophe, and if I don't do something about it...
Then the world comes to an end?
Right.
It won't. It can't. It can change, but it can't end.
I have to take your word for that, I suppose?
No, you could ask yourselves. They'd tell you.
We don't talk much these days, me and my cells, Harry said.
Maybe you're not listening carefully enough, Norma replied. The point is, so what if the world changes? Is it so dandy the way it is?
It could be a damn sight worse.
Says who?
Me, I say so.
Norma raised her arm, reaching out for Harry. Let's go up onto the roof, she said.
Now?
Now. I need some air.
Up they went. Norma wrapped in her shawl onto the roof 9 floors above 75th. Dawn was still a while away, but the city was already gearing up for another day. Norma looped her arm through Harry's, and they stood together in silence for perhaps 5 minutes, while the traffic murmured below, and sirens wailed, and the wind gusted off the river, grimy and cold. It was Norma who broke the silence. "We're so powerful," Norma said, "and so frail." Us?
Everybody. Powerful.
I don't think that's the way most people feel, Harry said.
That's because they can't feel the connections. They think they're alone. In their heads, in the world. I hear them all the time. Spirits come through carrying on about how alone they feel. How terribly alone. And I say to them, let go of what you are.
And they don't want to do that?
Of course not.
I don't like the sound of it either, Harry said. I'm all I've got. I don't want to give it up.
I said let go of it, not give it up, Norma said. They're not the same thing.
But when you're dead...
What's dead? Norma shrugged. Things change, but they don't end, I told you.
And I don't believe you. I want to, but I don't.
"Then I can't convince you," Norma said. "You'll have to find out for yourself, one way or another." She drew a little closer to Harry. "How long have we known each other?"
She said, "You asked me that."
"And what did you say?"
11 years.
"That long, huh?" She lapsed into silence again for a minute or so. Then she said, "Are you happy, Harry?"
"Christ, no. Are you?"
"You know what? I am," Norma said, her voice tinged with surprise. "I like your company, Harry. Another time, another place, we would have made quite a pair, you and me." "Maybe we did." She laughed softly. "Maybe that's why it feels like I've known you longer than 11 years. She shuddered. "I'm getting a little chilly," she said. "Will you take me back downstairs?"
"Of course."
"You sound so tired, Harry. You should sleep for a few hours. I've got a mattress in the spare room."
"It's okay, thanks. I'll go home. I just needed somebody to talk to."
"I wasn't much use, was I? You want plain answers, and I don't have any."
"There was something I didn't tell you."
"What's that?"
"I almost stepped through."
"Through the door?"
"Yeah.
"And why didn't you?"
I couldn't leave Ted, for one thing, and I don't know. I guess I was afraid there'd be no way back."
"Oh, maybe the best journeys are the ones with no return ticket, Harry," Norma said, with yearning in her voice. "Tell me what it was like."
"Sure. It was beautiful."
He conjured it in his mind's eye now, and could not help but sigh. "Go back, then," Norma said. Harry didn't reply for a moment, but instead scanned the glittering panorama before him. It, too, was beautiful, after its fashion, but only from this angle, and only at night.
"Maybe I should," he said.
"If you're thinking about me, don't," Norma said. "I'll miss you, but I'll be fine. Who knows, maybe I'll come after you one of these days."
3. He went back to his apartment to clean up. His shirt was glued to his chest with Ted's blood, and gather a few items for the journey. It was an absurd procedure, of course, given that he had no clue as to what lay on the other side, beyond sea, sky, and stones. He pocketed his wallet, though he doubted they traded in dollars. He put on his watch, though surely time was redundant there. He slipped on his crucifix, despite the fact that he'd heard the tale of Christ had been fashioned to distract attention from the very mystery he was about to enter. Then, with the new day barely dawning, he made his way back to the building between 13th and 14th. The door he'd opened using the prodigal, less than a dozen hours before, was open. With the steady beam of a flashlight to precede him, he made his way to the top of the stairs. There he paused, listening for any sound from below. He'd escaped the prophet's murderous ways once. Twice was tempting fate. There was no noise, however, not a moan. Extinguishing the flashlight, he made his way down the stairs by what little illumination came from the door above. It had given out by the time he reached the bottom of the flight, but there was a second source below, this far stronger. The blood of one of the murdered celebrants, spilled liberally from head and heart, threw up a lilac light from its pools, like the phosphorescence of something rotted. Harry halted at the bottom of the step until his eyes had become properly accustomed to the illumination. After a time it showed him a scene he had prepared himself for as best he could, but which still raised the hairs on the nape of his neck. He'd seen death arrayed before, of course, all too many times, and seldom neatly. Bodies carved and corroded, their limbs broken, their faces erased. But here was something stranger than that. Twice stranger. Here were creatures he'd thought unholy, worshippers of the Antichrist, he'd thought, whose flesh was not the stuff of any simple biology. He had a primal suspicion of things that looked as different from himself as these beasts had. Such forms had, in his experience, housed malice and lunacy. But surveying this scene, he could not bring himself to rejoice at their dispatch. Perhaps they'd been innocents, perhaps not, he would never know. What he did know was that in the past week he'd spoken of moving beyond what he'd once assumed were the limits of his species. He could no longer afford to scorn any form, however unlikely, for fear in time it might turn out to be his own. Anything was possible.
Perhaps, like a fetus which resembled a reptile and a bird before it came to its humanity, he would revisit those states as he moved on, in which case he had siblings here in the darkness. He looked beyond them now towards the centre of the chamber. Though the filaments had lost their light, a few scraps of the misty veils that had hung from them remained. But they could not conceal the absence at the heart. The opening that had led on to Quiddity's shore was gone. Stumbling over the corpses as he went, Harry crossed to the spot, hoping with every step that his eyes deceived him. It was a vain hope. The prophet had closed the door behind him when he'd stepped away into that other place, and left nothing to mark the place. Stupid, Harry told himself. He'd been so close. He'd stood on the threshold of the miraculous, where perhaps the mysteries of being might be solved, and instead of taking the opportunity while he had it, he'd let himself be distracted. He'd turned his back and lost his opportunity. Was this the destiny Norma had spoken of? That he be left among the dead, while the miracle train moved off without him? His legs, drained of the adrenaline that had fueled him thus far, were ready to give out. It was time to go, now. Time to bury his frustration and his sorrow and sleep for a few hours. Later, maybe, when he had his thoughts in better order, he'd be able to make better sense of all this. He made his way back across the slaughter-house and up the stairs. As he came to the top of the flight, however, something lurched out of the shadows to block his path. The prophet's massacre had not been completely thorough, it appeared. Here was one who'd survived, though even in the paltry light of the passageway it was plain she could not be far from death. She wore a wound from the middle of her chest to her hip, its length gummy with dried blood. Her face was as flat as an iron, her eyes gleaming gold in her noseless, lipless face. "I know you," she said, her voice low and sibilant. "You were at the ceremony." "Yes, I was." "Why did you come back?" "I wanted to get through the door." "So did we all," she said, leaning in Harry's direction. Her eyes shone and fluttered eerily, as if she were reading his marrow. "You're not one of us," she said. Harry saw no reason to lie. "No, I'm not." "You came with him?" she suddenly said. "Oh, by the shoe!" She flung herself back away from Harry, raising her arms to protect her face. "It's all right," Harry said. "I wasn't with him, I swear." He came up the last few steps and started towards her. Too weak to outrun him, the creature sank down against the wall, her broken body racked with sobs. "Kill me," she said. "I don't care. There's nothing left." Harry went down on his haunches in front of her. "Listen to me, will you? I didn't come with whoever it was." "Kissoon," she said. "What?" She peered at him through her webbed fingers. "You do know him?" "The Kissoon I know's dead," he said. "Or at least I thought he was." "He murdered our blessedman, and came into our ceremonies wearing his flesh. And why?" Harry had an answer to that, at least. "To get into Quiddity." The creature shook her head. "He didn't leave," she said. "He just sealed the door." "Are you sure?" "I saw it with my own eyes. That's how I know it was Kissoon." "Explain that." "When it closed at the very last moment, there was a light went through everything, the brick, the flow, the dead, and I seemed to see their true nature, just for a little time. And I looked up at him, at the man we thought was our blessedman, and I saw another man hidden in his flesh." "How did you know it was Kissoon?" "He had tried to join us once, said he was an exile like us, and he wanted to come home with us back to Quiddity." When she said the word she shuddered and more tears came down. "You know what's strange," she said with a sour little laugh. "I was never there. Most of us were never there. We're the children of exiles, or their children's children. We lived and died for something we only ever knew in stories." "Do you know where he went?" "Kissoon?" Harry nodded. "Yes, I know. I went after him to his hiding place." "You wanted to kill him?"
Of course. But once I got there I had no strength left. I knew if I faced him like this he'd finish me. I came back here to prepare myself.
Tell me where he is. Let me do the job for you.
You don't know what he can do.
I've heard, Harry replied. Believe me, I've heard.
And you think you can kill him?
I don't know, Harry said, picturing in his mind's eye the portrait Ted had produced. The heavens livid, the street reeling, and a black snake under his pointed heel. Kissoon was that snake, by another name. I've beaten some demons in my time.
He's not a demon,
the creature said.
He's a man.
Is that good news or bad? The creature eyed him gravely.
You know the answer to that, she said.
Bad, of course. Demons were simple. They believed in prayer and the potency of holy water. Thus they fled from both. But men, what did men believe? 4. The address the creature had given him was up in Morningside Heights, around 110th and 8th Avenue, an undistinguished house in need of some cosmetic repair. There were no drapes at the lower windows. Harry peered inside. The room was empty, no pictures on the walls, no carpets on the floor, no furniture, nothing. He knew before he'd reached the front door and found it an inch ajar and stepped through it into the grey interior that he'd come too late. The house was empty, or nearly so. A few signs of Kissoon's occupancy remained. At the top of the stairs, lying in a pool of its own degenerating matter, was a modestly sized Lix. It raised its head at Harry's approach, but with its maker departed it had lost what tiny wits it had, overreached itself, and slid down the stairs, depositing cobs of sewerage on each step as it descended. Harry followed the fetid trail it had left to the room that Kissoon had lately occupied. It resembled a derelict's hideaway. Newspapers laid in lieu of carpets, a filthy mattress under the grimy window, a heap of discarded cans and plates of rotted food alongside a second pile, this of liquor bottles. In short, a squalid pit. There was only one piece of evidence to mark the ambition of the man who had shat and sweated here. On the wall behind the door, a map of the continental United States, upon which Kissoon had inscribed all manner of marks and notations. Harry pulled the map off the wall and took it to the window to study. The man's hand was crabbed, and much of the vocabulary foreign to Harry's eye, like a mismatched marriage of Latin and Russian, but it was plain that over a dozen sites around the country had been of significance to Kissoon. New York City and its environs had attracted the densest concentration of marginalia, with a region in the southwest corner of North Dakota and another in Arizona of no little interest to him. Harry folded up the map and pocketed it. Then he made a quick but efficient search of the rest of the room, in the hope of turning up further clues to Kissoon's purpose and methodology. He found nothing of interest, however, excepting a pack of bizarre playing cards, plainly handmade and much used. He flicked through them. There were perhaps 20 cards, each marked with a simple design, a circle, a fish, a hand, a window, an eye. These he also pocketed, as much for the taking as the wanting, and having done so, slipped away past the decayed Lix and out into the warm, pale air. It was only later, when he spread the cards out on the floor of his office, that he realized what the deck represented. Tesla Bombeck had first described these symbols to him when speaking of the medallion she'd decoded in the caves beneath Palomo Grove. There had been a human figure at its center, she'd said, a form that Kissoon the card-maker had divided into 2 sides of a torso, each with an outstretched arm and 2 legs. The rest of the images were lifted from the medallion design unchanged. Rising above the head of the figure, if Harry remembered Tesla's account aright, had been 4 symbols apparently representing humanity's ascension to oneness. Below it, another 4, representing its return to the simplicity of the single cell. On its left hand, which spurted energy, or blood, symbols that led to a cloud-eclipsed circle. The cosm.
On its right, which spurted like its fellow, symbols leading to an empty circle. The mystery, or perhaps the sacred absence, of the metacosm. Harry arranged the signs as Tesla had described, pondering as he did what purpose they'd served Kissoon. Was this a game he'd played? Metaphysical solitaire, to keep himself occupied while he planned his plans? Or was it something less frivolous, a way of predicting, or even influencing, the processes the deck described? He was in the midst of turning these questions over when the telephone rang. It was Norma. "Turn on the news," she said. He did so. Images of a fire-gutted building emerged along with a commentary from an on-site reporter. Several corpses had been discovered in the basement of the building, he said. Though the count was as yet unconfirmed, he personally had seen 21 victims removed from the building. There was no sign of any survivors, nor much hope now of finding any. "Is that where I think it is?" Norma said. "That's the place," Harry said. "Have they said anything about the state of the bodies?" "Just that most of them are burned beyond recognition." "They were exiles, I assume?" "Yes."
"Noticeably so?"
"Very."
"That's going to raise a few questions," Norma remarked dryly.
"They'll file it away and pretend it never happened," Harry said. He'd seen the process at work countless times. Rational men dealing with the apparently irrational by turning blind eyes. "There was something else, Norma. Or rather somebody."
"Who?"
"Kissoon."
"Impossible."
"I swear."
"You saw him in the flesh?"
"Actually in somebody else's flesh," Harry replied. "But I'm pretty sure it was him."
"He was leading the order?"
"No. He was the one slaughtering them," Harry said. "They had a door open to Quiddity. An Erika, one of them called it."
"It means passageway," Norma said. "A passageway to sacred wisdom."
"Well, he closed it," Harry replied.
There was a silence while Norma chewed this over. "Let me get this straight," she said. "They opened the Nerika. He murdered them and left through it."
"No."
"I thought you said—"
"I said he closed it. He didn't leave. He's still here in New York."
"You found him?"
"No, but I will."